This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1035. With the departure of the local bishop, the room fell into a brief silence, with only the wind from the closing door stirring the illuminating stones suspended by ropes. A faint glow stretched the shadows of the three people. This action will undoubtedly anger the association, especially the modern-day Sword of Justice. But the Vatican can no longer afford to worry about so much. Wu Heng's growth continues at a rapid pace. The Lingqi sect has established branches across the country, and Treasure Island has nurtured a second hero. As far as the scholars of the Honglin Society, who are willing to record history, are concerned, he will undoubtedly be recorded in the historical record. But this is not good news for the Vatican. It also forces the Vatican to act swiftly, otherwise, the longer they delay, the more difficult it will be to defeat the enemy. The black-robed figure on the left finally spoke, his voice still stern and cold. If Wu Heng doesn't come to the week of courage. The figure in the middle stroked his teacup. The oracle can't be wrong. He will definitely come, and he will be at the venue on time. The person on the right followed up. We should just follow the oracle. As for whether there might be any mistakes, that's not for us to consider. The three glanced at each other, saying nothing more. Brittany is pregnant with this child, the person in the middle said, turning the conversation to Brittany. Right now, the entire kingdom is promoting the idea that Wu Heng is a hero from Yeko, and they want to bind him to the kingdom. The person on the left said, it doesn't matter. She must have signed a contract with Wu Heng. If Wu Heng dies, she can't live either. How about arranging a surprise for his child? Saidu's reincarnation died at his hands, the middleman said gravely. Don't touch the child. If Wu Heng notices, it will only affect future plans. The person on the right continued, aside from him, the others are unimportant. The other two nodded, feeling that this made sense. Even the newly trained heroes of Treasure Island were insignificant to the Holy See. As long as Wu Heng was dead, the rest wouldn't matter. After discussing the matter, the three sat together and reviewed their plans again. Then, they slowly stood up and left. Everything was ready. No matter how powerful he was, if he dared to come, as long as he was still bound by the restrictions between heroes, he would surely die this time. The Holy See would also wash away all its previous shame. 3 days later, in the woods outside the royal capital, Wu Heng sat on a boulder covered with vines, fiddling with his phone. As soon as he got off the ghost train and pulled out his phone, he was bombarded with text messages from Lilith. First, she said she picked up Liz, and that she already left for Treasure Island. Later, she asked where he'd been, if he noticed any movements by the Vatican, and urged him to avoid conflict. Wu Heng pondered for a moment, then replied that he'd been invited to the Yeko kingdom, and didn't know if the Vatican was plotting anything. He added that if a fight did break out, it would be the Vatican targeting him. After editing the message, he sent it directly. Swish, just then, Benny flew back from the distance, piercing the forest mist. Her translucent form shimmered in the setting sun. Finding Wu Heng's location, they quickly flew over. Can you be in a more visible spot? It's so hard to find here. I'm just afraid of being spotted by the enemy. Wu Heng put away his phone and asked, how's it going? No suspicious targets in the East District, and no level 20 heroes, Benny replied. As she spoke, 3 more ghosts burst through the air. The Queen Mother said, the Church of the Holy See is under restrictions, so I can't enter, but I haven't found anything unusual in the surrounding area. Glinda and Xiao Xiao then reported on their own investigations. They found no trace of the hero, nor anything unusual. After hearing this, Wu Heng frowned slightly. Glinda floated over to Benny's side and asked, no signs of the hero there either? No, I searched quite carefully, and I didn't find any trace of the hero, Benny replied. Glinda nodded, pondered, and analyzed. There are 2 possibilities. One is that they're hiding well, and the city's population is so large, it's difficult for the 4 of us to track them down in a short period of time. The second possibility is that they're not hiding in the city, but are trying to track us down through various channels. The Queen continued, the second possibility is more likely. You've been battling the Holy See for so long, they must be familiar with some of their abilities and tactics. How could they stay in the city and wait for you to find them? Xiao Xiao rested her chin on her hand and nodded repeatedly. That's probably the case. Let's go into the city first. Wu Heng stood up, brushing the dust off his butt. We talk about it after we see Brittany. With that, he headed towards the city. Xiao Xiao followed, flying alongside, saying, the streets in the city are all lit up. Princess, you're really fast. Glinda smiled and said, Brittany, you always use Treasure Island as a reference for your development goals. It's only natural that after ascending the throne, you build streetlights first. I remember how difficult it was installing the streetlights, Xiao Xiao recalled. We had to advertise ahead of time and have skeletons guarding the lights. Benny followed up, Kelu is the capital, after all. We were all pirates back then, and if we didn't steal something, we'd be considered a lost cause. Xiao Xiao chuckled, that seems to be the case. The four souls walked and talked, getting closer and closer to the city. He pulled out his phone and sent a message to Brittany. Palace, Queen's Chambers. Twilight filtered through the window lattice, casting dappled light and shadows on the carpet. Brittany leaned back on the couch, her fingertips caressing the slightly swollen belly. Your Majesty, guess what I heard at the market today? The maid stood by, picking up fruit from the bowl and feeding it to Brittany. She continued, a group of prop rune masters have arrived. They've been staring at the streetlights every night, trying to replicate the runes. They've been doing it for 3 or 4 days now. How did they become rune masters with their intelligence? Brittany chuckled. Sometime, issue a notice warning them that looking directly at those streetlights is harmful to the eyes. Why bother with them? You're saying it now, thinking we're afraid they'd learn it. The maid muttered. The maid was the one who had fled with Brittany. She had grown into a regal figure. As someone who had always been by her side, the only one who knew all her secrets with Wu Hung, her status was far superior to that of an ordinary court lady. Ding dong. The phone on the crystal coffee table suddenly lit up. Brittany glanced at it, and the maid immediately held it up and handed it to her. Here you go. Brittany glanced at the content, her brows raised, and she quickly replied to the message. Is it good news? The maid asked with a smile. Yes. Brittany replied, locking her phone. Go tell the kitchen to prepare dinner. Make sure it's something hearty. Okay, do you need me to help you walk around the yard? The maid continued. No, just let me know when dinner is ready, Brittany continued. Remember to knock. Oh, the maid politely said. Then I go get it ready. With that, she left the room. The door closed, and Brittany picked up her phone and sent a text message. 2 or 3 seconds later, a light flashed in the center of the bedroom, and Wu Hung appeared out of thin air. Wu Hung had sent the message in advance, having previously frightened Li Yong, so he wouldn't rush over and startle the pregnant Brittany. My lord. Brittany's face flashed with surprise, and she stood up to greet him. You're pregnant, no need to be so polite. Wu Hung sat down on the edge of the bed, examining her closely. Her long golden hair was adorned with a jeweled ornament, and her round face had lost its girlish innocence, imbued with a maternal softness. Only those emerald eyes held the admiration they had felt when they first met. Where are Sister Chanella and Philippa? Didn't they say they were coming together? Brittany asked curiously, seeing he was alone. Wu Hung put his arm around her shoulders and whispered, I didn't bring them. Seeing his serious expression, Brittany frowned. Did something happen? Someone wants to use my participation in the Week of Courage to attack me. Wu Hung tightened his grip around her shoulders. What? Brittany's pupils constricted, and she said hastily, impossible. I didn't tell anyone. No one knew you were coming. Don't worry. Wu Hung motioned for her to stop shouting, then continued, it's not your fault. They might have predicted it, or used some unknown method to know I would be attending this event. Brittany clutched his collar. Then you still came. It's okay to cancel this event. It's all the more important to come because it's a trap, Wu Hung interrupted. During the Week of Courage in 2 days, you arrange the celebration as planned. I will find the enemy and eliminate them. Brittany bit her lower lip, and finally nodded firmly. As they spoke, Xiao Xiao flew in, appearing midair. Hello, princess. Xiao Xiao. Brittany's attention was diverted, and she smiled. Xiao Xiao flew closer, and pointed at her belly. Sis, is that a boy or a girl? I can't tell right now. Which one do you prefer? Brittany asked with a smile. I'm fine with both. Xiao Xiao tilted her head. I help you raise the kids from now on. Brittany glanced at Wu Hung. Okay, she's on from now on. Yeah. I can name them too. Xiao Xiao continued to promote herself. She tried hard to think of how she could help in this matter. The other 3 ghosts remained invisible, floating in other parts of the room, silently listening to the conversation. It's not that he doesn't care, it's just that he's become accustomed to silence. Knock, knock. There was a gentle knock on the door. The maid's voice drifted through the door. Dinner is ready. Brittany and Wu Hung exchanged glances, then whispered, send it in. I eat in my chambers tonight. Eh? Don't you need me to accompany you? The maid asked. I call you later. Oh. The maid replied, then turned and left. A moment later, servants filed in with plates of food, and a feast was set on the round table in the outer hall. After the servants left, Wu Hung emerged from the room. He placed the soundproof kettle in the middle, chatting with Brittany while they ate. After the tableware was cleared, moonlight crept up the window lattice. Wu Hung assigned patrol tasks to the ghosts and distributed books and tablets. Inspecting the city wouldn't take a single night. If there's nothing else to do, you should still pursue your passion. The ghosts dispersed, and Xiao Xiao, with a good night, princess, flew off. Brittany had already changed into a silver silk nightgown when Wu Hung finished washing and returned to bed. Her golden hair flowed across the crimson embroidered pillow, making her bare neck and shoulders look as smooth as porcelain. Wu Hung climbed onto the bed from the side, and Brittany immediately slid into his arms, her hair still scented with a faint floral fragrance. "Be careful," Wu Hung said, protecting her slightly swollen belly. Brittany chuckled, her fingertips poking his tense muscles. "You're not that fragile." The collar of her nightgown slipped down as she moved, revealing a hint of her snow-white collarbone. The two cuddled together, chatting about Treasure Island. When the topic turned to Winmantha, Brittany's ears suddenly flushed. After a moment's hesitation, she suddenly broke free from his embrace and knelt, her slender fingers gently lacing together, the silk nightgown slipping off her shoulders like flowing water. "What's wrong?" Before Wu Hung could finish his words, Brittany leaned over and placed a warm kiss on his belly. As Wu Hang's palm touched the top of her head, "Don't force it," Sister Winmansha said. Brittany raised her head, her eyes watering. "That's how she helped you when she was pregnant." Wu Hung raised an eyebrow. "Do you two talk about this privately?" No. Brittany blushed instantly, pursing her lips stubbornly. "We just mentioned it by chance." Wu Hang's hand slid down her spine, mingling with her long, golden hair, gently pressing down. Brittany's large eyes darted between the falling strands, a hint of resentment and shyness. Then she averted her gaze. Moonlight filtered through the veil, and the two of them savored the joy of their brief separation. The next morning, Brittany left early, having to listen to the minister's reports on the kingdom's affairs. They had agreed that she would arrange the week of courage as normal, while Wu Hung would handle the rest. Wu Hung sat in his bedroom, ghosts floating around him. Glinda said, "We spotted a few servants in the palace. They're probably spies sent in. We're not sure if they are from the Vatican or some other faction. Remember everyone. Don't touch them for now," Wu Hung said. As expected, there were spies stationed in the palace. Glinda nodded. Benny said, "The Vatican's church is still inaccessible, and the priests rarely come in and out. I don't think there's a hero there." Xiao Xiao said, "My aunt and I checked the taverns and inns in the city, and there aren't any suspicious people." The Empress then said, "The danger may not be in the city." Wu Hung frowned. The tortoiseshell and the intelligence didn't seem to match. The tortoiseshell indicated that he would encounter problems during the week of courage, but no one or anything in the city could pose a threat. Although the tortoiseshell's divination results were vague, they hadn't been wrong so far. "It seems more likely they're hiding outside," Wu Hung continued. "That's fine. Let's prepare in advance." The four ghosts nodded. After a few more words, Wu Hung stood up and said, "Let's go check out the zombie world. It's been a while." The ghost returned to his body, and Wu Hung opened the portal and walked in. Zombie world, prison surveillance room. In the dim room, dozens of surveillance screens flickered with a cold light. The ghosts, possessed by puppets, each holding a phone, gathered together to browse forums. Wu Hung glanced at the surveillance footage, picked up the phone, and dialed Li Yahong's number. "Hello?" Li Yahong's voice, and the sound of a car came from the other end of the line. "How are the missionary priests doing?" Wu Hung asked straight to the point. "Everything is going smoothly." Li Yahong's tone was tinged with pride. "According to your arrangement, we used the South Korean base as a staging area and have already sent the first batch of priests to various bases for missionary work. The feedback has been even better than expected." Wu Hung narrowed his eyes slightly. "Have you encountered any resistance?" he asked, while simultaneously checking his faith value on the dashboard. Faith, 11724/50,000. Wu Hang's eyes narrowed sharply. Over 10,000. Chapter 1036. Seeing the faith value clearly, Wu Hang's pupils suddenly shrank. His faith value skyrocketed from 6,000 to over 11,000. He felt a jolt of electricity running through his spine, straightening his slouched posture. In just a few days, he had surpassed all his previous accumulation. Preaching in the apocalyptic world was indeed the right choice. With the credibility of Yama Palace and the aura of being a human leader as an endorsement, the spread of the Lingqi sect's faith far exceeded expectations. At this rate, the threshold of 50,000 faith could be broken within 6 months. Then he could see for himself what the realm above heroes truly was. Hello? Is the signal down? Li Yaheng's voice came again. Wu Heng gathered himself and said, well done. Just keep preaching. By the way, Li Yaheng suddenly lowered her voice. Those of you guys set up the Dawn Covenant Church. You? Wu Heng raised a brow. From the intelligence we gathered, it seems this church is more like a copycat of ours. Li Yaheng paused. It's like, we established a church, and they're going to follow suit. Regardless of its usefulness, there's definitely no harm in following suit. Wu Heng instantly understood. After hearing Li Yaheng's words, he thought it was another religion like the Sun cult, related to the church of another world. Now it seems the EU is copying. In other words, they don't know the purpose of the church, but Yama Palace always acts a step ahead, and the effects are always clear. I better learn it myself first. If it's truly useful, I won't be too far behind. Will it affect our missionary work? Wu Heng continued to ask. Not much. They sent people several times to try to contact our people, and their attitude was quite friendly. It felt like they were trying to understand the situation, Li Yaheng said, reflecting. If the impact isn't significant, don't worry about them for now. Let them learn if they want. They never understand it in their lifetime. Wu Heng shifted into a comfortable sitting position. Li Yaheng muttered, forget them. I still don't understand what's going on. Wu Heng smiled and continued, how is the priest training going? There's no problem with domestic missionary priests. They've been sent to various locations. The main problem is that priests from abroad are more difficult. One is the language requirement, and the other is the long distance. Li Yaheng said. After a brief pause, he continued, we also considered recruiting priests from the local area. For example, in New Eden, we recruited 15 candidate priests. Once they completed their training, they'd be assigned to preach in other local refuges. Wu Heng listened, impressed. That's a good idea. Let's follow it for now. Then, our people can manage as local bishops, and the rest will be local missionary priests. We were thinking the same thing. If there's no problem with your side, I have this method implemented elsewhere, which will also speed up the preaching process. Li Yaheng confirmed. No problem, go for it. Okay, Li Yaheng smiled. Wu Heng tapped the table lightly, pondered, and said, increase the resources invested in preaching and increase their salaries. I want priests to cover all medium-sized bases within 2 weeks. If there are any bases that aren't cooperating, please keep a list of their names. Understood. I discussed this with Chi Hankai and Sister Zhao, and finalize it as soon as possible, Li Yaheng said. The missionary discussion was over. As for the cultural relics, have any new ones been sent? Wu Heng changed the subject. Not yet. We basically sent you all the inscribed artifacts from the previous few visits. We're still collecting the rest, so I don't expect many left. Li Yaheng sighed. Ask again? I sort through as many as you can. Wu Heng said. Okay. I go discuss it. And what about the Niwa incident I mentioned last time? How's the investigation going? Wu Heng continued. We found a few locations, but most of them are newly built for tourism promotion. We're currently screening, and we'll let you know when we have a result, Li Yaheng said. Okay. Wu Heng agreed. After the discussion, they hung up. Putting down his phone, Glinda turned and looked over. What's wrong? Nothing, just that the rate of faith gathering is quite rapid. I asked Li Yaheng to increase her investment in this area, Wu Heng said casually. Glinda thought quickly and said, this world still has an advantage. People are accustomed to receiving outside information through the radio. The Lingqi Church can quickly reach such a large population. Even if the number of believers is small, even if the conversion rate is low, the base number is there, and faith won't slow down. It will only grow faster and faster. Indeed. Wu Heng nodded in agreement. Floating slightly towards him, he said, I should have established the Lingqi Church from the beginning. Folding her arms in the air, she angrily declared, if we had started back then, we would have simply crushed the church and attacked the cathedral. It's not that simple, Granda interrupted with a chuckle. The title of human leader was only recently recognized by the various bases. Without this status, and the foreshadowing of Yama Palace's various supplies, the Lingqi cult would have been considered nothing more than a cult in the apocalypse. I feel like now is just the right time. Xiao floated over and rested on Wu Heng's shoulder. What's the difference? I feel it's all the same. Wu Heng didn't join in their conversation, but stood up and said, let's go back. We still have to investigate during the Week of Courage. Several ghosts handed over their tablets and phones. After storing them in their space rings, the ghosts returned to their bodies. Wu Heng opened the portal and returned to the other world. Exiting the portal, he re-entered the study of the Yeko kingdom. Fine dust particles drifted in the slanting sunlight. After releasing all the ghosts, he said, "Xiao Xiao, go see what Brittany is doing?" "Okay," Xiao Xiao replied, sprinting through the wall. A short while later, he soared back and said, "The princess is in the meeting room, talking with a few ministers. They seem to be discussing the list for this week of courage. She's quite busy." Benny floated to the window, glanced out, and said teasingly, "She's a princess, but she's much more serious than you, the island master." Wu Heng shrugged. Before he could say anything, Glinda chuckled and said, "Everyone has different aspirations. Brittany wants to revive the kingdom of Yeko, while Wu Heng's goal is to become a hero." Glinda deliberately dragged out her tone. Also, having more confidence is great in both areas. Wu Heng, who had been listening cheerfully, froze upon hearing this. He pointed at her and said, "Hey! Stop spreading rumors, you big anti-fan." Benny chuckled, while the Empress nodded solemnly. Xiao Xiao was a little confused. "What do you mean by red and beautiful? An idiom?" Wu Heng immediately said, "Don't listen to her. I won't be friends with her anymore." Xiao Xiao chuckled. "Of course not. Auntie is so nice." After a few words of banter, Xiao Xiao flew over and asked, "Uncle, what are we doing next?" Wu Heng's smile faded, and after a moment's hesitation he said, "I plan to go to the church and take a look." "Huh?" Xiao Xiao said in surprise. "Wouldn't that be like walking into a trap?" "It's okay. I wear a mask and go over to see if they're hiding in the church." Wu Heng smiled. "Besides, it would be good for us if we find them first." After hearing Wu Heng's words, the ghost stopped trying to persuade him. There were no enemies in the city. The only thing left was the local church of the Church of the Dead. If there were no traces of them there, it would prove the enemy wasn't even in the city. If they were, they would engage in direct combat the moment they met. A head-on confrontation was preferable to an enemy lurking in the shadows. "Okay, then we wait for you outside. If there's any danger, teleport out and we can deal with them together," Granda said. "Okay." Wu Heng agreed, taking out the faceless mask and putting it on his face. The skin on his face moved, transforming into the face of a fisherman he had previously recorded. Teleportation was released, and the figure vanished. Central District. The dusk light slanted across the central square, marking a distinct boundary between the two towering churches. Wu Heng stood at the steps of the Vatican Church, squinting across. The Lingji Church was bustling with people. Believers carrying flowers and eggs came in and out, and laughter and conversation could be heard. The Vatican Church behind him, however, resembled an ornate tomb, with only a few elderly people stumbling across the threshold. The two sides were completely different scenes. It reminded him of the former Treasure Island. Back then, the Snake Emblem Consortium on the island was suppressed, and few professionals entered. Meanwhile, the association across the way, with lighting and air conditioning installed, attracted a large number of people every day. History always repeats itself, except this time it's a competition between faiths. "May the holy light protect you," the priest at the door said expressionlessly, his eyes not even focused on Wu Heng's face. Entering the hall, a chilly air hit me. On the podium, a thin priest was croaking his doctrine. Among the sparse congregants below, some followed along, others closed their eyes in prayer. Wu Heng pretended to read a few sentences, then glanced toward the corridor leading to the back. At the corridor's entrance, a Vatican knight stood, and there was no other figure. Only the hanging light stone swayed in the breeze. After confirming his location, Wu Heng stood up and left the church. In a dark alley across the street, he cast teleport. When he reappeared, he was standing under the corridor's archway. The corridor was flanked by exquisite reliefs depicting the Vatican. Sporadic footsteps could be heard in the distance. Wu Heng quickened his pace, turning a corner and brushing past two nuns carrying plates of food. After the footsteps faded, Wu Heng quickly crossed the corridor. Storage room, confessional, priest's quarters, he checked each one. Next, he reached the deep cellar. Wu Heng opened the locked door, glanced at the empty room and the round table in the center, and closed the door again. Really nothing. "Stop! Who are you?" As he turned to leave, a voice shouted from behind him. It was two young nuns, holding silver candlesticks. Wu Heng calmly took out a wizard's hat, and put it on his head. The moment he put it on, the Serpent of Lies inlaid on the crown flashed. Crown of Lies, their words weave a mental illusion, trapping the listener in a false perception. When he spared the previous religious leader, the association compensated him with one of the 5 rare artifacts. "I am a priest of the priestly hall," Wu Heng said calmly. The two nuns' eyes instantly blurred, their pupils reflecting a completely different image. The nun who had just shouted inquiries said, "I'm sorry, priest. It's nothing." Wu Heng glanced at the two and continued, "Has the Vatican sent any foreign priests or any special personnel recently?" The two frowned, thinking for a moment. "It's been a while since we had any foreign priests." Wu Heng nodded, then continued, "We need help in the antechamber. Go and help." "Yes." The two bowed again and hurried away. After confirming that nothing was missing, Wu Heng cast teleport again and left. In the dim alley, ghosts gathered through the wall. "How is it?" Grinda asked. "No clues." "It doesn't look like they're here," Wu Heng replied. "Maybe there's something wrong with the tortoise shell, or perhaps the danger he's signaling isn't from the Vatican or the heroes." Benny continued, analyzing. The Queen shook her head. "Only heroes can threaten Wu Heng. If it's not the church, then it's other heroes, or the gods behind them. Gods are good. If they come out, let's fight them." Little brushed her nose. Benny smiled and said, "Let's wait a little longer. We can't defeat them right now. How will we know if we don't fight? Even if we fight the heavenly court." Little said. Wu Heng glanced at the ghosts. "We can only wait for the week of courage, which is only 2 days away. They definitely find a way into the city." The four ghosts nodded in agreement. Wu Heng said, "Let's go back." With that, he cast teleportation and vanished. The four ghosts followed him, flying towards the palace. Inside the bedroom, Brittany curled up on her bed, her slender fingertips rapidly tapping on her phone screen, a smile playing on her lips. When Wu Heng suddenly appeared, Brittany's shoulders trembled slightly, and she glanced up. "Sir, where have you been?" "I went outside to look for any signs of the enemy, but I found none," Wu Heng asked with a smile. "Who are you chatting with?" "Sister Wenmancha. We're very close now," Brittany boasted. Wu Heng also smiled and said, boasting to him about last night's victory. Brittany blushed, then raised her chin and said, "I'm sure I'm no worse than Sister Wenmancha, right?" "Yes, I'm just a little rusty, but I get over it," Wu Heng said with a smile, then asked, "How's the week of courage going?" "Preparations are almost complete, and the lists of young contestants from all over have been submitted," Brittany said. Wu Heng sat down nearby. Curiously, she asked, "The week of courage, I understand it's a place for selecting talents for the kingdom. What's its main purpose?" Brittany pondered for a moment, then said, "The week of courage, also known as the Arena of Courage, was established by the king back then to select talents. It consists of 4 main categories: the trial of perception, the trial of courage, the trial of discipline, and the arena competition. The top 3 kingdoms are generally selected for support." She then looked at Wu Heng and said with a smile, "Your participation this year will surely be even more popular. Do you want to add some prizes?" Wu Heng nodded and said, "Sure." "How do kingdoms usually support you?" "The kingdom usually promises to help you reach level 18. If you don't reach it, there's nothing you can do," Brittany said. Wu Heng pondered for a moment, then said, "Then, if you can reach level 18 within the specified time, the spiritual enlightenment cult will help you become a hero." Brittany's phone fell to the bed with a thud, and she immediately picked it up to see if it was broken. Then he looked up, his emerald eyes wide. You mean?" His voice trembled slightly. "Publicly promised to train heroes?" Chapter 1037. Brittany's fingertips trembled slightly, as she clenched her phone. A public promise to cultivate heroes. Just hearing these words, she could already foresee the storm that would erupt across the Echo Kingdom when this news was announced during the Week of Courage. A hero. That's a pinnacle that countless people could never reach in their entire lives. Even the royal family and nobles devoted all their resources to cultivating heroes, yet the Echo Kingdom, and indeed the human race, had yet to produce a hero of their own. And now, Wu Heng was actually going to publicize this as a reward. "Sir, are you serious?" Brittany's voice was so soft, it felt as if a louder voice had shattered the dream. Wu Heng smiled and said, "Of course it's true. The original plan also included cultivating heroes. Unlike directly training level 18 professionals, the Echo Kingdom selects from a young age, which takes a longer time." Brittany's eyes brightened. She quickly approached, pecked him on the lips, and then immediately said, "You can't be partial. You promised me and Sister Wenmancha that you would become heroes first." Wu Heng smiled and pinched her nose. "Don't worry, no one will be prioritized over you." Brittany nodded with satisfaction. "On behalf of the kingdom, thank you for your support." As they spoke, the ghosts flew back. The 3 ghosts remained invisible, while Xiao Xiao revealed herself. "Princess, when does the Week of Courage begin?" Brittany smiled and said, "Everything is almost ready. It officially begins the day after tomorrow." "Oh! It's finally starting," Xiao Xiao said. Wu Hung asked, "Where is the venue? The enemy might attack, so don't let any casualties occur." Brittany pulled out a blueprint from her spatial ring and explained, "It's located in the East Parade grounds outside the city. It's far from the city and residential areas. If there's any danger, we can evacuate the crowd quickly." Wu Hung then examined the blueprint and analyzed, if the enemy is truly the Vatican, it shouldn't affect ordinary people. After all, they're still Orthodox, and we need to be mindful of the association's attitude. Brittany nodded in agreement. Then, pointing to a spot on the blueprint, "This is the viewing platform. The ministers are on the 2nd floor. I'd be watching from the 3rd floor. You be on the 4th floor." Wu Hung raised an eyebrow and said, "Separate my position from yours. Put them in the same building. If a fight breaks out, you won't be able to escape. They probably wouldn't dare kill the king and all the ministers of a kingdom." Brittany said, "Be careful, and don't hurt the children." Wu Hung shook her hand. Brittany nodded. "Okay, I have someone rework the venue tomorrow." "Yes." Wu Hung nodded as well. The two chatted for a while, then there was a knock on the door, and the maid announced that dinner was ready. Brittany had dinner brought to the room as usual. The door opened, and servants filed in, carrying plates. After setting the table, they withdrew. Wu Hung and Brittany sat down at the long table, chatting and eating. "Sir, we got the venue's address and construction plans." The heavy wooden door flung open, and a mercenary rushed in, followed by several priests, who stood at the doorway, but did not follow. Inside the room, 3 black-robed figures slowly raised their heads, their faces obscured by the shadows of their hoods. The figure near the doorway took the blueprint and casually asked, "What's the detailed information?" The mercenary quickly replied, "According to our insider information, the 3rd floor of the building is where Queen Brittany will be observing the ceremony, and upstairs." After a brief pause, he continued, "The upstairs has also been decorated to a standard comparable to the Queen's." The 3 people in the room exchanged glances, and the air seemed to freeze in that moment. The black-robed figure to the left chuckled, "Well done. Keep watching, and report back if you have any new information." The mercenary bowed deeply, then silently withdrew, and the heavy wooden door closed again. In the silence, the black-robed figure in the center spoke slowly, drumming his knuckles on the table. "Brittany showed up in person, and yet upstairs is so alert. There couldn't be anyone else besides Wu Hung." The black-robed figure on the left scoffed, "I thought he wouldn't come. Now it seems this guy is just being more cautious." The figure on the right followed suit, "Now that we know his location, let's make good preparations and get this done." The other two nodded. 2 days later, in the bedroom. Morning light streamed through the glass windows into the dressing room. Brittany stood before the mirror, arms stretched out, allowing the maids to tie the silver sash, a symbol of royal authority, around her. The royal robe, embroidered with golden thread, shone with a gorgeous luster in the sunlight. The East Parade ground. Brittany's voice was as light as a feather dropping to the ground. It was a masterpiece created by the second king when he moved the capital to Seru. The nobles' estates were razed to the ground, and earth and stone were piled up to create this parade ground capable of accommodating an army of 10,000. The maids continued to place the jeweled necklace on her, their movements gentle and caressing. Wu Hung stood on the other side, where 4 young maids were helping him dress in an elaborate mage's robe. The robe matched the temple statue, its silver embroidery gleaming in the morning light. Brittany had also prepared this robe for him, saying it would be more recognizable, reminding people of the spiritual enlightenment rather than the leader of the association. "Did those nobles agree to demolish the manor?" Wu Hung asked, raising his arm in agreement. The young maid helping him dress took the opportunity to pinch his sturdy forearm, only to be immediately slapped by her companion, blushing. Brittany smiled and said, "Our ancestors back then were much more courageous." Turning slightly, her accessories clashed with a crisp sound. For cameras have been set up throughout the arena. The footage will be broadcast live to various squares throughout the city to prevent crowding and any accidents. "That's fine, and more people will be able to watch." Wu Hung nodded. He had given Brittany the cameras and screens. This live broadcast format was much more convenient than watching in person. Wu Hung continued, "What did you say yesterday about the first trial?" Brittany's lips curled slightly as she said, "This year's first stage is the blind sword trial." "Sounds like it's different every year?" Wu Hung asked curiously. "Of course it's different. If it were the same every year, then practicing beforehand would be pointless." Brittany nodded slightly. A strand of her golden hair fell from her forehead, then was gently lifted and combed back by her maid. Brittany continued, "Competitors must walk blindfolded, sword in hand, across a 3-meter-high single-plank bridge. Various obstacles will be present along the way. Just making it across will qualify you for the first stage, making it quite easy. Wu Heng raised an eyebrow, understanding the test. 3 meters in height isn't a big deal for a professional, but walking in a straight line blindfolded, with obstacles and obstacles along the way, is quite challenging. This not only tests perception but also character. This year's registration is for children aged 10 to 15, level 8 and above, totaling over 300. Brittany's voice suddenly dropped. It should have been more. She took a deep breath and continued. Last year's civil war caused many families to lose trust in the royal family. Furthermore, some families don't recognize my succession, so the number of participants is smaller than in previous years. It will get better. You will become the greatest king the kingdom has ever known, Wu Heng said with a smile. I think so too, Brittany smiled. Just by raising a child to become a hero, he surpassed all previous kings. The kingdom of Yeko had no history of raising heroes. Whether he himself would become a hero, or actually raised a hero for the kingdom, it was something no previous king had ever achieved. Soon, Brittany donned her crown, and Wu Heng donned his divine robes. It's time to set off. Brittany clasped Wu Heng's hand, and they walked out together. Along the way, guards and attendants saluted one after another. The two, dressed in their finest attire, boarded the carriage and headed for the parade grounds. Make way. The bench carrier in front. A tall, thin man weaved through the crowd like a loach, the folding stool tucked under his arm occasionally bumping into the waists of those around him. Behind him followed a panting, portly companion, also clutching a normal wooden stool. The announcement says this black slate can actually display images? The fat man stood on tiptoe to peer at the giant screen hanging in front of him. The morning light shone on it, casting a faint blue hue on the faces of the audience in the front row. The thin man shoved the stool to the ground. Since the queen ascended the throne, she's come up with a lot of new things. I heard they were all learned from Treasure Island. And the Week of Courage is so important in the kingdom of Yek. How could she just leave it here if it wasn't useful? I think the queen is a little too impatient. She's been causing so much trouble for the kingdom lately. New policies have been issued every few days, and I can't even remember what they were, the fat companion continued. She's a little too impatient. The two of them sat down as they spoke. The seat here is pretty good, there's no room to squeeze in any further. Behind the two, more and more people gathered, the square packed like a can of sardines. Noble viewing area. I heard that Sickly Rothschild is also participating. Silk gloves lightly covered their lips, agate rings gleamed in the sunlight. Several nobles and finery stood under a specially erected awning, maids bringing ice drinks. The old man leaning on a snake-headed cane beside them chuckled. After all, this year marks the queen's coronation. I heard the prizes for the winner are even bigger, so many people are sending their children here to try their luck. The age limit for the Week of Courage is set between 10 and 15. Many people choose to participate in the kingdom's Week of Courage at 15, giving them an advantage in both level and physical fitness. But rumors spread this year that support would be even greater, so many families sent people here to try their luck and familiarize themselves with the environment. But I heard something, someone said, leaning forward. The old man with the snake-headed staff lowered his voice. You mean the Vatican? Well, it depends on how long Brittany can hold on to this position. At the edge of the stands. Is Lord Edwin also interested in these children's competition? The young bard asked softly, leaning closer. The old man chuckled and pointed to the distant screen. Come watch the competition, and see this too. Can this thing really see the arena? Someone asked. Treasure Island technology. This kind of thing is very common there. The queen must have borrowed it from there, the old man replied. Everyone nodded, their expressions expressing their astonishment. As they were talking, a shout came from behind them. The list has been posted. Anyone want to bet on it? Get rich overnight. If you miss this opportunity, you have to wait until next year. The shouts echoed, and the crowds gathered around them. Even if they didn't bet on it, they still wanted to see who had a chance to win. East Parade Grounds. The entire viewing platform had been rearranged. The kingdom's officials were seated from bottom to top. The first and second floors held the kingdom's officials. The third floor housed important officials from the Imperial Council, and some survivors of the royal struggle. The fourth floor held Brittany's seat. She sat upright on a magnificent throne, draped in royal robes and a crown. Beside her stood her personal maid, and behind her were two tall, cloaked skeleton attendants. The ministers who had witnessed the palace's forced abdication of the eldest prince knew the terrifying power of these two towering skeletons. Even those with level 18 or 19 professional skills were no match for them. In the open space of the parade ground below, a formation of 300 children resembled a vibrant wheat field in the sunlight. Clad in uniform leather training armor, clutching wooden, unbladed weapons, they waited with a mixture of curiosity and anxiety for the start. Just then, footsteps sounded behind the queen. An announcement was made, and after hearing it, the young maid leaned over to Brittany's ear and whispered, "Your Majesty, it's almost time." Brittany nodded, and the maid turned and ordered, "The time has come. Have the skeletons activate the cameras." The order was quickly passed down, and the skeletons draped in black cloaks around the venue began adjusting their cameras. Simultaneously, screens in various squares displayed the entire scene. At the same time, all the screens in the squares lit up. East District Square. A sudden image appeared on the screen, hushing the noisy and cacophonous crowd. Someone pointed, "That's my granddaughter." A completely different commotion erupted from the observation deck in the aristocratic district. Look at the council seats. As the camera panned across the powerful officials, the dignitaries watching from the periphery spotted something peculiar in the seats. Then, the camera panned again, revealing Brittany filling the screen. She stood on the dais, sunlight streaming down her golden crown, her gaze gentle and resolute. "Young warriors, today is not a battle of victory or defeat, but a testament to your growth. The swords in your hands may not be heavy enough, but your hearts, brave, sincere, and fearless, are the sharpest weapons. May you sharpen your will in battle, forge friendships through confrontation, and become better versions of yourself, for the future of the kingdom." Then, instead of directly announcing the start, he raised his hand slightly, gesturing to the building beside him. The camera panned again. Just as everyone was wondering why the queen had finished her speech but hadn't begun yet, a figure appeared on the camera. Dressed in a gorgeous robe, with black hair and dark eyes, he appeared before everyone's eyes. Instantly, the entire kingdom erupted in excitement. Wu Hung, the deity worshipped by the Lingqi cult. Chapter 1038. When Wu Hung appeared on the dais, the noise in the entire square rose to a new level. "Mom, the statue has come alive. Oh my god, it's exactly like what was described in the newspaper, with black hair. The queen has invited a hero. No one could have imagined that this year's Week of Courage would actually invite the most renowned hero. And, moreover, a deity worshipped by the Lingqi cult. A living deity. Viewing area for the distinguished." The chatter and clinking of glasses abruptly ceased, and everyone stared at the screen. He actually came. The old man clenched his snake-headed cane. The person next to him continued, "Brittany really takes this event seriously, even bringing Wu Hung along. I have to say, Brittany is the only king who can invite a hero to participate. Ah! Why are you all discussing royal matters so much?" The beautiful lady sitting next to him rolled her eyes at the people who were constantly discussing kingdom affairs, her gaze still fixed on the screen. "Don't you realize our hero is more charming than a church window? That little Brittany eats really well." Compared to the reactions elsewhere in the city, the East Parade grounds was also engulfed in a commotion. Brittany remained seated on the throne, while numerous officials rose in unison, their faces gazing in horror at the building across the way. In their minds, Wu Hung still remembered storming into the palace and pulling the crown prince from the throne. Furthermore, after Brittany ascended the throne, she had also purged a number of the crown prince's former retainers. This time, he had come again. "I just hope I'm here for the Week of Courage, and nothing else will happen." The children waiting in the training grounds all looked up, their gazes piercing the sunlight as they watched the figure on the platform. They all heard of Wu Hung, the youngest human leader, a spiritual being of the Lingqi cult, who had vanquished pirates in the Emerald Sea and released pens, bicycles, watches, and many other items. The gazes were filled with curiosity and passion. On the building, Wu Hang's robe fell, its hems fluttering in the wind. A gentle smile remained on his face, his perception spreading silently like a spider web, enveloping the entire square. The ghosts had already been dispatched, roaming everywhere, watching for any potential threat. "Last night, I used the tortoiseshell again for divination. The result remained the same. An enemy would definitely appear today. In this world, wars lack precision missile strikes or weapons of mass destruction. The danger was often more direct, requiring the enemy to come forward. If the tortoiseshell's omen was correct, the enemy must already be in the city, watching him through the television." After a brief commotion, no danger appeared. "Today's swords." Wu Hung spoke slowly, his voice transmitted through the device. Untainted by hatred, only tempered by courage. After a brief silence, he spoke again. "I commend you as a hero of the Lingqi cult. Those who perform exceptionally well this time, if they reach level 18 before the age of 35, the Lingqi cult will support them to ascend to the status of hero." Supporting heroes. Among ordinary people, supporting these children to become heroes. Instantly, the entire city of Kelis seemed to have lost all sound. But then, the East Parade ground erupted in uproar, and the city was in an uproar. It was as if the whole city had exploded. As soon as Wu Heng finished speaking, the entire city of Kelis seemed to be set on fire. Screams, discussions, and cries of disbelief exploded like a tsunami, sweeping from Kelis City to the East Parade ground. Support, heroes! An official accidentally knocked over his wine glass. The kingdom will have its own hero. As soon as these words were spoken, the other officials also engaged in a heated discussion. If it's Chief Wu Heng, cultivating a hero shouldn't be difficult. There's no real need for a hero. As long as today's news gets out, the kingdom's status will be elevated. Her Majesty the Queen is truly remarkable. She's pulling the kingdom forward every step of the way. Even the association's Genius Support Program never boasted of cultivating heroes, but Wu Heng's promise was tantamount to saying that becoming a hero wasn't difficult. And, because he was the only one who believed in his success, everyone believed it could be successful. Amidst the roaring noise, Wu Heng gently raised his hand. He spoke to the camera. Courage Week has officially begun. On the high platform in the East School field, the examiners blew their whistles. The children, already lined up, were blindfolded and, one by one, stepped onto the 3-meter-high single-plank bridge. The planks, barely a palm's width, stretched across the air, while sandbags suspended on either side whizzed across like the pendulums of a giant beast. Bang! The first child took just 2 steps when he was violently knocked back by a sandbag, tumbling heavily onto the cushions below. He scrambled to his feet, but gritted his teeth and returned to the end of the line. 3 chances. Fall down, get back up. Even so, the rate of elimination was still beyond imagination. This seemingly simple test eliminated a large number of children, and sent them out of the examination hall. In the audience seats, Wu Heng's original form lazily leaned on a soft chair at the back of the hall, his fingers rapidly tapping away on his phone. And on the terrace, on the throne facing the training ground, an identical Wu Heng stood tall and straight, his gaze fixed on the trial field with a dignified gaze. This was a mirror double created by mirror image. The double occasionally tapped the armrest. Even the swaying folds of his robe were indistinguishable from the real person. As long as one wasn't observing closely, the effects within the camera were sufficiently convincing to be mistaken for the real thing. No danger was detected, and the guards had sealed off the entire area. Brittany's message lit up on the screen. Wu Heng's fingers tapped rapidly. The enemy must be a hero-level force, and the guards won't be able to detect them. If something really happens, follow the plan, and I take care of the rest. As soon as the message was sent, Brittany's reply arrived. Will they not come? Wu Heng replied, it's hard to say. If they're prepared, they won't give up easily. Brittany's message quickly returned. Okay, the city's residents are already highly agitated. If the Vatican is truly behind this, they will completely lose the trust of the kingdom's citizens. Wu Heng understood Brittany's meaning. The kingdom was holding the week of courage, and Wu Heng had promised to give children the opportunity to become heroes. If someone from the Vatican showed up in plain sight to sabotage the event, Brittany could simply spread some exaggerated propaganda to make the public believe the Vatican was trying to sabotage the event. The church would also face even greater resistance within the kingdom. But all this presupposes Wu Heng's victory. If he dies in battle, Brittany will also perish, and the regime will collapse overnight. The church would then remain the kingdom's orthodox religion. The spiritual Enlightenment church would be labeled a cult, and Wu Heng's name would become nothing more than a fleeting figure occasionally mentioned in taverns. As the saying goes, history is written by the victors. Wu Heng tapped his phone with his fingertips, and just as he finished typing, suddenly, hate sense pierced his spinal cord like a steel needle. He looked up suddenly, his pupils constricting. A figure flew swiftly from a small distance, shouting, Uncle, be careful. Wu Heng's magic circle flashed, and his figure instantly vanished. Bang! A blazing white meteor ripped through the clouds in the sky, its might piercing the air. Wu Heng, the mirror image on the throne, was instantly struck by the light. The arrow pierced through the shadow, and the remaining force, like a hot knife through butter, penetrated the metal chair back and the stone pillars behind him. The entire metal throne melted instantly under the intense heat, transforming into red-hot molten iron, hissing and emitting white smoke. It's here! Wu Heng appeared in a deserted stone building 10 meters outside the training grounds, his eyes icy as he gazed into the distance. From the sky, 3 golden streaks of light streaked like meteorites, stirring up visible gusts of air wherever they passed. Wu Heng had seen this common movement pattern used by the heroes of the Holy See several times. Boom! A massive golden bell shadow descended from the sky, enveloping the entire building. The stone building collapsed, and the ground cracked. The surrounding grass, trees, earth, and rocks were reduced to dust by the shockwaves, and the shockwaves sent dust high into the sky, like a man-made sandstorm. Inside the training grounds. Bang! The roar of the falling golden bell shook the building violently. Brittany's pupils suddenly constricted, and she glanced in horror at the smoke rising in the distance. It had indeed arrived. Wu Heng's earlier suspicions had been true. They would definitely attack today. Below, the ministers were thrown into a state of confusion. They didn't know how the fighting had suddenly begun, but it was clearly related to the heroes. A battle between heroes. This was more than ordinary people could handle. Silence! Brittany shouted coldly, slamming her scepter to the ground. The ministers froze in their places, trying to remain silent. Your Majesty, I will escort you. Your Majesty, this way. The carriage is ready. The chief mage, the military commander, and several high-ranking ministers of the kingdom quickly gathered around. They showed a rare concern for Brittany's life. Brittany glanced at the crowd and gave a solemn order: evacuate the contestants, declare martial law throughout the city, and execute looters on the spot. Yes. Several guards quickly departed. Brittany glanced back at the distance and, protected by her skeletal attendants, quickly withdrew. And on Wu Heng's side. Ding! The ripples of the giant bell had barely dissipated when a bronze spear shot through the air like a meteor. The moment the spear point collided with the bell, crack! The golden bell shattered like fragile glass, the fragments dissolving into tiny specks of golden light before they even hit the ground. At this moment, 3 figures descended in a triangular formation, their black robes cast aside, revealing their faces. Even though Wu Heng had never seen the 3 newly promoted heroes of the Vatican, he knew they were the 3 before him. An old man with empty hands, one holding a scepter, and the last holding the holy sword of the church. This holy sword also left a lasting impression. It was wielded by the previous religious leader, Sayadu. It seemed he was the new religious leader, Draco. They exchanged glances, no words, no opening remarks. The religious leader's holy sword struck first, its golden energy tearing through the ground like a raging tide. Wherever it passed, the stone slabs evaporated and the air burned. Wu Heng's figure vanished in the blink of an eye. As he reappeared, a cloud of golden lightsabers behind him erupted in streams of light. With a pointed spear, the mist in the air instantly condensed into water arrows, colliding with the golden sword wave. Boom! The magical energies collided, and the shockwave of the explosion lifted the ground high into the air, amidst the swirling debris. Amidst the cloud of dust, countless blood-red flying knives descended like a swarm of bees. Following the knives, the vampire skeleton, Count Pizza, flapped its fleshy wings and flew swiftly, charging directly at the elder among the 3. At the same time, 2 rivers of gray sword-light crisscrossed the battlefield, piercing the other man. Straightening across the battlefield like a comet, Corn Sword Masters 1 and 2 followed closely behind. Something's wrong. The pupils of the 3 Vatican heroes constricted simultaneously. The intelligence only mentioned flying skeletons that used brute force to charge, but nothing about undead creatures capable of unleashing heroic-level abilities. Gray sword energy, blood-red flying knives. This was no ordinary undead, it even threatened their lives. Wu Heng was indeed conducting undead experiments. Those hesitant members of the association. Seeing the 3 skeletons approaching, one hero suddenly clenched his hands. A golden choir's shadowy form emerged from the clouds, its holy Buddhist chants washing down like a tide. The skeleton's bones rustled in the holy light, their movements visibly slowing, as if held back by invisible chains. It was that move again. Wu Heng's bronze spear detached from the religious leader upon contact, rapidly gathering undead power. He pointed his finger skyward. Boom! The dark shadow of an ancient bell tower ripped through the sky, its decaying bronze bells swaying on their own, creating layers of black ripples. The soul fire in the eye sockets of the affected skeleton suddenly surged, their bones creaking with a teeth-grinding sound, yet they withstood the choir's pressure. Death knell. This was a first-level merit granted by the association, and it was being used for the first time. At that moment, the sky was split in 2. On one side, the choir shone with golden light, while on the other, the black bells vibrated and vengeful spirits wailed. The visual impact was immense. Count Pizza spread his wings again, no longer wielding his blood-red flying knives. His body vanished in a bloody mist, appearing the next second directly behind the heroic old man. The skeleton's mouth opened, its sharp fangs biting at the man's neck. The old man, startled, dodged the blow with a stream of light. Filthy creature! The old man cursed, suddenly lashing out with a shackle engraved with holy patterns. Crack! The shackles precisely latched onto Count Pizza's neck and wrist, slamming him into the ground. No matter how the skeleton struggled, the golden light from the shackles weighed down like a mountain, and every resistance only brought a more intense crushing blow. The body was smashed deeper and deeper, until its entire head dug into the ground. "I kill him. You hold these two skeletons back," the old man shouted. The other man nodded, and two golden knights appeared before him, jointly intercepting the two skeletons' radiating gray sword energy. As the old man took a step, a ghost suddenly appeared before him, its finger pointing to his brow. The illusion vanished in a flash. Just as he regained clarity, a deep sense of drowsiness overtook him. Then the ghost possessed him, and a constant sense of wrestling arose within him. The ghosts kept appearing and disappearing, and the moment they became invisible, they were completely undetectable. Damn it! How could there still be so many ghosts? Clang! In midair, the bronze spear and the holy sword collided, the shockwave lifting the ground for 100 meters. With each slash of Wu Heng's spear, the sword's radiance dissipated, as if stripping away the artifact's power. The religious leader, skilled in close combat, had already stared wide-eyed in disbelief as Wu Heng, with his vampire wings spread out, pressed down on him. A necromancer could possess such immense power? Power even greater than his own. "What are you two doing? Can't you even handle a skeleton?" The religious leader roared. Swish, swish, swish. Water bolts pierced his thighs, and Wu Heng kicked him away. At the same time, flashing wings followed, coldly saying, "Haven't you considered that even three of you can't defeat me?" Chapter 1039. The Royal Palace. The air inside the palace was so stagnant, it was almost suffocating. A group of ministers fled back to the palace in a panic, their robes disheveled and sweat dripping from their foreheads. Occasionally glancing out the window, they saw the distant sky torn in two, one half a holy golden choir, the other a decaying black bell tower. The aftermath of the energy collision, even from miles away, shook the crystal chandeliers slightly. Faced with this scene, even if they had escaped, some still clutched their chests to suppress their pounding hearts, while others, with trembling legs, struggled to stand, clinging to the hall's massive pillars. Is this a battle between heroes? Ordinary professionals weren't even qualified to watch. At that moment, the side door of the palace slowly opened. Brittany, supported by her maid, walked in steadily, her skirt unruffled, as dignified and composed as ever. But her face, which had been as happy as it had been at the start of Week of Courage, was now as cold as ice. Following closely behind her were two towering skeletons, with insect wings on their backs. Further behind them were the king's fully armed guards, swords drawn, alerting all around. "Your Majesty." The military commander stepped forward, his armor clanging. "Please proceed to the underground fortress to ensure your—" Brittany raised her fingertips, and the commander's words abruptly stopped. "It's all right," Brittany whispered. If Wu Heng died, she wouldn't survive either. Going to the fortress didn't matter much. Besides, Wu Heng knew the other side's moves in advance, and was certain to win. The hall fell silent for several minutes again. A commander hurried into the hall, bowed, and reported, "Your Majesty. All the participating children have been escorted home. Due to the chaos, there were some minor injuries from being trampled, but no one died." "Well done, you did well," Brittany praised calmly. The ministers, in turn, looked curiously at the commander, who had come to report. This time, they reacted swiftly, evacuating on one side, and sending the participating children out on the other. The hall fell silent again for a moment. "Your Majesty." The military commander stepped out again, speaking coldly. "The Vatican hero has openly attacked the kingdom ceremony, treating our people and children like worthless grass. If we don't file a protest with the association, where will the kingdom's dignity lie?" Filing a protest with the association, suing the Vatican hero. Everyone was stunned at first, then immediately erupted in an uproar. Suing the hero? When did the kingdom become so arrogant, to dare to say such words? An old minister in a purple robe immediately stepped forward. His voice, calm yet sharp, said, "Your Majesty, the battle of heroes is not for an ordinary kingdom to interfere. The kingdom has maintained neutrality for centuries. Why not wait until the heroes have decided the outcome before making a decision? Isn't that fence sitting?" A young general suddenly interrupted, shouting, "Captain Wu Heng promised to train heroes for the kingdom. If he backs down now, wouldn't that be a betrayal? That's a fight between heroes. Even the association can't intervene, so what can we do about it? At the very least, you should make a statement. Your attitude could ruin the kingdom today." The ministers present began to speak, and the argument intensified. Brittany sat upright on the throne, her gaze sweeping over the officials below. She wasn't looking at those who opposed the decision, but rather at those who wanted to boycott the church and align themselves with Wu Heng. According to her understanding of the officials present, their choices were to either align themselves with the church or remain neutral, whichever side wins. Unexpectedly, many people today directly sided with Wu Heng, even directly boycotting the church. But on second thought, he immediately understood why. As his gaze swept over the few who stood steadfastly against the church, he immediately understood their intentions. These people had reached level 18, or were close to it. Wu Heng had promised to train heroes for the kingdom. They were beginning to be tempted. They wanted to take a gamble. If Wu Heng won, could he support them? After a moment of debate, Brittany tapped the handrail, and the room gradually quieted. She spoke in a deep voice. For over 500 years, the kingdom of Yeko has been a supporter of the church. The resources it has contributed, and the believers it has provided would pave every road from the capital to the cathedral. Yet the church has never considered the kingdom's perspective. The officials narrowed their eyes and fell silent. And Chief Wu Heng? Brittany suddenly chuckled, then continued, he built streetlights for the kingdom, quelled the war between the cities of Rentam, and promised to train the kingdom's own heroes. It's clear who truly cares about the kingdom. With this, the two sides indeed formed a stark contrast. No one spoke. Brittany coldly ordered, the Imperial Council shall draft a bill to expel all churches within the territory for attempted murder. Also, write a letter to the association, submitting evidence that the Vatican's heroes have violated the peace treaty. After a brief pause, the guards will immediately proceed to the local church. Priests and knights will be executed, and nuns will be imprisoned. The three leaders of the Imperial Council exchanged a solemn glance. This was a complete break with the Vatican. Your Majesty. An elderly minister's throat rolled. There are a large number of Vatican followers among the people. If we rashly strangle the priest, we probably provoke a riot. Yes, Your Majesty. Why don't we first hear what the association says? Another person echoed. The kingdom has just stabilized. It needs rest and recuperation, and it needs to be cautious. Brittany's gaze swept down. So what you're saying is? Brittany's voice grew more serious. Continue kneeling. The Vatican has reached the royal city, and we're still waiting for their false mercy? Then, without further explanation, he turned to the commander of the royal guards. Follow orders. Yes. The commander pounded his chest with his right hand, his iron gauntlet clanging loudly, and he strode out. A deathly silence fell over the hall. Everyone understood what this meant. If Wu Heng won, the kingdom of Yeko would be completely free of the Vatican. If Wu Heng lost, everyone present today would be branded a blasphemer, and not a single one would survive. Brittany, this is tying everyone together. Inside the city, people tilted their heads upward, their pupils reflecting the terrifying scene in the sky. Even though the live broadcast had been turned off, the image of the arrow piercing Wu Heng and the throne left an indelible impression on everyone. Add to that the shadowy image of the choir, filling the sky in the distance. One could also guess the other party's identity. Move aside. Official notice. Iron boots crushed the bluestone slabs as the royal city guards pushed through the crowd. The notice unfolded with a rustling sound and was affixed to the notice board. In the right corner, it bore the wax seal of the Imperial Council. As the guards reached the next intersection, the crowd immediately gathered. A bard was pushed onto a wooden box, reading the notice in a trembling voice as he read, the heroes of the church, under the guise of the weak of courage, have murdered Lord Wu Heng, blocking the kingdom's path to becoming heroes. As the contents of the notice were read, the crowd erupted again. On the other side, blasphemers, you will be punished by the gods. The roars of the priests echoed across the square. Their snow-white robes, stained by the dust, were dragged along as they were forcibly carried to the execution platform. This is blasphemy. You will have no afterlife. You cannot do this. The Holy Church will not let the Yeko kingdom off. The priests roared. Fear filled their faces at the prospect of the guards' real attack. Below, a large crowd had gathered, and many believers were charging the guards, loudly questioning and arguing. The scene was a state of chaos. Soon, all the priests were dragged to the execution platform. The captain of the guard raised his sword, glanced toward the palace, took a deep breath, and gave a cold command, behead. Amidst the sharp whistling of blades slicing through the air, more than a dozen heads tumbled to the ground. Blood splattered across the flower bed in the center of the square, staining the surroundings crimson. God, why is this happening? Brittany, you are a sinner of the kingdom. In the center of the square, wailing filled the air. Have you ever considered this? Wu Heng's bat wings suddenly flapped, and he charged forward like a ghost, his bronze spear transforming into a streak of green light and piercing the air. 3 men can't defeat me? The religious leader was about to transform into a golden light and escape, but his eyes fixed, and he swung his sword forward. With a clang, it struck the spear, sending a dazzling explosion of sparks. Trample, tramp, tramp. The religious leader was shocked and took 3 steps back, the ground beneath him collapsing. He stared ahead with a frown, shouting, "Who are you? You're not a necromancer. No magic class could possibly possess such power." Combined with the many things that had happened to him, he increasingly suspected he was some ancient monster reincarnated. Wu Hung didn't reply. He reached out to catch the flying spear. His figure flashed, appearing and disappearing in the sword's light. In the blink of an eye, he appeared at the other side, his spear raining down like raindrops. The golden light of the holy sword in the religious leader's hand continued to dissipate, and he seemed to be struggling more and more. "Aren't you the 4 holy thrones?" Wu Hang's spear came down like a mountain, crushing him. "Why are there only 3 of you? Or are you hiding and afraid to see anyone?" The religious leader's face was stern. "Killing you is enough." With that, he raised his head and roared, and a holy light as blazing as the sun burst out from his body. Buzz! Wu Hung felt as if thousands of bronze bells were ringing simultaneously in his head. His vision went white, and at the same time, a tremendous force pushed him backward 100 meters. Taking advantage of this moment, the religious leader whipped out a pitch-black iron chain, its shaft engraved with twisted runes, and each link inlaid with a shrieking relief of a human face. He swung it straight at Wu Hung. Swish! The chain shot out like a living thing, twisting in midair into a ferocious python, its fawn-like barbs piercing Wu Hang's limbs. But Wu Hung possessed a mental barrier, and his abnormal state vanished in the blink of an eye. He swung his bronze spear violently, smashing it against the flying chain. Bang! The chain exploded into shattered fragments, and the twisted reliefs of human faces vanished with a shrill wail. The religious leader's expression darkened even further, as he roared into the distance. "What's wrong with you? Can't you handle the skeletons and ghosts?" On the other side. "Go back to your graves." The white-haired Vatican hero roared, his snow-white robes fluttering in the wind. A brilliant golden shadow suddenly unfolded behind him, a waterfall of holy light. He raised his golden greatsword high and slashed down at the ghost in front of him. Swish! Where the sword flashed, the air smelled of burning, and a furrow like molten gold was plowed through the ground. But the ghost dissipated like smoke the moment the sword reached him, vanishing in an instant. A stream of mocking laughter lingered in the air. "You can't hit me, you're so angry. Guess where I am?" La la la. The old hero's eyelids twitched with anger. He tried to turn and rush to his companion's aid, but ghosts emerged from the shadows again. One soul reached out to touch his forehead, while another struck him from behind, striking his back. Granda's abilities include attacks targeting the soul. The old hero was forced to turn and block, only to be entangled by the ghosts once again. He was now caught in a dilemma. If he remained motionless, the 4 ghosts wouldn't appear so frequently. But if he tried to rush to the aid of either side, the 4 ghosts would interfere. The most troublesome thing was that one could enter a fantasy, while the other forcibly pulled people into a dream. He hadn't expected all 4 ghosts to possess such high attributes. Even the immortal emperor of the endless desert probably didn't possess heroes of this caliber, let alone 4 of them. He stood still, flanked by companions, who constantly urged for help. But he could only remain frozen in place, concentrating intensely to prevent his consciousness from entering a fantasy or dream. Further to the right, the middle-aged hero raised his arms to the sky, and thousands of golden sword energies poured out like a flood, converging in the air into a dazzling golden river, shooting forward. Corn Sword Saints 1 and 2 quickly moved together, also condensing a torrent of gray sword energy, and once again crashed into the golden river. Bang! The moment the 3 forces collided, space trembled. The ground in the center collapsed layer by layer, and the rubble was crushed into dust before it could even fly. The middle-aged hero's face was ashen. Hearing his companion's cries, he shouted without turning back, "Wait a little longer. It seems your friends are too late to save you." Wu Hang's voice lingered in the air, but his figure had suddenly vanished. The next moment, he appeared at the religious leader's side like a ghost, his spear wielded with a sharp, piercing sound as it struck down upon his head. At the same time, countless water arrows and streams shot out from all directions, blocking the religious leader's every escape route like a torrential rain. The religious leader's pupil shrank suddenly, fear crawling up his spine like a venomous snake. He gritted his teeth, and golden light emanated from his body again, knocking Wu Hung back 100 meters. "Your close combat ability comes from that weapon, right?" The religious leader suddenly smiled, as if he had discovered the other party's secret. With a casual flip, a golden silk scroll suddenly appeared in his hand. Unfolding it suddenly, 2 large golden characters appeared on the scroll and shot into the sky. Forbidden troops, boom! An invisible and vast force instantly enveloped an area of 100 miles. Wu Heng felt the spear in his hand suddenly become as heavy as a mountain. With a tremble of his fingers, the weapon fell to the ground with a thud, embedding deeply in the earth. At the same time, the religious leader's holy sword, the Count of Pizza's 2 daggers, and the old hero's scepter, all the weapons were firmly nailed into the ground. With everyone without weapons, the religious leader, in turn, exuded a confident expression. His figure transformed into a golden light, instantly closing in on Wu Heng and grabbing his shoulder. "I got you!" He clenched his silver-armored right fist and smashed it hard into Wu Heng's face. Bang! The expected head didn't explode. The religious leader's smile froze. His punch struck like a blow against a steel plate. "You got me?" Wu Heng's head, which had tilted back, straightened again. Crimson lines appeared on his face and neck, like magma surging beneath his skin, and the scorching heat distorted the air. Before the religious leader could react, Wu Heng's fists blasted out like a violent storm. Bang! Boom! Boom! Each punch was accompanied by a wave of explosive air, the very air shattering. The religious leader frantically tried to block, but was horrified to discover that the opponent's punches were at an extremely tricky angle. The counterattacks landed on Wu Heng like an ant trying to shake a tree, and the opponent didn't dodge or avoid them. And each blow from Wu Heng's fists shook his internal organs to the point of rupturing. Even more terrifyingly, his body was rapidly losing moisture, his skin wrinkled, and his movements became increasingly slow. Puff! Suddenly, Wu Heng's 5 fingers, like hooks, stabbed into the religious leader's chest. Blood spurted, and with a fierce tug, a still-beating heart was forcibly ripped out. Scalding blood flowed down Wu Heng's arm. The religious leader stared in disbelief at the heart held in the enemy's hands. Damn it! 3 men couldn't defeat him. Wu Heng stared at him coldly. Now, who's got who? Chapter 1040. Becoming a hero, one's heart and head are no longer fatal weaknesses. Even if damaged, they won't kill him instantly. The religious leader's chest was hollow, blood pouring out like a waterfall, scorching the scorched earth beneath him a dark red. His heroic physique caused his muscles to instinctively wriggle, attempting to heal, but the foul light lingering around the wound suppressed their recovery. And his gaze, fixed intently on Wu Heng, turned into a wariness mingled with fear. He had miscalculated. He had thought he could gain the upper hand without his weapon, but the opponent's blows seemed even more powerful. He had been beaten into this state. Not far away, the sounds of the other 2 Vatican heroes fighting gradually faded, and he kept glancing inward. Wu Heng's mage robes rustled, and the crimson lines on his skin flowed like lava. A beating heart was casually grasped in his hand, and every contraction spurted out tiny beads of blood. The impact of the scene was so overwhelming that even the 2 battle-hardened heroes felt momentarily dazed. The 3 of them might not be able to defeat him. Wu Heng had the upper hand, but it was also painful. Each strike from the religious leader carried a penetrating divine attribute. Furthermore, the choir's shadowy figures in the sky continuously shed holy light, affecting not only the undead, but also his entire body, a burning sensation like a branding iron pressing against every inch of his skin. He glanced down at the still-twitching heart in his hand. Crack! Under the gaze of everyone, he bit off a piece of flesh. Blood dripped down his chin, and the sticky sound of chewing was clearly audible. Sparkle resistance increased. The moment the system notification popped up, the burning sensation all over his body suddenly eased. As expected, this effect, increasing resistance, can solve the problem. What the hell are you? The religious leader's mind completely collapsed. With a furious curse, he transformed into a streak of golden light and fled into the distance. Wu Heng stored his heart in his spatial ring and instantly vanished, blocking the golden light's path. Bang! A whip kick came down like a battle axe, ripping the air apart in visible ripples. The religious leader slammed into the ground like a meteorite, sending rubble and dust soaring into the sky like a fountain. Whoosh! A golden beam suddenly shot out from the smoke and dust. Wu Heng ducked, the beam brushing past his ear before melting a hole several meters in diameter into the distant mountain wall. Below, the religious leader attempted to escape again, but a torrential downpour of water arrows instantly blocked all escape routes. The religious leader's fleeing figure faltered. A momentary pause as Wu Heng pursued him once more. Bang, bang, bang. A torrent of fists struck him all over his body. No technique, no pattern, simply an absolute crushing force of power and speed. Each punch unleashed a circular wave of air. The religious leader felt his opponent's attacks grow more ferocious, like a beast with endless energy. He had no chance of escape, and it was difficult to resist. The golden light that protected his body shattered like a fragile eggshell under the torrential blows. What kind of mage was this? What kind of monster was this? Puff! The next second, the hole in his chest was pierced again, ripped apart with force. Crack! The religious leader's body was torn in two like rags, his internal organs and blood splattering everywhere. Even a hero couldn't heal at this point. A ghost emerged from the remains. It didn't rage, it didn't roar. It simply glanced at Wu Hung coldly, then turned and disappeared. Bone cage. A grim bone cage rose from the ground, but no ghost was within. Escaped? Wu Hang's eyes narrowed. Glinda, he's escaped. Glinda, who was locked in combat with the old hero, vanished at the words. The old hero roared, and a golden shadowy sword slashed down from behind him, cascading down like a waterfall of holy light. Take care of yourself. Wu Hang's figure appeared behind him through teleportation. He heard a voice from behind. The old hero's face twisted instantly, fear flooding his eyes, like a tide, drowning the fighting spirit. Evil, evil. The voice trembled, as if trying to muster strength. Holy light surged around him, burning the ghost and Wu Hang's body. The golden shadowy sword rose high, then slashed down fiercely. The shadow, a condensation of holy light, was an elemental form, and the sword in his hand was unaffected by the effects of the forbidden soldier. Boom! Sword energy slashed down, and a chasm dozens of meters long crumbled across the ground. Wu Hung dodged ghostly, then landed a solid kick on the old hero's chest. The leather armor instantly dented, and he vomited blood. His body, blasted backward by the force of the kick, flew backward. Wu Hang's bat wings spread out, following closely behind him. Attack faster! The old hero roared. The golden shadow swung his sword frantically, unleashing streams of sword energy in an attempt to slow the opponent's advance. At the same time, he frantically pulled a dagger from his space ring. As soon as it appeared in his palm, it dropped to the ground with a clang. Forbidden soldiers! Damn them! The old hero cursed again. Just then, Wu Hung had already arrived beside him, his fist crashing down like a meteorite. Boom, boom, boom. Each blow was accompanied by the crisp sound of shattering bones. The old hero was torpedoed back and forth in the air like a broken sandbag. The holy light phantom grew fainter and fainter. With the gritted teeth, the old hero's body began to radiate a powerful light, then suddenly exploded with a bang. Wu Hang's body was thrown away. The old hero turned his head to look at another battlefield and roared, "Come on! Are we going to wait until we can defeat these monsters one by one?" Another Vatican hero heard this, and erupted with holy light. He forcibly broke free from the battlefield and flew towards them. A small voice suddenly rang in his ears, "Uncle, are they about to merge and transform?" The little girl was talking about the divine servant. In the last battle, the two Vatican heroes had been able to merge, forming a divine servant. Their combat power had instantly increased several levels. Now, instead of fleeing, the two men moved closer together, giving the impression that they were about to merge. "I know," Wu Hung said, giving chase once more. In the air, water droplets rapidly condensed, shooting out like a torrential rain, attempting to block the approaching two. But the two men, as if determined, charged directly into the area covered by the torrential rain, continuing to advance. Buzz, and within the dust cloud shrouded by the torrential rain, a dazzling holy light exploded like the scorching sun, and two figures began to twist and merge. Just as the two figures grew increasingly ethereal, gradually forming a six-winged divine servant, Wu Hung shot into the dust cloud like a cannonball. From the side of the two men, he launched a forward kick with a sonic boom, striking one of them squarely in the chest. Crack! With the distinct sound of bones cracking, the man flew backwards like a kite with a broken string, crashing into the rocks behind him. The eminently formed shadow of the divine servant instantly disintegrated, dissolving into a swirl of light. Wu Hung swung his fist, knocking the other man to the ground. He kneed him in the chest, his fists fading into shadows, falling repeatedly. Bang, bang, bang. The dense wind of his fists crushed the ground, and the other man, kicked away in the distance, was engulfed by the gray sword energy condensed by Corn Sword Masters 1 and 2. Wu Hung, don't kill me. The hero beneath him, his body in a disfigured state, begged for mercy. Killing me is useless. The church will have new heroes. Don't kill me. Let's negotiate. Wu Hung slowly straightened up, a blood-red aura emanating from his body. How did you create the new hero? The man's eyes narrowed. I can't say. Then die. Wu Hung smashed his throat with a punch, his head twisting strangely. The moment the corpse died, a ghost appeared. This time, Wu Hung was prepared. The bone cage quickly rose, trapping the fleeing ghost within. Wu Hung, this is a misunderstanding. Don't kill me. If the ghost is destroyed, I truly die. The ghost begged for mercy and terror. He didn't know how the ambush he had planned had escalated to this point. 3 of his heroes were brutally killed by a single blow from a single magic hero. Isn't it too late to say this now? Wu Hung took out the demon soul pot, and, drawn by the power of the dead, the ghost flew into it. Wu Hung, you can get compensation. Don't kill me. We can negotiate any terms. There's a misunderstanding here. Before he completely flew in, he could still hear the other party's cries, attempting to resolve the situation peacefully. After collecting all the ghosts into the magic soul pot, Wu Hung closed the lid and continued toward the distant rocky mountain. The rocky mountain had been whittled down to a flat slope, and 3 ghosts surrounded the ghost of the old hero. Seeing Wu Hung approach, he immediately said, "It's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding." Wu Hung unhurriedly took out the magic soul pot and opened the lid. "Go in." The power of the dead pulled him into the magic soul pot. "Uncle, isn't there another one?" Xiao Xiao asked. "Glinda's gone after them. Let's go check them out." Wu Hung sensed Glinda's direction and said to the skeleton, "Glinda, gather all the bodies." With that, he chased after Glinda. After flying for a distance, he saw Glinda floating leisurely in the air, with the trapped ghost of the religious leader beside him. He was now trying to persuade Glinda. "What future do you have following Treasure Island? Release me, and the church can give you more. Once the 2 sides start fighting, your favor today will be your only escape route. The church can even help you rebuild your body." Glinda glanced at him helplessly. Just as he was about to speak, he looked away and saw Wu Hung flying over with the other ghosts. "Is it over?" "It went better than expected," Wu Hung said with a smile. Xiao Xiao immediately said, "Auntie, you don't know? They tried to merge and transform, but Uncle kicked one of them away." "Didn't merge?" "No, if it had, we would have had to flee." The religious leader's expression grew even more solemn. It was clear the other 2 had also been killed. He took a deep breath and said sternly, "Wu Hung, I'm the leader of the association. You must handle this matter through the association." "You came to kill me. Did you go through the association's procedures?" Wu Hung interrupted with a raised eyebrow. The ghost paused. "This situation is different." Wu Hung unscrewed the lid of the pot. "Anyway, the association doesn't know you died at my hands yet. We see when they find out. Besides, the Vatican has no shortage of heroes, so whether you live or die doesn't matter. Wu Hung ignored his nonsense and also put it into the magic soul pot. 1 person and 4 souls returned to the main battlefield. Cornsword Masters 1 and 2 had already dragged the 3 bodies together. The religious leader's body was split vertically in half, and the other 2 were twisted beyond recognition. But it wasn't a big problem. The bodies would be repaired during the transformation into undead. The only problem was whether the internal organs could be properly extracted. After all, they were still needed to increase resistance. "Uncle, please save the Count of Pizza. He kowtowed so much today, and the New Year's money he received could buy him a house," Xiao Xiao said hurriedly. Wu Hung followed and saw the Count of Pizza, bound in shackles. The entire skull rested on the ground. A deep crater had been created beneath it. He still looked rather miserable. Heavy prisoner shackles, unique item. Effect, traps the target, restricting their movements. Side effect, target dies completely, releasing the shackles. Description, a pair of heavy, rusty shackles, their surface covered in wear and dark red stains, as if stained with the despair of countless prisoners. This item is quite impressive. But only death can remove it. Death of a death servant should extinguish its soul fire. One is an item, the other is a heroic skeleton. Wu Hung still felt the vampire skeleton, with its flight ability, was more important. "We can't unlock this strange artifact. We see how to rescue him later," Wu Hung said to Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao flew over and comforted the skeleton. "We rescue you later. Don't worry." Wu Hung took out a straw mat, and had Sword Masters 1 and 2 roll up the corpse. Then he went to pick up the fallen weapons. The words "forbidden soldiers" grew fainter in the sky, but they still hovered, like a law of restriction, altering the very rules of this area. The fallen weapons were still heavy, impossible to pick up. The weapons were still there, and he didn't dare leave. He sat down on a nearby boulder, took out his phone, and called Brittany to let her know he was safe. Palace Hall. Brittany sat on the throne, her slender fingers tapping the armrests. The captain of the royal guards knelt on one knee, his armor clanging against the ground with a crisp sound. Your Majesty, notices have been posted throughout the city. The captain's voice echoed in the empty hall. All churches of the Holy See are sealed off. 12 priests and knights have been publicly executed. At the word execution, her Adam's apple rolled unconsciously. The priests had truly been killed. There was no turning back. Brittany nodded slightly. What's the reaction in the city? There was a small-scale riot among the believers, but it's been suppressed, the captain reported, bowing his head. 352 radical believers have been apprehended. Patrols have been tripled and are patrolling the city. Brittany's slender fingers suddenly stopped. The temperature in the hall seemed to plummet. This is the terrifying aspect of the Vatican. Even without resorting to violence, a simple phrase like God's will in a sermon can transform a normally docile populace into fanatics. Even more terrifying is that in a world where everyone is a professional, if unrest gets out of control, it could literally overthrow the regime. Well done, Brittany finally said. Rest. The captain nodded and stepped aside to wait. A deathly silence fell upon the hall. The elderly court mage sat on a wooden stool brought by a maid, his bony fingers clutching his scepter. Beside him, a young official wiped the sweat from his forehead, leaving a small stain on the stone slab. There was nothing further to report. But the meeting wasn't over yet. Everyone knew what they were waiting for, the battle between the two factions outside. The final outcome, complete liberation from the Vatican, or everyone's death. Brittany suddenly raised her gaze and looked outside the hall. The hands of the wall clock slowly approached 12 o'clock. Ring, ring, ring. The crisp ring, like the breaking of a silver bottle, instantly shattered the silence within the hall. Everyone's eyes turned to the throne. Brittany pulled something from the inner pocket of her ornate gown and placed it to her ear. The queen's previously tense expression melted away as she heard the call. The corners of her lips curled upward, and a ripple of triumph flickered in her eyes. After a few words, she put the phone away and glanced downward again. Your Majesty, is there any news? The Chancellor asked nervously. 3 heroes of the church, Brittany's voice, clear and calm, echoed beneath the hall's dome. They have all been annihilated by His Excellency Wu Hung. Wow! The hall erupted in an uproar. Destroyed, not repelled, but utterly murdered. One man killed 3 heroes. Chapter 1041. The magnificent palace hall was now like a bustling market. The veteran ministers, usually known for their composure, had lost their usual composure. Mutual whispers echoed between the marble columns, and the solemn hall was filled with surprise and disbelief. Chaos, noise, quarrels. This? How can it be? 3 heroes, the church has existed longer than the association. Gods, that's not right. That's not what I meant. Those heroes, praised as invincible and unkillable, had fallen, 3 at once. No one believed Brittany was lying, because such a lie was meaningless. It would be hard to maintain even for half a day. Brittany sat upright on the throne, waiting for the chatter below to die down before issuing a cold order. Council of the King, immediately execute the order to expel the church. Before nightfall, this order must be sent to all regions, expelling all members of the church. This time, no one raised any objections. 3 important ministers stepped forward in unison. Your Majesty's command. Week of Courage will resume tomorrow, Brittany continued. Send potions to the children injured during today's evacuation to help them recover. The minister in charge of the tournament bowed deeply, his voice trembling as he accepted the order. Brittany then issued several other decrees, all of which had been discussed for a long time. This time, Brittany bypassed the various councils and issued them directly. After issuing the last decree, Brittany slowly rose. The royal robes trailed down the steps, gleaming brilliantly in the sunlight. He surveyed the ministers from above, and everyone subconsciously lowered their heads wherever his gaze fell. From today on, the kingdom of Yeko will usher in a new era. Brittany's voice was quiet, but every word was powerful. We will have our own heroes, our own independent government, and we will usher in the most glorious era. At this moment, Brittany's tone was filled with confidence. This confidence was not the arrogance of royal blood, but the success of time and again in major decisions. Those decisions that veteran ministers had called national ruin were now the cornerstones of the kingdom's rise. After she finished speaking, the hall was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Brittany waved gently. Everyone, go back and rest. Yes, Your Majesty. The minister saluted and headed outside. After leaving the gate, they unconsciously gathered together, whispering to each other. Flatly, words like 3 heroes, revenge of the church, and so on could be heard. The maid helped Brittany back to the chambers. After the door closed, her eyes lit up startlingly. Your Majesty, did the island master really win? Brittany raised a brow. Do you think there could be a second outcome? No, no. The maid frantically waved her hands, her cheeks flushing with excitement. I just didn't expect your majesty to be so formidable. Those are 3 heroes. Then, counting on her fingers, she said, including the previous ones, you killed 5 Vatican heroes, right? Does the Vatican have that many heroes? Shoo. Brittany gestured for silence. Let's keep this to ourselves. Don't spread such things outside. I won't say anything. The maid poured a cup of tea and continued, back then, His Highness the Crown Prince forced us to Treasure Island, but that actually helped us. Brittany's eyes wandered, as if lost in memories. At the time, the kingdom was in turmoil, and the royal family began searching for support. Desperate, Brittany fled to Treasure Island, hoping to convince Wu Hung to support her based solely on the stories of detective novels. Thinking back on it now, it was indeed a bit naive. But the ending was still good, better than anyone could have imagined. We are indeed quite lucky, Brittany murmured. She glanced out the window. All that remained was to wait for her master's return. She sat there, waiting for over 20 minutes. The Forbidden Guard's light curtain in the sky dissipated like shattered gold. Wu Hung darted to his bronze spear, picked it up, and wiped the dust off it. He scanned the attributes, confirming there were no issues, and then breathed a sigh of relief. If there was a problem with this weapon, the loss would be enormous. Wu Hung still had some confusion about the scroll the other party had released, which restricted the use of the weapon. A scroll of this caliber probably doesn't even qualify as a magic scroll. It's more like it touches upon the level of rules. How could it prohibit anyone within a certain range from using weapons? Luckily, I know a wide range of skills. Then Wu Hung walked towards the holy sword stuck in the ground not far away. The gemstone on the hilt still shone with a soft golden glow, standing out against the charred battlefield. Glow of Judgment, rare item. Effects, Divine Judgment, Resonance of Faith, Blade of Divine Punishment. Side effect, Light Hunger. Description, anyone who wields this blade must first judge themselves. Glow of Judgment, the name is a bit of a mouthful, so I rather call it Holy Sword myself. The Holy Sword has 3 effects in total, and with so many overlapping effects, it's a rare and exquisite artifact under any circumstances. It can be classified above the first level merit. Divine Judgment, the blade releases a stream of pure holy energy, doubling its effectiveness against dark creatures and inflicting irreversible cleansing damage. Faith Resonance, if the wielder holds a devout faith, holy power flows endlessly. Divine Punishment Blade, overdrawing holy power boosts the user's combat power and all attributes. All 3 effects increase combat power. Furthermore, it's clear that this weapon is exclusive to the church. Others, if they obtain it, may not be able to use it unless they are also followers of the church, sharing the same faith and attributes. Continuing with the side effects. Light Hunger, after wielding the holy sword, the user loses their senses of taste, touch, and other sensory pleasures, which can only be alleviated through prayer. The loss of these sensory pleasures, after use, is actually not serious. With such powerful attribute effects, the side effects even seem minor. Moreover, judging by the description, it's more like the abstinence mentioned within the Vatican. Overall, this weapon is right to be the holy sword of the Vatican. It's effective, with few side effects. Uncle! How is this weapon? Xiao Xiao observed curiously. A weapon of the Vatican. Wu Hung casually put the holy sword away. It fits the Vatican's attributes, so it won't be very useful in our hands. Xiao Xiao said, it looks pretty with all the gold, and could be used as a decoration in the entertainment city. Glenda smiled and said, isn't it a bit too ostentatious? After all, it's a special weapon of the Vatican, representing the status of a religious leader. Afraid of them? Xiao Xiao pinched her waist, then added, then sell it to the church, and let them buy it back with gold. Isn't that just aiding the enemy again? Benny warned. Then it's useless. Xiaoxiao's tone was filled with regret. Wu Hung ignored the chattering ghosts behind him, and continued to search the scorched earth carefully. He collected the fragments of broken items, and some dropped weapons. Slow Dagger, unusual item. Effect, reduces the speed of all moving objects within a 10-meter radius by 40%. Side effect, the user experiences a simultaneous sense of sluggishness. Description, some say this sword's blade is soaked in the poisonous blood of the slow beast, rendering any living creature that touches it clumsy. A short sword with a slowing effect. It looks pretty good. I might not need it myself, but I could give it to others. Scepter of Domination, unusual item. Effect, amplifies holy skills and summons holy flame. Side effect, requires 1 hour of soul whipping daily. Description, a staff known as the Light of the Martyrs. Some say it reveals the wielder's distorted face. Another weapon exclusively used by the Vatican. These Vatican artifacts are truly unique. Once released, no one else can use them. After putting this artifact away, Wu Heng approached the still kneeling Count Pizza. "Don't move," Wu Heng said. Count Pizza stopped moving, and Wu Heng's spear struck the shackles. Crack! The shackles snapped. Count Pizza slowly straightened his back, brushed off the dust, and walked behind Wu Heng. "Wipe your forehead," Xiao Xiao said. The Count of Pizza took the corner of his shirt and rubbed it vigorously against the black mark on his forehead. The scratch faded considerably. After Wu Heng confirmed that nothing was inside, he activated the mansion spell and let all the skeletons around him enter. He closed the mansion spell again and cast the teleport spell to leave. The figure reappeared, having returned to the queen's chambers. Inside the room, the maid who was tidying up shuddered. After seeing who was coming, she patted her chest and breathed a sigh of relief. "My lord, are you okay?" The collar of his shirt was still stained with blood, making him look like he was seriously injured. "It's fine." Wu Heng peered past the maid into the inner room. "Where's Brittany?" Before he finished speaking, the pearl curtains of the inner chamber suddenly opened. Brittany stepped barefoot across the carpet, barely able to tighten the ties of her nightgown, before collapsing into his arms. Wu Heng could feel her slightly trembling fingers clutching the hem of his shirt. "It's okay, the blood is the enemy's." Wu Heng patted her back gently. Brittany looked up, the worry in her eyes fading. She smiled and said, "You haven't had lunch yet, have you? I have someone prepare it for you." "Let's prepare the bath water first. Forget lunch. We have it together tonight," Wu Heng said. Brittany glanced to her side, and the maid tactfully said, "I prepare it." As the door gently closed, Wu Heng pulled her to sit down and continued, "Is everything okay on your end? After the incident, I had the guards seal off the Vatican Church, and all the clergy in the city were publicly beheaded in the square." Brittany reported in detail. Wu Heng listened, his eyes narrowing. Brittany's actions were even bolder than he imagined. While he was battling the heroes, she had executed all the city priests. "Are you so sure I win?" Wu Heng asked curiously. Brittany raised an eyebrow. "You're a great detective. Everything must have been planned. Isn't winning a given?" Wu Heng paused. "That makes sense." As the two spoke, the ghosts returned. Xiao Xiao leaned over and asked, "Princess, are you all right? Shouldn't I be the one asking you this? While you're facing the enemy, I'm in the palace." "I'm sure I'd be fine," Brittany said with a smile. Xiao Xiao proudly said, "We're definitely fine. Just 3 heroes, no big deal." Brittany smiled and said, "I feel the same." Soon, the maid returned. Seeing the ghost, she was startled at first, but then quickly recovered and said, "My lord, the bath water is ready." Wu Heng nodded. "I go take a bath. You two can chat first." With that, he headed towards the bathroom. From behind, Xiao Xiao could be heard recounting the battle with the 3 heroes. In the bathroom, stripping his clothes, he stepped into the tub. The warm water enveloped him, and Wu Heng breathed a sigh of relief, his tense muscles finally relaxing. Leaning back against the edge of the tub, he began to replay today's battle in his mind. The tortoiseshell's divination had been accurate. Even though no clues had been found before, the enemy had indeed appeared during the week of courage. Furthermore, with 3 heroes arriving this time, they had clearly made ample preparations. Among them, many highly targeted strange objects were used in the battle, which clearly showed that detailed pre-war arrangements had been made. However, after replacing his skeleton, his fighting style also changed. This caused some of their plans to go awry. Furthermore, the combat effectiveness of these 3 heroes was truly too weak. The first time he fought the previous pope on Treasure Island, the harbor and half a city block were razed to the ground. It was truly like a god descending from heaven. On the contrary, the heroes he deployed became increasingly weaker as time went on. Now, 3 of them can't defeat me alone. It must be because they were forcibly promoted to heroes. Especially for a profession like priests, which requires a certain amount of time for prayer and various Vatican affairs, leaving little time for training, and not enough actual combat. It's understandable that they can't defeat me. And the rewards this time were not small. The corpses of the 3 heroes can reach level 20 with a little training. And there are 3 ghosts. Maybe we can get some secrets out of them. We need to interrogate them carefully. He pondered for a while, thinking through everything, then stood up and stepped out of the tub. After changing into fresh clothes, he left the bathroom. Church. In the pristine white marble hall. On either side of a long slender white oak table, the current pope and Claudio, the head of the Honglan Society, sat opposite each other, their delicate silver tea set wafting curls of steam between them. The refreshments in the chapel are as exquisite as ever. Claudio sipped his scented tea, his eyes fixed on the Pope's face. The Pope smiled and nodded. It's an honor for the Holy See to have you in its good graces. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Claudio set down his teacup, the porcelain clinking against the marble tabletop. Religious leader Draco has been back for some time now, and the association's headquarters is overwhelmed with work. I wonder if he could come with me this time. The Pope slowly wiped the corner of his mouth with a handkerchief. Unfortunately, Draco hasn't returned yet. Claudio's eyes narrowed, and he leaned forward. Let me be frank. Leader Hadrei wishes the Holy See to immediately cease all actions against Wuheng and Treasure Island. The Pope's smile remained unchanged. He simply raised his hand to allow the priest to leave the room. Then he whispered, "What a pity. You're a little late." What do you mean? Claudio looked the other man straight in the eye. The sunlight was suddenly obscured by passing clouds, and the light in the hall dimmed suddenly. The Pope's smile held a confident complacency. Perhaps they have already met today. Chapter 1042. Claudio's face instantly darkened as dark as steel, his knuckles clenched until white. The association's greatest fear had finally come true. The Vatican's previous concessions were merely a disguise for a later plan. So you chose today to strike at Wuheng? Claudio's voice was serious, hinting at anger. The Pope leisurely set down his teacup, his expression remaining calm. There was no need to conceal the situation now. The plan was complete, and even if the association knew, it would be powerless to reverse it. As long as the person was alive, the association would try to protect him. But if the person died, who would truly seek justice for the dead? Perhaps it was just fate. The Pope smiled kindly. He's the registered leader of the association. Claudio roared. You now have no regard for the association at all. The Pope gently stroked the holy emblem embroidered in gold thread on his sleeve, his tone remaining calm. It's just a personal grudge. Why escalate it to the association? Looking up, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. Claudio, you and I both understand that only one of the church and that blasphemer can survive. Even though Claudio's words were tinged with anger, he didn't believe the association would actually do anything to the church now that Wuheng was dead. Claudio's breathing suddenly became heavy. Staring intently at the Pope's compassionate and gentle face, he suddenly realized that any argument at this moment was futile. The association will remember this day. Claudio abruptly stood up and left. The Pope smiled, raising his teacup. Give my regards to Chief Hadrei. Taking a sip of his tea, he added, by the way, we'll be holding a triumphal celebration next week. If you have time, please come and join us. Bang! The heavy door slammed shut, and the Pope finally allowed himself a triumphant smile. Local Association. Claudio's footsteps thudded down the association's corridor. Members bowed their heads as they saluted along the way. Everyone could see that the usually calm leader now had a hint of anger on his face. Pushing open the dormitory door, Claudio sat down at the table and unfolded the letter. He quickly wrote down the entire conversation he had just had with the current Pope. He took a deep breath, then placed the envelope in a sealed envelope. If I had known the situation was so serious, I should have followed Lilith's instructions and brought a portable radio with me. Leaning back in his chair, waiting for the wax to solidify, he began to ponder this matter. The three Vatican heroes had planned this operation in advance, and they must have prepared various props and artifacts to target Wuheng during this period. Let alone a new hero like Wuheng, who among the association's veterans could possibly escape unscathed in such a situation? For him, facing the siege of three heroes, all he could think of was to draw upon his years of experience and find a way to escape. And the Vatican's intentions were simple. With Wuheng dead, what could the association do to the Vatican? After a moment's thought, the wax seal solidified. Claudio stood up, opened the door, and handed the letter to the attendant at the door. Send it to headquarters. We depart immediately? Yes. The attendant saluted and hurried away. After handing over the letter, Claudio returned to his room and glanced out the window. A falcon perched on the eaves in the twilight, watching them intently. In front of the bulletin board in Kellis City, the latest notice was once again posted in a prominent location. The bard mechanically read its contents, his voice fading. Captain Wuheng. Killed 3. The bard's Adam's apple rolled. Heroes of the church. The crowd froze like statues. The square, where any notice would be met with criticism, was now silent. The week of courage had become a murder trap. The church had betrayed its promise, and the youngest hero, ambushed and hidden, had single-handedly killed 3 heroes. Everyone's face was filled with horror. Heroes. Those were no ordinary professionals. 3 had died in the Yeko Kingdom all at once. Never in his life had the Yeko Kingdom seen so many heroes. The bard swallowed and continued, gritting his teeth. From this day forward, all members of the church within the territory shall be expelled. The crowd's eyes widened again. Inside the bedroom, dusk slanted in through the glass windows, casting mottled shadows on the carpet. Brittany sat on the couch and said, "The latest announcement has been posted. The Week of Courage competition will resume tomorrow." As she spoke, her wide eyes looked over expectantly. "Will you still participate?" Wu Heng smiled and said, "The original plan wasn't too far off these 2 days." Brittany said happily, "Great. With you in charge, no one will question the contents of the announcement anymore." "Yes." Wu Heng smiled and nodded. The two chatted for a while, and then a young maid entered, whispering, "Your Majesty, the bathwater is ready." Brittany held out her hand, and the maid helped her to her feet. "I go take a bath first." "Okay." Wu Heng nodded, and Brittany went to the bathroom. After Brittany left, Wu Heng took out 3 interspatial rings seized from the Vatican's heroes. The Vatican's capital was still strong, and the interspatial rings of these 3 men were quite large, the kind that were in short supply on the market. "Uncle, take a quick look at what's inside," Xiao Xiao urged. The other 3 souls also floated beside him, as if waiting to open a blind box. Wu Heng began to take out everything one by one. Among the packages were a large amount of gold and silver coins, gold bars, Vatican clothing, books, ritual items, props, scrolls, rare items, and various other miscellaneous items. The entire room was filled. "Wow! So many things!" Xiao Xiao looked at them one by one. "Take whatever you like," Wu Heng said generously. The Empress complained, "Why are you so generous, taking other people's things?" "What do you mean by other people's things? Now they're all mine," Wu Heng emphasized. Xiao Xiao chimed in, "That's right." The ghosts selected items they liked, not disregarding the various symbols of the church carved on them. Anything that looked good was fine. Wu Heng exchanged a few words with the Empress before beginning to examine the rare items he hadn't seen before. Scanning through the array of rare items, his gaze fell on a longbow. Bow of disintegration, rare item. Effect: supervisual locking, material disintegration. Side effect: perception corrosion. Description: a longbow crafted from the withered branches of an ancient oak tree, a wood elf. Anyone who wields it will become a top-tier marksman. Wu Heng's eyes narrowed. He recalled the arrow that had pierced his mirror double, and the chair on the viewing platform. Besides the stand shattering, the chair also melted like magma. The power was quite immense. I looked closely at the 2 effects of the artifact. Supervision lock. The holder has a longer range lock on the target, and the bowstring automatically aligns, guaranteeing a hit. Wow, self-alignment, and a guaranteed hit. This is similar to the lock effect in the game. Matter disintegration. When the arrow hits the target, any material it touches begins to dissolve. Any material begins to dissolve. In other words, this bow. It locks on the target from a distance, and then dissolves the target after a hit. Oh my god, if I hadn't been prepared, I might have been wiped out in one fell swoop. I really did prepare thoroughly. With these 2 effects, I can imagine the consequences of being hit. Luckily, I prepared in advance. I looked at the final side effect. Perception corrosion. After using it, your perception becomes clouded, significantly reducing your perception. A side effect of perception. It didn't feel too serious. In fact, it wasn't so bad. Now this weapon was mine. From now on, if I disliked someone, I could just shoot them from a distance. It should be quite effective. Looking back, his eyes fell on a wooden box. When he opened it, he found a shrunken tumor. Hemorrhoidal tumor, unusual item. Effect: soul reincarnation. Side effect: life drain. Description: a product of midwifery, representing both death and rebirth. Seeing the strange item before him, Wu Heng frowned again. A strange item for the reincarnation of ghosts. It was almost certain to be the same reincarnation item used by the previous religious leader. The Empress had described it when she went to rescue the pregnant woman, Liz, who was acting as a carrier. It was bright red and bloodshot, but now it was gray and shrunken. Thinking of this, Wu Heng's eyes narrowed slightly. They brought this rare artifact here, and Brittany was pregnant. Could these people be so wicked? "Empress!" Wu Heng called to his side. The Empress, who had been mocking Xiao Xiao for not being able to choose valuable things, turned around at the sound. Her eyes flickered as she landed on the tumor on the table. "They brought this thing here too?" The Empress flew over. Wu Heng asked, "Is it the same one?" "Yes," the Empress replied. Wu Hung smiled and said, "It's surprising that this thing has fallen into our hands in this way." The Empress continued, "This rare artifact seems a bit too evil. It's best not to use it." "I understand. If you want to be resurrected, I help you find a way." Wu Hung nodded. The Empress nodded. Not to mention that her own ghost hadn't yet considered reincarnation. Even if it did, no one would likely resort to such a life-for-life method. After briefly examining the remaining items, Brittany returned in her bathrobe. She glanced at the things here and on the floor, pointed to the bedroom, and walked in first. Wu Hung took inventory and sorted them out by category. As the sky darkened, he retired to his room to rest. Treasure Island, a whistle blew, and railroad tracks materialized. The ghost train stopped at the beach, the doors opened, and an old man in a black butler's coat stepped out, his black umbrella unfurled, waiting at the door. Then, a small leather boot tapped gently on the ground, and Lilith, dressed in a young girl's outfit, stepped off the train and stood under an umbrella. With a clang, the doors closed, and the train disappeared again. Lilith stood there, glancing around, then pulled out her phone. Ding dong. Ding dong. Ding dong. A series of notifications rang out, and several unread messages instantly popped up on the screen. These were all from Wu Hung, 2 of which included pictures about him participating in the Yak Kingdom's Week of Courage. Humph. Lilith snorted and put her phone away again. The old butler asked, "Miss, are you heading straight back to the mansion?" "No rush." Lilith continued, "Let's go to the port and see what's happened recently." The 2 of them determined the direction, and the butler, holding an umbrella, walked together towards the port. Arriving at the residential area, the bustle of life washed over them like a heat wave. Pedestrians strolling, busy workers, and some sailors playing cards around a wooden crate. Trade an Illyria purple card for a DPS card of the same tier. Even the difference is fine. Are you dreaming? That card's triple the price at the tavern. Unless you throw in a few more cards. I have a few blue cards here, perfect for exchanging for a couple of drinks at the tavern. Lilith paused. Through the crowd, she caught a glimpse of the image on the card. A female swordsman. New cards? Lilith glanced at it, and the old butler squeezed into the crowd, walked up to the man going to the tavern to exchange for drinks, and paid for the blue cards. He returned and handed the cards to Lilith. Lilith flipped through the image on the card and raised her brow. As expected, Treasure Island had released new cards. Moreover, they were a pair of Wood Elf sisters. In other words, the association's order hadn't affected Treasure Island's development. The promotion for the new hero had already begun. Lilith casually put the cards away and continued to scan the harbor. The harbor had also undergone noticeable changes. Huge, more sophisticated cranes, and some new equipment never before seen. It seemed the port had undergone new developments recently. "Let's go back," Lilith said. The butler summoned a carriage, and the 2 of them boarded it, returning to the mansion. Arriving at the mansion, the old butler directed the skeletons to begin cleaning. Lilith sat at the stone table in the courtyard, and pulled a pitch-black iron coffin from her space ring. Click. The coffin lid slowly slid open, revealing an elderly woman sleeping peacefully within. After waiting for a moment with the coffin lid open, the old woman opened her eyes slightly, and stepped out of the iron coffin. "Captain Lilith." The old woman saluted. Lilith nodded. "We arrived at Treasure Island. Stay here for now. I take you to see Wu Hung when he returns." "Oh, all right." The old woman nodded, her eyes instinctively glancing towards the gate. Lilith followed suit and said, "After dinner, I take you for a stroll." "Thank you, Chief." Yeko Kingdom. The 3-day competition concluded amid deafening cheers. After the fierce competition, 3 children emerged victorious. Winners stepped forward. The 3 children knelt on one knee, their wounds still unhealed beneath their leather armor. The youngest girl was still trembling, but her eyes were unusually bright, glancing left and right. Brittany presented them with the kingdom's rewards. Wu Hung then continued his promise. "The promise remains valid. If you can reach level 18, the Church of Spiritual Enlightenment will help you become heroes." "Thank you, Master Chief." The 3 children, acting like adults, thanked them. The people watching the scene erupted in cheers. The Week of Courage ended. In the twilight, inside the courtyard, Wu Hung, holding the conductor's hat, said, "I'm leaving. Be careful here. Leave immediately if there's any danger." Brittany's eyes held a hint of reluctance, but she smiled. "Okay, Master. Have a safe trip. Give my regards to Sister Chanella when you get back." "Okay. Take care of yourself, and the children too." Wu Hung hugged her. After Brittany stepped back a few steps, he put on his hat, boarded the ghost train, and disappeared. Treasure Island. Lilith sat in the living room, the latest Treasure Island movie playing on the TV in front of her. Liz sat nearby, also watching TV. Just then, the old housekeeper came down and said, "Miss, the association's radio station has something important to discuss with you." Lilith nodded and said to Liz, "Go ahead." Then she stood up and went upstairs. She sat down in front of the radio. "I'm Lilith." From the other side, Hatterai's serious voice came. "Something's happened to Wu Hung." Chapter 1043. Something's happened to Wu Hung. Lilith's fingers tightened around the teacup, and when the porcelain cup cracked under the strain, she relaxed her grip slightly. "Where did you get this information?" Lilith's voice remained calm. Hatterai said, "Claudio sent a letter from the cathedral, which mentioned the Pope's personal admission that 3 members of the Holy See had taken action against Wu Hung." Then he repeated the letter verbatim. In other words, the Vatican's previous compensation and forbearance were solely for today's plan. The Vatican truly doesn't want to suffer any loss. "I'm at Treasure Island right now," Lilith said, taking a deep breath. "There's nothing unusual going on here. I contact you after I confirm." Hatterai was silent for 2 seconds, then said seriously, "If something really happens to Wu Hung, you must take control of Treasure Island immediately." "Take over Treasure Island." Lilith's eyes narrowed slightly. "Treasure Island is a treasure trove right now. If something truly happened to Wu Hung, the association would likely continue to operate it. Given the wealth it could generate, it's only natural that the association would be interested." "I understand," Lilith replied, then hung up. Lilith sat in her chair, her fingertips unconsciously tapping the armrest. She had sensed that there must be some issues between the Vatican and Wu Hung. The Vatican's silence was somewhat out of character. On Wu Hung's side, every time they called, they inquire about the religious leader's movements in subtle ways. Now it seemed her premonition had been accurate. Neither side was as honest as it seemed. The Pope of the Vatican was so certain that Wu Hung would die at their hands. It seemed they had made thorough preparations. She dialed Wu Hung's number, but no one answered. Lilith's nails subconsciously scratched the sofa, leaving several white marks. No. Lilith suddenly thought of another way to verify the situation. She quickly changed the number and dialed it. "Beep." "Chief Lilith." Minnie's voice came from the phone, her tone brisk. Lilith raised her brow, and the immense pressure in her heart suddenly eased. The maid was unaffected, which meant Wu Hung was fine for the time being. With a light cough, she calmly asked, "Has Wu Hung returned?" "Not yet," Minnie continued. "I have him call you back as soon as the master returns." Lilith hummed softly and then asked, "Has anything happened at the island master's mansion?" Minnie seemed to think for a moment, then continued, "Nothing's wrong." "Leader, have you noticed anything?" "Nothing. I'm just asking. Is Wu Hung okay?" Lilith continued tentatively. Minnie replied, "Seems fine. He sent a message a few days ago saying he's returning to Treasure Island." "Don't worry, leader. Wait until he returns and have him come to me," Lilith repeated. "Okay." After hanging up the phone, Lilith let out a breath, her shoulders less tense. Compared to the other association leaders, she knew Treasure Island better. Minnie was fine, and nothing had happened at the island master's mansion, which meant Wu Hung wasn't in danger. If Wu Hung died, the maids in the island master's mansion wouldn't have survived either. "Where does the Vatican's confidence come from?" Lilith muttered. After confirming that Wu Hung was fine, Lilith re-examined the entire timeline. Since the Vatican dared to officially inform the association, they must have made thorough preparations. Wu Hung had recently traveled to the Yeko Kingdom, and the operation must have taken place there. But Minnie's reaction proved that he was at least still alive, and might even have escaped. Either the plan wasn't implemented, or the person wasn't captured. She picked up the radio again and asked, "Where's Hatterai? How's everything?" Hatterai's voice came immediately, evidently having been guarding the radio. "We can't contact Wu Hung, but everything is normal on Treasure Island," Lilith said calmly. "It seems the Vatican's plan didn't succeed." "Could he be controlled?" Hatterai asked tentatively. "The specifics aren't clear yet, but the information I received is that Wu Hung is fine," Lilith replied. Hatterai pondered for a moment, his voice low. "Wait until he returns and tell him not to act rashly. The association will work hard to resolve this conflict." Lilith's eyes shifted, and she asked, "Do you really think we can stop these two sides?" Hatterai's breathing paled over the radio. "There's no other way. Can we just let them continue fighting? That will only make the situation more chaotic." Lilith didn't say much. This matter was indeed difficult to handle. The Vatican had been domineering and powerful for years, while Wu Hung was unyielding and unyielding. The two sides had long been at loggerheads. Unless one side completely fell, this conflict would be difficult to stop. It's not that Hadalai doesn't understand, it's just that he hasn't found a better solution besides mediation. I stay on Treasure Island, Lilith finally said calmly. But the final outcome depends on Wu Heng's attitude when he returns. Okay. Let's communicate immediately if anything comes up, Hadalai said, and hung up. Lilith looked out the window. The night was as dark as ink. A few days later, the ghost train arrived at Treasure Island again. Wu Heng stepped off the train, and the ghosts flew out of their bodies. Home is so good. Xiao Xiao was the first to cheer. Benny followed. It's only been a few days since I left, and I feel home again. The scenery here is so beautiful. Xiao Xiao looked at the Empress again. Isn't it, Aunt? Well, relatively speaking, it's better. The Empress nodded in agreement. Xiao Xiao chuckled and flew back to Wu Heng. Uncle, are you going to the port or going straight back? Straight back to the Island Master's mansion, Wu Heng said. I had no intention of strolling around today. Xiao Xiao continued, then you go back. Let's go for a walk. Go ahead, go home early. Okay. Xiao Xiao agreed, calling the other ghosts and flying towards the commercial street. Wu Heng also cast a teleportation spell, returning to the Island Master's mansion. Island Master's mansion. A magic circle flashed in the courtyard, and Wu Heng appeared out of thin air. Robe, who was watering the flowers, turned suddenly, and the kettle in his hands clattered to the ground. Then, with a lightning leap, he leaped over. Master! Wu Heng opened his arms, and steadily caught the petite figure that flew towards him. Then, from the hallway, Minnie, Sinella, and Viola all emerged one after another. Welcome home, Shannara said with a smile, standing at the front. Wu Heng glanced at the group and said with a smile, it's hot outside. Let's talk inside. In the living room. The group settled on the sofa, the air conditioner keeping the room at a comfortable temperature. Wu Heng took a sip of the tea that was brought to them, and asked with a smile, how's the island been these days? Sonara said, the card promotion is going smoothly. The method is the same as Viola's. Collecting all the cards will give you different bonuses. Wu Heng's gaze fell on the Wood Elf sisters. Have they leveled up? The Wood Elf's elder sister, Illyria, smiled awkwardly. Not yet, but I think it should be soon. Once the cards are rolled out to all races, your reputation will increase quickly, Wu Heng said with a smile. Wu Heng wasn't worried at all about the Wood Elf sisters becoming heroes. As a human, Viola became a hero in a short period of time, while the Wood Elf sisters had more time to hone their skills. The only thing they lacked was reputation. Once their reputation increased, their level would increase rapidly. We do our best, Illyria said. Sister Sylvain followed suit, saying, we won't let you down. Wu Heng took a sip of his tea and nodded. Sanera took over the conversation, asking, was there any danger this time? The original plan was to take her and Philippa with them, but they were told of the enemy, so they cancelled the plan. Wu Heng glanced at the people in the room, put down his teacup, and said in a low voice, the enemies are heroes of the Vatican. There are 3 of them, and they intend to use the week of courage to kill me. As soon as these words were spoken, the air in the living room froze. The Vatican deployed 3 heroes solely to kill Wu Heng. Sonara said gravely, what happened? Wu Heng took a deep breath and recounted the entire incident in detail. When the others heard that all 3 heroes had been killed by Wu Heng, their expressions grew even more horrified. Wu Heng's safe return wasn't due to preemptive knowledge of the enemy's plan and his escape. He simply killed the enemy. 3 of them. The death rate for heroes is so high these days. Before anyone could recover from their shock, footsteps echoed from the stairwell. Xiao Xiao, controlling her puppet, ran downstairs. Seeing everyone present, she began to greet them one by one, Sister Shannara, Sister Viola, Sister Minnie, Sister Robe. She called out to everyone in a single breath. Wu Heng said, Xiao Xiao, tell you sisters how we defeated the heroes. Okay. Whatever you want to ask, I know. Xiao Xiao ran over and sat down on the sofa. Wu Heng stood up. I go shower first and come back to chat with you guys later. Just as he was about to go upstairs, Minnie said, Master, Chief Lilith has come to Treasure Island. She called you a couple of days ago and asked you to call her back when you have time. Lilith is here? Wu Heng nodded. Okay, I go see her later. Okay, Master. Minnie smiled. Xiao Xiao had already begun her story, starting with the week of courage, when the arrow pierced the double and the chair. Before entering the bathroom, Wu Heng took out his phone and glanced at it. It displayed a string of unread messages from Lilith. Scanning through them one by one, the content was similar, asking whether the Vatican had attacked him and whether he was alright. Also, Call her as soon as you see the message. It seems Lilith has learned of my situation in the Yeko Kingdom through some means. After a moment's thought, I didn't reply immediately. Putting my phone's lock screen aside, I stepped into the tub. The hot water washed over my chest, dispelling my fatigue, and the scars from the previous holy light burns had completely vanished. Lying on my back on the edge of the tub, I pondered this matter. Lilith would definitely ask me about this later. It wasn't a secret. Besides, the Vatican's ambush to kill me was, after all, in the wrong. The details of the battle, as well as the matter of the divination tortoiseshell, must remain confidential. I tell Shasha about this later. It wasn't that I didn't trust Lilith, but I had to be cautious. This battle showed that the enemy had some tactics against me. This was to prevent the enemy from mastering my combat characteristics next time, so I had to prepare in advance. I soaked briefly, then stood up and changed into clean clothes. He got up and went downstairs, saying hello to the people listening to his story. Using teleportation, he headed to Lilith's residence. Dusk. Wu Hung appeared in the courtyard of Lilith's residence. Several skeletons were quietly weeding the courtyard. The old butler stood at the doorway, his graying hair meticulously combed. He bowed slightly. Captain Wu Hung. Where's Lilith? Wu Hung glanced around the living room. Please wait a moment. I go ask the young lady. The butler stepped aside to let Wu Hung into the living room, then headed upstairs. The living room's layout remained unchanged. Wu Hang's gaze fell on an elderly woman, wiping furniture. He turned at the sound of footsteps. Her pupils constricted sharply the moment she caught sight of Wu Hung. Wu Hung, she exclaimed, then after 2 seconds added, Chief. Wu Hung sized up the elderly woman, his tone skeptical. Liz? The only person who could be here was Liz, whom Lilith had brought with her. Yes, sir. Liz's eyes remained evasive. Wu Hung nodded. The Empress mentioned you to me. She rarely compliments anyone. The Empress? Liz's eyes were puzzled, but she seemed to have guessed something. It's the Sky Fox Princess, Wu Hung explained. Liz's expression cleared, and she said, Your Highness, is everything all right? Very well, Wu Hung said. Liz smiled and said, That's good. The old butler's footsteps interrupted the conversation. His footsteps paused at the corner of the stairs. Captain, please come upstairs, young lady. Wu Hung stood up and said to Liz, When we're done, the Queen will come see you. Liz nodded, bowing slightly as he left. Wu Hung went upstairs and into the study. He saw Lilith sitting at the tea table, her face impassive, sipping tea leisurely. When will you be back? Wu. Before he finished his words, Wu Hung had already stepped in front of her, grasped the back of her head with his palm, and kissed her fiercely. Lilith's pupils suddenly constricted, and the teacup in her hand clattered to the carpet. After a brief moment of shock, she clenched her fist and pounded it against his chest, though without much force. Gradually, she began to let him go. Lilith felt a hand begin to unbutton her shirt. Her eyes narrowed, and she pushed him away forcefully. With shame and anger in her eyes, she said, Don't make me hit you. Wu Hung said, Who told you to leave so long? Let me kiss you a little longer. There are so many women on the island, aren't you enough to torment? Lilith wiped her mouth with the corner of his shirt. You're not as good as me. Wu Hung leaned in again, about to kiss her on the mouth. Let me kiss you a few more times. Lilith's body instantly transformed into a Lolita, sitting on a chair. What are you kissing? Get out of here. Wu Hung hadn't expected to use this trick. He grabbed her collar and said, Change back. No. Change back. Let's get down to business. I see how you perform after we get to it, Lilith said unhappily, but she still made a promise. That's fine. Wu Hung nodded. Lilith rolled her eyes at him, and got straight to business. The Vatican attacked you? What happened? Wu Hang's expression darkened, and he angrily said, Those inhumane people set up a plot to kill me in the Yeko Kingdom. He then recounted everything from participating in the Week of Courage to the battle with the enemy. And then what? Where are they? Lilith asked as she pulled a new teacup from the drawer, poured some scented tea, and sipped it. Dead? Dead. All three. Poof. Lilith spat a mouthful of tea at him. Wu Hung flicked her finger, and the spray of tea, turning into a stream and falling back into her cup, didn't miss a drop. You killed 3 heroes by yourself? Lilith's voice rose. Wu Hung said, They were forcibly promoted to heroes. They're too weak, not even as strong as the Vatican heroes we fought before. Even so, Lilith still had some disbelief. Really? This isn't the time to joke. He's really dead. I even brought the body back, Wu Hung said. Lilith's eyes were still wide open. After a long moment, she said, I need to report this to Adrei. Is there anything you don't want them to know? Wu Heng thought for a moment. Don't mention the ghost thing. And I want to emphasize that I was acting in self-defense. Got it. You go back first. I come back to you after I finish my report here, Lilith said. Don't forget your promise. Wu Heng stood up. Lilith nodded and walked towards the radio room. Wu Heng used teleportation again to return. Night fell, and the light in the study was bright. Lilith didn't come over. After dinner, Wu Heng returned to his room. Sitting in a chair near the window, he gazed at the magic soul pot beside him. I want to interrogate the slain ghosts. Anyone want to come? Wu Heng asked, pointing to the ghost's location. Xiao Xiao cheered, I do it. Get ready. Don't let him get away. Wu Heng didn't even set up a magic circle to trap the ghosts, but simply opened the demonic soul pot. The next second, a translucent ghost emerged like smoke. Its body trembled as it took in the surroundings. He saw 4 souls, 5 fixed gazes fixed on him. Wu, Your Excellency Wu Heng. The ghost's voice rang out like a worn-out bellows. You must have figured it out. Association members should coexist peacefully. I'm willing to compensate you for your losses. If Your Excellency doesn't mind. Xiao Xiao interrupted. Why are you nagging? Wu Heng looked at the other person and said directly, I ask you some questions. If you answer well, I won't kill you. What do you want to ask? The ghost glanced over warily. Wu Heng asked directly, what methods did the church use to train you to become heroes? The other ghost's eyes widened. Chapter 1044. The ghost was the elder of the 3 holy sees. In the previous battle, his performance was unremarkable, and he didn't put much pressure on Wu Heng. Hearing the other side inquiring about the Vatican secrets, the old man's figure twisted violently in the air. His once fawning expression suddenly froze, replaced by an almost fanatical solemnity. Are you questioning my faith? The ghost's voice suddenly became low and dignified, with a hint of a charge. Wu Heng's eyes narrowed. Was this guy getting emboldened again? Tell me, and I promise I won't embarrass you, Wu Heng said calmly. The ghost stared at him intently. Foolish fellow. Contacting the association and sending us back to the Holy Church is your only salvation. The tone and attitude of his voice now carried the aura of the Holy See. Wu Heng smiled. I killed your last 2 popes. How could I fear such a threat? Blasphemer. Divine punishment will befall you, burning you for eternity. The ghost said fervently, as if genuinely praying for divine punishment. One last question. Wu Heng's voice suddenly turned cold. Speak or not. He was answered by the ghost chanting. Wu Heng glanced to his side. Glinda. Yes. Glinda nodded, then flew directly toward the ghost in front. Under the gazes of several people, the old man's soul was devoured and absorbed by Glinda. Glinda, meanwhile, floated in the air, digesting the memories he had devoured. Off to the side, the Empress looked at him and said, You should have known long ago that someone chosen by the Vatican to be the Holy See would not betray important Vatican intelligence. Just a test, if you're willing to tell me, Wu Heng said with a smile. If he could tell, this matter wouldn't be a secret. You could find out from the little vampire girl, the Empress continued. Wu Heng didn't elaborate, saying, See if Glinda can see any memories. As they spoke, Glinda looked back over. I saw some. Take a look too. Wu Heng nodded. Share them with me. Glinda slipped into his body, and the fragmented memories were shared with him. In a cold little room, a young boy knelt on the floor, praying before the holy image, May the Lord's light shine upon the world. Then, the childish voice, and the voices of his parents joined in chanting a prayer. The scene shifted to a dusty wilderness, where a middle-aged man draped in a faded cassock. A crowd in front knelt, praying loudly. The scene shifted again, to a magnificent white temple. The words of the Vatican choir drifted through the air. The owner of the memory knelt before the holy image, murmuring the prayers he had recited since childhood. Then, beneath the statue, amidst a grayish-white blur, countless streams of light poured into his body. His aura began to rise, and at the same time, starlight descended like a galaxy above the temple. A hero was forged. The rest of the scene flashed by in a flash. There were the fervent shouts of the believers, the jealousy and awe of his former colleagues, and the deliberations surrounding the ambush and assassination of Wu Heng. The scene flashed by quickly, then vanished. Glinda was released again. Xiao Xiao eagerly approached. Uncle, have you discovered the secret to their mass production of heroes? Wu Heng thought for a moment and said, There is indeed a method that can forcibly elevate a priest to hero status, but my memory of the key elements is hazy, as if shrouded in a layer of fog. He then added, I don't know if the fog was there naturally, or if some protective measure was applied. Glinda nodded in agreement. I leaned more towards the latter. Judging from the emotional fluctuations in his memory, he should have been able to clearly see what he was gifted with upon becoming a hero. You can ask the corpse? Benny suddenly interrupted. Corpses don't lie. Xiao Xiao immediately said, I already thought of a name. Asking the corpse won't convert it into a skeleton. The queen followed up, actually, just knowing that this method exists is enough. What's the point of knowing what it looks like, and what it's called? That's certainly true. Even if they knew the appearance and name of the artifact, they couldn't storm into the temple to steal it. Besides, these forcibly matured heroes of the Vatican are clearly underpowered. It doesn't pose much of a threat to me. I just have to be careful of any subsequent plots and calculations. They came only to give me skeletons and artifact equipment. Your Majesty, what you said makes sense. Let's proceed at our own pace, Wu Hung continued. Continue to promote the cards and cultivate more heroes. Benny said, I just mentioned this method, and I didn't really think it was necessary to interrogate the corpse. Glinda wavered, saying, the Vatican's artifacts are quite unique. The Holy Sword, the Scepter, and those that can be upgraded to heroes are all wielded only by members of the Vatican, so they can be classified separately. Normally, the more effective an artifact, the more severe and intractable its side effects. However, the Vatican's Holy Sword loses its sensory pleasure after use, but this can be alleviated through prayer. It feels like exclusive equipment. It's a shame we can't use these artifacts, Wu Hung said helplessly. Xiao Xiao asked curiously, can't we have a blacksmith or some other craftsman reforge it? Wu Hung looked at the Empress. Can we? Theoretically. The Empress pondered for a moment, then said, a high-level blacksmith can reforge a rare item, but it will lose its properties and even become scrap metal. Benny smiled and said, even if there were, which blacksmith would dare to melt down the holy sword of the church? Xiao Xiao floated over and said, don't worry, we can lie and say it's a replica. And sneakily throw it in while he's burning a fire. Wu Hung smiled, let's see if we can find that blacksmith. The four souls discussed for a moment. Then the topic shifted from investigating the church to finding a blacksmith who could reforge the rare item. After a while, Wu Hung concluded, we won't devour the remaining 2 church ghosts. We see if they can be used in the future. Yes. The ghosts nodded. Seeing that nothing was wrong, Xiao Xiao said, Uncle, if you're alright, I go find Sister Lilith. Go. Wu Hung nodded. The Empress followed suit, saying, I go out for a bit too. I take Liz for a stroll around the city. Yes. Wu Hung agreed. With that, Xiao Xiao and the Empress possessed the puppet, then together opened the door and walked out. After Xiao Xiao and the Empress left, the study fell silent for a moment. Glinda floated to the window, gazing at the brightly lit streets in the night sky. We're moving faster. I estimate word will reach the sanctuary in about a week. Be prepared. Wu Hung leaned back in his chair. As long as their gods don't die, with our current strength, we're not afraid of him. The fact that his side easily defeated 3 heroes this time gave him considerable confidence. The Vatican's strength is limited to this, even if it keeps producing heroes. Yeah, that's right. Glinda floated over to the desk and began selecting books. Benny opened her tablet and chose a TV show. Wu Hung took a sip from his teacup, then opened the dashboard to look at his Faith. 17721/50,000. Looking at the number, his brows raised slightly. His progress remained rapid. This time, it wasn't like he reached hero status in his lifetime, it felt like he could do it within 2 years. By then, the Pope and the Vatican would all be dead. Not far away, Glinda had picked out a book and just turned around when he saw him staring into space. You're always grinning like an idiot. I don't know what you're grinning about. Wu Hang's smile faded instantly, and he stood up and said, You're the idiot. I'm going back to rest. Go ahead. Glinda nodded. Benny also said, Good night. He left the study and returned to his room to rest. Outside Lilith's mansion, 2 carriages departed in different directions. In the carriage heading toward the entertainment city, Xiao Xiao, swinging her legs, recounted a brief account of the battle in the Yeko Kingdom against 3 Vatican heroes. Lilith, also in her little lowly form, understood most of what she had said and then asked, Where's your uncle? He's in the study. We were just discussing Vatican matters, Xiao Xiao said with a smile. Hearing Xiao Xiao join in the discussion, Lilith couldn't help but smile. What did you come up with? Xiao Xiao leaned forward and said seriously, The Vatican can't defeat us anymore. They're no longer a threat. Lilith raised her eyebrows, swallowing the words back. Although it sounded a bit exaggerated. But it seemed to be the truth. The heroes of the Holy See were almost wiped out by Wu Hung. Lilith, unsure of what to say, changed the subject and asked, What are we playing today? Dance machine? Okay, I heard a lot of people from outside the area came over there, and they're pretty good at it. Shishia's fighting spirit suddenly surged. Defeat them. Elsewhere. The carriage passed through the bustling streets, and the scenery outside the window gradually shifted from human features to the exotic scenery of the fox tribe. The Empress leaned back on the cushions, looking up at Liz across from her. Her voice was calm and gentle. How's your recovery? Liz's wrinkled face flickered with a wry smile. The experts at the association said I lost about 10 years of my lifespan. I take care of the rest. The Empress continued, surviving the hero's plan is already a miracle. Liz didn't respond, simply looking out the window. More and more sky foxes appeared on both sides of the street. Some paused to watch, others whispered quietly, but the moment they saw the carriage, they all bowed respectfully. The carriage slowly stopped. Liz was the first to exit, surveying the surroundings. Then, just as the Empress was about to disembark, the current Sky Fox tribe leader quickly approached, bowing respectfully. Great Fox Lady. The Empress gently placed her hand on the other's arm and stepped down. Is the house I asked you to prepare ready? It's ready. I take you there, the leader continued. The Empress nodded and said to those behind her, Liz, follow me. The next day, a zombie world. In the dimly lit autopsy room, the damp air mingled with the scent of various chemicals. Soon, the skeleton coroner finished removing the organs from the corpses and respectfully handed the organ jars to Wu Heng. After Wu Heng collected the jars, he said, just carry the bodies outside. The skeleton coroner carried the bodies and placed them directly on the open ground outside. Wu Heng then used bone summoning on the 3 corpses. Necromancer magic enveloped the bodies, flesh sloughed off, and the skeletons stood up. A faint blue flame flickered in their hollow eye sockets. Xiao, didn't you say you give the names? Wu Heng turned and looked at the ghosts chatting. Xiao immediately flew over and circled the 3 skeletons. Who are they? They become skeletons. I can't even recognize them. Wu Heng introduced them. The first one is the religious leader, the one who wields the holy sword. The second one is the old man with the golden shadow behind him. The third one is the one with the countless sword energies. Oh, I see. Xiao flew in front of the religious leader's skeleton and said, he's called the egg yolk leader. His sword energy explodes like egg yolk. Wu Heng raised an eyebrow. The title leader is a respectful title for heroes. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Glenda chimed in, others calling your uncle leader, and your uncle calling a skeleton leader, that's a bit confusing. Xiao immediately said, I know. I have a second idea, the egg yolk knight. After saying that, he looked over, seeking his opinion. What do you think? I think it's fine, Wu Heng agreed. I vote for the egg yolk knight too. Glenda followed suit and raised her hand. Benny and the Empress exchanged a glance and nodded in agreement. Unanimous approval. Xiao flew to the skeleton's shoulder and patted it lightly with his transparent little hand. From now on, you be called the Yolk Knight. You must work hard to level up like me. The skeleton tilted its head, making no response. Then it flew towards the second skeleton. Your name is Pumpkin General. Flying to the third, it pointed with its little hand. Your name is Corn Sword Master number 3. After that, it looked at Wu Heng. Uncle, is that okay? Wu Heng nodded, sure. It's me who can't remember. Remind me? It's just 2 more names. How could I not remember them? Xiao said, flying over. What if I can't remember them? Wu Heng said with a smile, then waved, follow me. The skeleton followed behind him, going upstairs. Xiao clung to his shoulder, it's okay. I have a good memory. I can remember. Then, they returned to the monitoring room. Wu Heng distributed cell phones to several ghosts, who gathered together, browsing forums. Wu Heng then took out the organ jar, took a deep breath, and cut a small piece of flesh from the 2 newly removed hearts. Gudong. The first piece was swallowed, and the searing energy instantly exploded in his stomach. A system prompt appeared immediately. Radiance resistance increased. It really worked. After a brief rest, he swallowed the second piece. Radiance resistance increased. System prompts appeared one after another, and a faint golden glow shimmered on Wu Heng's skin before quickly disappearing into his body. He was somewhat excited about this resistance increase. I wondered if, at the end of the increase, he would be immune to holy light damage, like basking in the sun. It would be wonderful if he could achieve that effect. After completing the attribute increase, Wu Heng put away the organ canister. He took out his phone and dialed Li Yaheng's number. After 2 rings, Li Yaheng's voice rang. Hello? I have 3 new skeletons here, Wu Heng said directly. Tomorrow, send them to the zombie front for some training. Training meant sending them there to level up. Li Yong simply replied, "Okay, I pick it up tomorrow morning." After a 2-second pause, Li Yong's voice grew serious. "I have something to tell you too. Remember that Dawn Covenant Church in Europe I mentioned last time? They saw us building a church, so they copied us and built one too." "I remember." "What's the problem?" Wu Heng asked. Li Yong said, "They've been quite aggressive lately, and it's starting to hinder our promotion." Chapter 1045. Dawn Covenant Church. Wu Heng frowned slightly, the name resonating with him. Li Yong had mentioned last time that this was a church established by the EU base, modeled after the Spiritual Enlightenment Church. He didn't know why Yama Palace established a church, but there must be a reason for it. They simply followed suit, seeing Yama Palace doing so. What did they do? Wu Heng asked curiously. In this world right now, Wu Heng couldn't think of anything that could threaten him. Li Yong said seriously, "I also heard Chi Hankai mention it. She said the Dawn Alliance recently discussed their application for legal missionary work. Several major bases have begun restricting our missionary hours, prohibiting public gatherings, and even detaining a number of missionaries." Wu Heng raised a brow. His faith had been growing rapidly recently, and just when he was seeing some results, problems arose again. Has our missionary work affected them? Wu Heng wondered. Ask Chi Hankai, she knows more, Li Yong said. Okay, I ask her what's going on first. After hanging up the phone, several ghosts looked over. Glenda asked, what's going on? Didn't the Dawn Covenant Church also get established over there? I don't know what's going on this time, but they're suddenly targeting us, Wu Heng explained, looking up Chi Hansai's number. Glenda said, matters of faith are important. Take advantage of these 2 days of free time to resolve them. I know. Wu Heng replied, then dialed the number. Hello. Chi Hansai's voice came over. I heard from Li Yong that there are some problems with the Dawn Covenant Church. Wu Heng got straight to the point. The Dawn Covenant has been incredibly active on the forums lately, with new posts appearing almost every hour. Chi Hansai's voice was tinged with suppressed anger. On the contrary, negative news about the Lingqi cult has been constantly appearing on forums and public radio these days. Human trafficking, organ harvesting, child imprisonment. These fabricated accusations have been repeatedly hyped. Then, there was the sound of shuffling papers, and Chi Hankai continued, also, our people in the EU have been constantly clashing with local groups lately, which is quite strange. Do you think all this is the work of the Dawn Covenant? Wu Heng's voice grew serious. This was far more serious than what Li Yong had suggested. Although there's no direct evidence, it's unlikely that such a coincidence would occur. Chi Hankai sneered. Are there any casualties among our people? Wu Heng asked. No. The accompanying skeleton guards are quite capable. If anything were to happen to anyone, the base over there wouldn't be able to explain it to us, Chi Hankai replied. After this, both sides fell silent. Wu Heng then asked, why are they doing this? Chi Hankai pondered for a moment, then replied, the other church alone couldn't accomplish something this large. A big reason is the various bases behind this. There are several theories. One is that the Lingqi Church's rapid rise has made them feel threatened. The second is that the increase in followers is threatening to overthrow their own rule. This made Wu Heng think of the Vatican. One of the things many powerful clans and kingdoms fear about the Vatican is its influence. This influence can also be used as a bargaining chip, or even directly to overthrow the other party's regime. Wu Heng said, give me 10 minutes. Okay. Chi Hankai replied. With that, he hung up. After hanging up, Wu Heng leaned back in his chair and began to think. After talking with Chi Hankai, he finally understood why the Dawn Covenant Church had suddenly made such a drastic move. The main reason was that the Lingqi Church was growing too rapidly, and its followers were also increasing at a rapid pace. This had led them to perceive an uncontrollable threat. If this continued, if the Lingqi Church's views ever conflicted with the base's direction, the church's followers could easily lose control. Thinking more deeply, the Lingqi Church also allowed the grassroots people at all levels to learn more about the outside world, which undoubtedly posed a huge threat to the base's top brass, who were trying to maintain a closed-off rule. Who wouldn't want to work in a larger base with better pay and living conditions? If I were to put myself in the shoes of a manager, I definitely wouldn't want a church that could influence the people on Treasure Island. No, the situations in the two worlds are different. The other world is under the management of the association and is generally stable. The zombie world, on the other hand, is in the process of post-disaster reconstruction, and many areas are still under the threat of zombies. The Yama Palace has played an irreplaceable role in the entire world's recovery. In any other world, it would be worthy of the support of the people everywhere. In other words, Wu Heng has made sufficient sacrifices and deserves everyone's support to improve himself. The other party's actions against the Lingqi cult are mainly divided into two aspects. The first is to smear the cult through public opinion, fabricating various horrific charges to undermine the cult's credibility. The second is to increase support for the Dawn Covenant Church, to guide people's faith towards controllable alternatives. A crude but effective method. Wu Heng opened the panel and glanced at it. Faith, 17982/50,000. No matter what, he couldn't let his faith growth be affected. If this matter remained unchecked, he would be threatened by the church in the other world. That Lord Deity might come to kill him at any moment. So, this matter must be handled properly. No matter what, such a small matter could not hinder the development of the Lingqi Church. While pondering, several ghosts flew over. Grinda asked, "How do you plan to handle this?" The ghost had heard the conversation clearly. "Any suggestions?" Wu Heng asked. Grinda said, "Disband the other church. At the same time, warn the other bases that just because we don't do something doesn't mean we can't do it. You're leveling up too quickly. You haven't yet adapted to the role of a hero," the Empress added. Xiao Xiao nodded and said, yes, let's defeat them. Their shabby church, how can it possibly rival the Holy See? Yes, I agree, Benny added. It seemed the four ghosts had reached a consensus. Wu Heng smiled and said, okay. I listened to my good daughter. Let's teach them a lesson. Yes, defeat them. Xiao Xiao smiled happily, hanging on his shoulder. Glinda frowned slightly, and glanced at the Empress and Benny. Is he taking advantage of us? Benny smiled, and the Empress said, we deal with him later. Wu Heng ignored the ghost's subsequent words, and called Chi Han Kai again. After the call was connected, he said, I go to their base. Share the location with me, as well as the information about the leaders of the church and the base. Chi Han Kai said, their information can be found on the forum, along with photos and some public speaking videos. I send you the address now. Okay. Wu Heng nodded. After hanging up, he sent another message to Li Yong saying, prepare the plane. I'm going to the EU base. Ding dong, ding dong. Li Yong and Chi Han Kai's messages came back one after another. Li Yong replied, got it. Chi Han Kai, in turn, sent a location. After everything was ready, Wu Heng stood up and said, let's go. Let's get this done quickly. Let's go! A small cheer went up. Then Wu Heng led the ghost and 3 newly transformed skeletons downstairs. He also happened to deliver the skeletons to Li Yong for upgrades. Noah's city base. 10 hours later, Wu Heng, wearing a faceless mask, appeared on the base's street. A gust of wind blew along the street, sending dust and sand through the shattered windows on either side. Some reconstruction has been done here, but the buildings lack glass, and the roadside is littered with ruins and piles of earth and rubble. On the rooftops of some buildings, armed soldiers can be seen, observing the situation on the streets. It seems that not only are security measures being taken outside the perimeter walls, but internal defenses have also been deployed. In the distance, the Lingqi Church stood alone, and a few survivors hurried inside, their heads bowed. Uncle, do you want to go take a look? A small voice whispered. Wu Heng averted his gaze and shook his head. Let's get down to business first. Xiao Xiao accompanied him, while the other 3 ghosts were assigned to scout out. The location and appearance of the target were already known. Now it was time to locate them. At that moment, Benny emerged from the wall. We found the bishop of the other church. He's a middle-aged man with long hair. Let me see, Wu Heng said. Benny slipped into his body, and the scene was shared. In the scene, a dimly lit room appeared. A middle-aged man in his 40s lazily leaned on a leather sofa, swaying a glass of red wine. His beard was meticulously trimmed, and his curly hair draped over his shoulders made him look more like a classical painter than a religious leader. Bishop, the venue and personnel are ready, a subordinate reported in a low voice. With a little guidance, the public will be able to discover the crimes of the Lingqi cult. The bishop smiled. Well done. The rest is not expensive for us to take care of. Go down and rest. The subordinate nodded and withdrew, leaving the bishop alone in the room. The scene ended here. A very brief moment. Wu Heng released Benny. Xiao Xiao pressed, how's it going? Who is that person? He's dressed like an artist, Wu Heng explained, then continued, let's go straight over. Aren't we waiting for my aunt and uncle? Xiao Xiao asked. They come find us, Wu Heng said, unleashing teleportation at his feet and vanishing. Swish, inside the bishop's room. The air distorted slightly, and Wu Heng's figure appeared in the center of the room, like a ghost. The bishop, who was enjoying his wine, suddenly narrowed his eyes, dropping his glass and spilling the wine. What the hell? The bishop cursed, leaping to his feet and attempting to run towards the desk. The next second, his body froze in place, and he fell back onto the sofa. Help! He tried to cry for help, but as soon as the first word left his mouth faltered, and no words uttered. Wu Hung glanced at him, and slowly surveyed the room. The other bishop, his eyes wide with fear, stared at the figure pacing back and forth, wondering who this uninvited guest was. Wu Hung slowly walked to the desk, and opened the drawer the bearded bishop had just rushed to. There lay a pistol and some bullets. Wu Hung continued to scan the room. Xiao Xiao appeared beside him, floating aside, commenting on the decor. The bishop couldn't move or speak, only his bloodshot eyes moved with Wu Hang's steps, his expression growing more and more terrified. After waiting at the desk for a moment, Granda and Nyang Nyang also flew over. The two ghosts glanced at the bishop, and Granda said, "The leader of the base has been found and is in a meeting now." "Let me take a look," Wu Hung said. Granda entered the body, and the video feed was shared. After confirming the enemy's location, Wu Hung said to the bishop, "Send him over. Let's go meet their leader." The bishop stood stiffly and slowly walked over. Wu Hung placed a hand on his shoulder, a magic circle appeared, and his figure vanished. Base, Central Conference Room. The long, narrow alloy conference table glowed coldly. Flanked by the base's top brass, a repressive atmosphere hung in the air. The man seated at the head of the table said in a deep voice, "The Dawn Alliance has sent word that our missionary bill has been rejected. We must find a way around them. Why must we consider the Dawn Alliance's attitude?" Someone beside him said, "The European region, New Eden, and those small and medium-sized bases can easily be won over to form a new alliance. No matter how powerful the Yama Palace is, its reach is limited." The leader shook his head. "We can't rip the base's energy, food, and other supplies off with the Yama Palace over this matter. We have to keep things on the surface. Then continue to create public opinion." Another person narrowed his eyes and said, "When public opinion stirs, we can tighten control at the base, and the Yama Palace won't be able to say anything openly." The leader nodded and continued, "This matter is still your responsibility. Don't let anyone catch us." Swish! Before he finished speaking, the magic circle on the long alloy table in the conference room vanished in a flash, and two figures stood in the middle of the crowd. "Who are you?" someone shouted. Another person quickly stood up and pressed the alarm on the wall. Swish! A drop of water pierced through the air, piercing his knee with pinpoint accuracy. The other man wailed and fell heavily to his knees, blood splattering onto the conference table like ink. Squeak! The conference room door flung open, and two bodyguards in suits poked their heads out alertly, their hands already on their pistols. Swish! Two drops of water shot through the air, piercing their brows with precision. The bodyguards' bodies stiffened for a moment, then collapsed like puppets with their strings cut. The muffled thud of their bodies piercing the silence of the conference room was particularly piercing. "Everyone! Anyone who moves will die." Wu Hung grabbed the bishop by the collar and leaped from the long table. The bishop's limbs drooped, his lips vanishing. You could hear a pin drop in the conference room. The first leader, his Adam's apple rolling, spoke with a steely smile, "Friend, you are a superpower, right? According to the Dawn Alliance's agreement, your actions are tantamount to declaring war on all of humanity." Wu Hung threw the bishop to the ground like a rag and lifted his mask. Everyone's eyes instantly froze, their nervousness turning into horror and disbelief. Yama King Wu Hung. You can find promotional photos of him as the leader of humanity on the forum, and even within the Lingqi cult's temple, a towering statue is being constructed. This appearance was all too familiar to everyone. He actually came here to find them. Damn it! Why mess with Yama Temple? Why mess with him? I heard. Wu Hung pulled out a chair and sat down near the door, his eyes scanning the group. You have strong opinions about the Lingqi cult? Chapter 1046. What kind of world is this? The base's top brass on either side of the conference table had their defenses completely broken. Cold sweat covered their foreheads, and they glanced nervously at the corpses on the ground. Before the apocalypse, there was at least diplomatic rhetoric. Now, just because there's a conflict, they're just storming into their home base? You should have told me you were capable of this. We won't discuss this anymore. Just as Wu Hung sat down, he glanced at the others before his eyes suddenly shot out the window, toward the rooftop. Bang! The tempered glass window suddenly exploded into a spiderweb-like shape, and a bullet shot straight in. The moment it flew into the conference room, it hovered above the conference table, enveloped by a film of flowing water. Pale blue ripples rippled through the air, and the bullet spun rapidly in the water curtain, unable to penetrate. Clang! As the bullet landed, The sniper on the opposite rooftop had his neck broken. Boom, 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 a dull thud echoed outside the conference room door, as if a row of heavy objects had fallen to the ground, accompanied by a snoring sound. Wu Hung flicked a bullet casing from the conference table to the center, his gaze fixed on the man across from him. Emmett Rothschild, the leader of Noah's City. His photo and introduction appeared on the forum, his face in the photo sporting a typical politician's smile in stark contrast to his now cadaverous expression. Emmett, Wu Hung called out, then said, "Tell me about the solution." The son of the former Secretary of State suddenly straightened his back. His hands, hidden under the table, were frantically clicking on his phone, but the bodyguards outside seemed to have vanished. "Your Excellency, Wu Hang's sudden visit is indeed." Emmett's Adam's apple rolled, and he realized his voice had faded mid-sentence. Horrified, he touched his lips, smooth as a single piece of skin. Wu Hung said, "What am I asking? You're saying nothing. Next time, it's your life that's gone." When his lips reappeared, Emmett's elitist tone completely shattered, and he spoke impatiently, "There must be a misunderstanding. We always respect the decisions of the Dawn Alliance, and are willing to support the Spiritual Awakening cult. Did you orchestrate those false accusations against the Spiritual Awakening cult?" Wu Hung interrupted. "No, absolutely not. We're investigating this, too," Emmett denied immediately. Wu Hung narrowed his eyes at him. "You're lying." After devouring the flesh and blood of the Vatican's heroes, he unlocked the priest's ability to discern lies. True sense. Distinguishing other heroes might be difficult, but these politicians, who weren't even professionals, were easily discernible, no matter how well disguised they were. The other person frowned and continued, "How could it be possible? Noah City needs to deepen its cooperation with Yama Palace. How could they possibly do such a thing?" "Kill him," Wu Hung whispered. Snap! Emmett's neck suddenly twisted 180 degrees, his frozen, politician-like smile frozen on his face, and his head slammed against the conference table with a thud. Swish! Crash! Everyone jumped up in shock, tables and chairs sliding off their sides, some fumbling in a panic. "Sit down, let's continue the conversation," Wu Hung said calmly. He sat back down, his expression even uglier. "Who's second in command?" Wu Hung explained. "Besides him, who's the highest-ranking official?" Everyone looked at the other person. "What's your name?" "Igor, hello." The man stood and saluted. He knocked over his water cup as he stood, his soaked suit clinging to his knees. He was shaking uncontrollably. The church spire cast a long, slanting shadow. Fei Feiyang, a priest of the Lingqi cult, clutched his phone. The screen lit up, displaying a text message from Zhao Yanqiu. "Our people are in the meeting room at the Government Affairs Office. Go straight over there." "Oh my God," Fei Feiyang muttered. He preferred preaching in church or browsing forums. He didn't want to argue with these damn politicians. Their attitude always made him sick. He took a deep breath and walked over with his skeletal attendant. "Our leader is discussing something with your higher-ups. He asked me to come here." Fei Feiyang repeated his prepared words as he walked, to avoid further arguments with the security guards. Pushing open the revolving door, Fei Feiyang's brow furrowed. The hall was completely silent, devoid of a single soul. Wrong place? Exiting the lobby, he glanced at the sign again, making sure he was in the right place before frowning and heading upstairs. Could they have moved offices? Tap, 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 footsteps echoed in the hallway. Reaching the third floor, Fei Feiyang's heart skipped a beat the moment he turned into the long corridor. Guardians lay scattered across the corridor, their assault rifles slung across their chests, snoring beneath their bulletproof masks. Sleep, sleep? Fei Feiyang's eyes widened. This was too weird. Even stranger than a zombie virus. God. Fei Feiyang trembled, stepping over bodies and continuing on tiptoe. Finally, he reached the door to the conference room. He knocked softly and opened it after receiving a response. Hearing a response from inside, he opened the door. The moment the door opened, the first thing he saw were the bodies of 2 guards at the entrance. Almost half of the people on either side of the long, narrow conference table were already dead. The 7 surviving executives huddled in their chairs like quails. The back of Igor, the second in command, was soaked with sweat. "Pope!" Fei Feiyang immediately saluted. The leader of the Lingqi cult is called the Pope, a decision reached by Wu Hung and Granda. "Repeat the arrangements," Wu Hung said. "Lingqi cult will become the state religion of the base." Igor's voice was dry. "All media outlets must immediately cease negative coverage and fully support the development of Lingqi cult." Fei Feiyang clenched his fingers tightly, now understanding what had happened. His side was being suppressed and slandered, and his own leader had come to resolve the problem. Very good, Wu Heng nodded. Chi Han Kai is on her way. From now on, she will be in charge of this place, and you will assist. Yes. The other party nodded. A few hours later, Chi Han Sai's plane arrived at Noah's city, where all tasks were handed over and arranged. This wasn't the first time this had happened, so the process was much smoother, and the accompanying personnel knew exactly what they were supposed to do without needing to be told. The efficiency was very high. After the handover was complete, Wu Heng handed everything over to Chi Han Kai and flew back. In the leader's office, Chi Han Kai looked at a map of the various bases on his phone. Even though Yama Palace had no intention of expanding or unifying the world, the scale of the bases was still growing. Of the 8 major bases of the Dawn Alliance, he now had a say in 3. Even Noah's city has been taken under control. How exaggerated. South Korean base, Dawn Conference Hall. Inside the vast circular conference hall, a giant screen played the Dawn Alliance's slogan of uniting against the apocalypse. At 8 o'clock sharp, all representatives took their seats. The meeting began. The host tapped the table softly. Today's agenda continues yesterday's proposal from Noah's city regarding the Dawn Covenant Church's legalization of missionary work and the restriction of missionary work. Please vote. There was a 2-second silence, and everyone looked at the Noah's city representative. Seeing he remained silent, the New Eden representative spoke first, his tone relaxed. Freedom of religion is a fundamental human right. As long as it doesn't cross the line, there's nothing wrong with the Covenant Church's missionary work. The Russian Vulcan Crucible followed suit, saying, since the Spiritual Enlightenment Church can preach, there's no reason to restrict the Covenant Church. It's fair competition. The 2 major bases took the lead. Everyone's eyes turned to the seat of the Yama Palace representative. The person sitting there today wasn't Chi Han Kai, but another high-ranking official, Zhu Tongwei. Kiki, the Yama Palace representative, remained with his head bowed, neither rejecting nor approving. Acquiescing, the atmosphere in the room subtly relaxed, as more and more representatives raised their hands in support. Then, Noah's city, please confirm your proposal. The host looked towards the Noah's city seat. But the Noah's city representative had his head buried under the table, his fingers tapping away on his phone, as if confirming something. Sweat covered his forehead, and his fingers trembled slightly. The New Eden representative urged, what are you doing? It's your turn to speak. The representative from Noah's city suddenly raised his head, his face slick with sweat. He forced a stiff smile and said, Noah's city. Withdraw the proposal. The Covenant Church is disbanded effective immediately, and all clergy members voluntarily transfer to the Spiritual Enlightenment Church. The entire room fell silent. The representatives stared at each other in disbelief. What's going on? Yesterday they were lobbying representatives from various bases, and today they're surrendering? The New Eden representative's face darkened. Just as he was about to question, Zhu Tongwei finally raised his head, a faint smile playing on his lips. Since the proposal is withdrawn, let's continue the meeting, Zhu Tongwei said casually, as if he had everything under control. The moderator quickly changed the subject. Next item, forming a rescue team in a remote area. Please consider your vote. But at that moment, no one's mind was on the meeting. They stared at the representative from Noah's city, then glanced at Zhu Tongwei, each with a single thought in mind. What on earth did Yama Palace do? Treasure Island, Wu Heng came downstairs. Just in time for dinner. The long, narrow dining table was already laden with a sumptuous feast. The family gathered around it, eating and chatting. Master, Minnie said with a smile, Sister Viola has mastered the first stage of the body refining technique. Wu Heng raised an eyebrow and glanced across the table. Viola stood and saluted, thanks to the guidance of the master and the empress. Even in her calm voice, she could still hear the unconcealed joy. Not bad, Wu Heng praised, then added, join me for the second stage tomorrow. Yes, Viola replied, sitting back in her chair. Wu Heng continued chatting with Shannara and the others for a while. After dinner, the women went to the training room for training. Wu Heng also returned to his study. Sitting down near the window, Glinda floated over and said, no base will dare to cause trouble with Noah's city this time. Not necessarily. Over time, someone will always try. Such things are hard to avoid. Wu Heng shook his head. No world is ever short of adventurers. After a while, new challengers will emerge and try to do something. At least it will be calm for a long time. Focus on faith for the next 2 days. If it grows rapidly, have Chi Han Kai increase resources again and try to accelerate the church's publicity. Glinda helped analyze. Okay. Wu Heng agreed with this idea. At this moment, the Empress's eyes also glanced over from her tablet. I suggest you buy some illusion props. If used well, they might be very effective. What kind of illusion props? Wu Heng asked curiously. The Empress was a magician in her lifetime, so she should be well versed in this area. For example, she said, a double that records your mirror image, or perhaps displays some of the abilities that people in your world believe gods can display, such as floating in the air to preach doctrines, or creating some kind of wonder. I think your suggestion is quite plausible. Tomorrow, you and Minnie can go out and pick out some props, Wu Heng said bluntly. Treasure Island isn't short of money, so it wouldn't hurt to buy some and try it out. Are my previous suggestions all that unreliable? The Empress raised a brow, then continued, tomorrow I take Minnie out to look around, and we bring back any that seems suitable. Okay. The two souls chatted for a while. Xiao Xiao flew back from outside, suddenly stopping and hovering over Wu Heng's shoulder. Uncle's here too. Wu Heng put down his water cup. Where did you go? Playing games with Sister Lilith. Xiao Xiao spun in the air. But she suddenly said she wanted to drink, so she sent me back. Drink? Wu Heng looked at her. Where? On her roof. Xiao Xiao held her chin. I don't understand you adults. What's so good about that drink? Wu Heng smiled, pulled out a piece of clothing from his space ring, and put it on. I go see if she's worried about anything. Yes, yes. If she's worried, come back and tell me. Xiao Xiao finished, flew to her position, used the tablet to select a cartoon, and then looked to her side. Aunt. Where's Sister Benny? She seemed to have gone to the tavern to listen to stories, the Empress replied. Oh. Xiao Xiao replied, and then began watching the cartoon. Wu Heng cast teleportation and disappeared. The night was as dark as ink, the silver moon high in the sky. Lilith sat on the rooftop, her long, dark-patterned Gothic dress spreading like a raven's feather. The glass in her hand shimmered in the moonlight. The teleportation array vanished in a flash, and Wu Heng's figure quietly emerged. Drinking alone so late at night? Wu Heng chuckled, sitting down beside her. Lilith glanced at him sideways. You know the habits of vampires. Wu Heng pulled a wine glass from his interspatial ring, and filled a wine flask beside her. He took a sip and raised his brow. Is this wine spoiled? It smells like something burnt. Dwarven roasted wine. Lilith swirled the glass, her lips curling. If you're not used to it, you can switch to elven mead. Even children can drink it. Dwarven wine, now that you mention it, it sounds quite good. Wu Heng poured another glass and held it out. Lilith clinked her glass with his, and they both drank. Lilith said, judging by the time, news of the Yeko Kingdom should have reached the Holy Temple, and the situation will definitely get worse by then. Wu Heng sighed softly. You seen, there are some things I won't fight to the death, and I'm the only one who's not. I know, and I don't blame you. I'm just worried that things might get serious, and you'd be in danger. Lilith sighed softly. Things have now reached a point where the association can no longer intervene. The best approach is to let them decide the outcome. But since both sides are members of the association, things become difficult to handle. We take it one step at a time, Wu Heng said with a smile, taking another sip from his glass. A frown crossed his face. Huh? You changed the wine? Why does it taste like mead? Lilith frowned. No way. She also took a sip from her glass. It was just regular roasted wine. Try it. Wu Heng took a sip from his glass, and before the other person could react, he pulled her towards him and passed the wine into his mouth. Lilith's eyes narrowed slightly, her arms resting on his shoulders. Church. Inside the hall, the crystal chandelier illuminated the gilded reliefs with a dazzling brilliance. The long table was covered with silk embroidered with golden sacred patterns, and a sumptuous feast was placed beside the silver tableware. The Pope sat at the head of the table, his white gold robe shimmering with holy light. Don't worry, Chief Claudio. This operation is solely aimed at Wu Heng. Claudio, the leader of the Hongwen Society, glanced at his watch. You have violated the association's rules by doing this, Claudio finally spoke. You killed Wu Heng today. If someone else kills your hero in the future, the association will find it difficult to intervene. Claudio sent a letter to the association, but a reply would take time. He had not received any news of what was happening outside. The Pope smiled and said softly, the Holy See is capable of handling it. Claudio narrowed his eyes and fell silent. Busy priests came and went, making final preparations for the celebration banquet. Suddenly, the hall door burst open. A priest hurried in and, after a salute, said, Your Majesty, there's news from the Kingdom of Yeko. Chapter 1047. In the main hall of the cathedral, candlelight flickered. The priest held the letter in his hands, glancing at Claudio nearby, about to speak but hesitant. The Pope smiled faintly, his demeanor calm and dignified. "Speak, Monsignor Claudio is our ally. There is no need to hide anything." The priest unfolded the letter, his body trembling as his eyes fell on the contents. The Pope raised a brow, a hint of confusion in his eyes. The priest's voice was hoarse, as if every word weighed with 1,000 pounds. "3 holy sees have fallen." The air in the hall froze instantly. "The royal family of the kingdom of Yeko declares." The priest's Adam's apple rolled. "The Holy See has assassinated the kingdom's hero and attempted to destabilize the region. Effective immediately, all churches in the kingdom will be sealed off and all priests expelled." A deathly silence fell as he finished his words. The Pope's knuckles were white from clenching, and a burning breath escaped uncontrollably from his body, leaving scorched marks on his robes. His expression shifted from shock to gloom, and finally to a murderous intent. Claudio's pupils constricted as he stared at the Pope, observing his expression, trying to discern if he was putting on another show. When he saw the nearly tangible rage in the Pope's eyes, he was convinced it was true. But how could this be possible? Wu Hung, alone, while ambushed, had killed 3 heroes? How far had he come? Bang! The Pope abruptly rose, his chair shattering under his might. This information left him no time to care about his manners, and he strode away without a word. Claudio sat there for a moment, recovering from his shock. It seems times are truly changing. With a grumble, he also stood up and left. "I wonder if headquarters has received the message yet. I must relay it as quickly as possible." Morning, Island Master's mansion. Wu Hung emerged from the center of the furnace, his bare upper body covered in the markings of the Sha-Chi forging bone, still emitting gusts of heat. Entering the living room, Viola, clad in a tight-fitting bra and beach shorts, her exposed skin also adorned with the markings of the Sha-Chi forging bone. Today was her second stage of cultivation. "It's your turn." Wu Hung brushed off the dust and continued. "The key to the second stage is to allow the Sha fire to temper the bone marrow first. According to the Empress instructions, we are heroes, invincible. Be bold." Viola took a deep breath, her chest heaving violently. "Yes, sir." Outside, the skeleton attendant silently replaced the materials for the cultivation array. Viola also entered the center of the furnace and sat cross-legged. The next second, flame shot up into the sky, and Viola began her cultivation. Soon after, Wu Hung washed up and came downstairs. He sat down in the living room, and Catwoman Robe made him a cup of tea. Wu Hung asked Robe, "Have you ever tried the dwarven roasted tea?" "Yes. You can order it in the tavern, but it's not good at all. It tastes burnt and sticky to the throat." Robe replied immediately, then asked, "Master, do you like it?" "I don't think it tastes good either." Wu Hung took the honey tea offered and took a sip. "That's true, but I heard dwarves all like this kind of tea." Robe sat down and continued. "Maybe they've been used to it since they were little. They're talking so loudly, are they drinking this kind of tea?" Robe speculated. Wu Hung raised a brow. "No way." As they spoke, the living room door opened, and Minnie and Nyang Nyang walked in one after the other. "Master." Minnie came over and greeted him, then said, "This morning, Nyang Nyang and I went to the prop shop and the Snake Emblem Consortium and picked out these 2 props." As she spoke, she pulled 2 items from her space ring, as if presenting treasures. One was a silver mirror, its frame engraved with intricate Star Trek patterns. The second was a dark gray triangular Rubik's Cube. Wu Hung looked over, and information about the 2 props appeared. Shadow mirror, prop, description, records the appearance of the first user, creating an illusionary double. Can be used in stage performances, providing a stunning visual experience for the audience. A mirror that can create a double. In other words, with this prop, one can appear in places where one cannot reach. He continued his gaze on the second item. Light and shadow cube, prop, description. The surface of this Rubik's Cube can project light and shadow of various shapes and colors, creating different scenes by rotating it. A prop that creates various light and shadows? Wu Hung watched as the Empress, sitting across from him, spoke up. "That mirror is etched with mirror shadow. It can be crafted and enhanced. The effect won't be as good as the stand you cast, but it's enough to fool the people over there." Wu Hung nodded. The survivors in the zombie world had no levels, so the mirror shadow might not be as effective, but it was enough. The Empress continued, "By the way, this mirror shadow can't make any sound or move on its own. This isn't difficult. Modern people can't detect mirroring, and public speeches are often broadcast through loudspeakers. Just record it in advance." Then the Empress continued, introducing the second item, the light and shadow cube, etched with light and shadow arrays that can be combined to create various patterns and scenes, such as a starry sky, an underwater world, or an ancient city. Wu Heng picked up the cube and examined it. The triangular structure allowed for adjustment. Each adjustment created a different combination of light and shadow effects. The design was quite user-friendly. Only these two? Wu Heng asked. These are the only two effects you find useful, and they're both expensive props. The Empress's puppet sat elegantly on the sofa. Does the Sky Fox Princess have to spend money to go out? Wu Heng quipped. Minnie chuckled, and the Empress replied bluntly, It's your money, no problem. How much did you buy for these two props? Wu Heng continued. Minnie replied, We have one of each for now, but Miss Lelai said if we need more, we can bring them in from around the Emerald Sea. From the Snake Emblem Group, that's a good thing. Orders from the Snake Emblem Group are kept secret. If it were an ordinary prop shop, the news would likely spread. It's not a big deal, but keeping it low-key is better. Then order it. 50 of each, Wu Heng said. Okay, I call her now. Minnie stepped aside, picked up the landline and dialed. Wu Heng didn't give Lelai a cell phone, but he did install a wired phone for calls within the local area. This would also make it more convenient if anything happened. Minnie picked up the phone and exchanged a brief conversation, then hung up and looked back. Master, Miss Lelai has been notified. She said she handled the matter as soon as possible. Yes. Wu Heng nodded. After chatting with Minnie and the others downstairs for a while, he stood up and said, Madam, we're going out soon. Let's go upstairs first. Yes. Madam stood up and followed them upstairs. Returning to the study, Wu Heng asked Benny to call Xiao Xiao back from outside, then opened the gate and walked straight in. Exiting the gate, he was still in the prison's monitoring room. Wu Heng released the ghost, sat down on a chair nearby, and took out his phone to dial Chi Hansai's number. The phone rang twice before being connected. Chi Hansai's voice rang out. Hello? Wu Heng asked, How's the situation over there? Chi Hansai replied, After you left, some officials rebelled, but it was easily suppressed. Now the entire Noah city is under our control. Having occupied a base, Chi Hansai had become completely familiar with all the procedures. It was a kind of practice that made perfect. Wu Heng continued, What about the Dawn Alliance? Are you asking about the Noah City proposal? Chi Hansai's voice was tinged with a smile. The Dawn Conference was held the day you left. Xu Tongwei was in attendance. At that time, the vast majority of bases agreed to the legality of the Covenant Church's missionary work. Then, the Noah City representatives suddenly changed their minds, and announced they wanted to disband the church. I heard that the major bases treated them like traitors. After a brief pause, he continued, All the priests of the Covenant Church have been assigned to the Lingqi Church. They will be assigned as our priests. Well done, Wu Heng praised, then asked, Has it caused any impact? Chi Hansai replied, I haven't seen any impact so far. The relevant information hasn't appeared on the forums or been made public, but the higher-ups at the major bases must have gotten some information. Representatives have called me to inquire about it. If they ask you, just say we're willing to maintain peaceful coexistence, Wu Heng said. Yes. Wu Heng thought for a moment, and then said, That's it for now. Stay safe. If anything happens, let me know. Call Li Yang. Chi Hansai smiled and said, The skeletons you arranged for me are more than enough to protect me. Don't worry. Okay, that's it for now. After the two of them finished talking and hung up, Wu Heng called Li Yaheng's number. After the call was connected, he got straight to the point. How's it going lately? It's going pretty smoothly. I heard from Chi Hansai that they've taken control of Noah's city, Li Yang replied. We just got off the phone. Wu Heng leaned back. Now, the major bases will basically not hinder the development of the Lingqi sect. Inform Zhao Yanqiu that within a month, I want priests preaching at every base. I passed the message to Sister Zhao later. Li Yaheng's voice turned serious. Wu Heng thought for a moment, then continued, I have 2 props here. Come get them when you have time. I leave them at the prison gate. You can give them to Zhao Yanqiu to use for preaching. I make a video showing you how to use them. Props. I know how to use them, Li Yang said. On her hand, she wore the fiery ring Wu Heng had given her, which could release a fireball. Its power is actually average. Its only purpose is to hold psychics. Then you can teach Zhao Yanqiu about it later. Okay. The two finished their conversation and hung up. As soon as the call ended, Xiao Xiao flew in through the wall, her voice urgent, Uncle. Hurry, there are 2 level 20 zombies over there in the prison. Wu Heng raised a brow. It had been a while since a zombie had reached level 20 here. Standing up, he looked at the other 3 ghosts not far away. Let's go see the zombies. Do you want to go? The other three ghosts glanced over, then returned their gaze to their phones. Let's go, Wu Hung asked as they walked. Have you decided on a name? Xiao Xiao floated beside him. Why do we need to think about it? Aren't the class names fixed? Uncle, did you get it mixed up again? Ah, that's right. No need to start now. Wu Hung laughed, quickening his pace. Following Xiao Xiao, he arrived outside the level 20 zombie cell. The heavy prison door opened. Roar, a deafening roar echoed, and a dark figure approached, chains rattling. Whoosh, a thin line of water suddenly streaked through the darkness, precisely passing over the zombie's neck. Gulyalu, the head rolled off, and the zombie's massive body collapsed to the ground, gushing out turbid blood. This cell held the previously captured Vatican priest zombie. Due to occupational reasons, it had fallen from level 19 to level 17, and was now trained to level 20. Put its head back, Wu Hung commanded. The skeleton soldier behind him silently stepped forward, kicked the head back to its neck, and then straightened it. Bone servitude was unleashed, and the flesh quickly peeled away, and the bones reassembled. A tall skeleton slowly stood up, its carapace like wings extending from its back. Spirit Skeleton Warrior, level 20, Uncle, what class is it? Xiao Xiao floated closer. Spirit Skeleton Warrior, Wu Hung said. Ordinarily, the names of skeletons should be related to their classes in life. For example, after the Pope's death, he was classified as a mage, but after the priest zombie was transformed into a skeleton, he was named a warrior. I don't know what the naming is based on. Xiao Xiao blinked, and said with a grin, then let's call it Potlid number 4. Wu Hung smiled, easy to remember. That's a good name. Xiao Xiao floated in front of him mischievously, shaking her head, and sighing in a feigned deepness. Uncle, are you getting too old? You can't even use a smartphone anymore, right? Wu Hung was speechless. Even though I'm old, I'm still smarter than you. I am smart. What's 25 times 42? Xiao Xiao was stunned. Uncle, we haven't seen my mother in a while. Wu Hung glanced at her, and continued to the door of the second cell. The second zombie was also quickly dispatched. After transformation, it was still a spirit skeleton warrior, named Potlid number 5 by Xiao Xiao. After dealing with the 2 level 20 zombies, Wu Hung returned to the monitoring room with the newly subdued skeleton, and sat in front of the screen to browse the forum for a while. As the sky darkened, he stretched and called to the ghosts, let's go back to Treasure Island. He walked out of the boundary gate, and returned to the Treasure Island study. The ghosts went about their business, and Wu Hung went to the dining room for dinner. After dinner, he glanced at Xiao Xiao, who was playing shuttlecock with the maids in the courtyard. He took out his phone and sent a message to Lilith, asking, are you free tonight? Let's go to the casino together. Just after the message was sent, his phone vibrated slightly. You're just walking out like that? Wu Hung raised a brow. Looks like there's something going on today. I disguise myself. Wanna go? Xiaxi is playing shuttlecock today, so I don't think she'd come to play with you. There was silence for a few seconds, and then a crisp reply came. Okay. Come to my door. In front of Lilith's mansion. Wu Hung, wearing a faceless mask, depicted a young brown-haired man. He stood at the corner and waited for a moment. A young woman in a blue dress with blonde hair and blue eyes opened the door and walked out of the mansion. The two exchanged glances. Wu Hung asked suspiciously, Lilith? Lilith nodded. Your disguise is quite convincing. Wu Hung raised an eyebrow and reached out to adjust her hat. Same here. You look like a noble lady sneaking out for some fun. Lilith snorted softly, but didn't argue. The disguise seemed to loosen her grip a little. She reached out and grabbed his wrist. Let's go! It'd be dawn if we dawdle any longer. The two blended into the crowd, their fingers quietly intertwined. Chapter 1048. Crossing the streetlights ahead shone brightly, and residents gathered in groups of 3 or 4 to enjoy the cool breeze and chat. Bards stood beneath the streetlights, like natural stages. Some recited poetry aloud, while others, in groups, performed popular island plays, drawing occasional bursts of applause. Vendors, carrying shoulder poles, sold a variety of local snacks. While not as dazzling as those in the modern world, they nonetheless possessed a strong local flavor. The crowd grew, and Lilith paused, attempting to withdraw her tightly clasped hand, but Wu Hung held onto it. Too many people. It's a bad influence, Lilith whispered. We're all pretending. What are you afraid of? Wu Hung smiled, then pulled her closer, leading her out of the street and into the crowd. Lilith had no choice but to lower the brim of her hat again and follow, with brisk strides, her earlobes flushed red. Sir, Please buy me a flower." A young girl carrying a flower basket suddenly appeared before the two of them, her eyes sparkling. Wu Heng glanced at the flowers in the basket and pointed to the brightest red rose. "This one. 15 copper coins, sir." The girl deftly took out the flower. Wu Heng searched his interspatial ring, but couldn't find any change. He simply pulled out a silver coin and said, "1 silver coin." The girl's eyes widened in surprise, and she immediately gathered a large bouquet and thrust it towards him. "Thank you, sir. I wish you and my sister happiness." Lilith, caught off guard by the flowers, lowered her head to smell them, her lips curling up. Then, with a light cough, she stored them in her interspatial ring. The flower girl left, and the two continued on their way. Lilith gradually relaxed and took his arm. The two looked like a sweet couple on vacation. As the dazzling lights of the casino came into view, the surrounding pedestrians' attire became noticeably more luxurious. As they lined up to enter, the receptionist politely pointed to the paper bag of dried fruit Lilith had bought on the way. "Would you like me to keep it for you?" Wu Heng picked up the last candied fruit and gently brushed his fingertips across the corner of her mouth. "You're not allowed to take anything inside. Eat it." "You really are." Lilith glared at him angrily, then swallowed it, tossed the bag into the trash can, and they walked hand in hand into the lobby. The first-floor gaming area was bustling with activity, the electronic sounds of the arcade machines mingling with the sounds of laughter. The two squeezed in front of a machine and began playing. They played until late at night before ascending to the observation deck on the top floor of the casino. The lights of Treasure Island were visible before them, like a sky full of stars descending to Earth. A breeze carried a salty coolness, and Lilith's long skirt swayed in the breeze. "Lilith," Wu Heng whispered softly, "you're so cute tonight." Lilith, lost in thought, stiffened noticeably. "You mean masks? So you like that kind?" Wu Heng leaned over, his gaze blazing at her. "I'm talking about you. You're so cute." Lilith's eyes were a bit bewildered, and her ears were flushed red. She opened her mouth, but before she could utter a word, Wu Heng leaned down and kissed her. Lilith subconsciously nudged his chest, but her fingertips gradually lost strength, and her arms finally slumped over his shoulders. The sea breeze tangled their hair together. The number of people on the observation deck gradually increased, mostly couples. After a while, the two separated, and Lilith's eyes widened. "Did you bite me?" As she spoke, she glanced around, realizing that dozens of couples had already arrived on the rooftop. Each pair maintained a perfectly balanced distance, whispering or kissing passionately. The entire rooftop felt much warmer than outside. "Let's go! This place is so strange." Lilith grabbed Wu Heng's hand and began to leave. Wu Heng grasped her burning fingertips and whispered, "I booked a room on the 5th floor. Let's rest for a while before going back." Lilith's steps suddenly paused. "Are you tired? Let's go!" Wu Heng led her downstairs. He swiped his card to open the door. The door closed softly behind him with a barely audible click. Before Lilith could even stand, a gentle force pressed against the door panel. Wu Heng casually removed the faceless man's mask and stored it in his interspatial ring. He threaded his fingers through her hair and leaned down to kiss her again. This time, in the privacy of their own room, Lilith's response was noticeably more passionate. She awkwardly stood on tiptoe, her arms wrapped around his neck, her eyelashes fluttering slightly. When they separated briefly for air, "Wait!" Lilith also removed her own mask, a silver one with dense patterns. The surface rippled like water as she removed it. As the disguise magic lifted, her long brown hair cascaded down, revealing her stunning face once again. Wu Heng reached out and gently stroked her cheek, his thumb caressing the blush. "You are so beautiful." Before he could finish his words, a kiss had already landed on her slightly open mouth. Wu Heng fumbled with the ties at her back, trying several times to untie them. Lilith pushed him, "You're so stupid." With a tug, the ribbon undid. The long skirt fell apart like petals, revealing skin as white as jade. Wu Heng admired the body before him. From the delicate collarbone to the slender waistline, every inch a masterpiece of the creator's perfection. Lilith looked up at him, eyes obsessed with him. She felt shy, yet secretly delighted. As expected, a little boy, so obsessed with her. Wu Heng gently lifted her up and walked towards the bed. The bedside lamp was dim. Lilith looked shy, her lips pursed, completely devoid of her usual aloof, distant demeanor. Wu Heng gazed at the female leader, feared by the entire world. His eyes were like water, her snow-white skin flushed like a peach blossom. This stark contrast brought an indescribable sense of conquest to his heart, like taming a proud snow leopard. After admiring her for a moment, He saw Lilith was about to anger. He gently lifted her delicate jaw with his fingers, then leaned in and kissed her softly. A soft sigh escaped Lilith's throat. Then Wu Hung grasped her hands, lifted them above her head, and, like falling plum blossoms, traced them down her neck. Lilith's body trembled slightly, and she suddenly arched her back. Enough, enough. Lilith's voice was filled with panic. Wu Hang's hot breath fanned her ear. I love you. In the dim light, their silhouettes were reflected on the wall. Lilith's slender neck curved gracefully, leaning back like a dying swan, while Wu Hang's broad back cast a powerful silhouette on the wall. Early morning. In the spacious bathtub, Wu Hung leaned against the wall, Lilith in his arms. The girl's ivory skin was a faint pink, and her damp hair clung to his neck, ruffling gently with her breath, bringing a subtle tickle. What time is it? Lilith looked up drowsily, her cheeks still flushed with the lingering passion of love. It's still early. Wu Hung tightened his arm around her waist, pressing the girl back into his arms as she tried to rise. You? Lilith glared at him in embarrassment. Hasn't this been enough? Although he was scolding her, his tone was different from Lilith's usual one. It was soft and gentle. Wu Hung smiled. Even if you act like a spoiled child, I won't let you up. Who's acting like a spoiled child? Lilith bared her vampire fangs. Speak nonsense again and I bite you. Wu Hung complained. It's just that I miss you. How long has it been since we last met? Lilith was startled, her fangs retracted. She gently sucked his earlobe and murmured, Little boy. Both of them were heroes, possessing endless stamina, making them a perfect match. In fact, if you think about it, they'd known each other for quite some time. From the beginning, he only wanted to cling to Lilith's power and help him contain the secret order to the later alliance. She was also the first hero Wu Hung came into contact with. Later, Lilith temporarily lived on Treasure Island, and their relationship quickly blossomed. It wasn't until Wu Hung traveled to the vampire territory to rescue Lilith that he finally conquered the usually cold leader. Then, the water rippled gently, and their skin quickly heated up against each other. Ding dong. The sound of a text message shattered the ambiguous silence. Wu Hung raised his hand, and his phone, placed not far away, flew towards him. Unlocking the screen, it was a message from Minnie. The screen lit up, displaying Minnie's message. Master, are you still training your Sha Qi and Bone normally today? The ghosts are all home, proving that Wu Hung has also stayed on Treasure Island. So, I came here specifically to confirm my training schedule. Wu Hung pondered for a moment, his left hand still resting on Lilith's slender waist, while his right thumb rapidly tapped the screen, ready to go. I'll be right back. Okay, master. Minnie replied instantly, followed by a cute emoji. He didn't even know how to type that symbol. As soon as he locked the screen, Lilith's warm breath pressed against his ear. Who's that? Texting so early? Minnie asked about my training back home, Wu Hung said honestly, giving her a light squeeze on the waist. Lilith stood up and tossed her hair back. The island master's schedule is incredibly packed. Why? Are you jealous? Wu Hung said with a smile. Lilith said irritably, why should I be jealous? I don't care about you. Just plan my schedule. Yeah, good. Humph. The two emerged from the bathroom and changed into new clothes. Wu Hung put his arm around her waist and used teleportation to first send Lilith back to the mansion, then back to the Island Master's mansion. Island Master's mansion. The flames within the furnace shot up into the sky, the energy released by the burning swirling around, crashing around like a raging tide. Wu Hung sat cross-legged in the center, his skin covered in the runes of Shaki toughening bone painted on him by the Empress. These ancient, meaningless symbols flickered with his breathing. Today's training was completely different from usual. Perhaps it was the clarity of mind he gained last night, or perhaps the energy accumulated over the past few days had finally reached a critical point. The swirling tornado of malevolent energy suddenly contracted, transforming into dozens of torrents of red and black energy, joyfully flowing into his body along the rune veins. Holy crap! So powerful. Wu Hung, practicing his technique, suddenly opened his eyes. He could clearly feel subtle popping sounds emanating from his limbs and bones, each bone greedily absorbing the incoming energy. The black bird burning mark reappeared on his skin, merging with the malevolent bone-forging runes. Those ancient runes, as if infused with new life, reorganized themselves across his body, gradually outlining a brand new pattern. Wu Hung hummed softly, and suddenly, black and red energy erupted from every pore of his body. When the new rune pattern was completed, a system notification appeared. Unlocked feature, black malevolent burning mark. Wu Hung exhaled heavily, a surge of joy rising in his heart. The violent suction force abruptly ceased, the surging heat dissipating like the tide, leaving only wisps of smoke drifting through the air. Wu Heng shook off the smoke and dust on his body and strode out, a lingering red glow still lingering around him. Master! Wu Heng, how is it? The women waiting at the living room doorway immediately gathered around him. Minnie stood on tiptoe with a towel to wipe the dust from his forehead, while Shannara inquired from the side. Has the second stage been completed? The Empress asked casually from the back. Everyone had witnessed what had just happened and had their own suspicions. Wu Heng smiled and nodded. It's indeed a breakthrough, but I haven't felt any specific changes yet. The second stage, with its protective aura, not only increases the skin's resilience but also strengthens the muscles and bones, the Empress continued. Find someone to try it with you, so you can get a feel for it. Philippa darted to the front. I do it. I tried it with Wu Heng last time. You? Wu Heng glanced at her and tapped her forehead. Your level is too low. Damn, you're insulting me, aren't you? Philippa pinched her waist, and Robert pulled her back into the crowd. The Empress continued. Let's wait for the Wood Elf sisters to come back and test it. They be at the most suitable level. As she spoke, the door opened. The Wood Elf sisters, also covered in dust, entered, their tan skin gleaming in the sun, their muscles undulating slightly with their breathing. Sayonara, who knew the sisters best, said, Don't shower yet. Try the effects of the second stage with Wu Heng. My lord, have you mastered the second stage? Eluria's eyes widened. His younger sister, Sylvain, chimed in, Wow, master, you're learning so fast. You're worthy of being a great detective. Wu Heng smiled. Let's go, let's give it a try. Okay. With that, they all headed for the training room. Inside the training ground, 3 figures formed a triangle. The others stood by the doorway, spectators. Clang. The 2 sisters simultaneously drew their swords, the elder sister wielding a long sword in both hands, the younger sister holding a long and short sword in both. Master, we're here. Eluria called out, and the sisters transformed into 2 afterimages, charging forward, arriving at his side in the blink of an eye. Eluria thrust her sword forward, like a meteor piercing the moon, the tip pointing directly at his chest. Woo! Bright crimson lines appeared around Wu Heng, and his murderous aura coalesced into translucent armor, hindering the thrusting long sword. Eluria frowned, and in the blink of an eye, she thrust out a second strike. A flash of sword energy suddenly erupted 3 inches from her chest. The sword energy barely pierced through the evil spirit and struck her skin. Dang! A metallic crackle echoed, sparks flying as the blade made contact with skin. The humming sound made everyone's eardrum swell. So tough! Sylvain, the Wood Elf sister, exclaimed from behind. Chapter 1049. The sisters' pupils constricted simultaneously. They had known this technique would enhance their defense, but they hadn't imagined its effects would be so terrifying. The full-strength thrust of a high-level swordsman couldn't even penetrate the surface of their skin. The clash of blade and flesh produced a clang like the clashing of metal and stone. Sylvain! Eluria shouted softly, retreating violently. The younger sister understood, her 2 swords darting like venomous snakes, striking at his waist, their blades spinning in a spiral of air. The expected sound of flesh tearing didn't occur. The 2 swords suddenly froze half an inch from his skin, as if piercing an invisible wall. The translucent armor, condensed with murderous energy, rippled like water, dissipating the entire impact. Change formation. The 2 sisters intertwined, surrounding Wu Heng and launching an all-out attack. The longswords transformed into a cloud of silver light, enveloping Wu Heng from all sides. The spectators stared wide-eyed, as the 2 Wood Elf sisters unleashed their various attacks. Ding, 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 ding. The dense clash of metal clashing was like a torrential downpour hitting banana leaves. Ordinary slashes were deflected by the transparent armor, and the occasional sword energy that managed to penetrate the defense and slash against the skin only left fleeting white marks. My turn, said Wu Heng, who had been defending the entire time. His right hand swiftly extended, his index and middle fingers precisely grasping the tip of Eluria's thrusting sword. With a flick of his left hand, Sylvain's dagger spun and fell to the ground. The 2 sisters remained frozen in their attacking stance, their eyes filled with shock. Their proud combined attack technique not only failed to inflict damage, but was also easily dispelled. Was the weapon actually flung away by a finger? Wu Heng hadn't moved an inch the entire time. The 2 sisters stood frozen in the center of the training ground, their swords trembling slightly. As the leading swordsmen of the younger generation of the Wood Elves, they couldn't claim to rival heroic warriors, but they had always been confident in close combat. But now, all their skill, speed, and strength were child's play before this seemingly frail form. Even more ironically, the opponent was a mage. That's enough. Wu Heng released his grip on the long sword and rubbed his slightly reddened chest. Your clanging is making my bones numb. The sisters, as if waking from a dream, quickly sheathed their swords. His younger sister, Sylvain, trotted over, her eyes dazzlingly bright. My lord, this is all the result of the bodybuilding exercises? Of course. Wu Heng nodded and walked off the field, the lines on his skin gradually fading. Incredible. Sylvain suddenly hugged his arm. Will we be this invulnerable once we master this? Wu Heng let the wood elf girl hold him. You melee classes will probably gain even greater effects with this ability. Sister, did you hear that? Sylvain turned and pounced on Illyria. We'd be even more powerful once we learn it. Illyria tapped her head. Why are you yelling? Mind your appearance. The spectators on the sidelines also came over, asking questions with concern. The queen said, defense is just the foundation. The Shachi bone strengthening will significantly increase your strength and bone density, which is also very important. I can feel it, Wu Heng continued. The second stage is complete. When does the third stage begin? Start tomorrow, and be in top shape, the Empress said. I go take a shower first, and we talk when I come out. Wu Heng nodded and headed upstairs. Behind him, the women were still excitedly discussing the effects of the second stage. This defensive effect was truly astonishing. Once mastered, it could change the course of battle. After a quick shower, Wu Heng returned to his study. Glinda was reading by the window, Benny was watching a soap opera at a side table, and the Empress was manipulating her puppet at the desk, flipping through her own body refining technique. Is the third stage easy to practice? Wu Heng wiped his hair and sat down. The Empress replied, it's easy to practice, but it's also difficult. Can you speak human language? Wu Heng raised an eyebrow. The Empress detached herself from the puppet, her spirit flying over to look down at him. It's difficult to practice because only 1 in 10 practitioners survive this stage. Some die with their bones shattered, others are incinerated in flames, leaving nothing behind. The spirit leaned forward again. But you're a hero. You can be resurrected even if you die. It's just a waste of materials. Wu Heng raised an eyebrow. So you want me to risk my life to advance? You're a hero, you won't actually die, so what's there to be afraid of? The Empress said nonchalantly. What are the effects of the third stage? Wu Heng continued. Wu Heng had also read the contents of the body refining art. The third stage is called the Heavenly Destiny Body. The body is indestructible and immune to demonic attacks. It sounds powerful, but it's still a little vague. The Empress floated to the side and said, the effects of the third stage are increased defense, recovery of broken limbs, and increased resistance to various types of damage. Wu Heng tossed the towel in his hand and hung it on a distant wooden rack. Recovering a broken limb. Heroes can do that. After a brief pause, he continued, it sounds like it mainly increases physical defense, which is actually quite good. Even in the second stage, the power of the body refining technique could be felt. The two Waddell sisters, while not heroes, were level 18 melee professionals. They'd been circling him for so long, yet they hadn't managed to break through his skin defenses. This level of defense was truly terrifying. Not to mention the other benefits, just the fact that this defense could continue to increase made it worth cultivating. The Empress rolled her eyes at him and said, you have to understand that this skill isn't meant for heroes. For ordinary professionals, limb regeneration is incredibly important. You should understand. Wu Heng nodded, agreeing with this point. Potions in this world are powerful, but they can't restore broken limbs. The appearance of this skill means that ordinary professionals can also restore broken limbs. It's truly significant. You're right. The Empress glanced at him and continued, one more thing. Once you reach the third stage of cultivation, you can condense your life fire. If you reach the end of your rope in the hero stage, it might offer you a glimmer of hope, even outside the rules. Wu Heng's eyes narrowed, a glimmer of hope, reborn from the ashes. Can you really survive? The Empress nodded. Yes. Okay, we have to practice anyway. Let's see the results, Wu Heng said. The Empress continued, Minnie has already prepared the materials. We begin the third stage tomorrow. Rest well today and strive to be in top form. I listen to you, Wu Heng agreed. Then, the soul and the man discussed cultivation methods in detail for a while, then headed to the courtyard together to begin setting up their new training ground. Afternoon. Sunlight streamed through the glass windows, illuminating the study. Suddenly, the door swung open, and Xiao Xiao, controlling her puppet, swaggered in wearing a new gothic dress. In her arms, she clutched a carved wooden box. A gift from Sister Lilith. Xiao Xiao eagerly held up the box upon entering. Wu Heng, who was chatting, and the other 3 souls all looked over. What's that? Wu Heng chimed in with curiosity. Xiao Xiao mysteriously hid the box behind her back. Guess. There's a prize for guessing correctly. A rare item or a prop? Wu Heng asked. Benny glanced at Xishi's new clothes and said, I guess it's a nice accessory, or a decoration. Wrong. Xiao Xiao placed the wooden box on the table and opened it. Thump, thump, thump. The moment the lid opened, the temperature in the study plummeted. A rich, natural aura of the dead filled the room. 1 person and 3 souls looked inside, and saw a crescent-shaped, black and white companion in jade placed on the velvet cloth of the wooden box. So big? Lilith is so kind to you. I'm afraid even a first-level merit wouldn't be enough to buy this. The 3 souls exclaimed in amazement. The last time, the companion in jade Lilith gave Xiao Xiao was only half the size of a fist, a rare large one. This time, it was nearly half the size of a plate. Not to mention a first-level merit, even 3 or 4 wouldn't be enough to buy it. It's the kind of thing money can't buy. Lilith is so generous. Glinda exclaimed in surprise. Sister also said. Xiao Xiao hung the crescent-shaped jade in its place, and continued, You can call her auntie, but I feel it's more intimate to call her sister. After saying this, Glinda and the Empress were stunned, then looked at Wu Heng in unison. Wu Heng coughed lightly, strategically raised his teacup and took a sip, avoiding the 3 ghosts' intense gazes. It's just a name. Xiao Xiao, you can call me whatever you like. Yes. Xiao Xiao nodded vigorously. Uncle, Sister Lilith and I are going for a motorcycle ride. We'll be back tonight. Be careful, don't fall. Got it. Xiao Xiao agreed and disappeared. It seemed she returned just to show off her gift. The study fell silent again. Glinda floated over and looked at Wu Heng. What's wrong, Lilith? Wu Heng took another sip. What's wrong? It's not the first time I've given you something small. The Queen followed suit. Why is it so expensive all of a sudden? Benny also flew over. Is there something wrong here? The 3 ghosts stared at him from different angles, as if interrogating a criminal. Wu Heng coughed lightly. Give me some privacy, please. We don't know what's wrong with you. Tell me, Glinda said. Benny and the Queen were also waiting excitedly for an answer. Wu Heng put down his teacup and said, It's nothing. Just normal. Really? Glinda looked doubtful. Not exactly, Wu Heng whispered. There's some progress. Glinda continued, What progress? All progress. Wu Heng scratched his cheek. The 3 ghosts fell silent. After a moment, Benny gave a thumbs up. You're truly gifted in this area. You can handle even Lilith's personality. Glinda spun in midair, frowning as he pondered for a moment. Then, he analyzed, having Lilith reach this point has enormous benefits for us. First, we now have a true ally at headquarters. We can not only gain intelligence, but also stand firmly on our side on important decisions. Second, Lilith's strength is far greater than that of newly promoted heroes, and her background is far richer. Third, if the intelligence system she controls can be integrated, it will also benefit the development of the Lingqi cult. And finally, you can talk to Lilith about spreading the teachings within the vampire realm. The Empress added, Alliance is indeed an important way to strengthen our strength and consolidate our position. Wu Heng frowned as he listened to the 2 souls' analysis. Just this one thing, and he had already sorted it out. Why does it sound like you're approaching them with a purpose? Wu Heng scratched his head. Glinda raised a brow and continued, Now that you're both together, how could she possibly see you get into trouble? When you have time, go talk to her about the vampire missionary work. I don't think so. The efficiency in the zombie world seems more than enough, Wu Heng said. Spreading the missionary work to more places isn't a bad thing after all, Glinda said seriously. Okay, I ask Lilith's opinion later, but I can't talk about it now. It's not right to ask for something like that just after we confirmed our relationship. Wu Heng nodded. But this wasn't the right time to discuss it. It's not right to ask for something just after we confirmed our relationship. Glinda also nodded, indicating her agreement. Then, the 3 souls gathered around him, eagerly questioning him about every detail of yesterday's encounter. When Wu Heng had nothing more to say, they returned to their respective seats, some reading, some watching TV. Soon, Minnie called Wu Heng downstairs for dinner. After dinner, Xiao Xiao came skipping back in. Confirming Lilith was home, Wu Heng said hello to his family, sent a text message to Lilith, and then cast teleport to leave. He reappeared, his boot soles touching the soft carpet. This was a bedroom in the style of a vampire aristocrat, the air lingering with the delicate fragrance of ancient wood and roses. Splash! The sound of water could be heard from the bathroom. As Wu Hong stepped forward, a thick blood mist suddenly filled the bathroom, obscuring his view of the interior. "You're becoming more and more presumptuous," Lilith's voice pierced through the mist. "Have you forgotten even basic etiquette?" Wu Hong leaned against the doorframe. "You prepared such an expensive gift for Xiao Xiao. I have to come and say thank you." Lilith snorted. "There's no point in me keeping it. If Xiao Xiao likes it, just give it to her." Wu Hong coughed lightly, then said, "I want to stay here tonight." The sound of water splashing through the mist was heard. "Does your mind hold anything else besides that?" Even so, the blood mist suddenly dissipated. In the bathtub, Lilith's back was turned. Her long hair clung to her smooth back, her alluring curves barely obscured by the rose petals floating on the surface. Lilith glanced sideways. "What are you standing there for?" Wu Hong undressed, stepped into the tub, and lifted her lithe body, leaning her back against his chest. Lilith jokingly said, "I usually sleep in a coffin. Can you handle that?" "That's unlucky." Wu Hong nipped at the tip of her ear, feeling the gentle trembling in his arms. "Tonight, let's sleep on the bed." Lilith's ears flushed instantly, and she pinched the soft flesh at his waist. "You're pushing it further." Church, main entrance. A carriage bearing the crest of the association's leader glowed in the sunlight. Claudio, leader of the Hongwen Society, peered through the window at the farewell crowd. The Pope's scepter rested on the ground, and behind him stood a group of archbishops and knights. The association has always advocated for a peaceful resolution. Claudio's voice remained stern. No more lives should be lost. The Pope's knuckles were white, and the muscles beneath his robes were tense like bowstrings. The deaths of the three popes had put the cathedral on alert for days, fearing that the enemy would find a way to kill him as well. "The Holy See will make its own decision," the Pope said, each word gritted between his teeth. Claudio said no more, tapping lightly on the carriage, and it slowly started. "Wait for the carriage to move away. Select a new pope immediately." The Pope turned and climbed into his own carriage. "Yes." Everyone bowed their heads. Chapter 1050. The morning mist had not yet dissipated. In an undeveloped area on the west side of the island, a circular stone formation, nearly 1,000 square meters in size, stood erect on the flat ground. 12 rune-inscribed stone pillars were arranged radially, each densely engraved with runes, their fractures connected by molten gold. Mercury-like liquid flames flowed through the crisscrossing patterns on the ground, converging on the 3-meter-tall bronze furnace in the center. This scale. Wu Hong narrowed his eyes, gazing at the formation, which rivaled the size of a football field. He couldn't help but recall the ancient formation that stirred the ocean beneath the seabed of Rift Island. It was enormous, magnificent, and somewhat, it resembled the altars used for sacrificial ceremonies in ancient films. Construction of this formation began during Wu Heng's second phase. After all, his cultivation progressed far faster than planned. The Empress had also made advanced preparations. Inside the formation, the skeleton pattern master conducted a final inspection, while ordinary skeletons piled various materials into the central furnace. The third stage of heavenly body cultivation essentially uses the heavens and earth as a furnace. The Empress, dressed in a black embroidered robe, manipulated the puppet. "These materials are merely initiators. The true refinement lies within you." Wu Heng's eyes twitched as he stared at the furnace. "Are you sure an ordinary practitioner can handle this?" The Empress glanced at him. "It's not dangerous for you. You're convinced I can be resurrected after death, right?" Wu Heng sighed, stripping off his robe. "Be vigilant. If the people see their island master naked and struck by lightning, my reputation will be ruined." "Don't worry. This place is so far from residential areas. Who's going to see you?" the Empress said impatiently. "I'm talking about ranger beast taming." Wu Heng stripped down to his shorts. The Empress continued, "Take off your pants too, they burn soon." Wu Heng turned his back. "I'm not kidding. I'm preaching now. Reputation is important, so watch me." The Empress glanced at him. "Go ahead, I got it." Wu Heng walked naked into the formation. Once he sat cross-legged, all the skeletons retreated to a safe location. The Empress reclined on a lounge chair in the distance, elegantly crossing her long legs. Skeletons stood at her side, holding lace parasols. "Ignite!" the Empress whispered. Flames suddenly erupted from the altar. Liquid flame surged along the formation's lines, instantly engulfing Wu Heng in the center of a 30-meter diameter ring of fire. At the same time, dark clouds gathered in the sky at a visible speed, and lightning flashed through the clouds, condensing into a giant, python-like plasma. Wu Heng calmed his mind and began to practice his technique. Crimson lines crisscrossed his body, absorbing the raging energy from all around him. His hair turned to ash, and countless blood vessels burst and reformed beneath his skin. Crack! A dark cloud fell overhead, and the first bolt of lightning struck, engulfing Wu Heng's body. Then, a second, a third. Layers of lightning descended, engulfing the figure in the center. In the Island Master's mansion, the women prepared their own training plans. The door opened, and Xiao Xiao bounded in. Behind her, Lilith, dressed in a gorgeous black dress and lace gloves, slowly walked into the living room. All the women were startled, then saluted in unison. Chief Lilith. Lilith's expression remained unchanged, and her voice was cold. You're welcome. Xiao Xiao shook Lilith's hand and said, Sister Lilith, I want to see the effects of the body refining technique. The women's eyes narrowed slightly, but no one spoke. The body refining technique was a technique of the Island Master's mansion, kept secret except for those close to Wu Heng. Lilith glanced at them, and said softly, Wu Heng knows I'm coming. Viola, you reached the first stage. Demonstrate it to me, and see the results. Viola nodded. Lilith couldn't lie about this, and she was just trying to see the results. Leader, this way, the witch Viola gestured toward the training ground. Although both were heroes, Lilith's status was much higher than Viola's. Lilith had been a hero for a long time, and held a high reputation worldwide. Countless women looked up to her as a role model. They all headed to the training room. Viola walked to the center of the training ground, took off her coat, and faced Philippa. After both sides prepared, Philippa, twin blades in hand, charged forward swiftly, while Viola stood still. When the blades were 3 inches from her skin, crimson lines appeared all over Viola's body, and her skin instantly took on a metallic sheen. Dang! With a sharp clang of metal clashing, Philippa's dagger was deflected. Only a fleeting white mark remained where Viola had been struck. Philippa continued his attack, his twin blades falling continuously, the clang of metal echoing throughout the training ground. In the distance, Lilith's pupils narrowed slightly. Although Philippa's level was low, Viola's skin defense was indeed astonishing. And Wu Heng had said last night there were no class restrictions. It was indeed something special. Captain Lilith, is it ready? Viola returned, putting on her coat. The first stage's effect is to enhance skin defenses. Lilith nodded. Yes, it's done. Then, they returned to the living room. Xiao Xiao asked, Sister, do you want to practice too? Lilith said, I discuss it with your uncle when he gets back. Oh! Xiao Xiao nodded. After sitting in the living room and drinking tea for a while, Lilith stood up and said, Okay, I be leaving now. When Wu Heng comes back, have him call me. Yes, Captain. They saluted. After Lilith left, Sanera looked at Xiao Xiao curiously. Xiao Xiao, has Wu Heng agreed to let Captain Lilith learn the body refining technique? Since he had come to see the results, he had agreed to let her practice the body refining technique. Xiao Xiao swung her legs, looking at the people gathered around her. After a moment's thought, she said, Sister Lilith gave me a very expensive gift yesterday. Uncle probably felt embarrassed, so he told Sister Lilith about the technique, hoping to make her more powerful. After saying this, he nodded, Yeah, that should be the case. Everyone heard it, and it made sense. Besides, the technique is divided into 3 stages, the first stage increasing skin defenses. Not much to worry about. Benny, who was leaning on a recliner watching a movie not far away, glanced over. She thought to herself, You're all family from now on. Sanera nodded and said, All right, let's wait for Wu Heng to come back and make the decision. You all continue your training and don't waste time. The others nodded and began to plan their training plans. To the west, the training ground. The sunlight in the sky was swallowed by swirling thunderclouds, transforming the entire sky into a boiling furnace. In the center of a ring of fire several meters in diameter, Wu Heng stood like a tortured victim nailed between heaven and earth. Bluish-white lightning and crimson flames intertwined, each strike clearly illuminating his crumbling body, before rapidly repairing itself. This cycle repeated itself over and over again, collapsing and recovering again and again. Faced with this constant damage, Wu Heng gritted his teeth and persevered, hoping only to break through to the third stage sooner and achieve the effect the Empress had envisioned. The ring of fire and the falling lightning lasted for 3 or 4 hours. The materials in the formation gradually depleted, the dark clouds dissipated, and the flames gradually died. Wu Heng slowly stood up, a white mist emanating from his body. With each step, the charred crust on his body peeled away, like shattered porcelain, revealing the newly grown skin beneath. How is it? The Empress asked. It's like being thrown into a meat grinder for 3 days. Wu Heng began, puffing out a puff of black smoke. His voice was hoarse as he asked, "Are you sure you remember correctly? Is this how you train?" The Empress tapped his chest with the puppet's fingertips. "Don't worry, keep going, you definitely gained something." "Okay. Will you continue training today?" Wu Heng asked. "Today's training has been sufficient. Let's continue tomorrow," the Empress said, standing up. "Let's go back. Let the skeleton handle this." Wu Heng dressed, took her arm, and released teleportation. The two of them disappeared. Island Lord's mansion. Ripples rippled in the center of the courtyard, and the figures of Wu Heng and the Empress appeared. The stove in the front courtyard still released flames soaring into the sky. Eluria, the Wood Elf's sister, sat cross-legged within the flames, gritting her teeth and persevering, the runes on her skin flickering like breathing. Wu Heng and the Empress walked into the living room together. The women in the house all looked over, and when they saw Wu Heng's appearance, they were all stunned. Philippa was the first to exclaim, "Wu Heng! How did you become a boiled egg?" Wu Heng touched his head. "You're the boiled egg." Having just returned from the ravages of the lightning and fire, his hair, eyebrows, and even eyelashes were completely burned clean and hadn't grown back yet. But it would grow back quickly. It would probably be almost done by evening. Philippa chuckled, ran over, put her arm around his shoulders, and soothed him. "It's okay. Your boiled eggs aren't ugly. They're the prettiest, whitest boiled eggs I ever seen." "Thank you." Wu Heng walked over and sat down on the sofa. Catwoman Roby brought tea, and Shannara asked, "How's the third stage going? I noticed thunder was going on where you were practicing." Wu Heng took a sip of the tea and said, "It's not very good. You should wait until the hero stage before moving on to the third stage. We have plenty of time," Shannara said. Minnie handed him a chilled towel and wiped the dust off his face. She continued, "Leader Lilith came this morning. Sister Viola demonstrated the results of the first stage of the body refining technique to her. The leader seemed very interested and said she would come to practice tomorrow." "I know." Wu Heng took out his phone and checked. Sure enough, there was a message from Lilith. The message was simple. "I think the body refining technique is very good, and I will come to try it tomorrow." Wu Heng quickly replied with an okay. Then he said, "Lilith will also come to practice tomorrow." "Okay." Minnie nodded. She was in charge of purchasing materials. With one more person, they would have to order more. After finishing their business, the women inquired about the intensity of the third stage of cultivation. In fact, Wu Heng's appearance gave him some clues. He was quite miserable. If a hero like him was in this state, wouldn't normal professionals be in even greater danger? After chatting with a few people for a while, Wu Heng got up and went upstairs to shower. In the bathroom, amidst the misty water, Wu Heng rested his head on the edge of the tub and opened the faith bar on the dashboard. Faith, 19412/50,000. The rate of increase was still rapid. At this rate, Wu Heng narrowed his eyes. "I'd be able to break through to hero this year." The Kingdom of Yeko had already expelled the Vatican's personnel and established churches of the spiritual enlightenment throughout the land, including within the Wood Elves and around the city of Lintam. There are already quite a few churches. But Wu Heng still intends to focus his development efforts on the zombie world. Unlike this other world, information travels very quickly in the zombie world. Even without the need for churches, the teachings can be spread quickly, especially with the vastly larger population. Then have Li Yang increase her investment and try to shorten the time frame. Thinking of the Vatican, Wu Heng became puzzled. After killing the 3 heroes of the Vatican, no further news has come from there. It's not hard to imagine. They're just quietly continuing to produce heroes. If the Vatican wants to delay, then I do the same. When I become a god, none of them will survive. Moreover, with my current strength, even if the Vatican recruited 3 more heroes, they would only be delivering their corpses. Especially now that I unlocked the second stage of the body refining technique. In the first stage, I was able to kill religious leaders with a single blow, and the second stage would only be even more powerful. I wonder when I'd be able to succeed in the third stage. Although the effects of the third stage somewhat overlap with the characteristics of a hero, I'm still looking forward to it. After a quick bath, Wu Heng got up and left the bathroom. The next morning, Wu Heng completed the third stage of training for the day and returned to the Island Master's mansion, posing like a freshly boiled egg. In a training area within the courtyard, Lilith sat cross-legged in the middle of the stove. Wu Heng glanced at her, but didn't pay much attention. Lilith, like himself, was a hero, and with more experience and adaptability to various environments, this kind of training shouldn't be a problem for him. He returned to the living room, said hello to the women in the house, and went upstairs to wash up. After soaking in the tub for a while, the bathroom door opened and Minnie entered, carrying a new set of clothes. Master, Miss Lelilai is here. Yes. Wu Hung emerged from the tub. Minnie's face flushed slightly as she helped him get dressed. Wu Hung touched her face. What's up? It's not like I never seen you before, so why are you blushing? I never seen you bald before. Minnie looked up and winked mischievously. Wu Hung scratched her nose and reached out to button his shirt. After getting dressed, he went downstairs. Lelilai, the blonde, blue-eyed elf who headed the Snake Emblem Consortium, sat on a sofa in a light blue dress, chatting with Sinella. Seeing Wu Hung emerge, Lelilai immediately stood and saluted Master. Yes, take a seat, Wu Hung smiled, sitting down opposite him. Lelilai said, Sir, I'm here primarily to bring you the 2 items I purchased last time. Miss Minnie said you needed them urgently, so I personally delivered them to you upon arrival. As she spoke, she handed over a spatial ring. Wu Hung took it and examined the space within. He raised his eyebrows. There were 22 shadow mirrors and 17 light and shadow cubes. The Snake Emblem group is quite efficient. Chapter 1051. Ms. Lelilai's efficiency is always astonishing, Wu Hung praised with a smile, putting away the props. Lelilai gently stroked her hair, her crystal earring swaying softly at the side of her neck. It's my honor to serve you. After saying this, she leaned forward slightly, revealing a large expanse of her white dress. Actually, I came here today with a new idea from the consortium headquarters. Wu Hung smiled and said, We're old friends, so just be frank. Lelilai glanced at Sinella beside her and said, Then I be frank. The Snake Emblem Consortium wants to purchase Treasure Island's iron warships to transport their goods. Those goods are selling well everywhere, but the transportation is slow, especially the sea journey. Wu Hung raised an eyebrow. He hadn't expected the other party to want to purchase Treasure Island ships. Compared to the wooden ships of the other world, the speed and performance of the ships were indeed overwhelmingly superior. Wu Hung remained silent. Shannara, standing beside him, spoke directly, Metal ships are a technology unique to Treasure Island. We won't sell this technology to anyone else. Not to mention the Snake Emblem Consortium, the Wood Elves Chamber of Commerce, and the Association have both discussed this matter long ago, and the price offered has been very generous. After a brief pause, Shannara smiled. We're willing to continue our cooperation with the Snake Emblem Consortium, but we can't agree to the ships. If we did, we wouldn't be able to explain ourselves to the Wood Elves and the Association. If it were anyone else, Lelilai would have pressed for terms, then used the Snake Emblem Consortium's financial resources to raise the price. But right now, it was difficult for her to speak up. Shannara was the former guild master of the Wood Elf Starflower, and Wu Hung was the leader of the association. Neither faction had ever reached an agreement on this matter, so how could they possibly agree to the Snake Emblem Consortium? I'm being abrupt. Lelilai sighed, bowing her head slightly. It's just that the transport fleet is. How about this? Wu Hung said. Treasure Island has a fleet of ships about to go out to sea. I arranged for a few to transport the goods to the Emerald Sea. Once we arrive, you can decide where to send the goods. Lelilai's eyes narrowed. This solution could solve both parties' problems. It avoided the sensitive issue of technology transfer, while also effectively improving transportation efficiency. That's excellent. On behalf of the consortium, thank you for your help, sir. Lelilai bowed again. After discussing this matter, the two chatted about orders. Wu Hung had also placed 2 orders with the Snake Emblem Consortium for large quantities of ghostly artifacts, hoping to do business with the Endless Desert. The Snake Emblem Consortium hasn't collected any, and there's been no news from the Endless Desert. The second task is collecting corpses. According to Lelilai, peace has been relatively high among all races and nations lately, so there haven't been many bodies brought in. Lelilai glanced out the window at the fire in the courtyard, her eyes wandering. Finally, she couldn't help but whisper, Captain, where are those 2 young ladies in the courtyard? They're physical training methods that can strengthen your constitution, Wu Hung replied casually. It looked like she didn't recognize Lilith. Otherwise, she wouldn't have sounded so curious. The Island Master's mansion is truly amazing, Lelilai exclaimed, her gaze still flickering towards the courtyard, her thoughts wandering. Seeing this, Shannara's lips curled up into a smile, and she suddenly took Wu Hang's arm affectionately. Miss Lelilai, if you're willing to join the Island Master's mansion, you can also learn this method. Lelilai's ears instantly reddened, and her eyes flickered between Wu Hung and Shannara. Finally, she whispered, Madam Shannara, you're joking. I don't have your courage. Opportunities are something you have to strive for. Shannara blinked, her tone meaningful. Some things, If you take the initiative, perhaps they will succeed? Letelai's breathing hitched slightly, her fingers unconsciously tightening the hem of her skirt. Her eyes fell on Wu Heng, as if she was hesitating whether to declare her feelings right then and there. Wu Heng smiled and shook his head, reaching out to gently pinch Shannara's cheek. Nonsense, you're making a fool of yourself. Shannara said with a smile. I see Miss Letelai is already tempted. Letelai, a regional leader, felt her ears flush red. She stood up and said, I write to headquarters about the captain's cargo ship. I won't hold back any longer. Wu Heng called out from behind, Minnie, go settle the balance with Miss Letelai. Yes, master, Minnie agreed, heading towards the vault. Soon, Minnie paid the balance, and Letelai bowed and left. After the figure disappeared, Shannara finally couldn't help but chuckle. It seems this Miss Letelai has more than meets the eye. Wu Heng put his arm around her shoulders. How could I not have noticed? You always like to joke about these things. Why you don't like it? Shannara tilted her head against his shoulder, a smile in her eyes. She's always visiting the island master's mansion. You can't see her little tricks, but we can see what she means at a glance. You can't just bring that up, it's so awkward, Wu Heng said. It's her blessing that you're interested in her, Shannara said, glancing sideways at him. Is Treasure Island really going to add a batch of ships? Are there any for the Starflower? Wu Heng raised an eyebrow. Shannara, who no longer cared about the Wood Elf Guild, was still worrying about it. If you want, you can allocate 2 ships to the Starflower, but they only be used to transport goods, not for them. I know. Shannara stood up, hooked her finger under his chin, and said, I talked to the elders, and request another batch of craftsmen to build Treasure Island. This guy really knows the difference between inside and outside. If Treasure Island adds more ships, the Wood Elves will have to pay a price. Go ahead. Wu Heng patted her on the butt. She rolled her eyes, and hurried away. Noon. The blazing sun streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting glaring spots of light on the living room floor. Lilith pushed the door open and entered, her newly changed long dress brushing against the threshold, bringing in a gust of scorching air. She casually brushed away the hair clinging to her neck. Her cool, elegant face still held a lingering flame, her skin a faint crimson in the sunlight. Wu Heng handed her an icy silk towel and said with a smile, Stay for lunch. The food is ready. Lilith took the towel, thought for a moment, and replied calmly, Okay. Let's go to the dining room. The two of them walked down the hallway, one in front of the other. The once bustling dining room suddenly fell silent the moment they entered. Robert and Philippa, who had been bickering, instantly fell silent, and the rest of the conversation also quieted down. It was as if an invisible pressure hung in the air, as if the temperature had dropped several degrees. The skeleton attendant pulled out chairs for the two of them, and they sat down. Wu Heng asked, How do you feel? It's new. Lilith's voice remained cold, but a hint of excitement lingered in her eyes. How long have you been practicing? Wu Heng didn't answer directly, instead saying, As for the hero, you can master it in 2 weeks. Lilith nodded slightly, and said no more. Let's eat first. Yes. At the table, the two chatted casually, their tones as calm as ever. Wu Heng didn't try to get close, and Lilith maintained her usual distance. She was naturally aloof and reserved, and never showed any emotion in front of outsiders. After lunch, Lilith stood up and said, I'm going home. I come back tomorrow. Wu Heng nodded. Send a message if you need anything. Xiaoxiao had been looking at her tablet not far away. Seeing Lilith leave, she immediately ran over. Uncle, Lilith and I are going out to play. Wu Heng said, No, we have to go out soon. Oh. Xiaoxiao replied, turning to Lilith and saying, Sister, I come play with you when I finish work. Lilith's cold face flickered with a smile. Okay. With that, she left the island master's mansion. The gate closed, Wu Heng withdrew his gaze, and said to Xiaoxiao, Let's go. It's time to leave. Yes. Xiaoxiao jumped up and followed. The two returned to the study. Wu Heng let the ghost return first, then opened the gate and walked in. Prison, monitoring room. Wu Heng walked through the gate, and released the ghost to possess the puppet. At their respective locations, they took their phones, and browsed the forum. Wu Heng sat down in front of the surveillance camera, took out his cell phone, and called Li Yang. Hello? Li Yang's voice came from the receiver, music playing in the background. Did you use the props I gave you last time? Wu Heng asked directly. Mirror and Rubik's Cube? Li Yang's tone was noticeably more excited. Yes. The effect was amazing. It projected your image, and Sister Zhao, and I thought it was really you. After a slight pause, she continued, Later, Sister Zhao followed your idea and used it in a public evangelism session. The scene was stunning, and the effect was excellent. Wu Heng also smiled. As long as it works, it's good. It will also help the development of the Lingqi sect. Li Yang thought for a moment, then continued, but do you only have one set of these props? If you had a few more, they could be distributed to other bases, and the influence would definitely increase several times. Wu Heng smiled and said, there are some more. I have Skeleton drive them over to you later. Excellent. Li Yang said, then changed the subject. By the way, the Nuwa ruins you asked me to look up earlier. We already narrowed down several locations, and are arranging personnel to conduct on-site investigations. Many of these are artificial scenic spots with little practical value. Once we confirm the most reliable locations, I report back to you in detail to avoid a wasted trip. Okay, I wait for your good news. Wu Heng continued, any progress on Qi Hansai's shipbuilding project? I don't know. Qi Hankai didn't tell me about this. You should ask her, Li Yang replied. Wu Heng nodded, I call Qi Hankai first. Okay. Li Yang replied, and they hung up. Wu Heng continued to dial Qi Hansai's number. After a few rings, Qi Hansai's voice came over. What orders? Where are you? Wu Heng asked. Qi Hankai replied, at the South Korean base. Everything has been arranged in Noah's city. Externally, it's still a large base of the Dawn Alliance, while internally, it's our subsidiary base. Not bad. Wu Heng praised, then asked, how's the production of the Flame Perpetual Motion machine ship going? The Flame Furnace, as a technology that drives energy, is named the Flame Perpetual Motion machine. Wait a moment. Then, the sound of shuffling papers could be heard from the other end. After several seconds, Qi Hankai said, 2 shipyards at the South Korean base and 3 shipyards in China are simultaneously producing. 3 frigates and 2 cargo ships have already completed their sea trials, with no problems. The production efficiency is quite high. Mobilize these ships together, and I take them away, Wu Heng ordered immediately. You're coming? Qi Hansai's tone lightened. Okay, I be there now. Please arrange it as soon as possible, Wu Heng said. Okay, I arrange it now. After hanging up the phone, Wu Heng called to the ghosts, girls, let's go to the Korean base. We check our phones on the way. Oh, okay. Several ghosts controlled their puppets and followed Wu Heng downstairs. They got into the SUV, with Wu Heng in the passenger seat, Xiao Xiao in Binny's arms, and the 4 puppets squeezed into the back seat. As the car started, Wu Heng texted Li Yang, saying, prepare the plane to go to the Korean base. I also brought the props. Soon, Li Yang's text came through, saying, got it. I arrange it now. Association Headquarters, Chief's Meeting Room. The heavy oak door slowly closed, shutting out all outside noise. Above the circular conference table, the lightstone swayed, illuminating 5 faces with distinct expressions. In addition to the 3 ruling leaders, a Vatican archbishop sat in the religious leader seat, and a female vampire sat in Lilith's seat. Since the radio was distributed to each clan, the rules for the association's chiefs' meetings have quietly changed. Even if the leader is absent, a deputy or assistant will attend in his place, and then relay the news via the radio. After everyone was seated, Claudio, the leader of the Hongwen Society, tapped the table with his fingertips, breaking the silence. 3 holy seas fell in the Yeko Kingdom, including the religious leaders. You should all be aware of the details. The association had long been aware of this matter, and no further explanation was needed. The Vatican representative leaned forward slightly, saluted the leaders, and then said, leaders. His Holiness was saying that Wu Heng had murdered 3 Vatican heroes, including the religious leader. The association should immediately arrest Wu Heng and bring him back to headquarters for trial. As soon as he finished speaking, a sudden silence fell in the meeting room. The leader of the Hongwen Society couldn't help but roll his eyes. He remembered clearly that back in the cathedral, the Pope had solemnly declared this a personal vendetta and demanded the association not interfere. Now the Vatican has suffered a loss, and the association is expected to clean up the mess? The vampire woman representing Lilith chuckled. According to the Whisperer's intelligence, it seems that the Vatican broke its agreement and secretly ambushed leader Wu Heng in this incident, right? He glanced at the Archbishop. Now you're the ones dying, and you want the association to intervene? If this gets out, won't it make professionals across the continent laugh at you? The Vatican representative's face darkened, and his voice suddenly rose. The 3 holy seas were invited to participate in the Yeko Kingdom's Week of Courage. The conflict was an accident, but Wu Heng's brazen murder of the Holy See violated the association's treaty. If he's not severely punished, who will abide by the rules in the future? The vampire woman sneered. That's not what the Echo Kingdom's official announcement said. When Wu Hung stayed in the Echo Kingdom, how could the announcement be up to him? The Vatican representative retorted coldly. I have a lie detector test here. Do you dare speak into it? The vampire refused to yield. Enough. A sudden roar erupted. The dwarf leader slammed his fist on the table, shaking the candlelight violently. His eyes, like bells, glared at the two men enraged. If you two keep arguing, I break your jaws. The two men immediately fell silent. The dwarf leader took a deep breath, forcing himself to suppress his rage. He had received the least intelligence, and only after sitting here was he shocked to learn that the three holy seas had been slain by Wu Hung. He was already irritated, and now, watching two outsiders bickering, he infuriated even more. After the meeting room quieted down, the leader of the Hongwen Association spoke at the opportune moment. Hadarai. How do you think this matter should be handled? Hadarai slowly raised his eyes. He understood the Vatican's intention, to have the association put some pressure on Wu Hung to prevent him from attacking the cathedral at this moment. We will urge both parties to resolve the matter peacefully, Hadarai continued, but the association will not directly intervene in your personal dispute. Chapter 1052. Several people present narrowed their eyes. They're not going to intervene. They won't listen to the association anyway. Who wins and who loses depends on their own abilities. The dwarf leader said gruffly, fight if you want, but as long as no innocent people are harmed, who cares about your petty affairs? The religious representative's expression changed slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. Even so, we still hope the association can restrain Wu Hung and prevent him from taking more drastic actions. Hadarai nodded calmly. We will contact Wu Hung. Thank you, leaders. The religious representative bowed deeply, and then turned to leave. After the religious representatives left, the vampire representative spoke up. According to the Whisperer's intelligence, Leader Wu Hung was merely reacting passively in this incident. Hadarai said, compile a report and submit it. Yes. I go back and compile the report. The vampire representative also bowed and left the meeting room. After the two left, a brief silence fell in the meeting room. After a moment, the leader of the Hongwen Society slowly spoke. If we let them fight, won't the situation get out of control? The dwarf leader snorted coldly. Intervene? How? They make nice promises, but they fight harder than anyone else. Hadarai tapped his fingertips on the table, finalizing, there's no need to discuss this further. The association will not interfere in their affairs. After a brief pause, he continued, both sides must adhere to the bottom line. No innocent people should be harmed, and no significant losses should be caused. The rest is up to each person's ability. At this point, it was clear to everyone that both the Holy See and Wu Hung were beyond the association's control. The Holy See could mass-produce heroes, but Wu Hung was even more outrageous. In just 1 year, he had killed 2 popes and 3 pontiffs. There were even rumors that even Saidu, who had returned to the Holy Church, had died at his hands. This record is probably more powerful than some heroes have ever seen in their entire lives. Since we can't control them, we might as well let them fight on. No matter who wins or loses in the end, the winner will inevitably be severely damaged. Then, the association can step in to clean up the mess and regain the initiative. The leader of the Hongwen Association nodded. I will draft a formal announcement and send it to both parties. That's all. Hadarai sighed. The other two nodded and left the meeting room. After the two left, Hadarai stood alone at the window, looking out, and sighed a rare sigh. Serving as the Sword of Justice, this term has been incredibly difficult. All sorts of chaos have been squeezed into his term, and each one is more insane and ruthless than the last. After a long silence, he sighed again before leaving the meeting room. Zombie World, South Korean base. The sea breeze, carrying a salty smell, swept across the harbor, and waves crashed against the shore, splashing white water. Wu Hung and Chi Hankai stood side by side at the dock. 5 ships sat quietly anchored in the distance. 3 battleships and 2 cargo ships. All are powered by perpetual motion machines. Chi Hankai's long hair fluttered slightly in the sea breeze. Each ship has completed more than 5 days of ocean-going testing, and its stability far exceeds that of conventional vessels. Wu Hung squinted his eyes, as the waves crashed into a white foam at the bow. What weapons are the frigates equipped with? Chi Hankai spoke immediately, as if already prepared. The main weapon is a 127mm naval gun, and the close-in weapon system is a 7-barreled Gatling gun, firing 4,200 rounds per minute. After a brief pause, he continued, although the cargo ships are unarmed, all ports are fully pre-installed, allowing them to be converted into armed transports at any time. Good. Wu Heng nodded in satisfaction, then continued, you go back to base first. I take care of these ships. Chi Honkai suddenly leaned over, her slender fingers rubbing his waist subtly. Last time, you promised yourself that you accompany me when you come again. A great pope, you wouldn't stand up your own woman, would you? Standing up like an owl. Wu Heng rolled his eyes at her. I'm not leaving tonight. Chi Hansai's red lips curled up in triumph. With that, she climbed into the SUV behind, rolled down the window, and waved. I be waiting. The engine roared as the vehicle drove away. After the SUV disappeared around the corner, Wu Heng walked alone to the massive warehouse deep within the harbor. Previously, transport ships to other worlds passed through here, so everything was ready. After adjusting the positions of the two world gates, Wu Heng commanded into the communicator, enter the light gate. 5 ships, controlled by skeleton pilots, entered the gate. After the last cargo ship's rudder sank into the light gate, Wu Heng removed the boundary gate key. He glanced at the calm sea and left the harbor. Under the night, the lights inside the South Korean base remained bright. Wu Heng returned to Chi Hansai's residence and, the moment he pushed open the bedroom door, a frown rose. Chi Hansai knelt in the center of the bed, black leather tightly wrapped around her graceful curves, a bunny ear headband trembling slightly above her head. The dim bedside lamp cast a shimmer on her, her slender legs faintly visible beneath her fishnet stockings. Master! You're back. Chi Hansai's red lips parted softly, the ending sound like a hook. Wu Heng raised an eyebrow. For a moment, he thought Minnie Mouse was kneeling on the bed. Where did you get those clothes again? Wu Heng locked the door and loosened his collar. I remember Chi Hansai always coming up with something new every time she came over. Last time, she was a bunny girl, but it was completely different from today's. Chi Hansai's bare feet touched the carpet, the leather scraping against her skin with a subtle sound. Nowadays, all sorts of stores are restocking them, so they're easy to find, Chi Hansai said as she helped him undress. As the clothes fell to the floor, she suddenly stood on tiptoe and wrapped her arms around his neck. Wu Heng took her lithe waist and climbed onto the bed. The next day, they returned to Treasure Island. Tap, 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 with her little arms outstretched, she ran down the stairs like a small airplane, dashing all the way to the courtyard. Wu Heng followed her downstairs and glanced out the window. 2 balls of fire rose in the courtyard. The faint silhouettes of Lilith and Silas rose visible within them. Currently, there are 4 people practicing the first stage of the body refining technique: Lilith, Sheila, and the Woodell sisters. However, due to limited training space, they can only proceed in batches. As the leader, Lilith naturally takes precedence, while Sheila, due to her association duties, is also assigned to the first batch. The Woodell sisters didn't have much to do on the island anyway, so it didn't matter if they started earlier or later. Wu Heng came downstairs, and Minnie came back from outside. Master, would you like breakfast? I already have. Wu Heng rubbed her head and stroked her bunny ears. Minnie winced. What's wrong, Master? Nothing. Wu Heng rubbed her again, then asked, where are Chanella and Philippa? Sister Chanella and Philippa are in the training room. Should I call them? Okay, have them come over. Minnie nodded and trotted off to the training room to call for help. Not long after, Chanella and Philippa emerged, one after the other. Both were dressed in training uniforms, beads of sweat still adorning their foreheads. Looking for us? Chanella asked, wiping her sweat off. A new batch of ships has arrived at the port. Let's go take a look, Wu Heng said. Chanella glanced down at her clothes. Then let's go change first. Wu Heng waved his hand. No, there's no one at the port. We be back in a minute. Philippa casually tossed her hair and agreed. Yeah, changing clothes is such a hassle. No one's watching anyway. Chanella thought it made sense. All right. Wu Heng stepped between the two, one arm around Chanella's waist and the other on Philippa's shoulder. Teleport flashed. The 3 figures instantly vanished. Port 2. The sea breeze blew against her face, and 5 massive steel warships lay quietly anchored on the azure waters. Philippa's eyes widened. Where did these come from? As the de facto manager of the Treasure Island fleet, she knew every ship in the harbor intimately. But these massive ships before her didn't even exist last night. Wu Heng smiled mysteriously. They were built in secret. After all, only we have this technology. Just keep it to yourself, and don't spread it around. Philippa curled her lips, reluctantly accepting the explanation, but quickly became excited again. The seas have been so calm lately, there haven't even been any decent pirates. How about, let's relax a bit. Otherwise, these warships will be useless. Wu Hong said angrily. Treasure Island is finally free of pirates, and you're still thinking of getting more? You should focus on training instead. Philippa glared at him unconvincedly, then turned and ran toward the frigate. I go check out the new ships. Wu Hong continued to look at Shannara and said, I plan to use the 2 largest cargo ships for the Snake Emblem Consortium's cargo transport first. Once the next batch of large cargo ships are built, they'd be allocated to the Wood Elf Chamber of Commerce. Shannara smiled gently and leaned on his shoulder. You can arrange it. I have no objection. Wu Hong tightened his grip around her arm and smiled. You're the best. Shannara snorted softly and continued, I'm glad to know. The 3 of them looked at the ships together for a while, and Wu Hong used teleportation again, returning to the Island Master's residence. Back to the Island Master's residence. Shannara went upstairs to change her clothes, intending to go to the Snake Emblem Consortium to discuss the cargo transport. Philippa, on the other hand, organized the newly acquired battleships into a formation and arranged to patrol. Just as Wu Hong was about to go upstairs to join the Empress to practice the body refining technique, Minnie emerged from the radio room and announced, Master, the radio station has intercepted some important intelligence. Whose information? Wu Hong asked. The Association, the Vatican, both. Minnie said. Okay, let me take a look. Wu Hong entered the radio room. Master, I go downstairs and make you some tea. Minnie walked downstairs. Inside the radio room, a skeleton operator sat quietly at his equipment, his notebook densely filled with yesterday's intercepted communications. As if overnight, the powers across the continent were secretly stirring. The Elven message mentioned the hero training program and highlighted changes in diplomatic relations with Treasure Island and the Vatican. The dwarves were more concerned about the impact on trade, emphasizing the need for all parties to maintain commercial stability and avoid becoming embroiled in escalating conflicts. Scrolling down, he began with the Vatican's message. The Vatican's radio transmission stated that the association had classified the conflict between the 2 parties as a personal feud and would not intervene, but requested that it not affect civilians or cause major damage. Seeing this message, Wu Hong raised a brow. Is the association simply letting it go? Speaking of which, they had indeed been trying to mediate this matter before, but both sides had only cooperated on the surface, each seeking to use the association to suppress the other. Now, the association had understood and no longer intended to interfere in this matter. The last piece of encrypted intelligence, from Lilith, detailed the meeting, including the Vatican's request for the association to arrest Wu Hong and the association's stance. After reading all the contents, he returned the notebook to Investigator Skull. The association's cessation of involvement in this matter would not have much impact on either party. However, the Vatican's desire for the association to arrest him indicated that they were somewhat panicked. After all, 3 heroes had died, and the Templar only had 1 pope left. They wanted the association to contain him. Attacking the temple, I wonder if it will attract that deity. Wu Hong muttered. As he pondered this, the door opened a crack, and Minnie poked her head in. Master, Leader Lilith has completed her training and is waiting for you in the first-floor living room. She said she has something to ask. Okay. Wu Hong stood up and went downstairs. First-floor living room. Lilith sat elegantly on the sofa, sipping tea. Seeing Wu Hong coming down, she spoke coldly. The association has sent a message stating that they will no longer interfere in the conflict between you and the Vatican. Then Lilith recounted the intercepted message in greater detail. After she finished, she continued, but there are 2 bottom lines. They won't affect ordinary professionals, and won't cause too much of a ripple. Wu Hong's eyes narrowed, a look of surprise on his face. He then said, the Vatican attacked me, and they have the nerve to complain to the association? I spoke to Hatteray about this ahead of time, and headquarters knows what's going on. Lilith continued, headquarters will no longer interfere in this matter, which will have both advantages and disadvantages for you. You should be more cautious, and not act so arrogantly. I know, don't worry. Wu Hong took the tea from Minnie and took a sip. Lilith continued, also, the 2 bottom lines the association mentioned. Ordinary professionals also include low-level priests. Don't kill them unless absolutely necessary, lest the Vatican have an excuse to use the association against you. Okay, my target has always been the Vatican's top brass, Wu Hong said again. Lilith nodded, then continued, I planted a whisperer in the Sanctuary Association and equipped it with a radio. I'll let you know if there's any news. That's great. I'm just in need of intelligence. Wu Hong blinked. I repay you when I have time. Lilith glared at him, then stood up and said, I'm taking Xiao Xiao fishing this afternoon. I rented a fishing boat. Do you want to come? Next time, Wu Heng said helplessly. My training plan isn't complete yet. Okay, I be leaving first. Lilith waved to Xiao Xiao from a distance. They held hands and left the island master's mansion. Wu Heng also stood up, called the Empress, and headed for the third stage of training. 4 days flew by in a flash. Wu Heng persisted in practicing the third stage of the body refining technique. Daily, intense energy tempering allowed his skin to grow smoother and smoother, radiating a faint glow like a newborn baby. But his hair continued to suffer. Just when a few stubbles appeared, they were instantly reduced to ash in the blazing flames. Philippa, in particular, after spending the night together, brought up the term silkworm the next day. Instantly, word spread throughout the household. Even further afield, the Wood Elf sisters, inspired by the card game, successfully broke through to level 19, their strength reaching a new level. Proof that leveling up was indeed possible, the sisters became even more diligent. Sometimes, when Wu Heng went downstairs late at night, he would still see Aluria, the Wood Elf sister, engaged in intense training. In the bedroom, Wu Heng leaned against the headboard, his phone in front of him. In the video, Wenmanshaw wore a black lace nightgown with a slightly open collar, revealing a large expanse of snow-white skin. She still looked like a lazy and charming sister-in-law. Behind her, Underwear held a sleeping baby in her arms, her fox ears twitching gently as she gazed tenderly at the camera. Is my daughter tired? Wu Heng asked softly. Little Wu Qin, who had been laughing heartily just a moment ago, now had her eyes closed and fallen asleep. Underwear chuckled softly. She must be tired. When Manshaw said, send her to rest. Let the ghost skeleton watch over her. Underwear nodded and said to the screen master, I take Qin Qin back to her room first. Okay. Wu Heng nodded. Underwear left, carrying the child. When Mancha's eyes instantly turned to spring water, and she bit her red lips softly, master. I missed you so much. I missed you too, Wu Heng said with a smile. When Manshaw suddenly sighed. I should have let Weir manage the city, and I would have gone with you to Treasure Island as a maid. Her fingertips tangled with the ends of her hair. Rentham City is getting better and better, but I get to see you less and less. You're the sister-in-law of the Spike Gang, and that's our last base, Wu Heng continued. When the child is older, we take her to the island by train. We have radio communication anyway, so it won't be a hassle. When Manshaw shook her head. That was just a passing remark. You're all the presidents and deacons over there, so I stay here. Come back and visit when you have time. Don't forget us, mother and daughter. How could I have forgotten? Don't be ridiculous, Wu Heng feigned anger. When Manshaw smiled. Master, now that I think about it, meeting you is truly the greatest fortune of my life. I'm lucky too, Wu Heng smiled. At that time, I was also in agony. My original world had become apocalyptic. In Blackstone Town, I was nearly skinned by the former deacon and had my body stolen. I was completely tense and distrustful of everyone. Later, with the arrival of Wenmancha, Minnie, and Anwil, everything began to improve. The two chatted for a long time, until Wenmancha's eyelids began to droop, and then I reluctantly hung up. The moment the screen went dark, Wu Heng looked out the window. Sometime, I have to go see Wenmancha and Slater. Lilith's mansion. The bedroom door opened. The butler stood at the doorway, speaking to the wooden coffin in the center. Miss, there's a message from the radio. Swish, the heavy coffin lid was pushed open, and a small, white hand rested on the edge before sitting up. Lilith sat up and asked softly, which station? The one with the Templar Whisperers. The butler bowed and handed over a piece of paper. I written down the information. Lilith took it and glanced at it, her eyes fixed. The Templars are about to prepare for the selection of a new Holy See, and they also added a new list of blasphemers. Chapter 1053. The Holy Temple is about to prepare for the selection of a new Holy See, and has added a new list of blasphemers. Queen Brittany of the Yeko Kingdom, Lord of Rentam City, Winmantha, and Minister of the Interior of Rentam City, Hartel. Philippa of Treasure Island, Minnie, Robert, Anvil, Ayanagi, Evelyn of the Spiritual Enlightenment Church, Syria. Grand Elder Sindarian of the Wood Elf, Second Elder Tarnos, Sixth Elder Shannara. Radio room. Wu Heng stared at the intercepted intelligence in his hand, his eyes suddenly fixed. Wu Heng had long anticipated that the Holy Temple would select the 3 new Holy Sees as soon as possible. But the current situation was indeed beyond his expectations. The Holy See had actually designated those close to him as blasphemers. This meant that those on the list would become legitimate targets for the Holy See's elimination. The Holy See, a power with thousands of years of history, had actually taken its wrath out on these ordinary professionals. After all, the Vatican's original plan had targeted only him. As long as he, the culprit, was eliminated, the rest would be mere insignificant ants. But now, they were clearly desperate. The most dangerous people were Man Shah of Rantam City and Brittany of Yeko Kingdom. Although Man Shah was his maid, she held a position in his heart far beyond that of a dispensable servant. Furthermore, as his daughter, he would not allow anything to happen to her. The same was true for Brittany. She was pregnant with his child, and had always relied on him, like a little fangirl. He would not allow anything to happen to her. Until the Holy See selection is complete, the skeletons will be more than enough to protect them, Wu Heng muttered to himself. Wu Heng had arranged for level 20 skeleton attendants around both of them. In addition, there were a large number of level 18 and 19 skeleton guards. This configuration meant there would be no danger unless the hero personally went in. As long as we can come up with a plan before the new hero of the Holy See emerges, there's still time. His gaze continued to the names at the back. The names of all the Wood Elves elders were listed. For the first time, Wu Heng knew the names of several elders. If the Elders' Council knew about this, they'd probably be terrified, Wu Heng said softly with a smile. The Wood Elves had always believed that their cooperation with Treasure Island was secretive, and had prepared ample excuses. Now it seemed that the Holy See hadn't believed anything, and was just waiting to take them down. He returned the record book to the skeleton recorder, and took a deep breath to calm himself. The problem wasn't serious at the moment. He still had time to devise a solution. Buzz, my phone vibrated. I unlocked it, and looked at the screen. It was a message from Lilith. Are you asleep? Wu Heng thought for a moment and replied. Not yet. Come out, I have something to tell you. Okay, I come to your place, yes. Wu Heng ended the message and got dressed. It was obvious that Lilith was looking for him about intelligence. The interception of intelligence should be kept secret. It was a good opportunity to get Lilith's opinion. Teleportation was cast, and his figure vanished. In Lilith's bedroom, the magic circle dissipated, and Wu Heng quietly appeared. The room was filled with a faint fragrance of flowers. Lilith sat leaning against the window, her long hair cascading down. Holding a white porcelain teacup, he sipped elegantly and dignifiedly. Miss me? Wu Heng smiled, leaning closer. Lilith reached out a slender finger, pressed it against his forehead, and pushed him away, saying sternly, There's new information from the Vatican. I tell you. Wu Heng's smile faded, and he sat down across from her. What are they up to? Lilith put down her teacup, and recounted the intelligence in detail. The Holy Temple is selecting a new Holy See, and a list of newly added blasphemers. The contents are exactly the same as what Wu Heng intercepted. Didn't the association say that our personal grudges shouldn't affect ordinary professionals? Wu Heng frowned. Lilith picked up the teacup and gently shook it. The people on the list are either your maids or hold important positions. They're all considered your patrons. Wu Heng raised an eyebrow. This analysis was indeed correct. If they were caught up in the conflict, they wouldn't be considered innocent professionals from the association's perspective. Any suggestions? Wu Heng asked. Before you came, I thought about it, and came up with 3 points. Lilith raised her finger. First, closely monitor the Vatican's movements and prepare in advance. Second, have the association provide protection for important figures, like Man Shah and Brittany. The Vatican won't kill people under pressure from the association. Third, return everyone to Treasure Island. Wu Heng listened carefully and understood Lilith's intentions. The first point goes without saying, knowing the enemy's movements in advance is crucial. The second point is to seek the association's protection, but the list is too long. Besides Man Shah and Brittany, there are also several core bishops of the Spiritual Enlightenment Church and the Elder Council of the Wood Elves. Now it seems the third option is more reliable. Return everyone to Treasure Island. With him stationed at Treasure Island, the Vatican's heroes wouldn't dare come easily. But this passive defense isn't a solution. What if I have the Lingxi Church also issue a proclamation to eliminate churches across the Vatican? Could that contain them? Wu Heng expressed his thoughts. This idea had been used on Saidu before. Lilith raised her eyebrows. Wu Heng's approach was even more insane than the Vatican's. There are too many professionals like you involved. Lilith sighed. Wait a minute. I talked to Hadarai and see what he thinks. Okay. Wu Heng nodded, then continued, if you tell Hadarai, doesn't that mean he knows you've been planting spies in the Holy Temple? The secret whisperers are the association's spies. There's nothing strange about that. Just keep it secret from the Holy Temple, Lilith replied. That's right. Lilith glanced up slightly. All right, I told you everything I know. Go back and rest. I continue my training at the Island Master's residence tomorrow morning. Wu Hung stood up and shook his neck, unlocking his phone and checking the time. It was already 2 in the morning. He walked over while taking off his coat. It's too late to go back and make a noise, disturbing everyone else's rest. I stay here. Lilith rolled her eyes at him. Is this your home? You can stay if you want. My home. Wu Hung walked over, picked her up by the waist, and walked towards the bed. Our home. Lilith tapped his chest lightly. The Vatican is in this state, and you're not worried at all? There's always a way out. The next day, at the Island Master's mansion, Wu Hung returned to the mansion and walked upstairs to the study. The Empress, controlling the puppet, opened the door and emerged. Let's go! The training ground is ready. Wu Hung said, no rush. I need to discuss something with you first. Is it urgent? Somewhat urgent? Wu Hung walked into the study. The Empress followed suit and returned to the study, settling into the soft chair by the window. Glinda, Benny, Wu Hung called out. The two spirits glanced over simultaneously. Only Xiao Xiao was absent from the room, but that wasn't a big deal. We received intelligence last night. Let's discuss it, Wu Hung said directly. Then he recounted the previous night's intelligence. The three spirits fell silent. Glinda spoke first. Is the intelligence accurate? Aren't you afraid of angering the church by doing this at this time? Wu Hung said bluntly, the information Lilith left with the Whisperers in the temple is likely correct, but the papal decree hasn't been issued yet. Lilith's intelligence network is truly impressive, Benny praised from the side. Glinda floated back and forth in midair, then analyzed, your individual strength is absolutely superior, but your overall strength still can't compete with the church. Once this list is released, it will not only affect Wenman Sha and Brittany, but also the Spiritual Enlightenment Church. In terms of individual strength alone, Wu Hung considered himself to be on par with the heroes of the church. But if the church and the Spiritual Enlightenment Church were compared, the gap was enormous. Benny sneered, aren't they afraid? We just destroy their church? Glinda shook his head. They must have anticipated our retaliation against their churches across the country, but they still insist on doing this. Either they have a plan, or they're desperate. Lilith also said that if we mass clear the church, the association won't allow it, and it's likely to push the association over to the Vatican, Wu Hung said. That's right. They might be trying to gain the association's support this way, Glinda confirmed. The three souls discussed for a moment. Given the skeleton guards we assigned to Winmantha and Brittany, they're unlikely to pose a threat unless the heroes take action themselves. Wu Hung tapped his fingers rhythmically on the table. But I have a feeling this list will be released along with the Vatican's new heroes, and then the heroes will take action against those on the list. The three ghosts' eyes narrowed. This analysis made sense. The other party would most likely issue this decree after the new Holy See appears. At that time, if the heroes were to kill these ordinary professionals, it would be a one-sided crushing defeat. Granda's voice was solemn. What's your plan? All the options we just discussed are essentially passive defense, Wu Hung said, pondering. No matter how hard we defend, they always find a way through. He raised his head slightly and continued, I'm wondering if there's a way to cripple them without alerting the god, so the Vatican won't bother us again for a year or two. In fact, it wouldn't take that long. Within a year, Wu Hung was confident he could break through to the hero stage. The Empress manipulated the puppet to lean back and said, your idea is easy to implement. Isn't it enough to just cut off their method of creating heroes? What do you mean, Empress? The others looked at her. The Empress's voice remained flat. Isn't the Vatican relying on that magical artifact? Take it away, and the remaining pope probably wouldn't even dare to leave the house. Wu Hung raised his eyebrows. That idea sounds like a good one. Wu Hung immediately looked at the Empress. Go steal it. Are you crazy? The Empress's puppet rolled its eyes. Ghosts can't enter the core area of the temple. I tried that last time in Liz's dream. And we don't even know what that thing looks like, unless it grows legs and runs to the door. After a while of conversation, Granda concluded, we still have time. Have Lilith pay more attention to the temple's intelligence and the basic information about that artifact. Such a valuable artifact wouldn't be left out in the open. It's likely only brought out when a hero is being produced. Okay, I talked to Lilith. Wu Hung nodded. Don't overthink it, Granda soothed. The worst-case scenario is that the personnel outside will be transferred back to Treasure Island. Spreading faith in the zombie world won't prevent you from reaching the hero stage. I understand. I feel a lot more at ease after talking to you. Wu Hung smiled. The Empress's puppet stood up. Let's go! Instead of just talking about it, why not start practicing? All the difficulties stem from your lack of strength. It's not you who will be burned by fire or struck by lightning, Wu Heng said, following suit. Together, they headed to the third stage of the training ground. In the afternoon, after completing their training, Wu Heng returned to the island master's residence and sat on the sofa, chatting with Lilith on his phone. What did Chief Hatterai say? He will keep an eye on the sanctuary, but he has no specific measures. Lilith replied briefly. Wu Heng frowned slightly and continued typing. Do you have any information on how the sanctuary can quickly train heroes? Not yet. Wu Heng stroked his chin and edited the message again. I want the Whisperer at the temple to use the ghost train ticket to record the temple's location. There was silence on the other end for a few seconds before Lilith's reply finally popped up. Don't be stupid. Wu Heng's fingers tapped rapidly. Just in case. Is that convenient? Sure, but he doesn't have a ticket. How are you going to send it? Just like last time, send me his name and appearance, and I write it to him. After a brief pause, Lilith sent a detailed description of the Whisperer's appearance and name. Wu Heng replied, I write him a letter. You can use the radio to notify him. Just tell him to tear up his ticket near the temple, and not get on the train. Okay. Wu Heng thought for a moment, and sent another thank you emoji. Love you. Teach me. Okay, next time. The conversation ended, and Wu Heng had just put down his phone when Shannara walked over from the training room, her hair still beaded with sweat. Has something happened? Shannara asked softly. Chief Lilith suddenly asked me about the Elder Council today. Wu Heng thought for a moment, and seeing no need to hide it from her, he said seriously, the Vatican is drawing up a new list of blasphemers, and all members of the Wood Elves Elder Council are on it. What? Shannara abruptly stood up, her pupils constricting. Really? It's just information right now. No official decree has been issued. Wu Heng put his hand on her shoulder. Don't tell the Elder Council yet. There might be a chance. Shannara's breathing became noticeably rapid, and her fingertips unconsciously clenched. If they do, the Wood Elves. The worst-case scenario is to have the Elder Council temporarily relocate to Treasure Island. I have the ability to protect them, Wu Heng said gravely. Shannara took a deep breath. That's good. At least I can save my life. Wu Heng nodded. I go upstairs and take care of some things. I talk to you in detail later. Shannara forced a smile. Okay. Wu Heng returned to his study, took out his rare quill pen, and wrote on a piece of letter paper. He tore up the ticket outside the church and warned them not to board the train. After finishing, he took out another ticket, put them together, and sealed them in an envelope. Then he held it in his hand, silently reciting the name and image of the Whisperer. The letter vanished. 4 more days passed. Inside the holy temple, a brilliant golden light poured down from the dome, illuminating the pure white marble floor like flowing molten gold. Beneath the towering statue, 3 archbishops, draped in regal robes, knelt on one knee, their heads bowed, accepting the Pope's admonition. His face was solemn and pious, but deep within his eyes shone an unconcealable excitement and desire. Hero, it was finally his turn. The Pope, scepter in hand, his calm and majestic voice echoed through the hall. Today, you will bear the glory of the holy temple and cleanse the world of filth with the might of God. As his words fell, the hall doors slowly opened. 12 knights clad in silver armor marched in unison, solemnly entering the hall, carrying a holy ark carved with intricate sacred patterns on their shoulders. The ark was crafted entirely of holy silver, its surface etched with countless reliefs of angels and saints, gleaming faintly with golden light. When the ark was placed before the pedestal of the statue, the air in the hall stagnated, as if even time had slowed to a crawl. The Pope slowly stepped forward and shouted, "Return to the holy throne." The choir's voices suddenly rose, becoming an almost piercing chorus. A dazzling golden light burst forth from the cracks in the ark, flowing out like liquid, completely enveloping the archbishop kneeling before it. Buzz, the air within the hall seemed to freeze for a moment. The next second, the 3 figures below suddenly thrust upward, their robes fluttering without a breeze. Their auras began to rise wildly, and holy light burned across their bodies like flames. Outside the hall, the sky suddenly twisted. The galaxy turned upside down. Chapter 1054. The galaxy in the sky cascaded down like a waterfall, billions of stars transformed into streams of light, pouring into the temple. Walala. Worshippers throughout the city knelt like waves of wheat, foreheads pressed to the ground, their devout prayers gathering into a sea. Streets, squares, storefronts. Everywhere I looked, there were prostrate figures, as if the entire world was left with only the temple devouring the galaxy. In the shadows, Wu Heng, wearing the mask of the faceless man, watched all this silently. What a spectacular scene! The Empress's voice echoed from the side. When will our Lingchi cult have such a grand display? Shushao said from the other side, the people here are so strange. I just overheard them talking, and it was like a scripted dialogue, repeating praise the holy light and thanks for the blessing over and over again. Like a tape recorder. Glinda said, the Holy See needs people like these who provide faith. Otherwise, with their foundation, how could they have achieved so little development? That was quite accurate. Across the continent, the rise of professionals, breakthroughs in potions, and unique equipment all stemmed from the association's promotion. And the Holy See, still revered for its thousands of years of history, and its glorious past of conquering gods and destroying cults. The Empress looked up at the distant galaxy. Did your missile go missing? How could it have been lost with tracking? Wu Hung glanced at the sky, then at the time. You two return first, we approach. The four ghosts nodded and slipped into the body. Wu Hung made his way through the alleys, avoiding the crowds of prostrating believers, and headed towards the inner city. Association headquarters. Two elven heroes sat facing each other on a terrace carved from white jade. A gentle breeze blew past, bringing the fragrance of a distant garden. Hatterai gently stroked the rim of his teacup, his silver eyes reflecting the ripples of the tea. What do you think of the list of blasphemers in the sanctuary? Across from him, Claudio, the leader of the Hongwen Society, paused for a moment before saying, perhaps they intend to expand the war and see if there's any opportunity. Lilith suggested that the association shelter some of Wu Heng's men. Hatterai raised his eyes. That's inappropriate. Claudio shook his head. If we intervene right after the association declared neutrality, the Vatican will surely conclude we're biased towards Wu Heng. He sighed softly. Besides, how can either side abide by the association's rules? Hatterai was silent for a moment. So continue to sit on the sidelines? That's the safest option. Claudio raised his teacup. The association has been mediating for months, with heroes frequently transferred. Neither side is willing to reconcile, so we've done our best. Hatterai nodded and continued, what's the outcome? The teacup touched the stone table with a crisp clink. Wu Heng's talent is undeniable. Claudio's eyes were deep. But the Vatican's true formidable strength lies not in its outwardly visible heroes. The elves have a longer lifespan and a more detailed history. Although the records are a bit vague, one can still deduce the fundamental reason the Vatican has been able to unify the sects and maintain its millennia-long existence. What a shame, Hatterai said, gazing at the sea of clouds. It's so rare for humanity to produce such a talented individual. Suddenly, Hatterei's gaze fixed again on the sky. Buzz, a translucent golden barrier, like an inverted giant bowl, instantly enveloped the entire headquarters. The two leaders abruptly rose, their teacups overturned, the liquid snaking like snakes across the white jade surface. What's going on? Claudio's white beard fluttered. Look there. Hatterai pointed to the sky. In the sky, two massive objects, trailing crimson flames, tore through the clouds, streaking overhead at terrifying speed. A hero's vision surpassed that of an ordinary person. He could even see the streamlined metal forms, the blazing flames emanating from their tails vaporizing the clouds into pale trails. Raising the iron lump into the sky? That's... Hatterai's eyes flashed with astonishment. Metal? Why is it in the sky? Claudio's robe fluttered. Hatterai's eyes flickered. Go ask Lilith if Wu Heng has made any moves. The only person they could think of who would throw the metal pillar into the sky was Wu Heng. All right. Claudio hurried away. Across the association, countless high-ranking professionals looked up at the sky. And in everyone's sight, the two meteor-like objects had already passed the headquarters and continued to fly rapidly forward. Church. A sudden, piercing scream echoed from the sky, like the roar of a dragon, shattering the tranquil and reverent atmosphere of the sanctuary. Everyone looked up simultaneously. Two crimson meteors streaked across the sky, trailing long tails of flame as they swooped down at terrifying speed. What is that? A miracle! A miracle has arrived! The believers shouted enthusiastically. The Vatican knights guarding the area, their expressions drastically changed, and the clash of armor echoed. Everyone gripped their weapons tightly, staring at this unprecedented alien object with bewilderment, unsure whether it was truly a miracle or an unknown danger. Whoosh! At this moment, a golden curtain of light rose from the center of the temple, forming a powerful magical barrier capable of withstanding even high-level spells. Bang! Bang! With two deafening crashes, the missiles pierced the barrier as easily as a hot knife through butter, slamming into the heart of the temple. The earth trembled, and smoke and dust rose. Protect the Pope! A tide of knights surged from all directions, surrounding the impact site. The smoke and dust dissipated, revealing two eerie metal cylinders, their surfaces smooth, military green, etched with strange symbols. Just as the knights in the front row cautiously approached. Crack! The cylinders suddenly blossomed like flowers, their metal shells unfolding layer by layer. Buzz! Invisible infrasound waves spread like a tsunami. The knights' pupils suddenly dilated, and before they could even utter a scream, they collapsed in droves. In an instant, no one was left standing in the center of the temple. Only the metal cylinder quietly blossomed, its interior still emitting white heat. Outer City. Wu Hung watched from afar as the guards on the wall rolled their eyes and collapsed on their backs. He then strode directly into the inner city gate. Behind the gate, the believers in the central area collapsed to the ground in a strange scene. Wu Hung quickened his pace, heading towards the distant temple. 3 minutes ago. Dazzling holy light surged like a tide, illuminating the entire temple as if the kingdom of God had descended. Beneath the colorful dome, a galaxy poured down, transforming into countless points of light that poured into the bodies of the 3 archbishops. Their bodies gradually floated into the air, their robes fluttering without a breeze, their faces shimmering in the light. The Pope held high his scepter, inlaid with holy crystals, and performed the ceremony. Boom! Boom! 2 loud explosions erupted, and the entire temple shook violently. The Pope's speech abruptly stopped, his brow furrowed, a flicker of alarm and confusion in his eyes. He glanced at the temple door. The Grand Knight waiting there immediately understood and turned to investigate. Buzz! The moment the Grand Knight stepped over the threshold, an invisible, twisted energy spread like ripples. Crash! The knights at the door collapsed in droves. The 3 archbishops, soon to be heroes, rolled their eyes and lost consciousness. The holy light on their bodies suddenly extinguished, and they fell heavily like puppets with their strings cut. The Pope's expression changed drastically, and a dazzling golden shield immediately illuminated around him. However, the strange energy ignored his defenses and penetrated directly. He felt dizzy, his legs gave way, and he fell to his knees. In the dim light, he saw a figure slowly walking into the hall. With a leisurely pace, as if strolling in his own garden, he walked straight to the holy ark beneath the statue. He touched it casually, and it vanished. Then, the other person was in front of him again. He looked down at him for a long moment, seemingly hesitant. Finally, the other person simply leaned over to pick up the scepter, remove the crown, and even pull the interspatial ring from his finger. You can't! The Pope struggled to stop him, but all he could do was mutter in a dream. He couldn't even lift a finger. The other person glanced down at him, and the light of the teleportation array at his feet illuminated, and his figure vanished. Teleportation. Wu Hung! The Pope gritted out the name, then plunged into complete darkness. 20 minutes later, the Pope suddenly opened his eyes, and a divine purification spell instantly dispelled the abnormal state within his body. As he staggered to his feet and took in the scene inside, his aged face instantly contorted. The holy ark vanished. The Pope's scepter and crown had also vanished. The entire temple seemed swept by a hurricane, leaving only a field of unconscious knights and 3 archbishops who had failed to advance. Wu Hung! The Pope roared angrily, his hysterical roar echoing through the empty hall. You will surely bear divine punishment. I will tear you to pieces. Headquarters. In the conference room, bright lights illuminated the faces of those gathered around the round table, each with a different expression. The vampire representative, representing Lilith, spoke softly. Chief Lilith confirms that everything on Treasure Island remains normal. No abnormalities have been detected. Hatterai and Claudio exchanged a glance. Where's Wu Hung? Claudio's long, snow-white beard trembled slightly. Has he behaved in any unusual way? The vampire representative shrugged gracefully. Leader Lilith didn't mention it, so he must have stayed on the island. I wonder if that thing is related to Wu Hung, Claudio whispered softly. The dwarf leader said in a gruff voice, who else but Wu Hung could make that pointed iron lump? It's pointless to ask. Claudio sighed softly. To be able to project such a massive object high into the sky, and for such a long distance. Treasure Island's skills are truly astonishing. The dwarf's eyes, like bells, glared. If that iron lump had destructive patterns etched into it, it would surely be immensely powerful. Everyone's expressions changed dramatically. Indeed, simply passing through the sky had triggered the association's defensive formation. If it truly contained an offensive array, the consequences would be disastrous. Hatterai turned to the religious representative. Any news from the Holy Temple? The representative shook his head. Not yet. Before he finished speaking, there was a hasty knock on the conference room door. A priest hurried in, saluted the leaders, and then whispered in the religious representative's ear. The religious representative's expression visibly darkened, his eyes filled with shock, fear, and disbelief. After the priest withdrew, he remained silent for a long time before slowly speaking. Just received urgent information from the Holy Temple. Wu Heng attacked the temple, but was repelled with no casualties. The conference room suddenly fell silent. Everyone looked at the vampire representative, who had just mentioned that there was nothing unusual on Treasure Island. The vampire representative remained expressionless, but explained, the intelligence didn't mention Chief Wu Heng's movements. If Wu Heng did go to the Holy Temple, he might have deliberately avoided Chief Lilith. No one further discussed the matter. It's normal for intelligence to sometimes be skewed. Claudio averted his gaze, his tone tinged with surprise. Did he really dare to attack the Holy Temple? Not to mention Wu Heng. Who would dare to attack the Holy Temple if it were any of the heroes present, or even those not in power? The other's expressions also changed slightly. He was too bold. The dwarf leader narrowed his eyes. The Holy Temple also had a backup plan and repelled Wu Heng. Wu Heng had killed so many heroes of the Holy See. If the Holy See only had the Pope, it would be difficult to say anything like repelling Wu Heng. Hatterai said, continue to ask the Holy Temple for more details. Then, turning to the vampire representative, ask Lilith for details. Yes. The two representatives nodded in response. Okay, let's leave it at that for now. It's better if no one suffers any loss, Hatterai said. The crowd stood up and left. As the religious representative left the building and boarded the carriage, his face paled again. The ghost train appeared out of nowhere, and Wu Heng stepped off. Only after confirming he had returned to Treasure Island did he breathe a sigh of relief. Even though he had made preparations and believed his plan was highly likely to go smoothly, he still felt a little nervous. He feared the deity resided in the temple, and that he had come all this way to deliver himself to them. But the final outcome was a good one. The Pope was the only hero left in the temple. He was afraid of attracting the deity's attention, so he only took the item and didn't kill him. Released the ghost. Xiaoxiao rushed over like a gust of wind. Uncle! Did you get the item? The other three ghosts also floated over, staring at him intently. Wu Heng patted his chest. Got it. Let's go back and take a look. The teleportation light flared again, and Wu Heng's figure vanished. The four ghosts also flew towards the island master's mansion. The next second, Wu Heng appeared in the courtyard. Two figures were practicing by the stove in the corner. Wu Heng walked straight into the living room. Minnie came over as usual, expertly helping him remove his armor, robes, and even his inner armor. Chief Lilith came to see you. I told her you were testing the new ship. Wu Heng raised a brow. Did she believe it? Minnie smiled awkwardly. It seems not. Chief Lilith is so cold, I was afraid she hid me. Wu Heng rubbed her head. How could that be? She thinks very highly of you privately. Really? Then Chief Lilith is much more endearing. Minnie's attitude immediately changed. Wu Heng smiled and said, let's get along well from now on. Huh? Minnie didn't quite understand, and then asked, Master, did everything go well this time? Very well. Wu Heng smiled. Prepare some delicious food and wine tonight, so we can celebrate. Okay. Minnie happily ran to the kitchen, her bunny ears bobbing. Not seeing anyone else, Wu Heng went upstairs to his study. As soon as he pushed the door open and entered the study, four ghosts eagerly surrounded him. Uncle! Take a look at our spoils. Wu Heng waved his hand casually, and a flash of silver light appeared. A silver-white holy ark appeared on the desk. The ark was engraved with intricate runes and portraits of angels and believers. Every line glowed with a faint light, as if pulsating with life. Wu Heng focused his attention on it. Holy Ark of the Covenant, rare item. Effect, breakthrough in faith. Side effect, wear and tear on the human form. Description, a cabinet carved with angels and believers, known as the Holy Ark, also known as the essence of faith. Each use forges a new hero. Chapter 1055. Lilith's residence. Lilith had finished her shower, her hair shimmering with water droplets. She lazily leaned against the radio, a glass filled with red wine in her hand. On the radio, the whisperer, his voice deliberately lowered, reported, the temple is in complete chaos. At that time, the entire inner city, everyone, civilians and guards alike, fell unconscious, as if their consciousness had been instantly drained by some force. The whisperer's voice trembled. Afterwards, the temple immediately blocked the news, but some information still leaked out, including that the Holy See's ascension ceremony had failed, affecting everyone in the temple, including the Pope. Lilith's pupils suddenly constricted. A few days ago, The association had been investigating Wu Heng's movements, and since he had dared to attack the temple, it was obvious that this person was Wu Heng. And during his absence, everything was normal at the island master's residence, indicating that Wu Heng was safe. But she never expected him to do such a horrifying thing. The temple was attacked. Everyone in the inner city fell unconscious, the Vatican's rituals were disrupted, and the Pope was also affected. To use the Vatican's common language, this was divine retribution. Leader? A cautious voice came from the other end of the radio, pulling her out of her thoughts. Lilith took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. Can you find out the exact damage to the temple? No definite information at the moment, the whisperer said hesitantly. But strangely, this time the temple's reaction wasn't as extreme as in previous times. There was even a sense of suppression, of keeping a low profile. Suppress it? Keep a low profile? Lilith's brow furrowed, but she immediately realized. This was because she was afraid Wu Heng would go over there again. Keep watching, Lilith said softly. Don't investigate any losses, or what happened. Just keep an eye on their movements. Notify me immediately of any activity. Yes. I be leaving now, the whisperer said. Be careful. The radio's humming ceased abruptly, and silence returned to the room. Lilith leaned back in her chair, her fingertips tapping lightly on the armrest, her eyes narrowed in thought. Wu Heng's motives weren't hard to guess. The main reason must have been the Vatican's list of blasphemers. Lilith had considered that he might engage in covert maneuvering, that he might negotiate and exert pressure, and even that he might orchestrate a localized counterattack. But she hadn't anticipated him charging headfirst into the temple. Not only had he disrupted the hero ascension ceremony, but he had also, with near-crushing force, annihilated the Vatican's threat. But even more shocking was the power Wu Heng displayed, making an entire city unconscious instantly. This was beyond the realm of a hero. No matter how powerful a hero was, their abilities were merely a quantum leap, not truly so exorbitant as to affect an entire city. If he could easily breach the temple's defenses, then where in the world could he not reach? Association headquarters? The Elven King's court? The more she thought about it, the colder it felt down her spine. She couldn't help but spit. This guy, how many more cards does he have up his sleeve? But on second thought, she felt a sense of relief. She had indeed had good judgment. Faith breakthrough consumes the power of faith, forcing qualified professionals to break through their limits and enter a higher realm. Human form where, when the user forcibly breaks through, their soul and body gradually lose their human qualities, their emotions drain, their physical body becomes alienated, or their cognition becomes distorted. Wu Heng looked at the detailed explanation of the effects and side effects of the artifact and raised a brow. Faith breakthrough must be the key to the Vatican's endless production of heroes. Although those who break through must meet specific conditions, for the Vatican, with its accumulated faith over thousands of years, the power of faith is nothing. If the Vatican hadn't taken this artifact, the Vatican would still be able to produce heroes endlessly. The side effect is called human form wear, which gradually strips away their humanity from their soul and body. It can be understood that heroes who use faith to break through will be affected by the artifact, which may manifest in their emotions and cognition, or even physical changes. But compared to the power gained, what is this price? Think of the immortal emperor of the endless desert. To stay alive, as a hero, he transformed himself into a ghoul. Besides, the Holy See's creations haven't changed much from the outside. Forget them. Wu Heng's original plan was that if he didn't become a hero at the end of his life, he would most likely become a ghoul. Uncle, is this the item we're looking for? Xiao Xiao flew around twice, but couldn't see anything special. The other three ghosts also turned their gazes to him. Wu Heng said, yes, it's this rare item. It allows clergy to break through to the hero level, but of course, this requires the power of faith from the church. After a pause, he added, the side effect is, the target of the breach will gradually lose their humanity. What is humanity? Xiao Xiao pressed. Wu Heng considered the wording, then explained, for example, they lose their human emotions, or their bodies begin to transform into non-human forms, or their cognition differs from that of humans. Oh! Xiao Xiao seemed to understand, then said, they become zombies. That's not the case. The heroes we defeated didn't appear to have changed much from the outside, so this loss of humanity shouldn't be serious, Wu Heng said. Xiao Xiao nodded, it seems there really isn't much. The Empress, who had been silent until then, suddenly spoke, are there no requirements for the number of uses? Wu Heng shook his head, I don't know, it seems there aren't any. If there aren't, why does the Vatican only maintain the 4 saints? The Empress was puzzled. Glinda replied, it seems to be a Vatican tradition to maintain the 4 saints. If that's the case, it's a bit pedantic, the Empress concluded. Benny chimed in, now the Pope is the only hero left. The list of blasphemers probably won't be issued. Even if it's not invalidated, it won't cause any trouble. Glinda chuckled. The skeleton guards surrounding Winmantha and Brittany are more than enough to protect them. Wu Hung agreed, yes, our main problem is solved. Without heroes to carry out the mission, the Church's threats are nothing but empty words. Whether it's Winmantha, Brittany, or the Wood Elves elders, they all have the ability to stop the actions of ordinary professionals. The Pope wouldn't dare leave the temple alone. Glinda looked at Wu Hung and said, this is good now. The Church has lost its ability to mass-produce heroes, so we can take this opportunity to develop our faith. Yes, I thought so too. Wu Hung nodded. Then, Wu Hung pulled out a gorgeous crown and a scepter inlaid with holy crystals from his interspatial ring. Wow! Another treasure? Shishu's eyes lit up. Wu Hung coughed lightly and explained, I saw no one wanted it, so I picked it up. Xiao Xiao cheered, the temple is such a wonderful place. The other three ghosts looked at the one small, speechlessly. This is obviously something of the Pope's. This hat is so beautiful. Aunt, did you have such a beautiful hat when you were a fox girl? It's flashy but useless. Wu Heng's eyes fell on the first rare item, the crown. Oracle of Holy Power rare item. Effect, Oracle acts, Eternal Rule continues. Side effect, Firewood of Faith, Judgment of the Unbeliever. Description, when light penetrates the crown, the ground is cast with shadows of thorns and scepters, silently proclaiming divine authority. Oracle, the wearer's words are imbued with divine authority, and believers will instinctively obey their commands, even against their will. Eternal continuation, death is not the end. The wearer's soul is sealed within the crown for 7 days, immune to all forms of annihilation. Firewood of Faith, if the faith of the Church collapses, the crown will devour the wearer as the final firewood of faith. Judgment of the Unbeliever, if a non-faithful wears and uses the crown, holy flames burst from their pores, burning the blasphemer into ashes of penitent dust. Wu Hung saw holy flames erupt from the pores of those wearing and using the crown, and he stopped himself from trying to pick it up. He once had a Vatican crest that also summoned flames, but he hadn't used it in ages. Now there's another one. Oracle is arguably the most terrifying tool of rule, making believers instinctively obey orders. It's truly terrifying. And eternal continuation is more of a life-saving ability. After death, the soul is protected by the crown for 7 days. So, the Vatican isn't so hostile to the soul. At least the artifact's effects protect the Pope's soul. Why didn't the previous 2 popes wear this crown to fight him? No, wearing it would be useless. If it fell into his hands, he would still die after 7 days. There are 2 side effects. Firewood of Faith is a bit special. When the Vatican's faith collapses, the wearer becomes the last remaining fuel. This is like burning oneself. I once played a dark game where you collected the souls of kings to use as fuel to keep the flames burning. It feels somewhat similar. The final judgment of the unbeliever states that anyone without faith who uses the crown will be burned to death. In other words, anyone not affiliated with the Church is forbidden from using it. After looking at the first item, I moved on to the second scepter. Divine Judgment, rare item. Effect, Divine Judgment, miracles manifest. Side effect, sincere confession. Description, you think you're judging? You're just a prisoner wielding the whip for the gods. Divine Judgment, judges the target's soul, forcing them to confess their crimes or suffer the divine punishment corresponding to their sins. Miraculous manifestation, the scepter grants advanced abilities such as wound healing, toxin purification, and limb regeneration. Sincere repentance, each time this effect is used, 7 sincere repentances are required, otherwise the next cast will suffer the same backlash. After reviewing the properties, Wu Heng's eyes flickered. This item looks like something he could use. Ignoring the 4 ghosts still discussing the hat, Wu Heng picked up the scepter and pointed it at the empty space nearby. A brilliant holy light descended, then vanished in an instant. The Vatican's holy word. The 4 ghosts, previously chattering, froze in an instant. Xiao Xiao exclaimed, wow! A golden legend. Glinda frowned, the power of the Church. The Queen asked, you betrayed me? Benny said, you're not possessed by some foul spirit. Just testing the weapon. Wu Heng rolled his eyes, then said, wait a minute, the weapon has side effects. After that, he made the gesture of confession, I'm guilty. I was wrong. The air suddenly became quiet. Wu Heng quickly repeated his words 7 times, then stood up. Over. We can use this too, it's quite useful. Glinda said angrily, don't you have any backbone? After all, you're the Pope of the Lingchi cult. confessing to the church. As long as the artifact works, that's all. Why overthink it? Wu Heng explained. Tell me what the effect is, the queen said. Wu Heng quickly explained the effects of the two artifacts. Then he took out the Pope's space ring and placed the various items around. You found this too? Shishu's eyes widened. I found it. Wu Heng replied, and began to examine it with the 4 souls, dividing up the spoils. After examining them one by one for a while, there was a knock on the door. Master, dinner is ready, Minnie's voice rang out. Okay, take your pick. I'm going downstairs to eat, Wu Heng said, standing up. Xiao Xiao immediately said, Uncle, can I give this big gem to Sister Lilith? Sure. Pick a nice package. Wu Heng glanced back and nodded. He and Minnie went downstairs to the dining room. The table was already laden with a sumptuous dinner. As soon as Wu Heng sat down at the head of the long table, he felt several eyes fixed on him. Let's eat first, and chat while we eat, Wu Heng smiled, taking the lead and cutting a steak and placing it on his plate. The others followed suit, enjoying the sumptuous meal. Skeleton waiters moved silently, continuing to serve the prepared delicacies. It took about 5 minutes to finish. Sayonara looked up. Is it resolved? Wu Heng nodded. It is. The Elder Council. No need to notify them, so they don't worry. Wu Heng took a sip from his glass. There's no danger. The Wood Elf sisters paused slightly, looking over curiously. Although they didn't know what had happened, Wu Heng personally went out to resolve it, and since it involved the Wood Elves, it must be no small matter. Sylvain, the younger sister of the Wood Elves, immediately approached. Sayonara, what's wrong? It involves the Elder Council too? Sayonara smiled mysteriously and said, You don't need to know. Knowing would only interfere with your daily practice. You're not even as high as me, and if you're not afraid, why should I be? Sylvain said dissatisfiedly. Sinella glanced at Wu Heng, and seeing he didn't try to stop her, she said directly, I tell you, but you two promise not to tell the Wood Elves. Yes. We promise. Sylvain nodded. The elder sister among the Wood Elves also nodded. Sinella said softly, It's nothing serious. The church was planning to purge all the elders of the Council of Elders. The two sisters' eyes widened in horror, staring at her. Sinella smiled. Look at your expressions. It's okay now. Wu Heng has taken care of it. I must have been tired lately, hallucinating. Sylvain pinched her thigh. Elsewhere, Wu Heng chatted with Viola and Minnie. His phone rang. Wu Heng looked and saw it was a message from Lilith, asking her to come over that evening. Great. Just after I finished messaging Lilith, Xiao Xiao came back from outside, bounding back. In her arms was another gorgeous-looking gift box. Why are you back? Wu Heng asked curiously. Sister Lilith said she had something to do tonight and asked me to go play with her tomorrow, Xiao Xiao said, then glanced at the dining table and asked, Sister Philippa, do you want to play games later? Philippa thought for a moment and said, Let's go to the casino. I heard some dance machine experts are coming over there. Let's show them the power of our island master's mansion. Xiao Xiao immediately agreed, okay. Wu Heng said to Sinella, I have something to do tonight, and need to take care of some follow-up matters. Sinella nodded, okay. After dinner, Philippa, Robe, and the others went to the casino, while the rest went to the training room. Wu Heng considered his words, then cast teleport and disappeared. The magic circle dissipated, and Wu Heng was already standing on the carpet in Lilith's bedroom. A familiar cool fragrance washed over him, mingling with the gentle cool air from the air conditioner. At the dressing table, Lilith was dressed in a silk nightgown, revealing her fair skin at her neck, arms, and thighs. She fiddled with her phone and looked up. Miss me? Wu Heng asked with a smile. Lilith looked up at him and said seriously, How did you do that? What? Chapter 1056. Playing dumb with me, huh? Lilith's fingers pinched Wu Heng's waist, then said, You went to the holy temple, and you really thought I didn't know? Wu Heng smiled. There was no way he could keep this a secret, so he simply said, I'm just worried you worry. Lilith's face was cold, her voice tinged with grievance. Are you afraid I leaked the secret? You've been hiding it from me all this time. Wu Heng immediately took her hand and pulled her to sit on his lap. Of course not. I'm just worried you'd be embarrassed. His fingertips gently stroked her palm, then continued, If I told you in advance, how uncomfortable would you be, caught in the middle, if the association asked about it? Humph, so many excuses. Lilith turned her face away, but her tense shoulders had relaxed a little. Wu Heng took the opportunity to tighten his grip around her waist. What's our relationship? I can't hide it from anyone, but you. Lilith finally turned around, and hooked her arm around his neck. So can you tell the truth now? Of course. Wu Heng smiled brightly. Which part do you want to hear? Why did we suddenly attack the temple? Before, we were just focusing on defense. We were too passive. Wu Heng traced circles around her waist. I figured, why not just steal the artifacts the church uses to produce heroes? That would solve the problem once and for all. You call that stealing? Lilith nearly jumped. You destroyed their temple. You knocked the whole city unconscious. And you stripped the Pope down to his underwear, didn't you? Wu Heng looked innocent. Maybe your methods were a little radical? Lilith held her forehead. A little rough? They were practically shoving the church's face into the ground. But judging by the outcome, this operation was a success. Going to the temple to retrieve something was as easy as going to the market. Lilith traced her fingers across his chest and whispered, What method did you use to render an entire city unconscious? This sort of thing couldn't be hidden from Lilith. She had already planted spies in the sanctuary, and the news would surely be passed on later. A special device that can render all living beings within a certain radius unconscious, Wu Heng replied. A mental attack? Lilith reasoned. I guess so. So, infrasound should also be considered a mental attack. Lilith stood up, her silk pajamas slipping from her shoulders. She spoke with a touch of emotion. If you hadn't switched to Necromancer, you could have achieved considerable accomplishments with these magical gadgets alone. It's good the way it is now. Wu Heng smiled, pulling her back into his arms. It's because of this profession that I'm still alive. Indeed? Lilith's red lips curved into a smile, and she suddenly changed the subject. Did you see the Pope? Yes. He was peacefully unconscious. Wu Heng played with the ends of her hair. Lilith rolled her eyes at him, using that word. As if he were dead. But she also understood why the Pope was being so low-key this time. Clearly, he was afraid Wu Heng would come back and kill him again. I thought you were going to kill him, Lilith muttered. Wu Heng gently stroked the man's hand, paused, and said, I thought about it, but didn't dare. Lilith chuckled and helped him remove his coat. You're quite clever. The Vatican is no longer a threat. Killing him might just lead to even greater trouble. I thought so too, Wu Heng continued. What's the situation in the cathedral now? The whole city is in panic. Lilith sat astride his lap, her hands resting lightly on his chest. But the Pope hasn't made any moves. He's probably scared out of his wits. He's afraid I kill him again. Wu Heng supported her waist. Your men will continue to keep an eye on him for me. Remember to inform me if you have any intelligence. You needn't, you say. Do you think I'm like you? Still hiding things? Lilith suddenly leaned over and bit his earlobe. Wu Heng lifted her up and pressed her against the soft couch. As their lips met, they mumbled, I love you so much. The next day, the morning sun filtered through the gauze curtains into the side hall. The Holy Ark stood quietly on the tabletop, its silver-white surface shimmering with a faint golden glow. Lilith walked around the Ark, her fingertips lightly touching the relief patterns. I didn't expect the Vatican's core secrets to be held in such a cabinet. She was originally in charge of intelligence work. The Whisperers had spent so much effort trying to figure out what this strange artifact of the Vatican was, only to discover it was just this cabinet. We had previously speculated it might be the Holy Grail or a scepter, Wu Heng shrugged. It turned out to be this. Xiaoxiao asked somewhat pretentiously, Sister, do you know what the side effects of this artifact are? What are they? Lilith asked with a smile. Xiaoxiao pinched her waist. The human form wears out. What do you mean? Lilith asked. Xiaoxiao looked at Wu Heng. Uncle, what did you mean? Wu Heng said angrily, I told you yesterday. Have you forgotten so quickly? I didn't quite understand it at the time, Xiaoxiao chuckled. Wu Heng explained, people who use the Holy Ark to become heroes will experience changes in their personality, emotions, and appearance. Lilith nodded, then asked, can you use him to train heroes? No, it requires the power of the Church's faith. Wu Heng's tone was a little regretful. For now, it's just a decoration in our hands. Decoration, if you will. Without it, the Church won't dare to act rashly again, Lilith said calmly. I thought so too, Wu Heng continued. By the way, I have quite a few unused artifacts and props. Any suggestions on how to put them to good use? Lilith replied, give them to your subordinates, or turn them in to the association and exchange them for your own merits. Wu Heng had considered both options. Whatever could be distributed had been distributed. Turning it in to the association was out of the question. These Vatican items went into the association's warehouse, and would eventually return to the Vatican. In the end, the Vatican was using them against him again. Xiaoxiao said, my aunt said that high-level professionals can reforge it. Lilith looked at her and said, it's true that it can be forged, but the damage to the artifact is enormous. After forging, it's difficult to even achieve the effects of ordinary items. Oh, that's quite a loss. Xiao Xiao stroked her chin. Lilith continued, there's another method. The dwarves have a special artifact called the Molten Core. This artifact can remelt various materials and artifacts into new items, but the type and properties of the items cannot be controlled. Molten Core? Wu Heng had heard of this term before. It was mentioned in the dwarven intelligence he had intercepted previously. At that time, the dwarves were preparing the materials for the Molten Core. So it was a magical artifact. That's a good one, Wu Heng said. If you get a chance, talk to Bruno. They consider this rare artifact a family treasure and rarely lend it out. It's up to you, Lilith said calmly. Wouldn't it be helpful if I mentioned you? Don't mention me unless it's necessary. Wu Heng nodded and said, okay, I contact him later. Lilith stood up again and walked out. Nothing else, let's go practice first. Yes. The two of them, along with Xiao Xiao, walked out of the side hall together. Lilith went to the courtyard to practice the first stage, while Wu Heng went to the training ground to continue the third stage. Afternoon, after completing their training, Wu Heng and the Empress returned to the Island Master's mansion. The others were busy with their own affairs. Wu Heng said goodbye to Minnie, then led the ghosts back to the study, and then through the boundary gate to the zombie world. After exiting the boundary gate, he released the ghosts first, distributed the phones, and then called Li Yong. Hello. Li Yong's voice came through the receiver, the hum of machinery mingling in the background. How's the base doing lately? Wu Heng asked casually. Everything's going fine, according to plan, with no problems. Li Yong's tone was filled with confidence. Chi Hawkeye said everything's fine over there, and there aren't any more problems with the Dawn Alliance. That's good. Wu Heng thought for a moment, then asked, did you use the mirror and magic cube I gave you last time? How were the results? It's amazing. The voice on the other end of the line suddenly rose an octave. The projections created by the mirrors look just like real people. Sister Zhao is using the projections to preach, and the results are excellent. After saying that, he added, are there no extras? It would be even better if they could be used everywhere. I'm preparing. I send it to you once it's ready, Wu Heng said with a smile. With a thought, he opened the system panel and checked his faith value. Faith, 23741/50,000. The value is still increasing rapidly. At this rate, he will definitely be able to break through to the hero stage this year. Besides, the threat from the Vatican has been basically resolved. Holding on until then shouldn't be a problem. Wu Heng thought for a moment, then said, I go over later. Xiao Xiao misses her mother too. Uncle, you're using me as an excuse again. I'm not a child anymore, Xiao Xiao said disapprovingly from behind. Wu Heng smiled and nodded at Xiao Xiao. Li Yong also said on the phone, okay, Sister Zhao is preaching in the square. I talk to her later. Okay. After hanging up, Wu Heng stood up and said, let's go to the central area. We check our phones after we get in the car. Wu Heng stood up and went downstairs, followed by the four ghosts. Discussing how to further accelerate the collection of faith. Central area, square. The setting sun was blood red, painting the central square a golden red. The makeshift wooden platform was gilded with a brilliant luster. Zhao Yanqiu, in his magnificent archbishop robes, stood at the center of the platform, the holy scripture of the awakening fluttering in the evening breeze. The voice echoed through the loudspeaker across the square, each syllable seeming to carry a strange resonance. In the apocalypse, only the great Pope can guide you and me. Before he finished speaking, a golden light suddenly split the sky. The clouds seemed to be torn apart by invisible hands, and a dazzling radiance poured down. Under the gaze of countless suddenly widening eyes, Wu Heng's figure hovered in midair, his robes fluttering without a breeze, his crown reflecting a colorful halo. It's the Pope! The crowd bowed in unison, like waves of wheat, their attitudes reverent and respectful. Zhao Yanqiu raised her arms in time. Witness. This is the embodiment of true knowledge walking among men. The phantom in the sky nodded slightly, showering countless feathers of light. Glorious as a miracle. When all the ceremonies concluded, Wu Heng descended from the sky and disappeared backstage. Zhao Yanqiu left with a smile on her face. The believers all stood up and dispersed in an orderly manner, returning to their homes. Escorted by her skeleton attendants, Zhao Yanqiu returned to Li Yong's office. Pushing open the door, they saw Wu Heng and Li Yong sitting on the sofa, chatting. Xiao Xiao, controlling a puppet, curled up on a single sofa nearby, holding a tablet and occasionally letting out a chuckle. Mom! Xiao Xiao dropped her tablet upon seeing her, and threw herself into her arms. Zhao Yanqiu hugged her daughter, looking at Wu Heng tenderly with a slight smile. Your Holiness, how did you find the time to come here? I thought this would suit you, so I brought it to you. Wu Heng smiled and pulled out a magnificent scepter from his space ring. It was clad entirely in gold, its crown inlaid with a large, dazzling gemstone, radiating a sacred aura under the light. Li Yong and Zhao Yanqiu's gazes were instantly drawn to it, their eyes aglow. Xiao Xiao introduced her. Mom, this weapon is amazing. It allows you to unleash the power of the Holy Sea. The Holy Sea? Zhao Yanqiu frowned, looking at Wu Heng in confusion. Xiao Xiao was startled, as if realizing she let something slip. She immediately covered her mouth and blinked at Wu Heng. Wu Heng smiled and explained, it's a religious organization. This scepter was originally used by their pope. Now that it's in your hands, it should be even more effective. 2 candidates had been considered for the scepter, Zhao Yanqiu, the Archbishop of the zombie world, or Celia from the other world. But upon closer inspection, the professionals in the other world were accustomed to magic, so the scepter's effects wouldn't be surprising to them. Moreover, using it publicly could easily draw retaliation from the Holy See. In the zombie world, such power could be shocking enough. So, after careful consideration, he decided to give it to Zhao Yanqiu. Zhao Yanqiu and Li Yong exchanged a glance. Although confused, they weren't particularly concerned with the scepter's origins, they were more concerned with its purpose. What specific effects? Zhao Yanqiu asked. Wound healing, toxin cleansing, and... Wu Heng paused, his lips curled slightly. Limb regeneration. Limb regeneration? The 2 women's eyes widened simultaneously. They could understand wound healing. After all, the base's own chemicals could achieve similar results. But limb regeneration? That was beyond their comprehension. Wu Heng nodded. Is there anyone with a broken limb in the base? I show you how. Yes. Li Yong immediately picked up the landline and dialed a number. Not long after, there was a knock on the door, and a middle-aged man on crutches walked in. The man bowed respectfully upon seeing Wu Heng. Your Holiness. Zhao Yanqiu said gently, Your Holiness heard about you and wanted to see your leg injury. Now? But me! The man hesitated, glancing down at his stained trouser legs. I haven't showered yet. Don't waste time. This is a rare opportunity for you, Li Yong urged. The man hesitated for a moment, then finally rolled up his trouser legs, revealing his stump. The limb had healed, but the skin was dark, clearly having been neglected for a long time. I was run over by a car while fleeing. Medical care was limited at the time, so I had to amputate. The man explained with a wry smile. Wu Heng nodded, gripping the scepter tightly, and said, It might hurt a little later, don't be afraid. The man swallowed, a hint of doubt in his eyes. But sensing that Wu Heng wouldn't harm him, he nodded. The next second, Wu Heng raised the scepter, and a brilliant golden light suddenly erupted, enveloping the man's stump. Ah! The man let out a heartbreaking scream. The flesh at the stump began to wriggle violently, bones, muscles, and skin growing and extending at a visible speed. Zhao Yanqiu and Li Yong stared at the scene, their eyes wide open, their breath catching. Oh my God! The stump had grown back. Chapter 1057. The middle-aged man's scream suddenly rose in volume, veins bulging on his neck, his face flushing purple. Hold him down. Li Yong leaped forward, but still struggled to hold him down. Zhao Yanqiu picked up the phone on the table and called for the medical team. The scene was in a state of confusion. Auntie, I do it. Xiao Xiao whispered, her spirit detaching from the puppet and possessing the man directly. A level 20 ghost possesses absolute power over ordinary people. The middle-aged man quieted down, and Li Yong sat back down, breathing a sigh of relief. The flesh wriggling at the severed limb made a sticky, tooth-aching sound, and the pinkish-white new tissue expanded like fermenting dough. The growth of bones, muscles, and other tissues was clearly visible. 2 minutes. In just 2 minutes, under the gaze of the 3, a complete calf was formed. The tender white skin enveloped the well-proportioned muscles, and the toes were even twitching nervously. Xiao Xiao had just escaped the possession, and the man had already passed out. He's unconscious, but his vital signs are fine. Li Yong squatted down and checked. Wu Heng said, next time, give him anesthesia. I'm inexperienced, and I almost got hurt. Well, ordinary people don't have your kind of perseverance. Zhao Yanqiu smiled, then glanced at the man's calf. This is truly a medical miracle. Knock. Knock. A rapid knock on the door, and the medical team rushed in. The leading doctor, forgetting to put on rubber gloves, knelt down to examine the wet new limb on the floor, his voice trembling. It seemed they knew each other. The discovery of the man's new calf was somewhat unbelievable. Take him for a thorough checkup. Once you're sure he's alright, let him go, Li Yong ordered directly. Okay. With a nod, she waved behind her. Someone immediately arrived with a stretcher and carried the man out. When the door closed again, the office fell silent again. After several seconds, Zhao Yanqiu said, "Did the staff make his legs grow?" Wu Heng nodded. "Yes. I give it to you later. It'd make it easier to preach." Zhao Yanqiu swallowed and said, "How does this work?" "It's the function of a special prop." Wu Heng placed the staff in front of him and, under the two girls' strange gazes, chanted, "I am guilty. I repent." Zhao Yanqiu asked, "Why?" Xiao explained, "This is a side effect of the staff. Every time you use its power, you must repent 7 times. Mom, next time you use it, remember how many times you used it, and come back to repent." Zhao Yanqiu's expression was as if she were listening to a fairy tale. "Is this staff a spirit?" Xiao looked at her. "Why do you say that? Then how does it know how many times I repented? Or what I'm saying?" Zhao Yanqiu continued. "Huh?" Xiao's mouth dropped open, unsure how to respond. Finally, she said, "Mom, just do what uncle, and I tell you." Li Yong smiled and said, "Sister Zhao, we even seen zombies and skeletons. Now, fussing over a counting stick is a bit." "That's right." Xiao nodded in agreement. Zhao Yanqiu smiled and patted her daughter's head. Wu Heng finished his prayer and handed the scepter to Zhao Yanqiu, saying seriously, Xiao is right. Every time you use the power above, you must repent 7 times. If you don't follow the rules of the scepter, the pain of the person you saved will be borne by you. Rules. Zhao Yanqiu and Li Yong raised their eyebrows. Who made these rules? It seemed like this touched on something they found difficult to understand. Okay, I remember. Zhao Yanqiu traced the lines on the scepter with her fingertips. Isn't it a waste to give it to me? Use it well. Spreading the gospel is equally important to us, Wu Heng said solemnly. Okay, that's great. Xiao stood between them, holding Wu Heng in one hand and Zhao Yanqiu in the other, and said with a smile. Zhao Yanqiu pulled her daughter to sit aside. Wu Heng turned to Li Yong and asked, "Do you still have infrasonic missiles in stock?" Li Yong raised her eyebrows. "Yes. When I spoke to Gao Rong on the phone a few days ago, he reported a few to me, and we have quite a few now." "Okay, let's arrange a time to ship them to the prison." "Okay, I arrange it then." Wu Heng continued, "I used one last time, and I saw the casing was in good condition, so I brought it back. I put it in the warehouse for you later to see if it's still usable. Infrasonic missiles aren't generated by explosive energy. Back in the temple, I went to see the missiles that had hit the city. Seeing that the damage wasn't serious, I collected them and brought them back." "Okay, I talked to Gao Rong about it then," Li Yong replied. They sat together and chatted for a while. Zhao Yanqiu's eyes shifted, and then she asked, "Would you like to stay for dinner?" Wu Heng was stunned. Li Yong smiled and said, "Sister Zhao is asking if you want to stay tonight." Zhao Yanqiu rolled her eyes, but didn't correct her. Wu Heng said, "Yes, stay here tonight and go back tomorrow." Both women smiled. Zhao Yanqiu said, "Then come to my place first. I make you some dinner while you talk. Don't you want to go to the cafeteria? I heard the food is good today." Li Yong began to pack. Zhao Yanqiu smiled and said, "Come to my place. You can cook whatever you want. The 3 of us can't eat much." "That's fine." Wu Heng nodded. Li Yong packed her things. They walked out of the office together and headed towards Zhao Yanqiu's residence. The next day, the cafeteria. The morning cafeteria was filled with the aroma of soy milk. The dining area, which should have been bustling, was eerily quiet. Everyone craned their necks, their gaze fixed on the beaming middle-aged man at the center table. "Yesterday afternoon, I was in my dorm, smoking and listening to the radio, when Chief Li called me away." The man took a breath and leaned forward. 3 hours later, he came back. His crutches were gone, and underneath his pants, he tapped his intact left leg with his chopsticks. A new white leg. With that, everyone looked out the window. Outside the cafeteria, on the playground, Old Li, whose leg had been broken, was running with his trousers rolled up. His new calf was dazzlingly white. The man tapped the rim of his bowl with his chopsticks and said, "Besides, Old Li said it was Chief Wu Heng who had returned. Seeing his hard work, he used divine magic to heal his broken leg." The crowd's eyes widened. Chief Wu Heng. Divine magic. The chief is truly a savior. The chief is truly a deity. I work hard too. Should I ask the chief to help me grow my arm back? At this moment, The restaurant erupted in a clamor. No one questioned the matter, only exclamations of surprise followed. The news spread like wildfire. In just a few hours, the entire base's forums, radio stations, and even casual conversations on the streets were all discussing the same miracle. Old Lee's legs had grown back, wider than a woman's. The forums also featured photos and videos. Old Lee, who usually used crutches, was now running to exercise. The comment section exploded with comments. The number of comments skyrocketed. Even those who didn't know Old Lee could understand the meaning. Wu Hung had helped a man who had lost half a leg grow a new one. Is this a fabrication? Regenerating a severed limb? At this point, almost everyone in the base knows who would fabricate such a thing. I'm a surgeon, and this completely defies the laws of biology. I know it was Chief Wu Hung who returned and helped him grow his leg back. Oh my god! Is Wu Hung truly a god? The forum debated intensely. And within the base, some of those left crippled in the apocalypse seemed to see hope. If the chief could help Old Lee grow his leg back, then with hard work, they too could help the missing parts grow back. Besides, the base has always treated these veterans well, so there's no way they treat us badly. The church within the base. In the shadows of the church's second floor, Wu Hung quietly gazed at the throng below. The entire hall was packed. Even the aisles were overflowing with people. Zhao Yinqiu stood on a high platform, a golden scepter in hand, bathed in a dazzling halo of light streaming through the stained glass windows. Her voice was no longer the gentle exhortation of the past, but held an undeniable authority. The light of spiritual enlightenment will illuminate every devout soul. The gem atop the scepter shone faintly as she preached, its shimmering golden light forming a tiny halo in the air, drawing gasps of surprise from the believers. Are there usually so many people? Wu Hung whispered. The news of you growing a severed limb yesterday has spread throughout the base, and even more people are here today. Li Yong chuckled. There's also a rumor that with sufficient piety, even a severed head can be reattached. That's a bad rumor. Don't let anyone believe it, Wu Hung chimed in. But I have to say, they have quite a rich imagination. That's just how people are. Li Yong glanced at the people below. They're afraid of missing out on benefits, and they're also afraid of falling behind. She then pointed to a few figures in the corner of the first floor. Look over there. He used to privately oppose the church, and he's taking up a seat here today. Wu Hung looked over and saw a well-dressed man wearing glasses, diligently chanting along, his back straight. Well, if they don't believe it, that's fine. There's no need to force them. Li Yong nodded and continued, I already contacted Shi Han Kai. She convened a dawn conference and scheduled a time with several major bases. Then, we arranged for Sister Xiao to go there and preach. She performed the limb regeneration technique on the spot, and the spread of faith will be absolutely explosive. Okay. Keep her safe. Wu Hung didn't bother looking any further, turning and heading downstairs. Okay. Wu Hung walked out the back door of the Vatican and got into the passenger seat of the SUV. He said, resources will continue to flow to the church. The base is basically stable now, so we focus on developing the church. Understood. I be leaving now. Message me if you need anything, and I get back to you when I see it, Wu Hung said. Li Yong nodded and waved goodbye. Several ghosts flew over to Wu Hung and waved back. The SUV started and sped away. Returning to the Island Master's mansion, Wu Hung descended the stairs. The afterglow of the setting sun filtered through the glass windows, casting dappled shadows on the hallway. As he descended the stairs, many glided around the corner to greet him. Master, dinner is ready. Wu Hung casually put his arm around her shoulders. It seems I returned just in time. Arriving in the dining room, the table was laden with food. The women in the household were all seated. Seeing Wu Hung enter, they all greeted him. After Wu Hung sat down, he ate a simple meal. Sanera took a sip from her goblet and said, the Elders' Council heard that Illyria and the others have reached level 19. They're very excited. They already selected buildings in various cities across the land. Once they become heroes, they focus on building the Church of Spiritual Enlightenment. Thank the Elders' Council for me. Even if we don't build a church, we're willing to help Illyria and Sylvain become heroes, Wu Hung said with a smile. The two Wood Elf sisters looked up, their eyes sparkling. If anyone else had said this, they would have been dismissed as mere formality. But with Wu Hang's current power, these polite words also reflected his respect for the sisters. Sanera glanced at the sisters beside her, then retracted her gaze and said, but the Wood Elf elders seem to have caught wind of something, and have been hinting at the attack on the temple. A brief silence fell in the restaurant. Wu Hung pondered for a moment, then said, you can mention it to them, but don't go into too much detail. The more the Wood Elves know, the more dangerous it will be. Okay, I go talk to them about it later. Sanera smiled, then continued, now they should realize how right they were to put all their chips on you. It's all thanks to you, Wu Heng said with a smile. Sanera gave him a wink. After discussing the matter, dinner continued. Then Minnie said, by the way, Master, this morning, Deacon Zalagwi completed the first stage of training and wanted to tell you, but you weren't here. Really? Zalagwi's training speed is quite fast. Wu Heng was also a little surprised. Sanera glanced at his expression and said, why? Are you going to their place tonight to guide their training? Let's go see them. After all, Zalagwi has persisted for so long and finally achieved a breakthrough, Wu Heng said. The last few days have been quite full. Luckily, I'm a hero. Thinking to myself, he subconsciously touched his lower back. Sanera rolled her eyes at him and reminded him, you haven't been home for several days. Tomorrow, I will definitely stay home, Wu Heng said with a smile. The two Wood-Elf sisters chuckled, and their younger sister, Sylvain, kept winking at Sanella. Sanella said, I don't care. Wu Heng pulled out his phone and sent a message to Sierra Rose. Breakthrough to the first stage? Yes, I'd be there later. Okay, after dinner, Wu Heng cast teleportation and headed for the steward's residence. A flash of formation pattern appeared, and a figure appeared in the courtyard. As Wu Heng walked through the door, two figures scurried over from the living room, one on each side, throwing themselves into his arms. Lilith's residence. In a dimly lit room, Lilith sat in front of the radio. Hatterai's voice rang out from the radio. Did Wu Heng say hello? What's going on? There's a time difference between the association's headquarters and Treasure Island. It was daytime there. Wu Heng did it, Lilith said flatly. Hatterai's breathing hitched noticeably from the other end of the radio. How did everyone in the inner city fall into a coma? The information from the Whisperer will be sent to headquarters. Thus, they also knew that everyone in the inner city of the temple was unconscious. A special device capable of unleashing a citywide mental spell. Such a spell? Hatterai asked in confusion. That's what he said. He wouldn't lie to me, and there's no need to lie, Lilith replied. Hatterai continued, tell me everything you know. Lilith thought quickly, and recounted what she could. Hatterai, on his side, fell silent upon hearing that Wu Heng had broken into the church and possessed the ability to kill the Pope. Chapter 1058. After hearing Lilith's words, the other end of the radio fell silent again, with only a few faint sounds confirming that the person on the other end had not yet left. After a while, Hatterai's voice came over, low and slow, as if every word was carefully considered. His current strength, just how far has it reached? Lilith's lips curled slightly. How should I know? I only heard all the information from him. After a pause, she added, however, the association seems to always be a step behind in judging him. Wu Heng's strength had long surpassed everyone's expectations. From initially slaying the Pope to now freely entering and leaving the Holy Temple, each attack refreshed the association's understanding. Those who once suspected he was the reincarnation of some old monster were now completely silent. After all, even a reborn being couldn't reach such a terrifying state in such a short period of time. Hatterai pondered for a moment before continuing, you remain there and observe. The association will reassess Wu Heng's strength and our relationship with him. Lilith chuckled softly, elegantly picking up her teacup and taking a sip. No matter how you look at it, maintaining friendly relations with Wu Heng is the association's wisest choice. If we really force him into opposition, he set down his teacup with a crisp sound. The consequences would be even more troubling. To put it bluntly, if Wu Heng truly sided with the opposition, all other races would be in danger. I understand your meaning. Hatterai's voice remained steady, but his pace had subtly quickened. I present your proposal at the chief's meeting. We wait and see the results then. Get a result as soon as possible, Lilith said cheerfully. Okay, that's it for now. The radio ended, and silence returned to the room. Lilith leaned back in her chair, her fingertips gently stroking the rim of her cup, her gaze fixed on the window. As the sky darkened, and Wu Heng didn't show up, she got up, changed her clothes, and lay down in the wooden coffin. The heavy lid closed with a grinding sound. The night was as soft as silk, and moonlight streamed through the gauze curtains, casting a silver glow on the messy bed. The elf sisters curled in Wu Heng's arms, their hair clinging to their necks with sweat. Wu Heng stretched out his arms, one hand each around their shoulders. Zalagwi suddenly snapped his wrist, her damp silver hair brushing against his collarbone as he turned his head. Stage 2. Is it difficult? Not difficult, Wu Heng said nonchalantly. A few days. Who asked you? Zalagwi fumed. How long does it take a normal person to practice? Wu Hung pondered seriously. It shouldn't be easy. Viola hasn't learned it yet. She's a hero now, so her understanding must be higher. After saying that, he glanced at his girlfriend, who had also grown serious, and added, "But you be fine. You're very talented, and you might even learn faster than her." Zalagui snorted softly. Although she knew he was just trying to tease her, she felt a certain comfort in her man's approval. Hiss! A sudden stinging pain came from her other side, and she turned to look. Shiryali sucked red marks on his flesh, and when she looked up, her eyes gleamed with cunning. "I'm level 12. Can I learn it earlier? I feel like I'm still a long way from level 15. My own physique was so high, and it was sucked down like this." Wu Hung pinched the back of her neck and brought it up to his eyes. "You can try the first stage," he continued. "If you can handle it, you can practice. If not, just wait. There's no rush." Shiryali smiled, pounced on him, and nibbled on his Adam's apple. The three of them chatted for a while, then turned off the lights and went to sleep. Association, headquarters, inside the stone pavilion in the garden. Hadarai sat on a stone bench to one side, waiting silently. Soon, footsteps sounded, and Claudio, the leader of the Hongwen Society, and Bruno, the dwarf leader, walked in, talking. They sat down at two other seats at the stone table. The attendants silently served refreshments, and then retreated a little further away. The dwarf leader spoke gruffly. "What's going on?" Hadarai took a sip from his teacup before slowly saying, "I just had a detailed discussion with Lilith about Wu Hung." The leader of the Hongwen Society's eyes narrowed. "Has he made another move?" "No," Hadarai shook his head. "It confirms some information we previously underestimated." He put down his teacup and recounted the information he had heard from Lilith. When they heard that everyone in the inner city of the temple had fallen into a coma, and that Wu Hung could even kill the Pope, surprise flashed in the eyes of the other two. This information was completely different from what the Vatican had reported. The Vatican reported that Wu Hung had attacked the temple, but was repelled, causing no damage. The news from Lilith, on the other hand, stated that the entire temple had fallen, and that Wu Hung could do whatever he wanted with the Pope, if he so desired. Given the differing intelligence, Lilith's opinion was naturally more trustworthy. After all, she was in charge of the Whisperers. She wouldn't say anything without thinking. After a moment's silence in the stone pavilion, the dwarf leader frowned. If he doesn't kill the Pope, why would he go to such great lengths to break in? The leader of the Hongwen Society said, "It's easy to guess. The threat to Wu Hung isn't the Pope, but their ability to rapidly train heroes." Hadarai chimed in, "That's probably the case." The Whisperer's intelligence also mentioned that Wu Hang's attack coincided with the Vatican's promotion of a new Holy See. The dwarf leader suddenly realized, this kid is truly decisive. The leader of the Hongwen Society paused for a moment. "Since the Vatican wants to save face, we should just pretend we don't know." Hadarai continued, "Lilith suggests reassessing our relationship with him. Looking at the two of them, given his current strength, the association should offer him more preferential treatment." Bruno and Claudio exchanged a solemn glance. Being able to single-handedly penetrate the Holy Temple meant he could threaten any faction. This meant granting more preferential treatment, or, more bluntly, maintaining a positive relationship with Wu Hung. Claudio nodded slowly. "You can increase Treasure Island's authority appropriately, but this must be done discreetly to avoid provoking the Holy See." Hadarai looked at him. "I leave the specific plan to you." "Understood." Hadarai concluded, "Maintaining a friendly relationship with Wu Hung will benefit the association more than it will harm." The three of them fell silent again, sipping their tea. The next day. In the courtyard, the body refining technique practice area was still ablaze, raising the temperature of the entire courtyard to a sweltering heatwave. Today, Shiryali also began the first stage of the body refining technique, while Zalagui went straight to the second. However, due to limited space for the second stage, she had to wait in line behind Viola. At noon, Wu Hung completed the third stage, and was invited by the sisters to compete in the training room. Wu Hung wielded a bronze spear, his form as slender as a pine tree. Even without the evil spirit burning mark activated, his movements were astonishingly fast based on his basic attributes. The spear wielded like an arm, sweeping like a raging wave, thrusting like lightning, forcing the elven sisters to charge forward again and again, only to retreat again and again. Clang! Illuria's long sword was nearly knocked out of her grasp, and she stumbled back, her chest heaving violently. Sylvain, observing this, swiftly slashed in from the flank, her short blade piercing Wu Hang's ribs like a venomous snake. With a flick of her wrist, the end of the spear struck her wrist with pinpoint accuracy. Ah! Sylvain let go in pain, the short blade falling to the ground. Come on! Wu Hung stood still, breathing steadily. No, I can't! Sylvain slumped to the ground, his green hair, soaked with sweat, plastered to his flushed cheeks. Illyria also leaned on her knees, panting heavily, her chest heaving even more violently than during battle. Wu Hung smiled, and put his weapon into his space ring. You are very powerful. When you become heroes, you will have endless energy, and may be able to dominate me. Sir, who did you learn melee combat from? Illyria asked curiously. Sylvain followed suit. For a mage like you, reaching this level of melee combat is simply unfair. Wu Hung rubbed their heads. Take your time. The gap between heroes and ordinary professionals is like a chasm. Just cross it. As they spoke, light footsteps approached. Many came over, handed the three of them a clean towel, and then said to Wu Hung, Master, when Lady Lilith left, she said, you should visit her residence after your battle. Wu Hung took the towel, and wiped himself casually. Okay, I'll be there later. He then looked at the two Wood Elf sisters. You two should practice, don't overwork yourself. Yes, sir, they replied with a bow. Wu Hung also returned upstairs, showered, and changed into casual clothes. He cast teleportation and vanished from the spot. The spatial ripples dissipated, and Wu Hung appeared in Lilith's bedroom. A faint fragrance wafted through the room, and the bed was tidy, but Lilith was nowhere to be seen. Wu Hung opened the door and descended. As he reached the first step, he heard the frantic clicking of keys, and the cheers of a young girl from the living room. Sister, just throw the chopped vegetables over here. Xiao Xiao was seen controlling the puppet, sitting cross-legged on the carpet, the controller snapping as the game characters on the screen, one chopping vegetables, the other frying them. They were incredibly busy. Uncle! Xiao Xiao caught sight of Wu Hung from the corner of her eye and called out without turning back, her hands never stopping. Lilith's pupils constricted as she saw Wu Hung coming down from upstairs, and the tips of her ears instantly tinged with a faint red. She glared quickly at Wu Hung, then glanced guiltily at Xiao Xiao. Fortunately, Xiao Xiao was focused on the screen, and didn't seem to notice anything unusual. Ahem, Xiao Xiao. Lilith put down the controller, forcing herself to remain calm. I have something to discuss with your uncle. You can play by yourself first. Got it. Xiao Xiao replied casually, switching Lilith's character to game control. Lilith and Wu Hung sat down to the side, and the old butler brought them some refreshments. The old butler's left arm had healed, with new skin faintly visible beneath his sleeve. This was the arm Wu Hung had healed the last time he visited, using the papal staff to regenerate a broken limb. After the butler left, Lilith took a sip from her teacup. Yesterday, Hadalai asked me about the Holy Temple. She then recounted the details of their conversation, adding, I only told you the information available publicly. If he brings it up to you, remember not to tell you differently. Wu Hung nodded. Lilith's attitude towards both sides had shifted from initially favoring the association to now leaning more towards Wu Hung. The information she reported seemed candid, but in reality, it was carefully selected, ensuring the association understood the situation without exposing Wu Hang's weaknesses. This incident has certainly been helpful to you. Lilith took a sip of her tea. Hadalai will convene a meeting of leaders to reassess your strength. Evaluate your strength? Wu Hung raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? Lilith glanced at him and said, under the association system, there are still its own patterns. Just like what the Vatican did before, it has already crossed the association's bottom line, but they can only persuade you. There's nothing much they can do. She rubbed her fingertips against the water glass and continued, now that you demonstrated your strength, you already crushed them. Naturally, the association will want to adjust its attitude toward you. Wu Hung smiled. It really depends on the person you're dealing with. This is inevitable for any force. At least the association is doing well on the surface, which is good for you too, Lilith said meaningfully. That's true. Wu Hung shrugged. Your leaders are relatively upright, except for the religious lunatic. Lilith suddenly leaned forward, her long hair sweeping across the tea table. So when you're in power, you have to control your temper. Power, my plan was to reach hero status this year. Maybe I won't have that chance. Wu Hung didn't pursue the topic, but continued, Sword of Justice. Is that position open to just anyone? Lilith raised her eyebrows. Are you still thinking about this? Just asking. Lilith considered her words, then spoke slowly. The Sword of Justice is chosen by the 5 previous ruling leaders. Not only must they command the support of the people through their strength, but they must also be unanimously recognized for their character and prestige. She looked up at Wu Hung and suddenly smiled. Given your current reputation, it might be difficult. Wu Heng stroked his chin. I think my character is okay, right? Take Hadarai, for example. He's 427 years old. During his reign, he quelled 3 interethnic wars. Even the dwarves respectfully call him Glorious Golden Glory. Lilith raised an eyebrow. What about you? Your greatest achievement is having the church change 3 popes. Wu Heng smiled. It seems so. I give you a favor and let him do it. After a moment's thought, he continued, by the way, can I contact the dwarf leader through your radio? I want to discuss Molten Core. Lilith checked the time. Let's go! Let's ask directly. The two stood up. Lilith said hello to Xiao Xiao and headed upstairs. Inside the radio room, 2 radios were placed on a wooden table. One connected to the association headquarters, the other to the hidden line of the sanctuary. Lilith placed her hand on the microphone of the headquarters radio and spoke in a cold, clear voice. This is Lilith. A respectful response immediately echoed through the radio. Captain Lilith, please give me your instructions. Tell Captain Bruno that Wu Heng on Treasure Island needs to speak directly to him. Glancing at the man beside her, she added, confirm he's at headquarters. Please wait. After a moment, a gruff voice suddenly boomed from the other end of the radio. Captain Wu Heng, are you looking for me? Wu Heng's mind instinctively recalled the irascible dwarf with a braided beard and armor. He had led the inspection team to the island and nearly gotten into a fight with him. Captain Bruno, it's me. Wu Heng replied. What's the matter? Wu Heng got straight to the point. I'd like to borrow the molten core to forge a few rare artifacts. The radio suddenly fell silent. After a long moment, Bruno's voice returned, his tone subtly deeper. Didn't Lilith tell you the rules? The molten core is the dwarven treasure. The guild leader charges 2,000 gold per use. The same for everyone. Then, he solemnly inquired, are you sure you want to spend that much money? Wu Heng's eyes narrowed. The rare items exchanged for a first-level merit were worth a few hundred gold. That was just the price of use, which was already 2,000 gold. Besides, you had to bring your own rare items and materials for smelting. But Wu Heng didn't care. Everyone agreed to the same price, saving him the hassle of haggling. Deal? Bruno had clearly not expected him to agree so readily. He paused for 2 seconds before coughing. The molten core is in the 3rd furnace area of Deep Forge. You can come in person or send your men. I give you advance notice. Thank you, Wu Heng chuckled. We're all leaders, so look out for each other. Bruno said, then hung up. The radio's intercom indicator light went out, and Lilith raised an eyebrow in interest. Strange, Bruno actually used the phrase look out for each other to you. After all, I'm a distinguished guest now, paying 2,000 gold coins per visit. Wu Heng scoffed. Could you tell me the details of using molten core? I haven't used it, Lilith recalled, then said, besides the basic expenses, you also need to purchase a special catalyst, and bring plenty of artifacts, props, and money. After that, she continued to inquire, if you really want to go, the situation with the Vatican isn't over yet. Wu Heng subconsciously glanced out the window toward the cathedral and said, of course we have to go. The Vatican won't dare to make any moves right now. We need to get there, and back quickly before they react. Chapter 1059. Seeing he had made up his mind, Lilith stopped trying to persuade him. After a moment's silence, she said, how about I go with you? Wu Heng put his arm around her shoulders. The dwarves are even more nervous than I am right now. If something happens in Deep Forge, they'd be the first to suffer. After a brief pause, his tone grew more serious. Besides, I need you to stay and take charge of Treasure Island. Viola has just been promoted to hero. She has plenty of intimidation, but lacks practical experience. Lilith pursed her lips and finally nodded. Since we decided, let's leave as soon as possible and don't give the others time to react. Okay, I leave tomorrow morning, Wu Heng said. Lilith suddenly remembered something and continued, if you have enough merit, you can exchange it for a few rare items at the guild to bring with you, so you don't run out of them when the time comes. Wu Heng shook his head. No, using merit for smelting materials is a bit extravagant. He had already used all his level 2 merit to exchange for items for Viola. He certainly didn't have any recorded achievements. Lilith glanced at him and suddenly pulled out several rare items from her space ring. A cracked dagger, a jeweled ring, and a pitch-black chain. Take these, Lilith said flatly, as if giving me some pocket money. Either the side effects are too severe, or they conflict with my attributes. Keeping them just takes up space. Wu Heng was stunned. Rare items aren't just about their attributes, many people collect them as collectibles, so there's no such thing as a worthless rare item. Glancing at the attributes Lilith had given the rare items, he subconsciously evaded them. Not really. I have enough. Lilith leaned forward slightly, her fingertips touching his chest. I'm glad you're strong. Wu Heng smiled, then suddenly hugged Lilith's legs, rubbing them exaggeratedly. Rich woman, you're so kind. He then kissed her smooth calf. Aren't you disgusting? Lilith pushed him away, straightening her skirt. Go get ready. Dwarves have hot tempers. You're a hero now, so give them some slack. Wu Heng listened to her rambling instructions for a long while, then collected the odd items on the table. This was the first time he heard the calm and composed Lilith spout off instructions like a mother. When she ran out of words, Wu Heng softly replied, I understand. Lilith coughed lightly. Are you coming over tonight? Wu Heng thought for a moment. I have to go back and prepare. When I get back, you can stay at the Island Master's mansion. Lilith said angrily, the association is still keeping an eye on me, and I'm suddenly moving into your house. Are you worried our relationship isn't being exposed too quickly? Then I come over next time, Wu Heng said with a smile. Who cares? Lilith stood up and walked downstairs. Wu Heng followed them downstairs. As they were coming downstairs, Xiao Xiao was still playing games. Seeing the two of them coming down, she immediately asked, Sister, are you done talking? Yes, Lilith smiled. Come on and play the game. This one's going to be tough, Xiao Xiao called out. Lilith sat down beside them, picked up the controller, and started playing as well. Wu Heng watched as both of them focused on the game and said, Xiao Xiao, we're going out tomorrow morning. Don't forget to come home. Okay, then I stay here tonight, Xiao Xiao said without turning around. Okay. Wu Heng continued to look at Lilith. I go back first. I call you if I need anything. Go back. Lilith waved her hand. Wu Heng glanced at Lilith. He felt fortunate to have become a hero early on. If she had met Xiao Xiao earlier, the two of them would have been much more difficult to become heroes. He retracted his gaze and cast teleport to leave, returning to the Island Master's mansion. After chatting with Minnie in the living room for a while, the skeleton chefs had already set dinner on the table. Wu Heng stood up and led Minnie to the dining room. The rest of the women in the Island Master's mansion were also seated around the table, eating and chatting. After eating a little, Wu Heng took a sip from his glass and said, Tomorrow I'm going out to the Dwarven Deep Forge. The table fell silent. Shannara put down her fork, her brow furrowed slightly. Going to the dwarves at this time? We don't seem to have much of a relationship with them. The only relationship they have is the cooperation between Treasure Island and the Dwarven Chamber of Commerce. Wu Heng said, We negotiated with the Dwarven leader to borrow their molten core to forge a few rare artifacts. Viola put down her wine glass, a flicker of doubt in her eyes. With your current strength, do you still need external aid? I have too few rare artifacts to use right now, Wu Heng said with a smile. You never have too many cards. Shannara then asked, Will there be any danger? Don't worry, Wu Heng said firmly. The dwarves are more afraid of accidents than we are. Looking around, while I'm away, island affairs will continue as normal. Lilith will stay to assist you. Everyone, please do not leave the island for any reason to avoid danger. Okay. Several people nodded. Wu Heng continued to look at the figure eating the steak. Philippa! Did you hear that? Philippa wiped her mouth and muttered disapprovingly. Why are you calling me out again? Wu Heng instructed, train hard at home and pay more attention to safety on the route. If you're worried, take me with you. I haven't been to the dwarven side yet, Philippa said immediately. She sounded a little excited. Next time, I explore the route first. Wu Heng flatly refused. Got it. Why bother talking if you're not taking me? Philippa waved her hand impatiently. Wu Heng continued to look at Shannara and asked, Do you have a map of the dwarven side? I'm trying to figure out how to get there. Shannara asked, Can't the ghost train reach that area? It's probably because there's no record of that area, Wu Heng said. The map isn't difficult, but relying on it alone without knowing the way can be a bit troublesome. Shannara took a sip from her wine glass, her eyes thoughtful for a moment. It's best to go with a merchant guild. There haven't been anyone else heading to the dwarves lately. I remember the Serpent Emblem Consortium's cargo will leave the island tomorrow morning. If you're okay with that, you can go with the caravan. If you're averse to trouble, you can hide your identity. Wu Heng thought about it, and decided it was a good idea. He could enter dwarven territory on his own, confirm the location of Forge Deep, and then proceed on his own. Okay. Go tell Letterly later, and tell her someone's going from Treasure Island. Wu Heng settled the matter. Okay. Shannara nodded. After discussing the main points, Wu Heng continued with a smile, Tell me about some dwarven habits and precautions. They should stay away from you, right? Shannara continued. When you speak, avoid questioning their abilities. Besides their skills, this also includes drinking, strength, and so on. As Shannara began to speak, the others listened with interest. The night deepened, but the study remained brightly lit. When Wu Heng pushed the door open, 3 ghosts were busy with their own affairs. Seeing him enter, the 3 ghosts glanced at him, then quickly averted their gaze. It's a deal. Wu Heng poured himself a cup of tea and sat down on a nearby chair. Tomorrow we depart for Deep Forge, the dwarven tribe, to use their molten core to forge those artifacts of the church. The dwarves agreed? I remember meeting that dwarven leader twice, and both times we nearly came to blows. Glenda closed the book and glanced over. Wu Heng took a sip of tea. The usage fee is 2,000 gold coins. You have to provide your own materials. Benny's eyes widened. Why don't they just rob it? It's a monopoly business, so of course they can set whatever price they want, the Empress echoed. Money isn't a problem. Wu Heng put down his teacup. We hold a potion auction and double the profit. The Empress smiled and said, with Treasure Island's financial resources, this won't be a big deal. When the time comes, just ask if that rare item is for sale, and you can buy it back. Forget it. The dwarves say it's a dwarven treasure, Wu Heng said angrily. You're just looking for trouble. If you don't want to sell it, forget it. The Empress shrugged. Glinda interrupted, saying, before you leave, let's do some divination. Wu Heng nodded, and took the tortoise shell from his space ring. Closing his eyes and concentrating, he silently wondered, will using the molten core on this trip to the dwarven territory be dangerous? Clatter. The tortoise shell shook, and 3 coins fell. 1 person, 3 souls, formed a circle and looked at the coins. 3 heads, great luck, Benny exclaimed, this is the first time I gotten this. Glenda smiled, a rare smile. Looks like things will go smoothly with the dwarves. Only the Empress looked skeptical. Is this thing reliable? Don't be so pessimistic. With such a good result, it must be accurate, Wu Heng said grumpily, picking up the coins and stuffing them back into the tortoise shell. I see if I can melt something good. The coins fell again, 1 heads and 2 tails, a flat hexagram. Hiss. Bernie frowned. It seems not so good? Glenda hesitated. It seems like we can't smelt anything useful. Should we still go? Wu Heng said, those Vatican artifacts will just gather dust. Why not take a gamble? As long as we can melt something we can use, that's all. Then, he glanced at the coins. This one doesn't count. This one's just feudal superstition. The 3 ghosts rolled their eyes. The Queen smiled and said, that's right. As long as it's useful, it's guaranteed to be profitable. Wu Heng put the tortoiseshell away. Just treat it as a public trip. I take you out to see the world. Bernie said excitedly, I heard the dwarven lava waterfalls are spectacular. Glenda also said, you still have some conscience. Take us out for some fun. The Queen glanced at the 2 souls, who agreed to go. Let's focus on smelting. It doesn't conflict, Wu Heng said. We do business and have some fun. I bring extra money, and buy whatever you like. With that, all 3 smiled. After things were settled, Wu Heng glanced out the window at the deepening night. I'm going to rest. Prepare everything you need to bring. Well, good night. The 3 souls said goodbye. Wu Heng also left the study. Back to the bedroom. Sanera was leaning against the headboard, her light silk pajamas framing her graceful curves. Her long hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her fingers gently flipped through a book. I confirmed with the Serpent Emblem Consortium. Sanera closed the book. A merchant ship is leaving tomorrow morning. You can join their group and head to Deep Forge. I wonder if I'd be going. Wu Heng took off his outer robe and tossed it aside, hanging it neatly on the hanger. Shannara smiled and said, I only said you were a friend of the Island Master's mansion. Wu Heng climbed onto the bed and pulled her into his arms. That's good. Shannara poked his chest with her fingertips and continued, I told the Great Elder about you killing 3 members of the Holy See and then attacking the cathedral. Then he chuckled, I thought the Great Elder was stunned. He didn't say anything for a long time. I've been the Great Elder for so many years. How could I be as incompetent as you say? Wu Heng said angrily. Shannara's smile suddenly faded, and she shrank back into his arms. You don't understand. The more the Wood Elves are obsessed with heroes, the more they fear them. He continued, the Great Elder has already ordered the secret transfer of important members of the tribe to Treasure Island, and the Council of Elders has also increased its guards. Wu Heng frowned. There's no need to be so nervous. The Pope is the only one left in the Holy See. How would he dare leave the cathedral? He doesn't dare touch you. fearing he might take it out on the Woodels. A hint of worry flashed in Sinella's eyes. Anyway, it's better to be cautious. That's true, Wu Hung nodded. Sinella looked up at him. Come back soon. Wu Hung tightened his arms and placed a kiss on her forehead. Don't worry, I'll be back as soon as possible. Go to bed early. As the night deepened, the two embraced, eyes closed, their breathing gradually synchronizing. The next day, morning mist shrouded the busy docks like a veil. Wu Hung, wearing a faceless mask, boarded the flame perpetual motion machine cargo ship. Workers were lining up to load cargo, while the skeleton crew on the deck silently conducted final navigation checks. This cargo ship was the one allocated by Treasure Island to the Snake Emblem Consortium to expedite the transportation of goods across the Emerald Sea. Although the ship was operated by skeletons, several living employees of the Snake Emblem Consortium accompanied it on each voyage, responsible for inventorying the cargo and coordinating transactions. Wu Hung headed straight for the main cabin at the bow. The skeletons he encountered stopped and made way for him. Closing the cabin door, Wu Hung removed his mask, leaned against the edge of the bed, pulled out his phone, and texted the island master's residence, "I'm on board." Soon, the ship jolted, and a low horn rang out. The ship slowly sailed away from the harbor. Inside the cabin, Wu Hung took out a map and spread it flat on the table, examining the route to Deep Forge. Glenda floated above the map. Following the Guild of Commerce will be much slower. Wu Hung said, once we confirm the route, we go there on our own. As long as we're sure of the direction, riding a motorcycle will be much faster. Yeah, that's fine. Glenda nodded. Knock, knock. There was a gentle knock on the door. Glenda quickly flew over, peered through the wall, and whispered, "It's Letelai." Wu Hung raised a brow, opened the door, and saw Letelai standing there, alluring. She had a blonde ponytail, wore brown leather armor, and a short sword hung from her waist. Seeing Wu Hung, her brows furrowed slightly, and she looked him up and down, as if trying to identify the identity beneath the mask. "Come in." Wu Hung made room. "Why are you on the ship?" Hearing the familiar voice, Letelai's eyes lit up, and she quickly entered the cabin. Hands behind her back, a sly smile flashed. "Lady Shannara asked me for directions to the Chamber of Commerce yesterday, and I happened to be going to the dwarves to discuss some business." As she spoke, she moved closer. "It's just on my way." Chapter 1060. The cabin door closed, and Letelai stood politely at the entrance. "Sit wherever you want." Wu Hung removed his mask, and casually placed it on the table. Letelai took a seat across from him with brisk steps, her straight, slender legs striking the eye. "What business are you going to discuss?" Wu Hung took out a bottle of iced black tea, unscrewed it, and handed it to her. "The Emerald Sea needs the dwarven forging technology," Letelai replied, taking it with both hands, her jewel-like eyes still bright. Wu Hung continued, "How did you know I was on the ship?" "Yesterday, Lady Sinella suddenly asked about the ship's departure time." Letelai smiled. "I thought it might be you, so I came here to try my luck." Letelai was indeed quite clever. Especially, as the head of the Snake Emblem Consortium, she had a keen eye for gathering and organizing information. Adding to her deductions, she roughly guessed that it would be him aboard. "Smart," Wu Hung praised with a smile. Letelai suddenly leaned forward. "Rather than saying it's your intelligence, I think it's your luck that's brought me this. Since coming to Treasure Island, my life has changed dramatically." Wu Hung also learned some news. Since Letelai arrived at Treasure Island, she's now the primary manager of Emerald Sea, her status significantly elevated. Many decisions are made by her. Furthermore, with the Snake Emblem Consortium now partnering with Treasure Island to ship goods for sale, Letelai's status has risen even higher. After all, the promotion process at the Snake Emblem Consortium is much simpler than at the association. Those who perform well and bring higher profits to the consortium will rise quickly. "Your business skills are impressive too. You're both smart and beautiful," Wu Hung said with a smile. Letelai's smile widened. "Thank you for the compliment, sir." Wu Hung glanced at her and continued, "It's good for you to be on the boat. At least you have someone to chat with during this part of the sea voyage, so you won't be too bored." "You're going to Deep Forge, right?" Letelai said seriously. "My destination isn't far from Deep Forge. If you don't have any special plans, we can go together." She lowered her head a little sheepishly, her ears reddening. "I've been to the dwarven side before, so I can be your temporary guide." Wu Hung raised an eyebrow. This meant they were taking the same route. And it sounded like she had been to the dwarven side before. With her guidance, it seemed they wouldn't need to travel with the caravan. "Are you going alone this time?" Wu Hung asked. Letelai was startled, her eyes shifting quickly. "Only by myself." Then after we reach the shore, I take you on a separate journey. It'd save a lot of time, Wu Hung said, looking at her. Letelai quickly agreed, okay. The two continued chatting for a while. Letelai checked the time and stood up, saying, Sir, I'd be leaving now. Okay. Wu Hung smiled and nodded. Letelai left, and the hatch closed. Glinda and the Empress appeared. Granda said, this Letelai has even taken out the Snake Emblem Consortium's official duties just to create some time alone. The Empress chimed in, she's putting on a pretty good show. Wu Hung, making the bed, turned and said, are you overthinking it? You really can't tell? Granda floated beside him. Ask the rest of the Island Master's mansion, who can't see what Letelai is up to. The Queen pondered for a moment and said, actually she's quite good. Letelai is both capable and beautiful, isn't she better than that little pirate back home? You mean Philippa? She lives in a different environment, but she's actually quite nice, Granda said. Then, are you in favor of taking Letelai in as well? Doesn't he have enough women around him? More. The Queen smiled. Any king or nobleman in any country has more women than he does. Glinda glanced at Wu Hung and continued, once the relationship between Treasure Island and the church eases, the various tribes will be eager to send women here. Glinda raised an eyebrow, but didn't say much. The number of companions a powerful person has always been a symbol of status. Wu Hung lay in bed, scrolling through his phone. He said, you guys can chat all you want. It's none of my business. Glinda floated directly above him, staring down at him. Don't believe me? Want to make a bet? What's the bet? On whether Letelai will throw herself at you along the way. Glinda held up 2 fingers. If we win, you order 2 more high-end dolls for me and the Empress. What if I win? Glinda thought for a moment. If you win, we bring back whoever you want to watch bathe so we can share the view. So big? Wu Hung looked away from her phone. Want to bet? Glinda asked with a smile. The Empress seemed confident of winning, floating confidently to the side. Wu Hung put down his phone and glanced at the 2 souls. We bet, but if I win, I don't want any peeping. He smiled and said, I want you 2 to dance for me. You can dance to whatever I want to see. Glinda was stunned. I can't dance. If you don't know how, learn. Wu Hung adjusted his stance. Anyway, you think you can win for sure, so why aren't you confident? The 2 ghosts exchanged glances. Deal? Glinda added, but you can't deliberately distance yourself from each other just to make a bet. Okay. Just let things unfold normally, and see the outcome. Okay. The 2 souls nodded. While the 2 souls were chatting, Xiao Xiao and Binny returned. Xiao Xiao shouted, Uncle, give me the doll. There are so many seabirds on the deck. I need to take pictures of Sister Lilith. Wu Hung took out the doll and phone. Be careful. Don't drop the phone in the sea. Got it. Xiao Xiao skillfully possessed the body and ran outside. Binny followed suit, saying, give me the doll too. The boat is nice, I take a few pictures too. Wu Hung took out the dolls and phones of the other 3 souls. Be safe. The 3 spirits possessed him, then walked outside. Wu Hung picked up his phone and dialed Slater's number in Blackrock Town for a video chat. Zombie World, New Eden Base. Sunlight filtered through the glass, casting large patches of light on the ground. Zhao Yanqiu, clad in the ornate robes of an archbishop and holding a golden scepter, stood on the dais in front. The benches below were filled with local believers. With a devout attitude, they joined in the recitation of the doctrine. Ding! The clanging of metal sounded like the tolling of a judgment bell. A Western-looking man, with a broken arm entered, knelt on one knee in front of the dais, and tremblingly said in Chinese, Excuse me, Archbishop. Zhao Yanqiu glanced at him. Get ready. The man lay directly on the edge of the platform. The accompanying medical staff injected him with anesthetic. Zhao Yanqiu waved her scepter. May God grant you new life. The scepter suddenly shone with a brilliant golden light, enveloping the man's severed arm. Even with the anesthetic, the man still wore an expression of pain. Flesh began to wriggle violently at the severed limb, bones, muscles, and skin growing and extending at a speed visible to the naked eye. The believers below stared wide-eyed. They stared intently at the scene. When the man was carried down, the entire church erupted in excitement. It just grew back like that. Everything they say on the forum is true. It's truly a miracle. Oh my God! Gods really exist. Zhao Yanqiu looked at the crowd. Next, a girl with double amputations was wheeled up. Her empty eyes suddenly shone with hope as she touched the scepter. Zhao Yanqiu smiled and soothed, It's okay. When you wake up, you'll be able to stand up again. After the anesthesia, the girl fell into a deep sleep. Zhao Yanqiu cast another spell, and the broken legs regrew. At dusk, the day's missionary work concluded. Zhao Yanqiu, escorted by her skeletal attendants, returned to her residence. She closed the door again. Zhao Yanqiu slowly breathed a sigh of relief. She removed her heavy coat and changed into something more comfortable. Then she knelt before the simple prayer mat, clasped her hands against her forehead, and began to confess to the staff before her. I was wrong. Please forgive my transgression. I was wrong. Please forgive me. She set a standard for herself. She would unleash the power of the staff 5 times a day, and she would then confess according to that standard, to avoid misremembering and suffering the side effects of what his daughter had said. After his confession, he slowly stood up, solemnly placed the scepter in its wooden box, picked up his phone, and logged into the forum to check. The first post. The Archbishop of the Lingqi cult went to New Eden to preach and helped a believer restore his severed limbs. Live footage. Zhao Yanqiu raised an eyebrow and clicked on it to check. It was a video, and it wasn't far from the platform. Although it was a little blurry, the scene was clear enough. It was the process of her restoring a believer's severed limb. Scrolling down to the comments section, it was obviously even more lively. My uncle was there. He said the white man's arm grew on the spot. It must be a special effect. Where do gods come from in the apocalypse? Newcomer above. The Lingqi cult has demonstrated it at all 3 bases. How could it be fake? When will you come to our base? Please, Archbishop. Zhao Yanqiu's fingertips lightly brushed across the screen, a smile on her lips. Wu Hong and Xiao Xiao must be very happy to see such a good result. Dong dong dong. Archbishop, Chief Khaled has prepared a dinner. Please come. The priest's voice echoed through the door. Khaled was the deputy chief of the local base, specifically responsible for the Lingqi cult's liaisons. Zhao Yanqiu frowned slightly, thought for a moment, and said, Thank you, Mr. Khaled, for my kindness, but forget the dinner. I have sermons to preach for the next 3 days, and I need to conserve my energy. Yes. A voice replied from outside the door, followed by footsteps fading away. After the footsteps faded, Zhao Yanqiu reopened the window. The base was still bustling at night, and above the church, a riot of light shone like a new miracle. 4 days later, the ship docked. Workers began moving goods, and a noisy crowd could be seen on the distant streets. This was a dwarven port, and besides dwarves, elves, humans, and gnomes could also be seen. Wu Hong put on his faceless mask and turned to look at Ledelai beside him. The blonde elf hadn't even bothered to wear a hood, leaving her features exposed to everyone. No one knows me here. I'm just an ordinary elf, Ledelai explained quietly with a smile. From his perch at the port, Wu Hong asked, Is there anything else you need to take care of? Nothing, Ledelai continued. I can have the local consortium prepare carriages, which will make things much more convenient. No need. Just come with me out of the city, Wu Hong said bluntly. Okay. Wu Hong and Ledelai walked out of the city gate and stood at the edge of the dirt road. A dwarven convoy, pulling several carts of goods, slowly passed by, and the escorts glanced curiously at the two. Sir, is anyone coming to pick us up? Ledelai glanced around. No. Wu Hong pulled a jet-black motorcycle from his space ring. Ledelai's eyes widened, and she instinctively exclaimed, Captain Lilith's Iron Wolf. Iron Wolf. It sounded quite impressive. Back at Treasure Island, it was Lilith who always rode out. Helmet. Wu Hong handed her the helmet, already straddling the bike. Sit in the back. Ledelai put on the helmet and followed suit. After a moment's hesitation, she carefully put her arm around Wu Hong's waist. Let's go! Wu Hong said, and he stepped on the accelerator. Buzz, the moment the engine roared, the motorcycle shot out like an arrow. Amid the hum, Ledelai's screams could be heard. Behind the car, for ghosts followed at a distance. Ledelai is following too? That's so inconvenient. Xiao Xiao pouted. Then he said beside her, What are you afraid of? She's already seen you. Then, can we still go out and play? Didn't we agree to go on a trip? Xiao Xiao continued. Glinda smiled and said, Ledelai will probably be with us for a while, otherwise her trip will be in vain. Huh? Xiao Xiao didn't understand. The queen said, When we get there, ask your uncle to give us some extra money, and we can go shopping on our own. If Ledelai wants to keep him company, it won't bother us. Xiao Xiao nodded. Okay, I have a lot of things I want to buy. The 4 ghosts chatted, picking up speed again, and followed. At dusk, the outline of a city appeared in the distance. The entire city wall was stained a rusty iron hue by the setting sun. Guards could be seen moving about on the ramparts. The dwarven guards, standing in position, leaned on their battle axes, their eyes like copper bells scrutinizing every entrant. Wu Hang's motorcycle stopped in the distance. Letelai lifted the visor of her helmet, her golden hair matted to her forehead by sweat. She let out a long breath, her chest still heaving violently. The swift ride had been more thrilling than she had imagined. "Uncle, why did you stop?" Xiao Xiao asked from the side. Letelai didn't seem surprised and greeted with a smile, "Xiao Xiao. Sister Letelai." Xiao Xiao also greeted politely. "Letelai's sister?" Wu Heng put away his motorcycle and looked back at Letelai. "Is that all right?" Letelai straightened her wind-ruffled collar. "As you say. Can we go for a walk later?" Xiao Xiao asked. "Sure. But dwarves have bad tempers, so don't mess with them," Wu Heng said casually as he stepped forward. "Don't mess with them. If they get angry, we just run," Xiao Xiao said immediately. Letelai smiled beside him. Approaching the city gate, Xiao Xiao re-hid himself. The dwarf guard sized them up. "What are you doing in the city?" "Just passing through, perfect for a night." Wu Heng produced the silver badge of the association inspector, while Letelai handed over the crystal card voucher for the Snake Emblem Consortium. The guard frowned. It was clear that the two were of high rank. An association inspector was at least level 18, and the head of the Snake Emblem Consortium held considerable status. How did these two end up together? But without further questioning, he let them pass. Through the archway, a clamor of voices washed over them. The city was mostly filled with dwarves, with no elves or humans to be seen. Letelai glanced at the sky and asked softly, "Sir, where are you staying?" Chapter 1061. Wu Heng looked at Letelai. "Aren't you a tour guide? What are your plans?" Letelai smoothed her wind-blown hair. "The consortium has prepared rest areas for passing members. If you don't mind, you can come with me to the consortium's dormitories." Wu Heng glanced at the sky and said, "The association has also prepared dormitories. Let's meet at the gate tomorrow morning and continue our journey." "Yes, sir." Letelai smiled and nodded. They walked side by side into the central area. The association and the consortium buildings faced each other across the street, still the tallest and most imposing structures in the city. The two reconfirmed their plans for tomorrow and parted ways at the intersection, each heading into their respective buildings. It was getting dark, and the association's lobby began to clean up. Wu Heng approached the front desk, where a dwarf woman respectfully said, "Sir, the association is not handling any missions at this time." Although the dwarf's distinctive skin color obscured her age, judging by the woman's voice, she seemed young. Wu Heng took out the inspector's crest. "I need to use the members' quarters." The dwarf girl took the crest, glanced at it, and her expression immediately grew serious. "Greetings, Inspector. Do you need me to contact the local steward for you?" "No, just prepare the quarters and dinner. I stay one night and leave tomorrow," Wu Heng said bluntly. "Okay, I get you there right away," the dwarf girl quickly handled the matter. Then she handed the front desk to another person. She tiptoed to remove the wall lamp and personally led him up to the third floor, stopping in front of a room. "Sir, this is the association's best guest room," the dwarf said, pushing open the door. "Dinner will be brought to you shortly." The room was dim, but spacious. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, the city gradually sank into darkness. "Okay, thank you." Wu Heng walked in. The dwarf girl bowed and left, and Wu Heng closed the door. Wu Heng took out the illuminating stone, replacing the candle. For ghosts also appeared beside him. "Let's go shopping," Xiao Xiao excitedly called out. Glinda gestured out the window. "There aren't even any streetlights here at night. I guess it won't be long before the streets are deserted, so there's no need to go shopping." "Yes, there are no streetlights here," Xiao Xiao remembered. Treasure Island was a place to go out and have fun, with streetlights and an entertainment complex, and it was even busier at night than during the day. But here, there was nothing. The room was illuminated by the illuminating stone Wu Heng had brought with him. Wu Heng glanced at his bed and turned back, saying, "You can go out and take a look invisibly. Remember the way back so you don't get lost." "Okay," Xiao Xiao said immediately. "Then let's go out and take a look. We share anything interesting we find with you," Benny said with a smile. Glinda also said, "Then we all go out. Is that okay with you?" Wu Heng gave her a sullen look. "You underestimate heroes." "Okay, we go out first and come back later." Glinda smiled, calling out to the other ghosts. The four ghosts simply passed through the wall and left, leaving Wu Heng to make his bed and pack his belongings. Wu Heng tidied briefly, then unfolded the map and looked at the planned route. Getting to Deep Forge, at the speed of a motorcycle, would probably take more than 4 days. It seemed he would need to use the ticket to record the locations of each city along the way for future reference. Knock, knock, knock. As Wu Heng was thinking, A knock sounded on the door. Wu Hung opened the door. A middle-aged man in a brown robe stood outside. He also looked him up and down, then bowed. Local Deacon Bernd, greeting the inspector. Deacons in this kind of city are mostly level 12, while inspectors are mostly appointed around level 18. Please come in, Wu Hung said, stepping aside. Behind Bernd followed 2 waiters from the association, carrying trays and delivering steaming hot dinner to the room. After the waiters left, Bernd lowered his voice and asked, I heard you were just passing through. Yes, I leave tomorrow morning, Wu Hung said flatly. Bernd's expression subtly relaxed for a moment, but a hint of regret quickly returned. So hurried. My schedule is tight. Indeed, business is more important, Bernd agreed, adding, I've been stationed in this dwarven city-state for over 10 years. If your excellency requires any assistance, please let me know. The local association will fully cooperate. Wu Hung nodded. If necessary, I will seek local assistance. The other party clearly assumed he was on a mission, and his words, besides being polite, also hinted at inquiring about the situation. But Wu Hung had indeed passed through here, and it was very likely he wouldn't return. Seeing that he had no intention of chatting, Bernd tactfully stood up. Since your excellency is leaving tomorrow, I won't bother you with a banquet. When you return, please stay a few days so I can show my hospitality. Okay, Wu Hung replied curtly. Bernard bowed again, turned, and left, his footsteps fading away. Wu Hung closed the door, returned to the table and started eating. The night deepened, and darkness shone outside the window. 2 ghosts flew back, Xiao Xiao floating in front, pouting and complaining, how boring. The streets are pitch black, not even a soul in sight. Benny chuckled. It wasn't completely boring. We ran into 2 groups of dwarves fighting, and one guy had his beard ripped off. Yeah. Xiao Xiao immediately became excited, gesticulating with joy. They cursed awfully and threw bottles at each other. Wu Hung raised an eyebrow. In such a big city, the most fun thing is fighting? There aren't many people on the streets. Treasure Island is better. Xiao Xiao sighed. When we get to Deep Forge, you can go shopping during the day. It should be more lively, Wu Hung said. Okay. Xiao Xiao happily agreed. Where are Glinda and the Queen? Wu Hung continued to ask. Xiao Xiao shrugged. I don't know. Maybe she went somewhere else. After that, she floated in front of Wu Hung. Uncle, give me the phone and the doll. I need to call Sister Lilith. Calling every day, don't disturb her rest. Sister doesn't need that much sleep. Xiao Xiao muttered, possessing the doll. She scampered to the outer room with the phone in hand, and expertly dialed a video call. Wu Hung took out the tablet, and handed it to Benny. He also placed Glinda and Nyang Nyang's books and tablets on the desk, so they wouldn't have to ask for them when they returned. Then he lay in bed, letting himself drift off to sleep. Snake Emblem Consortium Dormitory. Moonlight filtered through the gauze curtains, casting a hazy silver glow on the bed. Letelai lay in bed, her breathing even and long, already deep in sleep. Glinda and Minnie floated to one side, watching. I thought she'd move into the tavern with Wu Hung, Glinda said with a smile. The Queen said, she's the head of a consortium after all. Her mannerisms don't suggest she's from an ordinary background. Even if she truly had ulterior motives, she wouldn't resort to such crude tactics to lower her status. The 2 chatted calmly, unfazed by the thought of Letelai waking up in bed. Glinda said, could she really not have such thoughts? We made a bet with Wu Hung. The Queen smiled and said, isn't that easy to verify? We know after a moment. As soon as she finished speaking, the surrounding space distorted like ripples, and the 2 souls were drawn deep into Letelai's dream. In the dream, Letelai suddenly opened her eyes, and found herself standing in the center of a magnificent banquet hall. Crystal chandeliers reflected a brilliant light, and all around her, elegantly dressed figures, dignitaries from various races, toasted and conversed. I heard the Island Master's mansion is also supporting high-level professionals, and every clan is trying to get someone in. It's a pity we weren't able to reach out to the chief before. Otherwise, even if we threw ourselves into his arms, we wouldn't miss this opportunity. If we could win his favor, not only would our own status rise, but our family's status would as well. Letelai looked down, and saw she was wearing a luxurious robe. The wine in her goblet was illuminated by the light. She looked around in confusion, her heartbeat accelerating. Is the Island Master's mansion publicly selecting its candidates? So soon? Suddenly, the noise in the banquet hall ceased. The crowd parted like a tide, and Wu Hung slowly approached from the end of the corridor, followed by several maids from the Island Master's mansion. Today, the Island Master was dressed in a gorgeous, fitted gown. His features were calm, yet he exuded an air of authority without anger. Somewhat unlike him, but still in keeping with the elven aesthetic, both in appearance and figure. Lelilai stared at him, her fingers unconsciously clenching around her wine glass. Soon, the banquet ended. Lelilai, as if possessed, walked to the back corner and waited. When Wu Hung appeared, she took a deep breath, no longer caring about the several maids at the island master's mansion, and rushed forward. "Sir," she whispered softly, the next word still lingering. Then, biting her red lip, she wrapped her arms around his neck, pressing firmly against him. TSK, the elves are truly open-minded. Impatient. Glinda floated at the end of the corridor, watching silently. The queen folded her arms and nodded. "It seems our bet is secure. Go back. Don't tell Wu Hung about this, or he'd definitely cheat," Glinda said with a smile, feeling relatively happy that she no longer had to learn dancing. The queen waved her finger gently, and the two souls returned to reality. Lelilai on the bed was still asleep, but her cheeks were slightly flushed, and a faint smile played at the corners of her lips. Glinda raised a brow. It seems she's resumed her dream. "Let's go!" "Don't watch the rest." "Yes." The two souls passed through the wall and disappeared into the night. The next morning, Wu Hung walked out of the association, and the cool morning breeze blew against his face, instantly sobering him up. By then, Lelilai was standing quietly not far away, wearing brown leather armor, slim-fitting trousers, and high-top leather boots. Seeing Wu Hung emerge, his eyes wandered slightly, a blush tinging his fair cheeks. Wu Hung raised his eyebrows. Why was he so shy all morning? "Let's go!" "Oh, all right." Lelilai followed. The two crossed the street and exited the city gate. Dewdrops hung on the weeds along the dirt road. Some dwarves had already left the city to do their own things. Wu Hung retrieved his motorcycle from his space ring and saddled it. Lelilai obediently donned her helmet and sat in the back. The engine roared, and the motorcycle shot off like an arrow. Amid the whistling wind, Wu Hung suddenly realized that Lelilai's grip on him was extra tight today, her chest pressed against his back. Despite the leather armor separating them, he couldn't feel anything. It seemed that what Granda and the others said was true. Women understand women after all. Zombie world. In recent days, the teachings of the Spiritual Enlightenment Church have spread like wildfire, sweeping across this devastated world. From the 8 core bases of the Dawn Alliance to the survivor strongholds in the remote mountainous areas, priests draped in the robes of the Spiritual Enlightenment Church have been moving through the ruins. Their voices echoed throughout the rebuilt city and carried across radio stations, spreading the gospel of the Lord of Spiritual Enlightenment to every corner. South Africa, the Stairway to the Sun base. Zhao Yinqiu stood atop a high platform, his staff radiating a faint golden light. Below, the wounded beneath the steps sprouted flesh from their rotting wounds, their broken bones reconnecting. Clatter. The survivors, witnessing this, fell to their knees in unison. The entire base erupted in thunderous cheers. 5 days later, outside Deep Forge, Wu Hung stopped his motorcycle, and Lelilai jumped off, removing her helmet and shaking her tousled hair. Their gazes simultaneously fell on the distant city. The entire city's buildings were built against the mountainside. From a distance, they seemed one with the mountain. Various pipes and strange instruments snaked along the rock face, like blood vessels, spewing out billowing white smoke. "It's truly spectacular," Lelilai whispered. "Didn't you say you'd been to the dwarven territory?" Wu Hung asked casually, then donned a faceless man's mask, transforming into the face of a brown-haired young man. Lelilai twirled her hair with her fingertips. "I never been to Deep Forge, but this way of building against the mountainside isn't uncommon among the dwarven people, and it's always impressive, don't you think?" "It's truly spectacular," Wu Hung said with a smile. "Let's go! Let's go into the city first, take care of things, and then return home early." The original plan was to arrive in 4 days, but a detour to the city where Lelilai was conducting business delayed the trip. Still, compared to traveling with the Chamber of Commerce, it was indeed several times faster. Moreover, having recorded the locations of each city along the way, they could use the ghost train to access them later. The two approached the city. The guards at the gate checked their IDs and let them in. The moment they entered the city, a wave of heat washed over them, accompanied by the smell of pig iron and coal. The forges flanked the streets, working day and night. The hammers of craftsmen in leather aprons clanged and struck, creating a clanging sound. The two walked and looked around, heading straight for the city hall in the center. Entering the hall, they addressed the staff. "I'm from Treasure Island. I made an appointment with you." "Wait a moment." The staff member raised an eyebrow and walked to the back. A moment later, a dwarf scholar wearing crystal glasses trotted out. His beard was braided into an intricate braid. He wore no armor, but an exquisite robe that clung to his body, almost giving it the appearance of a tight-fitting garment. Leander, the dwarf's voice was gruff, his eyes scrutinizing the two men behind his glasses. "What is your name, sir?" "Harry Bogo." Wu Hung remained expressionless. Ladylai raised a brow, then quickly regained her composure. "Miss Tasha." Ladylai smiled businesslike. Leander said bluntly, "We have received orders from Chief Wu Hung to come personally. Do you have any proof of identity?" Wu Hung pulled out a written order from his space ring and showed it to the other man. It clearly stated that Wu Hung authorized Harry Bogo to wield the molten core, and the chief's seal was stamped in the corner. Leander nodded, handed the command back to the other party, and asked, "Do you plan to go now, or rest up and wait until tomorrow?" "Let's go now," Wu Hung said. "Okay, this way." Leander led the two out and rode the carriage deeper into the area. As the carriage passed through a heavily guarded fortress, Ladylai unconsciously moved closer to Wu Hung. The fortress was filled with large numbers of well-equipped dwarven soldiers, and the rock walls on both sides were riddled with firing holes. It gave the impression of a military base. "We're here," Leander said. The carriage stopped in front of the hollowed-out mountain. The 20-meter-high metal gate was engraved with intricate patterns, and a line of dwarven words, "In the name of the ancestral forge, with the bones of the eternal mountain." Chapter 1062. The three of them stood before the massive metal gate, gazing upward at the 20-meter-tall bronze portal. As he gazed at the gate, Wu Hung suddenly felt several sharp gazes falling upon him. He calmly glanced around. From the observation towers high up on either side of the rock face, several dwarven figures were watching them. It seemed that, in addition to the dwarven camp they had just passed, there were also high-level professionals stationed here. Leander pulled a document from his spatial ring and displayed it in all directions. The figures on the higher ground retreated. "Open!" Leander shouted in a deep voice as he put the document away. With a deafening sound of metallic friction, the massive gate slowly swung open. As it opened, a wave of scorching air surged out like a flood. Leander gestured, "It's inside. Please come in." The temperature suddenly rose after passing through the gate. Every 10 steps on the mountain walls on either side of the passageway, a specially crafted illuminating stone was embedded, emitting a steady glow even in the intense heat. As one went deeper, the passageway gradually widened, ultimately leading to a vast circular cavern. In the center of the cavern was a depression approximately 50 meters in diameter. Within its center, a black stone sphere, roughly the size of a basketball, faintly swirling with magma, lay dotted with irregular cracks and mottled patterns. "This is the molten core, our clan's most precious treasure." Leander's voice was filled with awe and pride. Hung took 2 steps forward, staring at the molten core for 2 seconds, and information emerged. Molten core rare item. Effect, melting, 3.6%. Side effect, irreversible damage. Description, a natural creation born from the molten lava at the Earth's core, capable of surpassing the limits of conventional forging. Wu Hung raised his eyebrows. A natural rare item. Natural artifacts are highly valuable among artifacts. Not only are their effects superior, but more importantly, they have virtually no side effects. Wu Hung focused his attention on the effects and side effects. Smelting. You can place any artifact, equipment, or material into this process. After smelting, there's a chance that a brand new item will be created. Irreversible destruction. Any item placed into this process will be permanently destroyed. Wu Hung watched as the dwarf beside him explained in a deep voice, "The cost is 2,000 gold coins, and the magma solution required for activation costs 500 gold coins, for a total of 2,500 gold coins." After speaking, he glanced over and, seeing that Wu Hung showed no sign of objection, continued, "Also, you need to bring your own artifacts and materials for smelting. If you're short on them, you can go to the market west of the city. They sell a variety of artifacts and damaged materials there, and they're reasonably priced, costing only 30 or 50 gold coins each." Ladylai, standing on the other side, widened her eyes as the dwarf spoke. Last time, she used her life savings to give the former head of Treasure Island a dignified exit, and it only cost her 1,000 gold. She hadn't even done anything yet, and yet she had to pay 2,500 gold coins. And she had to bring all the other items and materials herself. This dwarf is so treacherous. Wu Hung didn't react much. Lilith had mentioned it to him before they left, and then asked, "What about the success rate? It doesn't seem to work every time, does it?" Leander replied, not really. One of the molten core's features is its energy storage. The closer the energy is to the molten core's range, the better the artifacts produced. What range do you mean? Wu Heng asked. Leander organized his words and continued, it's not that the more equipment you invest, the better. Sometimes, if you invest too much, molten core will destroy all the materials. This requires the user to carefully manage the quantity, staying as close to the molten core's maximum tolerance as possible. Wu Heng's eyes narrowed. It sounded like the initial preparation for upgrading equipment in a game. Sometimes, if the preparation is good, the weapon you need to upgrade will be easily successful. If it's not, all the previous investment will be lost. Any tips? Wu Heng pressed on. The dwarf gently stroked his beard, a meaningful smile on his face. I can share some experience, but the ultimate outcome depends on your luck. He pointed at the molten core. When the molten core begins to burn steadily and evenly, it indicates it's in a stable phase. But if it becomes intense one day, it could mean it's approaching a critical point. Of course, this is just an analysis. If it were that easy to determine, then high-quality artifacts wouldn't be so valuable. Wu Heng nodded, indicating understanding. What he said might be a method, but it's definitely not that simple. If observing the surface could truly determine whether a high-value artifact is present, then the dwarven artifacts would appear in large quantities, and this artifact would not be allowed to be used externally. After a moment's thought, he continued, is there no way to deduce this? Treasure Island has a profession called seer, who can, to a certain extent, see images of related objects. Leander smiled slightly. I understand what you mean, but this kind of spell has no effect on molten core. Special classes or items with similar abilities cannot be calculated. After a brief pause, he continued, we speculate two possibilities. One is that items produced by molten core cannot be calculated, as if they suddenly appeared in this world. The second is that calculations cannot determine the quality of items. Some effects are beneficial to certain people, while others are completely useless. This also explains why his tortoiseshell divination showed a neutral hexagram. This should be consistent with what the dwarf said, it can't be calculated, so it's a neutral hexagram, neither good nor bad. Can it only be used once? Wu Heng continued. Leander stroked his beard and explained, after each activation, the magma will remain liquid for 3 days. After that, it will gradually solidify and need to be reignited. So, if you wish to add materials in batches, it's best to maintain a certain amount over 3 days to keep the magma liquid. Also, your maximum usage period is 15 days. After that, regardless of success or failure, you must exit the cave. Wu Heng nodded again, memorizing everything the other person said. This artifact was arguably the most complex he had ever encountered. So, do you plan to begin now, or go back and discuss it with Chief Wu Heng? Leander asked. He still looked like Harry Pogo. Start now, Wu Heng said bluntly. The space ring was filled with artifacts and equipment seized from the Vatican, which he had no use for and dared not sell. Rather than leaving it as a hidden danger, it was better to take a gamble. Besides, he truly needed a powerful artifact that was truly his. Leander, unsurprised, pulled out an agreement from his interspatial ring, densely inscribed with gilded runes. Sign this agreement, and for the next 15 days, molten core will be yours alone, Leander said. But after the expiration of this period, regardless of success or failure, your right to use it will automatically terminate. Wu Heng quickly scanned the contract, confirming there were no traps. He then signed Harry Pogo and wrote Treasure Island in the faction column. For 2,500 gold coins, I help you activate the furnace. Leander put away the contract and held out his hand. Wu Heng readily paid the gold coins. The dwarf nodded with satisfaction and produced a crystal bottle filled with a blood-red magma solution. He walked to the edge of the molten core and carefully poured the liquid. Boom! The moment the solution touched the molten core, the flame suddenly surged, a wave of heat sweeping through the cave like a tide. It was several times hotter than when they entered. The moisture in the air instantly evaporated, making even breathing a burning pain. And ahead, the dim molten core, its surface swirling with flames, resembled a miniature sun. Ledelai unconsciously took a half step back, her fair skin immediately flushed, and beads of sweat oozed from her forehead. Leander quickly retreated, patting his singed beard. All right, I leave the rest to you. Ledelai glanced at Wu Heng and said softly, Sir, I be out now. Good luck to you. Wu Heng nodded slightly. The two walked outside, but the temperature inside the cave was still far inferior to the burning and thundering sensations of the third stage of the body refining technique. Leaving the cave, they both exhaled heavily. Letally was drenched in sweat, and her shirt felt incredibly tight against her skin, making it uncomfortable. Thankfully, she was still wearing leather armor, so it wasn't too awkward. Leander took out a handkerchief and wiped his brow. As for lodgings, would you like one or two? Letally, looking calm, asked, where are the lodgings? The VIP building in Deep Forge, Leander said as he walked towards the carriage. Although it's just a guest room, the living conditions are quite good. You can be assured of that, and the soundproofing is excellent. Hearing the bearded dwarf's teasing, Letally suddenly remembered the absurd dreams she'd been having every time she fell asleep these past few days. Wu Hang's face, the passionate kiss, and the different circumstances. Has he really been yearning for this? He felt his ears burning, but he still wore a perfect business smile. 2 adjoining rooms, thank you. Sure, Leander nodded. The 2 of them boarded the carriage and headed for the city together. Letally and the dwarf left, and 4 ghosts appeared beside Wu Hang. The Empress floated to the edge of the magma pool, her spirit slightly twisting in the heat. This place is perfect for practicing your body refining techniques, but it's a pity it lacks the heavenly thunder body tempering. Wu Hang rolled his eyes at her. This is magma for melting rare objects. You want to refine me into a rare object? What are you afraid of? The Empress folded her arms, floating in the air. You're a hero. You won't actually die. Who knew heroes and artifacts could be so powerful? Wu Hang pointed at the roiling lava. Besides, there's no need to take risks. The flames we're using are quite powerful. The queen curled her lips. I'm kidding. This is dwarven territory. 2,500 gold coins in 15 days is enough to prepare all the materials for everyone in the Island Master's mansion. That's what I meant. As the man and soul were talking, Benny flew back from outside. They left, and the dwarves have prepared rooms for you. Well, no one's coming in, right? Wu Hang asked. No one. The guards are still standing guard outside, Benny continued. That's good. Above the lava core, Xiao Xiao flew several times. Like a little sun. Glenda pondered. No wonder the tortoiseshell divination showed a flat hexagram. It seems all divination methods are ineffective. I thought of that, Wu Hang continued. Now we can only rely on luck. Your luck is pretty good, Glenda said with a smile. Xiao Xiao immediately flew over and said encouragingly, come on, uncle. Those who believe in miracles are as remarkable as miracles themselves. Wu Hang looked at her in surprise. What a profound statement. Xiao Xiao puffed out her chest proudly. If I go back to school, I'd definitely be class monitor. Yes, our Xiao Xiao is the smartest. Wu Hang agreed with a smile. Stop joking, interrupted the Empress. You already spent 2,500 gold coins. Let's see if this thing is worth it. Wu Hang also suppressed his smile and pulled out a broken chain from his interspatial ring, throwing it into the lava. The chain instantly turned iron red and was consumed by the magma. Wu Hang looked towards the molten core, observing the changes the dwarf had mentioned. Just as he looked at the molten core, the information panel reappeared. Molten core rare item. Effect: smelting, 5.1%. Side effect: destroys equipment. Wu Hang frowned. When I saw the molten core panel before, the number after the effect seemed to be 3.6%. Now it's 5.1%. Did I remember it wrong? That shouldn't be the case. It starts with 3 or 5, so it shouldn't be wrong. Confused, he took out another pair of shackles and threw them in again. The shackles were engulfed by the lava, and the number on the panel immediately changed. Effect: smelting, 6.8%. Wu Hang frowned, but then a smile of joy crossed his face. In other words, the percentage after the effect represents the progress of the molten core's smelting items. Does this mean that reaching 100% is the critical point for molten core? The dwarves mentioned the difficulty of controlling the critical value because they couldn't see the number on it, so they had to guess. Now that they had a numerical value, they could more intuitively monitor the progress of the smelting process. Wu Hang clenched his fists. The control panel was as powerful as ever. What are you laughing at? The Empress asked from the side. I found a pattern to using this item, Wu Hang said. What pattern? Glenda pressed. Wu Hang raised a brow. I can't explain it, but I figure it out anyway. The 4 ghosts glanced at each other, then at him. Then Wu Hang took out all the broken artifacts he had accumulated and threw them into the lava. The lava began to churn violently, engulfing the debris. Most of these broken artifacts were shattered by himself during the battle with the Vatican personnel. It just so happened that they had found a use. As more broken artifacts were added, the numbers began to rise regularly. 7.5%, 12.7%, 13.9%, 24.5%. Throwing in so many fragments, the number reached 24.5%. Wu Heng's forehead began to sweat. Why does this feel like a bottomless pit? Then he took out the holy sword of the church. Chapter 1063. When the holy sword of the church was brought out, the entire cave seemed to brighten. The holy light flowing from the sword cast fine patterns of light on the rock wall. Xiao Xiao floated over and looked down. It's quite beautiful. It's a shame to throw it away. Yeah, I always feel it's a shame to throw it away, Benny agreed. Wu Heng glanced at the holy sword. No matter how beautiful it is, we can't use it. Instead of keeping it as a decoration, why not give it a try and make it useful? The queen said from the side, You two, stop messing around. If you want something beautiful, go back and ask the craftsman to make one. Why did we come all this way here? I just feel bad that it's a little beautiful, Xiao Xiao muttered, hiding behind Wu Heng. My aunt looks like our Dean. The queen rolled her eyes at her. Take it as a compliment. Then I melt it, Wu Heng said, releasing his hand. The holy sword plummeted into the magma, occasionally emitting bursts of golden light as bubbles swirled around it, before being completely devoured. Smelting, 47.8%. Wu Heng raised a brow. Increased by 23.3%. A holy sword considered a core weapon by the Vatican had only increased by a little over 23%. But compared to the previous one, it seemed quite a bit. After all, the bag of fragments thrown in earlier had only increased by 24%. Next, Wu Heng took out the papal crown, the gem set atop reflecting the light. This time, Granda chimed in, saying, There are so many gems on there, why don't you pick them off first? If you do, they just become artifact fragments. Let's not mess with that. Wu Heng tossed the crown down. The crown sank in the magma, its gems melting one after another. Smelting, 59.1%. This incredibly gorgeous hat, adorned with gems, only increased by 11 points. Could it be that weapons would increase even more? He then produced a scepter. This scepter was the one used by the old Holy See during the Week of Courage in the Kingdom of Yeko. The lava engulfed the scepter. 74.1%. It seems that my previous assumption that weapons would have higher stats was incorrect. The scepter didn't increase its stats much. On closer inspection, it made sense. The molten core is a rare item, but it's also inanimate. There's no way to tell whether it's a weapon or other components being thrown into it. So, the increase can't be based on type. If a pattern were truly so easy to find, the dwarves would have figured it out long ago. Later, Wu Heng produced another captured rare item. As the rare item was added, the flames on the molten core grew brighter and more volatile. From the originally blazing little sun, layers of flowing flames now dripped continuously. It looked as if it was approaching the critical point the dwarves had spoken of. The Empress flew around the artifact and returned, saying, It looks like we indeed reached the critical point the dwarf mentioned. If we keep investing, all our previous efforts might be wasted. Glinda followed suit, I think this will suffice. Let's notify the dwarf, and see what to do next. As the two souls spoke, Wu Heng stared at the data panel visible only to him. Smelting, 87.7%. If his imagination was correct, the maximum value would be 100%. We were still a few points away from the spirit realm point. The most important thing was that he could see the progress, and was fully capable of controlling it. I can't continue investing in complete artifacts right now, but I can continue to invest in fragments to increase progress. Wu Heng. Glinda's voice brought him back to reality. What are you thinking about? I'm counting the number of artifacts used, looking for patterns, Wu Heng explained, then continued, Molten Core still has room for improvement, but using the complete Chiwu is clearly out of the question. I need to supplement it with fragments of artifacts. Are you sure? Don't lose the big picture for the small. The Empress asked doubtfully. After all, investing so many artifacts and ending up with nothing would be a huge loss. I'm sure, Wu Heng said seriously. Are there any more fragments of artifacts? Glinda asked. No. Before, inexperienced, I thought the fragments were the least useful and threw them all in. The Empress flew around. Would you like to destroy 2 intact pieces? That would be a shame, Wu Heng continued. Let's stop for the night. Tomorrow we go to the West City area the dwarf mentioned and buy some fragments. They shouldn't be expensive. Glinda nodded. I think this method works. The Empress followed suit. The rental period is 15 days. Given this time limit, others will be more cautious when using it. They really shouldn't throw everything in right away like you did. That's it for now. Let's go to the market tomorrow morning. Wu Heng immediately settled the matter. Glinda continued, remember the 3-day time limit? The dwarf said that if no new items are added to the lava within 3 days, it will solidify. If you don't find anything, you must complete the smelting within 3 days. Yes, I remember. Wu Hung nodded. With that, he led the 4 ghosts outside. Exiting the cave, Wu Hung looked up at the night sky. The stars above Deep Forge were obscured by thick smoke, and a few faint halos of light could be vaguely seen. It was already dark, and he had been inside for so long. A dwarf guard stepped forward quickly, his iron boots clattering against the stone pavement. Sir, do you need to seal the molten core? Seal it for now. Wu Hung nodded. I come back tomorrow. The dwarf blew a brass whistle, and amid the roar of gears, the massive gate slowly closed. The guarding dwarf added, the city hall has prepared VIP accommodations for you, and the carriage is waiting. Wu Hung glanced at the iron gate behind him. I leave this place to you. The dwarf smiled and said, during the agreed period, only you may enter here. Dwarves are the most committed to contracts. Of course, if the deadline is exceeded, any items not removed will pass to the next user. It won't take that long. Wu Hung said, and boarded the waiting carriage. They crossed the heavily guarded canyon again, and returned to the residential area of Deep Forge. Finally, the carriage stopped in front of a building. After entering, he said to the dwarf at the front desk, I am a molten core user. I heard that the city hall has prepared a room here. The dwarf at the front desk immediately showed respect. Sir, please come this way. With that, he led him up to the 3rd floor and stopped at a room. Sir, this is your room. Here is the key. Okay, thank you. The dwarf smiled, saluted, and turned to leave. Pushing open the carved wooden door, the room was more luxurious than expected. A dwarven-style bronze chandelier. Suspended from it were 3 light stones. A large bed covered in snow-white fur, and the bathroom even had a self-heating, thermostatic bathtub. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. As Wu Hung approached, Benny's voice echoed beside him, It's Ledeli. Pushing the door open. Ledeli was wearing a silk nightgown, her long golden hair loosely tied around her shoulders. She held a plate, the aroma of stew wafting through the steam. I heard the noises coming from this side, and I thought it must be you. I saved dinner for you. She looked like a young wife waiting for her husband to come home, her eyes brimming with tenderness. Speaking of which, for a man, this kind of thing was quite impactful. Come in. Wu Hung made way, then asked, Where are you staying? Ledeli entered the room and placed the prepared dinner on the dining table. I live next door, Ledeli replied, her pajamas collar slipping slightly as she set the table, revealing her white collarbone. So when I heard the noise, I guessed you were back. Such a sumptuous meal, thank you very much. Wu Hung sat down at the table. Ledeli, like a well-behaved maid, filled his glass with wine. Then she sat beside him, fanning herself gently with a palm leaf fan, stirring a breeze mingled with the scent of jasmine. Wouldn't you like to sit down and eat something? Wu Hung asked curiously. I already eaten, and eating too much at night makes you gain weight, and then no one will want you. Ledeli smiled, her eyes glancing over furtively. Wu Hung smiled, with your looks and characteristics, you won't have any trouble with that. Really? Ledeli smiled, then whispered, what if the person I like doesn't like me? If he doesn't like someone like you, you should doubt whether he's the kind of person who prioritizes emotional love above all else. Wu Hung cut a piece of meat, and said as he ate. Ledeli's ears flushed, her eyes filled with joy. Noticing Wu Hung's gaze, she quickly changed the subject. Hey! Sir, did you have any luck using the rare items today? It went pretty well. I go to the rare item market tomorrow to buy some more, Wu Hung said casually. Ledeli smiled and said, you can check out the local Snake Emblem Consortium. This is a major producer of rare items, and you should be able to get an insider price. Wu Hung raised an eyebrow. Then tomorrow, will you accompany me to the consortium? It would be an honor. Ledeli smiled. The two chatted for a while, and then after Wu Hung finished eating, Ledeli stood up and said, My lord, I'm going back. I go out with you tomorrow. Wu Hung nodded, and Ledeli bowed again slightly. After Wu Hung feasted his eyes on the scenery, he left the room. After washing up, Wu Hung began to make the bed. 4 ghosts appeared in the room, chatting about tomorrow's shopping. Just as Wu Hung was about to go to sleep, Glinda came over and said, We discussed it. Tomorrow, you and Ledeli will go to the Snake Emblem Consortium, and we go to the market. If we come across any suitable rare items or fragments, we buy them. Okay. I write you a leader's order. If anyone wants to know about you, you can show it to them. Wu Hung thought for a moment and agreed. The original plan included a few people strolling around the dwarven city. That's it then. Get up early tomorrow, and we go out together, Granda instructed. Buy more. If possible, we can smelt 2 more times, Wu Hung said. After all the hard work, he discovered the unique characteristics of molten core again. It would be best if he could use it more often. Okay, just prepare the money, Granda said with a smile. That should be enough. Wu Hung waved his space ring. Okay, get some rest. We have to go out tomorrow. Granda said nothing more and flew directly to the outer room. Wu Hung took out his phone and chatted with Shannara, checking in. A few ghosts were also in the outer room, watching videos or reading. As the sky grew darker, he placed his phone on the bedside table and fell into a deep sleep. The next day, early morning, the morning light penetrated the thick smoke above Deep Forge, casting mottled shadows on the stone pavement. Letelai had changed into a dark red hunting outfit, a leather waist belt emphasizing her slender curves. Her long hair was tied up high, giving her a sharp and vibrant look. Seeing Wu Hung emerge, she smiled and saluted, "Good morning, sir." Wu Hung nodded, his eyes scanning her new outfit. "This suits you very well." Letelai's ears blushed slightly, and just as she was about to speak, 4 puppet figures emerged from behind Wu Hung. She didn't know many of them, only Benny and Xiao Xiao, but she knew the other 2 were also Wu Hang's ghosts. "Sister Letelai." Xiao Xiao greeted. "Good morning, Xiao Xiao," Letelai said, nodding to the other 3 ghosts. Granda said to Wu Hung, "We're leaving? We'd be back around this afternoon." "Yes." Wu Hung nodded. The 4 puppets boarded the carriage and slowly drove away. Wu Hung and Letelai also headed towards the local Snake Emblem Consortium. Entering the lobby, a human waiter hurriedly met them. His gaze lingered on their attire, a professional smile flashing, "What do you need?" Letelai flicked her finger, displaying the insignia of the person in charge. "I'd like to see your local person in charge." "Is he here?" The waiter's expression immediately became respectful. "Please follow me to the VIP room." After entering the VIP room, the waiter left. Letelai poured Wu Hung a cup of tea. The Deep Forge Consortium is one of the main suppliers of rare items to various locations. Buying some of their rare items shouldn't be a problem. Wu Hung nodded and said, "It depends on the price. After all, they're just consumables, used as smelting materials." "Okay, I talked to the person in charge then." Elsewhere, 4 ghosts arrived at the Wonder Market in a carriage. The entire street was as bustling as a market, the dwarves' rough shouts intertwined with the clinking of metal. The stalls were piled high with all sorts of oddities. Broken sword blades, rusted pocket watches, even half a rope that wriggled on its own. "Wow!" Xiao Xiao darted to the nearest stall and picked up a tin box. "Grandpa, what is this?" The stall owner, a short-bearded dwarf, said disapprovingly, "Call me Hammer Grandpa. I just came of age last week." "Oh! Hammer Grandpa." Xiao Xiao pointed at the wriggling rope. "Don't you need to play a flute for this?" The dwarf said, "What are you playing the flute for?" "Don't mess with me. You still haven't told me what this box is for?" Xiao Xiao continued to ask. "A rare item. It can reduce the time metal inside it will rust. The side effect is that when you take it out, the metal will have a fishy smell," the dwarf replied. "What about this lantern?" A vein popped on the dwarf's forehead. Just then, Benny came over, one hand resting on Shishi's shoulder, and pointed at the fragments on the stall. "How much are these fragments?" "This is a fragment of a rare mirror, and this is a fragment of a weapon. 2 gold coins each," the dwarf continued to introduce. "Are you sure?" Glinda returned from the other 2 stalls. "This is my permanent stall. If you have any questions, come back to me," the dwarf assured. Glinda heard the price and said directly, "I want them all. Just sort them and pack them up." "Okay." The dwarf happily took action. Just as the transaction was completed, a group of vendors suddenly arrived from all directions. "Madam, take a look at my goods. I have quite a few fragments here too, take a look." The VIP room was thick with the aroma of tea. The middle-aged manager surveyed the 2 of them, a perfect professional smile plastered on his face, his eyes constantly glancing at Wu Hang's faceless mask. "If you just want molten core materials, I can have someone sort out some inexpensive ones," the manager said softly. "As for the price, what's your take?" Letelai continued. "Of course, it's an internal price, not going through the consortium process. 40 gold coins each. Of course, the effects won't be as good," the middle-aged manager said softly. Letelai glanced at Wu Hung, saw him nod, and said, "Okay. Then wait a moment, I have someone prepare it." Chapter 1064. In the VIP room, the aroma of tea wafted through the air. The person in charge laid out 5 rare items, each exuding a strange aura. Rusted dinner knife. Mute bell. Hungry wallet. Aroma frame. Nightmare lampstand. Wu Hung glanced at the 5 rare items. It seemed that only the last lampstand might have some use. Placing it by the bedside could cause nightmares in the sleeper. If you dislike someone, you can give them something to use. They're all useless things. The person in charge rubbed his hands with a smile. 40 gold each. If you want them all, it'd be 180 gold for both of you. Glancing at the two of them, he continued, you can ask outside for that price. You definitely won't find it at that price in Deep Forge. Something like this, with no practical value and unattractive design, would definitely not fetch such a high price outside, but there was no other way. Buying rare items in Deep Forge meant lacking the materials to use the molten core. Who could possibly travel so far to collect all the rare items and then return? Besides, the use of the molten core must also follow dwarven rules. Wu Hung casually flipped his hand, and a leather purse appeared in his palm. He counted out 180 coins and handed them to the other party. I want them. The person in charge smiled. I have someone pack them for you. No need. Wu Hung casually put all 5 rare items into his interspatial ring and asked, are there any broken rare items? You can go to the rare item market in Shiqing district. Broken rare items aren't too expensive, the person in charge said calmly. Okay. Wu Hung nodded, not intending to stay any longer. Thank you for your help. We leave you alone. The person in charge nodded, then looked at Letelai and said, Miss Letelai, are you free tonight? I'd like to host a dinner for you tonight to try the specialties of the dwarves. Letelai's expression was calm as she smiled. Thank you for the invitation. I'm busy with molten core these past couple of days. When I have time in a couple of days, I host a dinner to thank you. The person in charge was beaming. Then I wait for your news. Well, I won't bother you anymore. Letelai smiled again, and followed Wu Hung out of the Snake Emblem Consortium. On their way back, Letelai narrowed her eyes slightly and asked with a smile, Sir, you said he invited me to dinner alone. Is there something? What could it be? Men's thoughts, Wu Hung said calmly. Letelai's eyes rolled. How about? Let's try some dwarven delicacies tonight too. After molten core is over. Humph. Letelai leaned in a little closer. I was just giving him a pass. I don't think highly of him. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Wu Hung was in his dormitory, just as he hung up the phone with Lilith when there was a knock on his door. The door opened, and Xiao Xiao rushed in first. Uncle. The market is so fun. Behind him, Benny, Glinda, and Yang Yang entered, one after another. A dwarf waiter followed, his sturdy arms carrying 2 large packages. Twang! The packages landed heavily on the table, making the tea set clink. Glinda took out 2 silver coins and handed them to the waiter. The dwarf beamed, bowed repeatedly, and left the room. That street is so lively. Xiao Xiao gestured, jumping up and down. The whole street is filled with people selling all kinds of fun things. Benny chuckled softly. It's completely different from the market at Treasure Island. Everywhere are strange items, props, and even strange machines. It seems the dwarves are quite skilled in strange machines. Yeah. Uncle, you didn't go? It was quite fun, Xiao Xiao agreed. Wu Hung smiled and rubbed her head. Take me around in a couple of days? Sure. I memorized the most interesting stalls. Xiao Xiao tugged at his arm and shook him. At the wooden table, Granda unwrapped the package, revealing a dazzling array of treasures. 7 intact strange items, 15 damaged. The prices aren't as cheap as I thought. 50 to 70 gold each, and 2 gold coins for a damaged one. Wu Hung said, looking at it this way, the Snake Emblem Consortium's items are still a bit cheaper, 40 gold each. Then you did get a bargain. It must be the internal price that Letelai mentioned. Granda laid out the strange items one by one. Wu Hung glanced at all the strange items, confirming that the panels had appeared. It seemed he hadn't been cheated. Then, he looked at the second package. What's in there? Something we women like. Do you want to see it? Glinda asked with a smile. Forget it. Wu Hung continued. Are you guys busy? If not, let's go to Molten Core. We don't have anything else to do. We better go early, before the lava solidifies, the Empress said from the side. Okay, let's go now. Wu Hung gathered everything on the table. The 4 spirits also detached from the puppets, and Wu Hung also put them into his interspatial ring. After a moment's thought, he said, Xiao Xiao, tell Letelai that we're going to Molten Core. Let her stay here, and let the chaos go. Okay. Xiao Xiao agreed, exiting through the wall. As Wu Hung walked out of his room, Letelai's room opened as well, and she glanced over. Sir, are we going over now? Stay here and don't wander off, or you get into danger, Wu Hung instructed. Little Eye smiled and nodded. Okay, I wait for you. Wu Hung also smiled and nodded, leaving with the ghost. Back inside the cave. The molten core roiled violently within the lava pool, its crimson flames twisting and pulsing like a living thing, illuminating the entire cavern with flickering light. Wu Hung glanced at the molten core's progress. Smelting, 87.7%. It was exactly the same as when he left, no change at all. In other words, the progress wouldn't have changed while he was gone. He did a quick calculation, then pulled out the first broken fragment of the artifact and tossed it in. The numbers began to jump. Smelting, 90.1%. The second item, smelting, 93.7%. The third, the fourth. Until the number soared from 95.1% to 98.9%, Wu Hung finally stopped. This wasn't quite what he calculated. The molten core was now blindingly bright, like a barrel of explosives filled with energy. Wu Hung glanced back at the ghosts. Xiao Xiao, Benny, and Granda were chatting about what had just happened at the market. Only the Empress was floating nearby, watching the molten core's changes. Almost there. Any more shots and everything ahead might be destroyed, the Empress said. It's still a bit close to the limit, but it should be difficult to complete, Wu Hung said. Although there was still some space, reason told him that if he threw in another fragment, the artifact's limits would be exceeded, rendering all previous investments completely worthless. Then don't continue. Don't we still have artifacts? Let's try again next time, the Empress offered her opinion. Wu Hung felt right. He still had some artifacts in his possession that he could continue to use. That makes sense. I listen to you. Wu Hung nodded, then walked towards the metal lever on the side of the magma pool. As the lever was pulled, a floodgate slowly opened at the bottom of the magma pool, and crimson lava tumbled down the ravine. The temperature in the entire cave plummeted, and the air was filled with the pungent smell of cooling sulfur and metal. When the magma in the magma pool dried to the bottom, a piece of crimson scale armor lay quietly there. At this moment, Glinda, Xiao Xiao, and Benny also flew over. Wu Hung and the four ghosts all peered in to observe. The scales were a crimson from the heated magma, and the edges shone like molten gold. The edges of the armor were wrapped in a leather-like material, the stitching as precise as a work of art. While metal armor plates appearing in the lava was understandable leather. Even if the artifact couldn't be interpreted as a normal object, it still looked a bit odd. Wow! It's armor this time. Xiao Xiao immediately flew in and took a closer look. There's even a pattern on it. The Empress said from the side, too slow. Condensate the water element and let it cool down. It's so dry here, where can I get it? Unless I produce some myself, Wu Hung said angrily. You always fail at the crucial moment, the Empress said. Soon, the armor scales gradually cooled, their crimson hue fading, revealing their true form. Countless layers of pure, snow-white armor plates, each one radiating a faint golden glow. Martyr Scale Armor, rare item. Effects, Holy Healing Scales, Martyr's Blessing, Revitalized Equipment. Side effects, Emotional Drainage, Substitute Death Debt. Description, a piece of armor formed under special circumstances, emanating a soothing aura of tranquility and an inviolable divine aura. Holy Healing Scales. When the wearer takes damage, the sacred scales automatically reduce damage by 40%, and Holy Light heals wounds. Martyr's Blessing. When the wearer takes fatal damage, it can replace one death. Revitalized Equipment. The armor's appearance changes to match the wearer's size. Emotional Drainage. As time wears, the wearer's human emotions gradually fade, restoring them upon removal. Substitute Death Debt. The armor replaces death, reducing the wearer's lifespan by 10 to 15 years. Wu Hung looked at the armor, his eyes fixed. There are 3 unique item effects. The first, Holy Healing Scale, reduces damage by 40% and also heals wounds with holy light. It seems to have inherited the characteristics of Vatican equipment. Those Vatican items thrown in did have an effect. The second, Martyr's Blessing, is a bit special. It can replace a person's death once, which is quite useful. But as a hero, I don't have many opportunities to use it. Revitalized Equipment is actually somewhat useful. When I enter vampire form and grow wings, my armor will also change accordingly. Next are the side effects, 2 in total. The first is Emotional Exhaustion, which gradually diminishes my human emotions as I use it. This isn't a serious side effect, and sometimes, a weakening of my human emotions can actually be beneficial in battle. The main thing is to prevent someone from changing their temperament and killing people indiscriminately. The second side effect, Debt of Death, is that the armor replaces death, reducing their lifespan by 10 to 15 years. This is pretty straightforward. It's better than dying. Now it seems this rare item is indeed quite good. It's perfect for me, too. This color and pattern, isn't it another Vatican piece of equipment? Benny observed, then spoke. The white base, shimmering with golden light, certainly resembled the Vatican's divine robes. Xiao Xiao said, "It's over. We threw so much equipment in, and in the end, we got another Vatican piece in return." Glenda looked at Wu Heng. "How is it?" "It's indeed Vatican-related in its properties, but I can use it, and it works quite well." Wu Heng retracted his gaze, and used the skill animate object. The armor at the bottom of the pool flew up, and landed on the rocks nearby. The gate was lowered again, and magma gushed forth, filling the pool once more. "What attributes?" "Tell me," Glenda asked. Wu Heng explained the attributes of the rare item, and except for Xiao Xiao, the eyes of the other three ghosts lit up. Then he said, "It seems this trip was worthwhile. This item's attributes are quite good." Glenda nodded in agreement. 40% damage reduction, combined with your evil spirit burning mark and physical defense. The queen folded her arms and said with a sigh, "Even if the religious leader of the church stood there and let them attack you, it would probably be difficult to defeat you." Benny smiled and said, "What a pity. The church can't produce religious leaders anymore." Glenda continued, "Try it on. Let's see if it looks good." "Why would I try it? It's scalding hot," Wu Heng said angrily, putting his armor away. Glenda floated to the edge of the lava pool, looking at the crimson lava that had refilled. "Do you want to continue? We haven't even used the rare items we acquired today." Xiao Xiao chimed in, "This time, I hope to forge a super powerful weapon." Benny reminded him, "Your uncle has plenty of weapons. He uses a bronze spear. That's even more powerful than a bronze spear." "Yeah, that's right." The four ghosts looked at him, seeking his advice. Wu Heng said, "Then let's try it. Let's see if we can make something else." He glanced at the molten core. Smelting 2.1%. It seems that every time you start over, the value doesn't return to zero. There's still a value. Wu Heng pondered for a moment, then took out the rare items and threw them in. This time, he started by throwing in complete rare items. Each one increased its value by 10%, quickly reaching 92.6%. Then, Wu Heng began to pour in fragments. It rose all the way to 98.8. Wu Heng frowned, gave up on adding more, and simply opened the floodgates. When the lava receded again, a dagger lay quietly at the bottom of the pool. Wu Heng used animate object to lift the dagger and placed it on the stone, waiting for it to slowly cool. Soon, a pitch-black dagger appeared before his eyes. Unlike ordinary metal-forged weapons, it was covered in fine cracks, like dried blood scabs. A dagger. "It's not pretty at all," Xiao Xiao said, somewhat disappointed. "Let's see what the properties are like." "It's melted, so it shouldn't be bad," Glenda said. Wu Heng gazed at the artifact, and the effects became clear before his eyes. Blood sacrifice knife, unusual item. Effect, blood sacrifice. Side effect, sense pawning. Description, when you hold it, you will both thirst for blood. Blood sacrifice, after striking a target, it absorbs the target's flesh, blood, and soul, returning it to the bearer. Sense pawn, every 5 times it returns to the user temporarily loses one sense, sight, hearing, touch, etc. A dagger that, after striking a target, absorbs the target's flesh, blood, and soul, returning it to the bearer. Sounds impressive, and weapons that can attack the soul are rare on the market. The side effect is a sense pawn. Every 5 times it returns to the user temporarily loses one sense. It's just a temporary recovery, so it's not a big deal. This weapon isn't as good as I imagined, but it's actually quite effective. But I don't think I ever used this dagger myself. Chapter 1065. As for weapons, the bronze spear is still more suitable for his attack style. This dagger, on the other hand, is more suitable for melee classes, such as thieves or rogues. Looking at the weapon, Wu Heng even wondered if the strange objects thrown in during the smelting process were too mixed, or too negative, resulting in such a seemingly unremarkable dagger. After all, judging by the first piece of armor, the strange objects thrown in do have an impact on the final product. How's the effect? Glenda floated over, asking curiously. The other 3 ghosts also glanced over. Xiao Xiao had been complaining for a while, quite dissatisfied with this newly smelted weapon. A weapon that absorbs the target's flesh, blood, and soul, returning nourishment to the wielder. Wu Heng briefly explained the effect. "It's quite effective," the Empress nodded. "See who in the Island Master's mansion can wield a dagger? We can give it to them." Sister Luo Bei, she uses a dagger, Xiao Xiao immediately interjected. The Empress shook her head and said, Liu Bei's level is too low. This weapon wouldn't be very effective in her hands. Isn't there one of the Waddell sisters who wields a long and short sword? If she becomes a hero, we can give it to her. Oh! Sister Xiao Yi also uses a dagger. Xiao Xiao held her chin in her hand. She can't beat Uncle, but she is still pretty formidable. Glinda pondered for a moment and said, judging from these two smeltings, the return on rare items is very high. He roughly calculated in his mind. The value of the rare items invested this time is less than 500 gold coins, but the dagger is very effective. If it were sold at the Snake Emblem Consortium's auction, it would definitely fetch over 2,000 gold. Wu Heng and the other three ghosts all raised their eyebrows. Even if we don't count the first piece of scale armor, Granda concluded with a smile, this alone has almost paid for itself. If it can be used again, it's guaranteed to be a profit. The value of the first piece of scale armor is impossible to calculate. After all, it used several important artifacts of the church. If it's not melted down, the church will definitely buy it back no matter how much it costs. The value is impossible to calculate. But the second dagger, considering the materials invested and the value of the dagger itself, is a guaranteed profit. Furthermore, if it's put up for auction, it will almost recoup the 2,500 gold spent. If similar artifacts turn up later, there's still more profit to be made. Of course, the purpose of this trip is to transform and used artifacts into something useful. For Treasure Island, money doesn't matter. Yes, you make sense. Wu Heng nodded, put the dagger away, and took out all the remaining artifacts. Enough for one more? Benny asked. Just barely. If not, we go to the market again tomorrow. Wu Heng said, throwing the remaining rare items into the lava. As each rare item was engulfed by the lava, progress began to increase. Finally, progress on the molten core stopped at 97.6%. At this moment, the flames on the molten core were bright and boiling, active and blazing. Glinda said, almost there. Wu Heng stood still, staring at the fireball, a gambler's enthusiasm rising in his heart. The first two are guaranteed. I want to take a gamble on the rest. The four ghosts looked at each other in confusion. What's the bet? The Empress asked. We're running low on materials. We go to the market tomorrow to buy some more and try to make further progress, Wu Heng said. Glinda floated over and asked, are you confident? A little, but the opportunity is rare, Wu Heng replied, then led the four ghosts out. As they exited the gate, it was completely dark. Twilight deepened, the distant mountains loomed like dormant giants, while nearby torches swayed in the wind, stretching the guard's shadows in varying lengths. The dwarf official, who had been responsible for sealing the gates, hurried forward. A bronze whistle slung around his neck. He said, Sir, shall we seal it? Wu Heng nodded. Yes. The dwarf blew the whistle, waved, and shouted, Seal the gates. The sharp whistle echoed in the night, and heavy metal hinges began to turn. The two massive bronze doors slowly closed with a dull roar. Wu Heng glanced at the guards being relieved in the distance and asked, What are they doing over there? The dwarf with the bronze whistle explained, Don't worry, sir. This is just a normal guard rotation. To prevent anyone from being on duty for too long and becoming mentally disturbed, the guards are rotated periodically, and today happens to be one of those rotations. Wu Heng raised a brow. The molten core had no side effects that affected their mental health. It was likely that some strange object had been placed nearby. Wu Heng replied, then boarded the carriage and departed. Not long after Wu Heng left, the guards guarding the iron gate were also relieved. A dwarf in armor and a crimson beard glanced at the gate and said, Open. I checked the molten core. The night was as dark as ink. Outside the window, the wind rustled through the treetops, making a soft rustling sound. Wu Heng returned to his residence and placed two rare artifacts on the table. The pitch-black dagger had a matte sheen, its surface uneven and craggy, as if corroded. The scales on the other side were a stark contrast, pure white like fresh snow, each scale carved with intricate patterns, shimmering delicately in the candlelight. Try it on. It won't burn anymore now, Glinda said, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Wu Heng picked up the scales. They felt cool and flexible. With a flick of his arms, the entire suit slid down like water, covering his entire body. The next second, the armor suddenly contracted, fitting tightly to every inch of his skin like a second layer. The loose-fitting scales instantly transformed into a slim-fitting battle suit, emphasizing his taller figure. Wu Heng already possessed the elven rhythm of his form, and now, with this sculpting, his slender figure became even more elegant, his muscles flowing and powerful, like a meticulously carved statue. Glinda, the Queen, and Bernie's gazes froze for a moment. Wow! Uncle looks like he's grown scales. Xiao Xiao circled Wu Heng, clapping excitedly. Wu Heng looked in the mirror, a flicker of satisfaction in his eyes. Is he handsome? He's handsome. Xiao Xiao immediately complimented him. Like Aquaman from that movie. Don't watch those melodramas. Wu Heng waved his arms, his scales gleaming with the sheen of flowing water. Tomorrow, I try to melt a pair of pants. Glinda raised an eyebrow, her gaze flickering subtly over his lower body. Are they also fitted like this? Wouldn't they be a little conspicuous? Wu Heng choked, feeling that wearing tight pants to battle was indeed inappropriate, but he still insisted, don't worry about it, we young people all dress like this. Xiao Xiao cheered from the side, that's right. Superman wears it even more outrageously. Yeah, Superman, what are you talking about? There are even those wearing tiger-skin skirts. Wu Heng echoed. Glinda glared at the two of them, one large and one small in annoyance. Then wear it. After a while of commotion, the night deepened. Wu Heng distributed the dolls and tablets to the ghosts, and went into the inner room. Lying on the bed, he fished out his phone, tapped the screen with his fingertips, and sent a message to Lilith. I melted down a new piece of equipment today. It's ridiculously cool. I show you next time I wear it. Soon, the screen lit up. Oh! How cool! Wu Heng's fingers quickly typed. Xiao Xiao praised me for looking like movie royalty. Okay, I check it out when I get back to see if I'm just bragging. Wu Heng stared at the screen, his lips curling up unconsciously. He chatted a few more words before saying goodnight. Putting his phone down, the room returned to silence, though the faint sound of a movie could be heard playing outside. He closed his eyes, and gradually drifted off to sleep. Next door, in Letelai's room. Letelai lay on the bed, her breathing even, already drifting off to sleep. Moonlight filtered through the gauze curtains, casting a hazy glow on her golden hair, like a fragile dream. Glinda and the Empress appeared silently by the bedside and exchanged a glance. The surroundings suddenly became hazy, and Letelai slipped quietly into her dream. In her dream, Treasure Island was at dusk, the setting sun tinting the white stone square in the center amber. The sea breeze carried the fragrance of flowers. Letelai stood by the fountain, her eyes gazing around with a puzzled gaze, her mind momentarily lost in thought. Wu Heng stood across from her, smiling. Thank you for your hard work, accompanying me for such a long time. Letelai reacted immediately. She and Wu Heng had concluded their journey to the Dwarven territory and returned to Treasure Island. Sir! Letelai called softly, her heartbeat nearly deafening. She looked up at him, her pupils trembling slightly, and she bit her lips softly, as if she were about to pour out all her long-suppressed feelings. Wu Heng, you're back. A clear voice suddenly rang out. Sanera, clad in a gorgeous dress, sauntered in, accompanied by Viola, the Wood Elf sisters, and numerous maids from the island master's mansion. They instantly surrounded Wu Heng, and amidst the cacophony of concern, Letelai was silently pushed to the edge of the crowd. Did you encounter any trouble along the way? What new finds did you bring back this time? Master, dinner is ready. Wu Heng was surrounded by people, so he could only turn back and give Letelai an apologetic smile. I'd be going back now. If you need anything, come to the island master's residence and find me. Letelai's fingertips dug deep into his palm. He opened his mouth, but in the end, only a single word came out, yes, sir. The crowd gradually faded away, and Letelai remained standing in the sunset, silently watching the others leave. Glinda and the Empress left the dream and passed through the wall. Not long after, Letelai suddenly woke from her dream. Glancing around, she realized she was dreaming again. After some pleasant dreams of intimate contact before, this one wasn't so good. Taking a deep breath, Letelai's eyes became more determined. If I go back, I won't have a chance. I must succeed this time. The next day, early morning. The morning mist hadn't yet dissipated, and in the Xiqing district market, dwarven vendors were yawning as they set up their stalls. Wu Heng, leading four ghosts, made their way through the crowd and also set up a simple wooden table in the corner. Then he pulled out a loudspeaker, flipped a switch, and a voice hopped from within, buying rare items, 50 gold coins each. Damaged rare items, 2 gold coins each. Once you bought them, we closed the stall. The clamor of the loudspeaker instantly drowned out the clamor of the market, and pairs of eyes turned in unison. It's those guys again! Yesterday, it was just those 4 women who came to collect rare items, especially that little girl who kept touching me. Why is there a man here today? They're obviously family. A number of people gathered, whispering. Wu Heng's loudspeaker blared twice, and the dwarf at the next stall rapped his knuckles against Wu Heng's desk. 50 gold? You think you're buying junk? The market price is 70 gold. He pointed at the items on his stall. 70 gold, take all 3. Wu Hung glanced at them. Just 50. If you think it's too little, keep them as heirlooms. Since the stalls are buying them, the price should naturally be lower. If it were normal, I'd just buy them directly from the stall. Ha! The dwarf's eyes rolled. Is that sounding artifact or a prop? Sell me something and I tell you. The dwarf sneered. I like to see what fool would. Before he finished his words, a figure wrapped in a dirty cloak scurried over to the table and clattered out several fragments of artifacts. Broken ones for 2 gold, right? I sell them all to you. Benny inspected the goods quickly and paid. The other party turned and left. The dwarf, who had just sneered, snorted and looked away. By noon, people began to flock to Wu Hang's stall to sell items. Although the crowds were small, they were constant. I have 2 complete items. 2 fragments, absolutely genuine. Take mine first. I'm in a hurry to make a killing at the casino. The crowd was noisy. 50 gold wasn't a bad price, but there might have been some recent fluctuations, which has pushed the market price a bit higher. At this moment, Letelai came over and took out a lunch box. My lord, I brought you lunch. She opened the box and spread the food layer by layer on the table. Thank you. Wu Hung thanked him and began to eat. Then he asked Benny, how much did you collect? 6 rare items and 11 fragments, Benny said softly, flipping through her notebook. Well, not bad, Wu Hung nodded. Xiao Xiao said, Uncle, I go over there and see if I find anything cheap. Wu Hung felt that there was no need for so many people to stay here, so he said, I just watch here. You guys go and have a look around. Great. Xiao Xiao cheered, pulling Glinda and Benny along, and they were off to shop. The 4 ghosts stood up and left the stall, while Wu Hung and Letelai stayed, chatting and buying items. As the sky gradually darkened, Wu Hung gathered all his belongings and returned to his residence with Letelai. The illuminating stone cast a dim yellow light on the room. Wu Hung sat at the table, tapping his fingertips, and one by one, the rare items were laid out. 12 complete items glowed faintly, and 36 sets of fragments were found. Wu Hung picked up the 2 fragments and examined them. There might be fakes in here. Wu Hung couldn't see the properties of damaged artifacts, so there was a chance some fakes might be mixed in when he collected them. Glinda said, it's not a big deal, as long as it doesn't affect the molten core. Wu Hung nodded and continued, tomorrow, we act separately. What are your plans? Glinda asked, and the other ghosts looked over. Wu Hung said, I go to molten core to smelt items. You guys continue to set up stalls and collect rare items. The prices remain the same. Glinda raised an eyebrow. You're quite ambitious, collecting and smelting at the same time. Since we're here, let's do it as much as possible. Wu Hung continued. Who's going to set up the stall? Who's going to smelt with me? Xiao Xiao was the first to raise her hand. I set up the stall. Glinda said, I'm fine with anything. Wu Hung thought for a moment. Then Glinda, Benny, and Xiao Xiao will set up the stalls, and the queen will accompany me to the smelting area. Okay. The queen nodded. The other spirits also nodded in agreement. After the matter was settled, Wu Hung returned to his bedroom to rest. The next morning, the carriage rolled over the gravel road, heading straight for the caves of Molten Core. Inside the carriage, Wu Hung fumbled with his space ring, which contained the rare items he had acquired. The Empress appeared beside him and whispered, I wonder what we get this time. I'm going to take a gamble and push the Molten Core to its limit before ending the smelting process, Wu Hung said. The Empress asked, Are you sure? Somewhat, but I still want to give it a try, Wu Hung said seriously. Being able to see the progress was an advantage, giving him an edge over the others. All that was missing was the final gamble. If the gamble didn't work out, he accepted. All right, as long as you made up your mind. The Empress nodded. The man and the soul chatted. The carriage suddenly stopped. Wu Hung pulled aside the curtain and took a look. They had just reached the military camp. The Empress flew back from outside and said, Something's not right. The dwarf guards won't let the carriage in. The driver is negotiating. Wu Hung opened the door and stepped out of the carriage when he saw a familiar figure scurrying from the side door. It was the dwarf official who always sounded the whistle to seal the gate. At this moment, sweat dripped from his forehead. The copper whistle vibrated violently against his chest. He lowered his voice and said, Sir, the mountain ahead is temporarily closed. Wu Hung narrowed his eyes, looked at him seriously, and said, You're not telling the truth. Speak properly. The dwarf's Adam's apple rolled, and he leaned forward again, saying, The new garrison commander has ordered the mountain closed. He said that the molten core needs 10 days to recover. 10 days? Wu Heng raised a brow. 10 days? His limit for using the molten core would be up. His mind raced, and he said, "Has this new commander seen the molten core?" "Yes," the dwarf replied, his eyes filled with realization. The molten core's progress had reached 97.6%. Judging by its appearance alone, it was already very close to the critical point. The other party must have seen the molten core, and was considering some means of recovery. Wu Heng's expression turned cold, and he said in a deep voice, "Back then, you said dwarves were the most honest. Now, I invested all my materials, and the harvest is imminent, and you're telling me to close the mountain and not let me in." Then, staring at him, he spoke each word with emphasis. "Do you think Treasure Island is easy to bully? Is Wu Heng easy to bully? Or do you all want to die?" Chapter 1066. Wu Heng stood at the gate, his long shadow cast by the rising sun. His gaze swept across the heavily guarded military camp before him. The dwarf wiped the sweat from his forehead, his Adam's apple rolling as he spoke cautiously. "Sir, we are fully coordinating this matter. We absolutely do not want to delay your use of the molten core." He lowered his voice, and continued, "Lord Leander has sent an urgent letter requesting that the leader personally handle this matter. When will your leader respond?" Wu Heng retracted his gaze and continued. The dwarf rubbed his fingers nervously. "The fastest will take 10 days. Another 10 days? Wu Heng's lips curled into a sneer as he sarcastically said, "First, the mountain is closed for 10 days, and now it takes another 10 days to send a letter. It seems you made a plan to plot against me." As he spoke, changes occurred within the military camp. Additional personnel had been deployed to the gate, and the dwarves on the wall could vaguely see powerful crossbows and bows in their hands. The dwarf glanced toward the camp and took a few steps closer. "Sir, we, the Brunner clan, have always kept our word. We promised you 15 days of use, and we will never go back on our word." "And then?" The dwarf swallowed. "Captain Flari is a direct descendant of Chief Dwalin. Even if he has some ulterior motives, it has nothing to do with us." Conversing face to face, it was clear the dwarf wasn't lying. Or rather, in his mind, the two sides weren't colluding. Among the dwarves, there were two heroes. The leader of the guild was Bruenner, the leader of the hunters, who had agreed to Wu Heng's use of the molten core. The other one, whom Wu Heng hadn't paid much attention to, now seemed to be the aforementioned Dwalin. "Take me to him," Wu Heng said coldly. "Don't." The dwarf followed closely behind him, admonishing, "Flari is not only formidable, but also holds great prestige within the army." Barging in like this. Before he finished his words, Wu Heng had already strode towards the barracks. The dwarf guarding the gate immediately crossed his axes and shouted, "Seal the mountain! Retreat immediately!" As soon as he shouted, the guards' eyes vacillated, and they fell to the ground like ears of harvested wheat. Their weapons and armor clashed with a resounding thud. Alarm bells rang throughout the barracks, and the thud of iron boots clattered like thunder. In a flash, hundreds of fully armed dwarf soldiers marched out in formation, their weapons gleaming coldly, pointed toward the gate. The dwarf who had just followed him, with a brass whistle hanging from his neck, stared at the scene before him with wide eyes. They really taken action, and they're incredibly powerful. He pondered for a moment, then turned and ran back, determined to call for help as quickly as possible to prevent the situation from escalating. "He's coming!" The Empress's warning echoed in his ears. The army formed a parting formation like a tide, and a heavily armored, bearded dwarf with a beard as white as steel stepped out, followed a half step behind by two lieutenants. The medals on his chest shone with extraordinary brilliance. "How dare you!" The bearded dwarf's voice boomed like a bell. "You're the first to trespass into the Deep Forge camp." Wu Heng looked him up and down. "Did you order the mountain closure?" Flari stroked his thick beard and averted his gaze from him. "It's clan rule to close the mountain. So, I return your 2,500 gold coins. You can use them after the closure." Wu Heng suddenly laughed. 2,500 gold for a top-tier artifact? If I take that money, and Treasure Island pursues you, you have something to say, right? Flari's face darkened. "Either take the money and leave, or..." Pointing at the fallen guard. "And then, there's the charge of attacking the military camp." Treasure Island and Chief Bruno agreed face to face. "And you, a mere commander, dare to break the agreement?" Wu Heng's tone grew increasingly impatient. "Ha! I'm doing everything within the rules, and you say breaking the agreement is a breach of contract?" Ferrari stroked his beard, his tone filled with confidence. Even if word got back, as long as he could argue the issue, it wouldn't be a big deal. By then, with the artifact in his hands, The other party wouldn't even know what to do if they tried to pursue the matter. Over time, the matter would be over. Wu Heng sighed, I give you two choices. First, lift the mountain enclosure and let this matter rest. Second, I kill you and take the 2,500 gold as compensation to the dwarves. From a timing perspective, now is definitely not the right time to engage in conflict with the dwarves. After all, Treasure Island hasn't been completely settled yet. Something like this happening now could very well push the dwarves to the side of the church. But once something happens, it can't be left unresolved. Especially when they're being manipulated. A lackey? Ferrari snorted, then burst into laughter. Let's see what you can do. Whoosh! Before he could finish his words, Ferrari's pupils suddenly constricted, and the figure before him blurred, as if melting into thin air. Startled, his close combat instincts led him to swing his battle axe without hesitation, slashing forward. Die! However, before the axe could even land, Wu Heng loomed like a ghost, his right knee driving into his chest like a cannonball. Bang! A hammering sound resounded, and Ferrari felt a tremendous force pierce through his heavy armor, his internal organs seemingly dislodged. The sturdy, powerful figure flew backward like a kite with a broken string, knocking over several soldiers behind him and sending up a cloud of dust. How? Is this possible? Ferrari exclaimed in shock. A mere errand boy for the Treasure Island leader possessed such immense power? At the same time, the barracks erupted in chaos. Soldiers roared and charged, but before they could even get close, they collapsed like stalks of harvested wheat, their eyes rolled back, and they collapsed unconscious. Even the two high-ranking lieutenants struggled for only a moment before collapsing. Psychic shock? Ferrari gritted his teeth and scrambled to his feet, a wave of uncertainty in his heart. So physically strong? And can it also attack mentally? No, mental attacks are probably the effects of the artifact. Shoot! Ferrari shouted again. Swish, swish, swish. Suddenly, the firing slits on both sides of the mountain wall swung open, and countless arrows poured down like a torrential rain. Wu Heng waved his right hand lightly, and two water curtains appeared out of thin air. The arrows sank into them, like they were stuck in a quagmire, and finally floated in place. At this moment, the sky suddenly darkened. Flari, his muscles flexing, battle axe raised high, leaped up like a meteorite, and slashed down at Wu Heng's head. Wu Heng retreated half a step, easily avoiding the blow. Bang! The battle axe crashed down, cracking the ground and sending rubble flying. Then, the battle axe swept across, slicing Wu Heng in the waist. Hit! Ferrari's eyes flashed with ecstasy. Clang! The sharp sound of metal clashing was deafening. Ferrari looked closely, and saw that the battle axe had only ripped through Wu Heng's outer garment, revealing a layer of snow-white scale armor beneath, its cold gleam piercing. Scales? Not human? Flari's heart trembled violently, and before he could recover, he was struck in the abdomen again, sending him flying backwards again. Wu Heng followed him like a shadow, closing in instantly. Flari gritted his teeth, forcibly maneuvering in midair. A ferocious lion head mask suddenly appeared as he brushed across his face. Roar! A piercing burst of sound waves, mixed with a mental shock, assaulted Wu Heng's mind. Wu Heng frowned slightly, his mind drifting for a moment, but clarity returned in an instant. Flari seized the opportunity to unleash three poison-tipped iron nails, their sharp cracks piercing the air. Wu Heng flicked his finger, and the nails clanged to the ground, sinking into the stone wall. The venom corroded them, emitting wisps of green smoke. What kind of monster are you? Flari finally panicked, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. He had originally thought Wu Heng was just an arrogant individual, relying on his Treasure Island connections, but now it seemed he had hit a wall. Bang! Wu Heng launched another kick. A yellow light shimmered around Ferrari, and he managed to withstand the blow, though the recoil still sent him tumbling awkwardly. No more delay. Ferrari gritted his teeth and slammed the ground. A totem pole rose from the ground, radiating a brilliant light. With the appearance of the totem, the fear in his eyes dissipated, replaced by a fervent fighting spirit. He switched his weapons to two short-handled battle axes and charged forward like a whirlwind. After closing in on Wu Heng, he swung his two axes relentlessly. Axe shadows cascaded, the onslaught unleashed. Wu Heng didn't dodge with all his might, allowing some of the blows to strike him. His scales absorbed most of the force, and the remaining blows only left light bloodstains on his skin, which quickly healed in a faint golden glow. The holy light of the Holy Sea. Are you from the Holy Sea? Ferrari's eyes widened, his heart filled with shock. Treasure Island? The church? What level are you? Ferrari roared, leaping back to distance himself. Though his fighting spirit was surging, His rational mind told him he was in serious trouble this time. Glancing around, Ferrari whipped out a token and shouted, "Divine Dragon Binding Chain." Swish! Countless chains shot out from all corners of the barracks, wrapping around Wu Heng like venomous snakes. "Trap him!" Ferrari raged fiercely. "Unless you're a hero, you won't leave this place today." However, Wu Heng's lips curled slightly as he suddenly vanished. What? The next moment, Ferrari felt a sharp pain in his left ribs as he was kicked into the mountain wall. Before he even touched the ground, Wu Heng was approaching like a ghost, his fists raining down like raindrops. Bang! 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 The pale yellow shield shattered, the armor dented, and the pursuing chains instantly disintegrated and vanished. Ferrari's face was covered in blood, his consciousness hazy. A final thought flashed through his mind. Could he be Wu Heng? Plop! He fell heavily to the ground, completely unconscious. The barracks fell into a dead silence, broken only by the whimpering of the wind. "Wu Heng, someone's coming from outside." The Empress's voice echoed in his ears. Wu Heng looked up and saw the dwarf officer with the bronze whistle hurrying in with Leander and the others outside the camp gate. They stood at the gate, stunned by the unconscious soldiers on the ground and the lifeless Ferrari in Wu Heng's hands. Leander's Adam's apple rolled, his voice trembling. What did you do?" Wu Heng casually threw Ferrari to the ground and said calmly, "Why? Are you here to support him?" Leander and the others stood there in a daze, beads of sweat dripping from their foreheads. No. We're here to mediate." Leander waved his hands hurriedly, his voice trembling. "Mediate?" Wu Heng sneered, flicking the bloodstains on his sleeve with his fingertips. "You only showed up after things had gotten this far. The efficiency of the dwarves is truly eye-opening." Leander's face froze, and he gritted his teeth to explain, "The molten core's usage time is due to a problem with our internal coordination. It has nothing to do with you." As he spoke, he glanced at the unconscious Ferrari, silently cursing the idiot for provoking the wrong person. At the same time, he felt even more horrified. Why are all the people from Treasure Island so perverted? "Oh! Then what are you going to do?" Wu Heng's tone was calm, but it sent a chill down Leander's spine. Of course you can continue to use it," Leander said hurriedly, not even daring to wipe the sweat from his forehead. "As an apology, I extend your usage for another 15 days. Wu Heng's eyes darkened slightly. His current compromise was simply due to his overwhelming display of strength. Before, he hadn't even shown up, instead asking the whistleblower to tell him to wait 10 days. "How do you write the report to your leader?" Wu Heng suddenly asked. Leander was stunned, then reacted. "Write it truthfully." Ferrari arbitrarily closed the mountain, attempting to seize the fruits of molten core, and his provocative words escalated the conflict. At one more sentence, Wu Heng interrupted. Ferrari openly disrespected Treasure Island and attempted to sow discord between it and the dwarves. This statement was delivered verbatim to the Dwarven King and the association's leader. Leander's face paled, but he could only nod. "Yes, I arrange it immediately." Hearing this, the other dwarves around quietly breathed a sigh of relief. At least, things wouldn't get any worse. "Sir, will you allow us to treat the wounded?" Leander asked cautiously, his eyes glancing at the unconscious Ferrari. Though he loathed this arrogant fellow, the dwarves couldn't afford to lose their high-ranking warriors. Wu Heng nodded calmly, then pointed at Ferrari. "Lock this man up and take him with me when I leave." "What?" Leander exclaimed in shock. This is too." Wu Heng stepped forward slowly, his voice low. "If I don't see him when I leave, all of you must follow me back to Treasure Island." Leander shuddered. "Understood." Wu Heng said no more, collected Ferrari's space ring and the artifact, and turned to head towards the caves of molten core. "Just let them go." The Queen's voice echoed in his ears, a hint of dissatisfaction. "Go and keep an eye on them, and see what other tricks they have up their sleeves," Wu Heng whispered softly. The Empress chuckled softly, then turned and flew back. Wu Heng walked forward, and the dwarf with a copper whistle on his chest quickly caught up. "Sir, I help you coordinate the opening of the gate." "Okay." Wu Heng continued walking forward. The two of them arrived at the cave's metal gate. Despite the commotion from the barracks, the guards remained motionless. They simply gazed at the two with curiosity. The whistling dwarf immediately said, "Open the gate. Molten core is operational." The guard immediately pulled the chain, and the tightly closed gate swung open. Wu Heng stepped inside. Inside the cave, a wave of heat washed over him. The heavy metal gate closed behind him, and Wu Heng's footsteps echoed off the rock walls. Crimson bubbles swirled in the lava pool, and the molten core at its center blazed like a miniature sun. Progress was frozen at 97.6%. He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself. After battling the church for so long, he felt pretty good, but today, this dwarf had thrown him off. After sitting and waiting for a while, the Empress flew back and said, "They imprisoned the Commander-in-Chief. The rest is proceeding as agreed, and no problems have been discovered." "Yes. Just do as you say." Wu Hung nodded. Then, he took out the fragment of the rare item he acquired yesterday and walked towards the molten core. The fragment dropped into the lava, and the molten core's glow skyrocketed. 98.7%. Wu Heng's pupils shrank slightly. There's a chance. Before, this level of progress would have been immediate. A rare item of this caliber was already extremely valuable. But his goal wasn't just to reach this point, he wanted to get closer to 100%. He gritted his teeth and pulled out another fragment of the rare artifact. One last fight. The fragment arced and fell into the lava. Chapter 1067. The fragments were engulfed by the lava and gradually disappeared from sight. Wu Hung mentally prayed to every deity he knew, his gaze fixed on the pulsating molten core in the center. The next second, the bright molten core suddenly dimmed, and the progress plummeted from 98.7% to 2.6%. Wu Hung felt his heart sink. Failed? The Empress floated over to his shoulder, her voice tinged with disappointment. If it had succeeded, it should have gotten brighter. The sudden dimming was clearly a failure. Wu Hung nodded and sighed, "Failed." The Empress smacked her lips. "I told you to quit while you're ahead. Now everything's ruined, right? The road to success is never easy." Wu Hung glanced at her, then pulled another rare item from his storage bag and tossed it into the lava. Each rare item made a hissing sound as it fell into the lava. "Actually, the quality of the first two artifacts is quite good," the Empress floated in front of him, and said seriously, "There's no need to pursue perfection." "Not enough." Wu Hung shook his head, his gaze still fixed on the molten core. "The scale armor and the blood god blade can fetch a good price on the market, but our goal isn't weapons of this level. It's more about improving our combat effectiveness and possessing the power to fight against the gods." The Empress sighed, realizing Wu Hung had a point. The partnership between Treasure Island and the Snake Emblem Consortium possessed an incredible ability to amass financial resources. Every ship sailing to and from Treasure Island would be loaded with gold coins. These gold coins weren't just for show, they needed to be converted into combat power. But what if we use them all up or fail? The Empress couldn't help but ask. Wu Hung finally turned around, a confident smile curling his lips. "Then let's collect another batch and continue smelting next time." After a slight pause, he added, "We're not short of money anyway." The Queen rolled her eyes, but her tone softened. "As you wish. You're the one who calls the shots in our family." As the last of the rare artifacts was dropped into the lava, the temperature within the cave suddenly rose. Wu Hung wiped the sweat from his forehead and began another attempt. At dusk, Wu Hung emerged with a gloomy face. "Sir, are you sealing the cave?" A dwarf official with a copper whistle approached quickly, his manner even more respectful than usual. And judging by his current state, he seemed even more serious and oppressive than during the battle in the military camp. It seemed the smelting wasn't going well. Wu Hung waved his hand, signaling him to proceed as he pleased. Now, no one in Deep Forge would dare covet the molten core within, and there was no progress being made. "As you command?" The dwarf blew his brass whistle, and the heavy metal door slowly closed behind him with a dull rumble. The mountain road was deserted, and the carriage from before wasn't waiting for him. Wu Hung hummed softly, took out his motorcycle, and scrambled onto it. Amid the roar of the engine, his figure quickly disappeared along the winding mountain road. VIP building, dormitory. Warm light cast a tinge of amber in the room. Glenda quietly flipped through a book, while Xiao Xiao and Benny huddled together watching cartoons on their tablet, occasionally discussing something. When the door opened, 3 pairs of eyes simultaneously turned. "Uncle!" Xiao Xiao flew over in an instant, circling Wu Hung twice. "What goodies did you find today?" Wu Hung hung his coat on the hanger by the door and scratched his head. "Nothing. He, after all, didn't pursue the perfect artifact, and he didn't produce anything." The Empress floated over the coffee table and spoke slowly. In the end, he used up all the artifacts he collected. Glenda glanced over. "Nothing? It's not completely fruitless." Wu Hung sat down in a chair. "At least we figured out some patterns." "You're being stubborn," the Empress said softly. "How's the situation over there?" Wu Hung asked, changing the subject. Glenda gestured at the package on the table. 8 complete artifacts, 11 fragments. But the market prices are starting to skyrocket now. Well, if we collect every day, the prices will definitely go up. Wu Hung nodded and pulled out a spatial ring from his bosom. Then he brought out one rare item after another, filling the wooden table and the surrounding ground. Wow! Xiao Xiao flew over and looked at a two-handed battle axe. Didn't they say there were no new items? The queen smiled and said, Today, a foolish dwarf leader tried to disrupt our progress on Molten Core, but he got beaten up by your uncle. These are all spoils of war. A fight? If you had known, why didn't you call me? Xiao Xiao waved his fist in the air. Glinda asked, What happened? A conflict with the dwarves at this hour? The queen then recounted the incident. After hearing the other party's words, including the mountain closure and some insulting taunts, everyone gnashed their teeth in anger. That's too much. Xiao Xiao waved his fist. Yes, I was a bit rude, but I also got a good beating from your uncle. The queen blinked. I guess he's still recovering from his injuries. Who's that? Have we met before? Xiao Xiao pressed. No, they're new. Wu Hung didn't join in the discussion, instead concentrating on examining each piece of loot. 6 rare items of excellent quality. While they wouldn't be of much use to him, he could take them back and sell them. Using them for materials would be a waste. Knock, knock, knock. There was a gentle knock on the door. Wu Hung put all the items away and opened the door, revealing a dimly lit hallway. Letelai, wearing a dark red dress, stood outside the door. The slit of her long legs glimpsed faintly. With light makeup, gold earrings, and a pearl necklace, she looked like a lady about to attend a ball. What's wrong? Why are you dressed so beautifully? Wu Hung asked curiously. Letelai said, somewhat awkwardly, as if forcing herself to be calm, Sir, I visited several famous taverns in Deep Forge today and have prepared some unique dwarven delicacies and fine wines. Please come and try them. Wu Hung raised an eyebrow, remembering their earlier discussion about trying dwarven specialties together. Very well, I'm a bit hungry too. Wu Hung turned and greeted the ghosts in his home before heading to the next room with Letelai. Under candlelight, a long table covered with a dark green tablecloth was spread with a variety of sumptuous food. I heard this wine is very famous in Deep Forge. Please try it, sir. Is it to your liking? If not, we have roasted wine. Letelai picked up the flagon, filled a glass, and leaned over to offer it to him. A strand of her hair fell, brushing against the back of Wu Hang's hand, and a faint fragrance emanated from her body. Good. Wu Hung took the wine glass and took a sip. Not bad. The taste is not too strong. Letelai smiled and asked, Sir, have you had any success these past few days? I see Xiao Xiao and the others buying rare items at the market every day. It's been a little rough, Wu Hung sighed softly. It's okay, Letelai said instinctively, then lowered her head. Sir, you're so skilled, you'd definitely be able to successfully smelt the rare item you desire. Good luck. Letelai chuckled softly, her golden earrings swaying slightly as she moved. She glanced cautiously over. She moved from the opposite seat to the side, cut a piece of steak, and held it to Wu Hang's lips with a silver fork. Sir, try this. I heard it's delicious too. Wu Hung looked up at her with a puzzled expression. The tips of his ears, characteristic of the elves, were already red, as if they were about to bleed. Before she could withdraw her hand, Wu Hung opened his mouth and took a bite, chewing it twice. Not bad, you should try it too. Letelai's smile widened, and she nodded. As she ate herself, she introduced the names of the dishes, cut them, and brought them to Wu Hang's mouth. After finishing the jug of wine, Letelai stood up to get more. Suddenly, she cried out, and toppled over. Wu Hung instinctively grabbed her waist, his palm sinking into the silky fabric. Letelai took advantage of the momentum, and fell onto his lap, her shoulder straps slipping off, revealing a large expanse of white skin. Did you twist your ankle? Wu Hung asked. Letelai didn't answer, but traced his brow bone with her fingertips, finally resting her fingertips on his lips. Sir, back at Treasure Island, I envied Lady Sinella's courage, and Miss Minnie and the others. Her breath was scented with wine. I don't want to lose you. After saying this, she tilted her head back and drank the entire contents of the glass, a few drops sliding down her neck and into her lapels. Without waiting for Wu Hung to react, she suddenly cupped his face and gently kissed him. As the warm wine passed into his mouth, Wu Hung felt the teasing, like a tentative kitten. Wu Hung also embraced her waist, her long skirt lifted, and Letelai raised her arms in response. Outside the window, moonlight crept up the lattice, casting the entangled figures on the wall. Dungeon. Commander Ferrari's iron fist slammed heavily on the prison door, the clanking of metal echoing in the claustrophobic space. You cowards! Ferrari roared, the iron bars buzzing. I fought to the death for the honor of my people, And you bowed to that outsider? Leander stood outside the prison door, the wrinkles on his face deepening in the firelight. A deep voice spoke, Honor. You nearly started a war. I reported this to the capital and the association headquarters. Flari suddenly fell silent, staring intently at him. What? Did you write in the letter? Everything I know. Leander looked him straight in the eye. With so many people present, I can only write the truth. I can't hide it. You? Ferrari roared. We known each other for so many years, and you're going to ruin my future for a passing stranger? Leander ignored his rant and continued, He's going to take you with him when he leaves. I advise you to be quiet for the time being. Perhaps you can still hear from the leaders. Flari took a half step back, a look of doubt and uncertainty on his face. Leander sighed and turned to leave. The heavy footsteps gradually faded at the end of the corridor, leaving only Ferrari gasping in the darkness. The dungeon was eerily quiet in the dead of night. Flari lay on the hard bed, the wound beneath the bandage aching slightly. Healing potions could heal injuries, but severe fractures still took time to heal. Of course, anything other than a broken limb could be restored to its original state later. Just as he finally fell into a deep sleep, a childish voice suddenly rang out. Is this the bearded man Uncle defeated? He looks like a pirate. Shoo! He seems to be awake. Flari sat up suddenly, glancing around warily. Who? The cell was dark and silent, and not a single figure appeared. Even with full awareness, he couldn't detect anyone suspicious. Hallucination? Flari muttered as he lay back down. Holy shit! Ferrari rolled away, then assumed a fighting stance. Come out! Treasure Island bastard! After a brief silence. Why is he talking like that? It's so rude. Maybe he's just poorly educated. Rank and upbringing don't have a direct correlation. Oh! He's really annoying. Flari's eyes widened, staring into the empty air. What the hell? The next second, Flari's right hand rose uncontrollably and slammed against the stone wall. Ah! Flari's face shone with pain. At the same time, the pots and plates on the dining table to one side suddenly levitated and, before his horrified gaze, crashed down towards him. For a moment, chaos reigned. When the guards arrived, they found Ferrari huddled in a corner, jerking back and forth, as if on guard against something. 3 days passed in a flash. In the morning, Wu Heng picked up his phone, checked the time, and stood up to leave. Lelai drowsily grasped the corner of Wu Heng's shirt, her voice lazily, still half awake. Leaving so early? Wu Heng leaned over and kissed her forehead. I'm going to Molten Core. Wait for me when I get back. As he spoke, his fingertips brushed through her long tousled hair, still scented with the scent of rose oil from last night. After dressing, Wu Heng tiptoed back to his room. The 4 ghosts were already dressed and ready to go. Xiao Xiao was floating by the window, teasing a spider encased in a glass. Uncle! Are we leaving? Xiao Xiao asked. Let's go! Wu Heng nodded. The 4 ghosts faded into obscurity, and he followed them out. For the past few days, Wu Heng had been using Molten Core. But the results were still less than ideal. The rare item he desired hadn't appeared. The market had reached its limit, and the rare items that could be used as materials had been largely confiscated. Wu Heng and the ghosts discussed using up all the remaining rare items today and then returning to Treasure Island. It had indeed taken too long to get out. Besides, the ghost train had recorded this location, making it easier to come back next time. All the way to the cave. The swirling heat distorted the air. Wu Heng stood in front of the lava pool, ready to start throwing rare items in. Xiao Xiao said from the side, Uncle, don't worry. We're here today. With the luck of 5 of us, we're sure to find something good. The other 3 ghosts also smiled. Now that you mention it, I have a feeling it's definitely going to yield something good this time. Wu Heng smiled, dropping the rare items one by one into the boiling lava. 75.9%, 87.6%, Wu Heng stared at the numbers. 99.5%, the light of the molten core grew even more dazzling, and Wu Heng's eyes fixed. Although not 100%, it was very close to the goal. The ghosts remained silent, awaiting Wu Heng's decision. Wu Heng stepped aside and yanked the gate. The lava receded like the tide, revealing a pitch-black object in the center. Is this an iron nail? Xiao Xiao immediately floated over and examined it closely. Wu Heng used Animate Object, and the iron nail flew up from the bottom of the pool. He stared intently, and a message appeared. Truth Carver, unusual item. Effect, tampering, etching of rules. Side effect, instant death curse. Description, an item imbued with special rules, capable of displaying special powers, tampering, When engraved on the surface of any text or rune, its original meaning can be distorted. Rule etching. When written directly in midair, a false rule can be temporarily created. Instant death curse. Use 3 times within 24 hours to trigger an instant death curse. Wu Heng's eyes narrowed. It's not a nail, it's a carving knife. Chapter 1068. Wu Heng looked at the carving knife, his brow furrowed. Looks quite cruel. It has 2 effects. Tampering can distort the original meaning of any text or symbol when engraved on it. The text and symbol likely refers to scrolls or array symbols. But this limits the profession, only scholars would be involved in related work. The second effect is rule etching. When engraving in midair, it can temporarily create false rules. Rule. This flashed back to Wu Heng's previous battle with the 3 holy seas, where they had used a scroll. After tearing it open, the words forbidden weapons appeared in the air. All weapons within range are unusable. Is the rule similar to this effect? If so, then it truly is an incredible artifact. The side effect is instant death curse, which is also simple. Use it 3 times within 24 hours, and there's a chance the curse will be triggered. Although it's a probability, try not to gamble with it. Just keep it within 3 times. Uncle! What's this ugly thing for? Xiao Xiao asked. After staring at it for a long time, he couldn't figure out what it was. Now it didn't look quite like a nail anymore. The other 3 ghosts also looked over, waiting for his explanation. It's a carving knife. Wu Heng explained the properties of the strange object in detail. After listening, the 4 ghosts once again fixed their gaze on the object, examining it carefully. Glinda said, if it's as you suspected, then this one is much better than the previous 2. That's what I was thinking. The queen floated above the lava pool and said, why don't you try it out? You need to get familiar with this amazing artifact. What can we try here? Wu Heng asked. The queen said, see if we can change the temperature here. Then let's try. Wu Heng nodded. After the chisel had completely cooled, he took it in his hand. He silently recited his request, and the next second, the chisel began carving into the air. With each stroke, the temperature in the cave began to drop, and the heat in the air was forcibly torn apart. Where Wu Heng stood, the rock walls around him were covered in frost, while where the lava pool lay, a scorching heat billowed. It was as if 2 spaces were divided by a strange force, a clear dividing line between the cold and the heat. The 4 ghosts all looked shocked. No need for air conditioning from now on, Xiao Xiao said. Benny gently reminded him, rare items come at a price. Who would pay for such a thing? Oh, that's right. Glinda floated to the junction of ice and fire, changing the rules. That must be the power of the gods. The queen followed suit, saying, when we get back, study it more and see where it can be used. The ghosts discussed potential applications. Wu Heng, holding a carving knife, gazed intently at the molten core. Perhaps? Wu Heng looked up, his eyes blazing. We can try to change its rules. The 4 ghosts simultaneously floated closer, their eyes gleaming. Let's try. Glinda's eyes gleamed with a shrewd glint. If we can manipulate the molten core's production rules, then we be rich. The other ghosts nodded in agreement. Wu Heng gripped the carving knife tightly, concentrating his mind and forming his first thought. This output must be a high-value rare item. The carving knife remained motionless. No, is it that the rules of rare items cannot be changed, or is it that the carving knife cannot determine what is a high-value rare item? Wu Heng thought for a moment and continued to try several other options. A rare item reaches its maximum value. The progress of the smelting material is rounded off. The molten core can be taken away. He thought through each option in his mind, but the carving knife remained silent, showing no sign of carving any pattern. It seems, Wu Heng sighed, there is some kind of restriction between rare items. The excitement in the ghost's eyes instantly faded. Then he soothed, that's to be expected. It's okay. Everything's fine now. Xiao Xiao chimed in, right. Uncle, don't be sad. It's nothing. The Empress fluttered back and forth a few times and whispered, then change your mindset, and alter some of the rules of the outside world. External rules? Wu Heng's eyes lit up, and he glanced around, looking for areas he could intervene in. Luck is probably the only thing I can intervene in. Then try your luck. The Empress continued. Wu Heng nodded, the thought of improving his luck forming in his mind. The carving knife moved again, slicing runes in the air before dissipating into nothingness. Did it work? Benny leaned closer, curious. Wu Heng raised an eyebrow. It doesn't feel special, but it must have worked. Then, he took out the remaining artifact. We can smelt another one and see if it works. The other ghosts nodded in agreement. One after another, rare items were dropped into the lava, and the molten core's progress bar began to climb rapidly. 75.9%, 86.2%, 94.7%, and finally settled at 99.5%, 99.5%. This could be considered good luck. After all, finally reaching this number was already very close to the goal. Open the gate, Wu Hung said. In the distance, Benny pushed the handle with telekinesis. The crimson lava parted like a curtain, revealing an exquisite brass ruler lying quietly in the center. The star pattern on the ruler shone silver, and a bronze bell hung on one side. Animated object released, and the brass ruler flew out, landing on Wu Hang's side, where it quickly cooled. A World's End, rare item. Effect, shrink the earth to an inch, tracking. Side effect, time debt. Description, the faster you walk, the deeper the loss. Shrink the earth into an inch. When walking with this ruler, the actual distance of each step is compressed, significantly increasing the user's movement speed. Tracking, think of a target, and this ruler will point you in that direction. Time debt, each time you use the ability to shrink the earth, you borrow time from the future. After using it, you fall into unconsciousness until the debt is repaid. Wu Hung raised a brow. This item has a very good effect. It can also shrink the earth into an inch, which is very effective in the hands of any class. The second effect is tracking, which can be used to find a target, and it does not require any prerequisites. My own tracking necklace and the later soul-chasing lantern both require prerequisites. Just think about this one. Wu Hung picked it up, imagining what Minnie Mouse would look like at home. The next second, the bell on top began to tinkle, as if pulled by a force. It jingled towards Treasure Island. Wu Hung raised a brow, his mind once again thinking of the Vatican's gods. The bell swung again, but this time, it pointed nowhere. Wu Hung immediately retracted his thoughts, no longer letting them wander. How is this magical item? Glinda asked. It can shrink the distance to an inch and find the direction of a target. The side effect is unconsciousness. Wu Hung explained the magical item's effects, and then stored it in his space ring. Sounds good. Did the carving knife work? The Empress continued. Wu Hung thought for a moment and said, it should. After using up all the materials, Wu Hung simply packed up and left the cave with the ghosts. Just as they walked out the door, a dwarf with a copper whistle trotted over. Sir, Lord Leander sent me to inform you that the Lincheng garrison commander has arrived and is waiting for you in the VIP building to discuss the matter of Commander-in-Chief Ferrari. Wu Hung raised a brow. It looked like reinforcements had arrived. Are you the commanders? Wu Hung asked gravely. Because Molten Core is a special place, there are many garrisons around it, the dwarf explained. Wu Hung nodded and continued, how many of them are there? They entered the city with their personal guards, and there are also garrisons outside, the dwarf continued. I was originally going to the VIP building to see you, but since you weren't there, I asked your female companion to go over first. The local head of the Snake Emblem Consortium is also here. Letelai was also called over, apparently afraid I run away. Okay, I understand. Wu Hung nodded, then continued, I used up the Molten Core. You can handle what to do next. Yes, sir. The dwarven official with the bronze whistle waved to one side. Several dwarves walked in. Wu Hung took out his motorcycle, saddled himself, and headed for the city center. In the VIP building's reception room, a crystal chandelier illuminated the room. Letelai sat upright in a carved wooden chair, her slender fingers tapping the armrests. She was dressed in a neat travel outfit, her hair neatly combed back. Today was the day she and Wu Hung had agreed to leave. She hadn't expected to be invited here so suddenly. Miss Letelai. Gunda, the armored dwarf sitting across from him, leaned forward, his heavy armor making a dull rustling sound. Mr. Harabogo, I doubt he'd leave without you. Of course, we won't make things difficult for you if he leaves. Dwarves have always valued friendship, but we do hope you can provide us with more information about him. The dwarf's voice was low, rough yet firm, and unyielding. Beside him, Grand Commander Frawley slumped in his chair, the dark circles under his eyes betraying a lack of sleep. He glanced nervously around, as if wary of something unseen. The last person was Leander, the dwarf civil servant who had received Wu Hung. He remained silent, his eyes closed, as if resting. Letelai chuckled softly, curling a strand of hair between her fingers. Friendship? The kind where, after failing to rob someone, you bring an army to exact punishment? The armored dwarf slammed his fist down on the table, causing the teacup to clink. Watch your words. You should be careful, Lord Commander. Letelai slowly adjusted her sleeve. This matter is over. I advise you not to interfere, or it will only make matters worse. The air in the room froze. Ahem. The local leader, who had been silent until then, cleared his throat and smiled. Calm down, both of you. Commander Gonda is doing his duty. As for Miss Letelai, he turned to Letelai with the smile of an elegant gentleman. Don't worry, I still have some face here. Letelai's face was expressionless. If you ask me, the leader continued, rubbing the rim of her teacup. This is the outsider who went too far. Lord Ferrari is the Grand Commander, and a candidate for Dwarven Hero. He represents the entire Dwarven race. No matter what, he can't. Alas! He finished with a soft sigh. Letelai's eyes narrowed, and she lifted her teacup, using the steam to mask the scorn in her eyes. I had thought she was trying to mediate the conflict, but now it sounded like she was just adding fuel to the fire. Letelai put down her teacup and said softly, You can't say that. It's the Dwarven tradition to keep your promises after a fair defeat, but I never heard of someone bringing an army to fight back after a defeat. Gonda's face instantly turned ashen, and he was about to explode when a commotion erupted outside. It seems. Letelai glanced outside and said with a smile, The person you're waiting for has arrived. The others also looked toward the door, their eyes narrowing slightly. Wu Hung walked into the living room, his gaze sweeping across everyone in the room before landing on Letelai. Are you all right? Letelai's eyes gleamed, her red lips curled slightly. I was just invited in for tea, and then I got a few words of advice. Mr. Harry Bogo. The local leader suddenly stood up, a smile on his face. Finally you're here. Regarding this matter, I think. Wu Hung walked past him, and sat down next to Letelai. Gonda slammed the table, his armor clashing like war drums. Outsider. Breaking the rules in Deep Forge requires paying the price. Rules? Wu Hung turned, sneering. Are you referring to your kin trying to force progress on Molten Core with 2,500 gold pieces? Or are you referring to you bringing your army to redeem yourself? Gonda's beard trembled with rage. Closing the mountain is standard Dwarven procedure. You? Enough, Wu Hung interrupted calmly. Just tell me what you want. Gonda scoffed, extending his stubby fingers. First, hand over the artifact you forged this time as compensation. Second, return the interspatial ring and everything inside it you stole. Third, apologize to us. The room fell into a dead silence. Even the ever-nervous Ferrari glanced over, clearly unaware that Gonda also desired the artifact he had refined. Heh! Wu Hung suddenly laughed. Another one who is after rare treasures. Looks like I have to bring another guest back to Treasure Island. You don't want to leave here? Wu Hung is on Treasure Island, so far away, how can he protect you? Gonda reached for his battle axe. At that moment, the local leader stood up again, quickly placing himself between the two. Don't get excited. Mr. Harry Bogo, if you ask me. He smiled, his eyes narrowing slightly. You're certainly wrong. Apologize and compensate, and everyone will be fine, right? And Miss Letelai won't be implicated. He spoke with increasing enthusiasm. You're still young. You should learn to judge the situation. Shut up. Wu Hung waved his hand. The leader froze. He touched his face in horror. Where his mouth should be was now a smooth expanse of skin. Ugh! Ugh! He stumbled back, knocking over the coffee table, shattering the teacup to the floor. This scene made the dwarf on the opposite side open his eyes wide again. Chapter 1069. The air in the room seemed to freeze. Gonda's stubby fingers gripped the axe handle tightly, his knuckles white from the strain, as he stared intently at Wu Hung. The two great commanders present, as the Dwarven race's heroes, were more experienced. It was immediately apparent that this ability to make a person's mouth disappear was a common method used by Chief Lilith to punish prisoners. Is he related to Lilith? One Wu Hung, one Lilith? Now there are two chiefs. Gonda pursed his lips beneath his beard and said, Huh? You think you can scare us by bringing up Chief Lilith's abilities? He took a step forward, his iron boots creaking the floorboards. This is Deep Forge. Not your Treasure Island backyard. The harsh words made Letelai's eyes narrow slightly, and anger crossed her face. Wu Hung said, I give you 5 minutes to figure out how to end this. End? Gonda's eyes rolled, and he sat back down. Even if you represent Treasure Island or Chief Wu Hung, you're in no way responsible for this incident. You should stay here. I let you go once the leaders of both sides have reached an agreement. Wu Hung smiled and slowly adjusted his gloves. I have a better idea. Why don't you both come back with me to Treasure Island and hear how your leaders will handle this matter? Arrogant! He slammed his palm against the oak table, cracking the heavy wood. Sawdust flew everywhere, and Wu Hung vanished like a ghost. Smack! A crisp slap echoed. Before Gunda could even see the movement, he was sent flying, his two front teeth arcing through the air, a mixture of blood and foam. His heavy body knocked over two chairs, before finally slamming heavily against the wall. Flari turned and fled, but he hadn't taken a few steps. Smack! The second slap landed, and Ferrari collapsed to the ground like a puppet with its strings cut. His neck twisted, and he fainted. Gunda staggered to his feet. Wu Hung was already close, his fists raining down. Over and over, he struck him. The thuds, like the sound of drums, echoed throughout the living room. Hurried footsteps echoed outside the door. A dozen heavily armed dwarf guards rushed in. But as they entered the room, they seemed to hit an invisible wall, falling to the ground one after another, the sound of falling weapons echoing. Back, Leander and the local leader huddled in a corner, their eyes filled with fear as they watched. Soon, Wu Hung arrived, carrying the two unconscious dwarf commanders, one in each hand, like chickens to be slaughtered. Looking at the stunned Leander, he said, "I'm taking these two away. Have your leader contact Treasure Island to retrieve them." Okay. Okay, Leander's voice was hoarse. Letalai gracefully rose and walked towards Wu Hung. As they passed the consortium leader, he suddenly dropped to his knees. Calling a purse, he pointed at Wu Hung, then at his mouth. Letalai understood his meaning and said to Wu Hung, "Sir, he's just too outspoken. Let him go this time." With a wave of his hand, the local leader's mouth, which had vanished, reappeared. "This won't happen again." Letalai snatched up the purse and put it away. The local leader touched his newly reappeared mouth, a look of surprise on his face. He thanked him profusely and stepped aside. Letalai stood beside Wu Hung, casting a magic circle beneath their feet. The next second, the four men vanished. At that moment, Leander finally reacted and shouted, "Come on, carry the wounded down, and send a messenger." The scene was in chaos, and no one paid any attention to the consortium leader standing nearby. The latter glanced at the spot where Wu Hung had disappeared and quickly left. In the wilderness outside the city, a flash of light appeared, and Wu Hung and the others appeared out of thin air. Letalai expertly removed her motorcycle helmet and glanced at the two unconscious dwarves. "Motorcycle, can you fit them?" Wu Hung casually cast Mansion Spell, and a crack appeared ahead, followed by a massive stone door, revealing a magnificent hall within. "This is the Mansion technique?" Letalai's eyes widened. "Have you really mastered it?" Wu Hung had purchased the Mansion Technique skill book at the consortium's annual auction, where Letalai was the host. "I've been introduced to this skill book before, so I had some impression of it. It's more useful than I thought." Wu Hung waved towards the mansion, and three skeletons emerged, dragging the two dwarves inside. As the dwarves were dragged inside, two cages appeared out of thin air, imprisoning the two. Letalai peered inside curiously, and Wu Hung said, "You go in first. On our way back, I use the artifact. When we get to Treasure Island, you can come out later." "Ah? Going in too?" Letalai glanced inside again. "What if they wake up? I can't defeat them." Wu Hung smiled. "See those skeletons? They're level 20 skeletons transformed from the Pope's death. If they wake up, they should be the ones worried." Hearing the Pope transform into skeletons, Letalai's eyes widened. Wow, he really turned a hero's corpse into skeletons. "Then tell the skeletons, they won't listen to me," Letalai said coquettishly. Wu Hung ordered the skeletons, "Keep an eye on them, and protect her." The skeletons nodded slightly. Letalai glanced at him, then suddenly leaned in close to Wu Hung, her soft body nestled in his arms, like a kitten. "Will you still keep me by your side after we go back?" After saying this, she emphasized, "I'm not someone who just go along with you. You're my first man." Wu Hung wrapped his arm around her slender waist, his fingertips brushing the hair by her ear. "What nonsense! Even after we go back, you have to come visit me often." Letalai raised her head and closed her eyes. "Don't worry. I always come to see you." Wu Hung coughed lightly and said, "Xiao Xiao and the others are here." Letalai instantly distanced herself, straightened her dress, and turned to walk towards the mansion. "Don't forget I'm inside." Wu Hung nodded, and the mansion spell deactivated. At this moment, four ghosts flew over swiftly. "Uncle!" Xiao Xiao led the charge. "That Leander is writing a report, and it doesn't look like he's messing around." Glinda added, "He told me what just happened and requested a new commander. It seems he's trying to settle things peacefully. Are you just going to let them go?" Xiao Xiao puffed up her cheeks, seemingly still unsatisfied. Wu Hung smiled and said, "We settle the score later, but we have to give the dwarves some respect." As he spoke, he took out his conductor's hat and put it on his head. Woo! A shrill whistle pierced the sky, and the ghost train emerged from the void, its doors clattering open. "You come back first, we're heading back to Treasure Island," Wu Hung said. The four ghosts immediately returned to their bodies. Wu Hung also boarded the train and wrote Treasure Island in his itinerary. The doors closed, and with another long whistle, the train vanished. As the bronze bell of City Hall rang for the third time, a dusty messenger burst open the office door. "Urgent! Urgent from the capital!" The messenger's hands trembled as he held a wax-stamped letter, bearing the royal emblem. Leander's pen clattered onto the table. He snatched up the letter, the wax crackling as he tore through it. The letter contained a single line of text, written so sloppily that it practically pierced through the paper. "If he wants to use it, let him use it. He's Wu Hung. Don't mess with him." The last three words looked like they were carved with a dagger, the ink smearing widely at the end. Leander's pupils suddenly constricted. As the Archon of Deep Forge, he was all too familiar with his leader's handwriting. His usually neat handwriting was now twisted to the point of being almost illegible. That man! It was Wu Hung, the man who had slain the Pope. Cold sweat instantly soaked his back. The letter slipped from his fingers, rustling softly as it fell to the ground. In a trance, he seemed to see again the scene of the two dwarf commanders being blown away like rag dolls. Flari and Gunda, surprisingly still alive. What a lucky guy. Leander even felt a little relieved for those two reckless commanders. Wu Hung didn't just slaughter them outright, as he had done with the Pope. "Sir?" the messenger asked cautiously. Leander returned to his seat and said, "Wait a moment. I write a letter, and you can arrange for someone to deliver it to the capital." "Yes." The messenger waited a moment. The letter was sealed and left with wax. Leander sat back in his chair and suddenly burst out laughing. It was ridiculous. How dare they trouble Wu Hung? Those two fools. Treasure Island, training ground. The figures of the Wood Elf sisters intertwined and flashed, sweat dripping down their tanned skin, creating tiny splashes on the bluestone floor. "Ha!" Sister Illyria, sword in both hands, slashed through the air, a piercing scream. Each blow was powerful and heavy, as if it could split the earth in two. Sister Sylvain's twin swords transformed into a silver whirlwind, parrying with her short sword and thrusting with her long sword, her movements flowing like flowing water. Suddenly she dove backward, tapping her toes on her sister's blade to leverage the momentum, and leap upward, slashing down with her swords. Clang, metal clashed, sparks flew. Just as they were about to clash, the two sisters froze simultaneously, a strange feeling surging through their bodies, as if invisible shackles had been broken. "This is..." Illyria pulled a leveling crystal from her space ring. As she attempted to communicate with the crystal, it shone brightly, gradually increasing in level, finally settling at level 19. Illyria's eyes widened in surprise. Sylvain's sister also grabbed the crystal, and the light climbed to the same level. The two sisters exchanged glances, their pupils reflecting each other's sweat-soaked yet joyful expressions. "We did it." Sylvain pounced on his sister, and the two of them bounded and danced around the training ground. The maids nearby also cast curious glances. Sonara approached, smiling. "Looks like you reached level 19. There's nothing to be happy about. You're much slower than Viola." Sylvain raised his chin and said, "That's better than some people. You've been in the Island Master's mansion for so long, and your level." He tooted twice as he spoke. Sonara snorted and turned to leave. "Originally, I wanted to get you a new set of equipment, but now it seems you don't need it." Sylvain's expression changed instantly, and he tugged at her sleeve like a kitten trying to please its owner. "My fault. Give us a new set." Illyria helplessly held her forehead. Sylvain hugged Sonara. "We grew up together. You're not going to buy us any." Sonara raised an eyebrow. "It depends on your performance." Association. Sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows onto the desk. Deacon Zalagwi held a letter in her hand. As she read the contents, her slender fingers suddenly tightened and her eyes widened. "What's wrong?" Shiryali leaned over, biting an apple. "What's going on with the association again?" Zalagwi said, "No. It's good news. You got a promotion? I advise you not to leave here. You won't be able to see your beloved." Shiryali said with a smile. "Good news about Treasure Island." Zalagwi spread the document flat on the table. Beneath the gold-plated association emblem, the words establishing the core resolution of Treasure Island were clearly written. "This is..." Shiryali stuffed the apple into Zalagwi's mouth and looked at the letter. Each clause in the document was more startling than the last. 1. Confirmation of the Treasure Island Association's Special Administrative Region status. Any unprovoked attack or provocation against Treasure Island will be considered a hostile act against the Treasure Island Association. 2. Establishment of a dedicated trade channel. Treasure Island enjoys the right to free trade. Its trade activities are open and transparent, and external forces are prohibited from interfering in any form. 3. Permission to establish a self-defense force. Treasure Island has the right to establish and maintain a self-defense force to ensure its own security and stability. 4. Association dispatches resident elders. The Treasure Island Association will dispatch 3 elders to Treasure Island to oversee and assist local affairs. 5. Granting the Wuheng Chief the authority to mobilize. Chief Wuheng has the authority to mobilize all human and material resources under his command to ensure the normal operation and security of the Special Administrative Region. The signature column at the bottom bears the signatures and seals of the 5 chiefs, including the seal of the religious leader of the Vatican. Are they out of their minds? Sure, Yali's voice trembled. Why are they suddenly on our side? In the conflict between Wuheng and the Holy See, the association initially attempted to mediate, but later reverted to open neutrality, refraining from intervening in the conflict between the two sides. This time, it sided with Treasure Island. Especially the first clause. Any unprovoked attack or provocation against Treasure Island will be considered a hostile act against the Treasure Island Association. This essentially means that if the Holy See attacks Treasure Island again, it will be opposing the association. Sure, Logui said, chewing her apple, I feel like Wuheng's visit to the Holy See caused the association to change its stance. Sure, Yali suddenly pulled out her phone. I have to take a picture for Wuheng. He'd be so happy to see it. With a click, she took a picture and sent it. Zalogui raised her eyebrows. Well, what did he say? No reply. He must have put his phone into his space ring. Sure, Yali replied, then leaned on the edge of the table and said, by the way, Mom's coming over in a few days, and wants to meet our boyfriend. What should we do? Let Wuheng pretend to be one. We have disguises. Zalogui said nonchalantly. Sure, Yali rolled her eyes. How about we just say we like the same person? We're already together anyway. Are you crazy? Zalogui's eyes widened. Mom will beat us to death. Then what do you say? Wuheng is the only one. How can he pretend to be us? Sure, Yali continued. Do we have to meet on the same day? Of course, it has to be the same day. How can we meet on 2 separate days? Sure, Yali replied. Zalogui tossed the apple core into the trash can with precision and said, just say we're out at sea. We can split the time. Good idea. Chapter 1070. A long whistle pierced the sea mist over Treasure Island, and the ghost train emerged from the void. The door creaked open, and Wuheng stepped out, his boots sinking into the soft white sand, the salty sea breeze caressing his face. Finally back. Wuheng took a deep breath, then released his ghost. Homecoming. Xiao Xiao spun in the air, his face brimming with excitement. The other 3 ghosts also looked around, their faces beaming. Although their stay in Deep Forge wasn't long, including the round trip, it had been nearly 2 months. Uncle! Xiao Xiao suddenly leaned over, his eyes sparkling. Let's go around town first. See if there's anything fun to do around here. Wuheng nodded. Go ahead, we be home soon. Got it. Xiao Xiao agreed, beckoning the other ghosts and flying towards Lighthouse Street. After the ghosts faded away, Wuheng cast his mansion spell and waved inside. Letelai walked out gracefully, her boots sinking into the sand as she let out a soft cry. Back so soon? The special nature of the rare item, Wuheng continued. I take you back first. It's been a while since you left the consortium. Okay. Letelai nodded. Wuheng cast his teleportation spell again, bringing her to the back street of the Snake Emblem Consortium. Letelai glanced at the massive building, her eyes once again shimmering. I'm going back. Wuheng smiled and pinched his cheek. Go back. We're so close, it's not like we lose sight of you forever. Letelai smiled and kissed him on the cheek. Remember to come see me. With that, he turned and ran toward the building. A magic circle ignited beneath Wuheng's feet again, and his figure vanished. Island Master's Mansion, courtyard. Space distorted slightly, and Wuheng's figure appeared out of thin air. The flames in the 2 body refining furnaces continued to burn fiercely, raising the temperature in the courtyard considerably. Chief! Long live the chief! A sharp greeting rang out from overhead. Philippa's red-crowned parrot stood at the edge of the stone pavilion, its head tilted, nodding solemnly. Wuheng nodded at the parrot. At that moment, a figure trotted over from the living room and pounced. Master! Cattleman Roby's furry ears trembled with excitement, and she buried herself in his embrace. Followed by, Philippa and Minnie also ran out, hugging him from different sides. Not far away, under the eaves, Shannara, Viola, and the Wood Elf sisters also watched with smiles on their faces. "All right." Wu Hung patted the maid hanging on him and said, "Let's talk inside." Entering the living room, the cool air of the air conditioner hit him in the face. Minnie brought a cup of cold tea, and Sanella took out a handkerchief and wiped the sweat from his brow. Did everything go smoothly this time? It went fairly smoothly, but there were some minor conflicts. Wu Hung took a sip of his tea and recounted what had happened in the Dwarven territory. When they mentioned the two Dwarven commanders causing trouble, Philippa slammed the table. "Are those two shorty stouts tired of living?" Robe said, "The master must have punished them severely, right? I'm locked up in the mansion spell." Wu Hung took a sip of his tea. "Wait until the dwarf leader contacts us and do him a favor." Shannara smiled. "Not bad, you even thought of doing a favor for the dwarf leader." Philippa said, "What's the point? Why not leave it to me? We have to move the rocks while the port is expanding. They're all level 19 professionals. We have to assign higher level professionals to watch over them." "That's too much work," Wu Hung said. 19? That high?" Philippa said, somewhat surprised. Shannara thought for a moment and said, "Just keep them locked up for now. When the dwarves come with sincerity, we can negotiate their release. It will benefit both of us." "Yes, I thought so too," Wu Hung nodded. He was the leader of the association, and the dwarves were a prominent race within it. He couldn't just kill people over these conflicts. When the time comes, give them some face. There's still a chance for future cooperation. Wu Hung took a sip from his teacup and asked, "What's new on the island lately?" As soon as he finished speaking, the eyes of the women in the room lit up. Wu Hung raised his brows. "Looks like good news. Haven't you checked your phone lately? The association posted an announcement. It's very beneficial to Treasure Island," Shannara explained. Minnie eagerly handed the phone over. "Master, take a look." On the screen was a clear photo of the announcement. Beneath the Gilded Association emblem, the 5 decrees were clearly visible. Wu Heng's eyes widened slightly as he watched. Lilith had previously told him that the association needed to reassess its stance toward Wu Hung and Treasure Island. But he hadn't expected such a drastic change to completely side with him. Especially the first one. Any force attacking Treasure Island will be considered to be declaring war on the association. This was clearly directed at the Vatican. Furthermore, the leader seal below was also stamped with the emblem of a religious leader. This is good for us. Let's take this opportunity to develop our capabilities. Wu Hung returned the phone to Minnie. Sanera said, "I've been thinking about this for the past few days. This notice has been posted almost everywhere around the Emerald Sea. I think we should strike while the iron is hot and hold a new product exhibition. We could also have the Snake Emblem Consortium hold an auction on the island to increase publicity." Wu Hung nodded. "Okay, you can arrange this." "Then I arrange a time to get this done," Sanera said directly. Seeing that there were no other matters, Wu Hung stood up and said, "I'm going to take a shower first. I have to go see Leader Lilith later." With that, he stood up and walked upstairs. "Oh, right." Shannara chuckled, as if suddenly realizing something. "Eluria and Sylvain have reached level 19. Wu Hung looked at the two Wood Elf sisters. They immediately stood up and performed standard elven etiquette. "Thank you, sir, for your training. Keep working hard and strive to reach level 20 within 2 months, Wu Hung said with a smile. "Yes, sir." The two replied with beaming smiles. Wu Hung nodded and headed upstairs. A hazy steam filled the bathroom, and Wu Hung immersed himself in the tub. A few flower petals floated on the surface of the water. The maids had prepared these, claiming they were good for the skin and would leave a floral scent on the body after the bath. Wu Hung rested his head on the edge of the tub, pondering the association's announcement. Sending this announcement would be a public sign of Wu Heng's support. One could imagine the expressions of those who had previously favored the Vatican. Similarly, it was clear that the Vatican was going to be utterly frustrated this time. After thousands of years of dominance, this time it was suppressed by Wu Hung. Just as he was contemplating his next move, Wu Hung suddenly opened his eyes and covered his vitals with his hands. Glinda and the Empress peeked in through the wall, watching him from midair with a half-smile. "Hey!" Wu Hung retreated into the water. "Bath time." The Empress was somewhat shy, appearing to be strong and aloof, yet also unsure of what to do. Glinda rolled her eyes. "It's not like you haven't seen it before." Wu Hung rolled his eyes. The Empress extended her hand, and the Mao family flew over, hovering above the bathtub. She then said, "Have you read the association's announcement?" "You mean the 5 decrees issued by the headquarters regarding Treasure Island?" Shannara told me about them, Wu Heng said. Yes, that's it. What do you think? Granda said. It seems the association has chosen sides, and has chosen our side, Wu Heng replied directly. The Empress relaxed in midair and said, it's because you stormed the cathedral. If you can enter the cathedral and seize the Ark from the Pope, you can storm the core of the headquarters, or any other race, and take their lives. Wu Heng nodded. That's probably the reason. It seems your efforts have paid off. The association is on your side, the Empress said with a smile. Granda frowned. I'm actually a little worried. Wu Heng and the Empress looked at her simultaneously. Granda continued, the association's actions were unexpected. If the association had remained neutral and continuously resolved the conflict between the two sides, we would have been able to move forward with our plan, giving you time to build faith. He paused, his expression growing serious. But the association suddenly took sides, forcing the Vatican to sign this decree. I'm afraid this will be the final blow that overwhelms them, leading to divine intervention. Water droplets dripped from Wu Heng's hair, creating subtle ripples in the bathtub. Wu Heng and the Empress knitted their brows together. Speaking so bluntly, Granda's point was clear. When all other worldly means have been exhausted and the Vatican is unwilling to accept the current situation, divine intervention will be called upon. Furthermore, Wu Heng believed this possibility to be highly likely. The Church has maintained its dominance for thousands of years. Even with the association's rise to power, the Church still holds an irreplaceable position. Now, the only way to restore its former status is for the gods to intervene. This is not a good thing for Wu Heng. It's also not what he had originally planned. Any suggestions? Wu Heng's voice turned serious. Glenda pondered for a moment and said, our goal is to ensure sufficient time for you to accumulate reputation, not to truly force the Church. Therefore, I believe we should temporarily ease relations with the Church, especially in this situation, to make us appear less hostile. Secondly, we should slow the expansion of the Lingchi cult here, and focus our efforts on the zombie world. In short, the goal is only one, to convince the Vatican that they can deal with us without invoking the gods. Wu Heng nodded thoughtfully. I go talk to Lilith, then use the association's radio station to communicate with the Vatican to see if we can ease the conflict. The Empress also said, if not, return the Ark to them. The heroes they produced are no threat to us. Let's see what happens first. Taking it, and then returning it to them would be a waste of time. Wu Heng continued. Let's see what happens. Yes. The other two ghosts nodded. Wu Heng glanced at them. I'm leaving now. Won't you guys step aside? The two ghosts glanced at him again, turned, and flew out. Wu Heng stood up, took out a new dress, put it on, and left the bathroom. In the first floor living room, Xiao Xiao was floating in midair, dancing and recounting how Wu Heng had beaten the two dwarves. The maid sat in a circle, holding fruit, listening attentively. Then Uncle waved his hand, and the two short men fainted. Xiao Xiao said this, then waved and called out, Uncle. The others all turned to look at the stairs. Wu Heng had changed into a dark blue casual outfit, his hair still a little damp. You guys keep chatting. I'm going to go see Chief Lilith. He added, by the way, ask the sisters Zalagui to come over for dinner tonight. Okay, master. Minnie nodded. Xiao Xiao called out, I go play with my sister later. Okay. Wu Heng agreed, casting a teleportation spell and departing. Xiao Xiao continued where she had left off. In the courtyard of Lilith's mansion, several skeletal servants were polishing the fountain statues. The water washed over the marble, reflecting a rainbow of colors in the sunlight. Captain Wu Heng, the old butler bowed. Please wait in the living room. I go get the young lady. No thanks. Refreshing footsteps echoed from the stairs. Lilith, dressed in a dark gray dress, and with her hair loose, descended from the upper floors. She looked at Wu Heng and said, Are you back? Yes, I just returned to Treasure Island, Wu Heng replied. The two sat down in the living room, and the butler brought them refreshments. Lilith gracefully took a sip from her teacup, then asked, Bruno contacted me via the association's radio station to confirm whether you were the one who personally visited the Dwarven territory. Did something happen? There were some minor frictions. Wu Heng recounted the story of the dwarves coveting Molten Core's progress. Since it was the second time, he spoke more concisely, and got to the point. You? Lilith said helplessly. You could have just gone directly. Why did you have to pretend? From the perspective of the entire incident, it was indeed the dwarves' fault. Who would have thought something like this would happen? I had been trying to keep a low profile. Wu Heng rubbed his nose. Where's the dwarf who caused the trouble? Lilith asked. Wu Heng said, I brought him back and imprisoned him. I hand him over to the dwarf leader when he asks for him. As long as he's alive, that's all that matters, Lilith continued. Did you see the association's announcement? What do you think? As he spoke, he unconsciously straightened his back, feeling the complete support of his beloved. Wu Heng smiled and said, "Thank you for the association's recognition of Treasure Island." After saying this, Wu Heng paused for a moment before continuing, "By the way, I'd like to use your radio to contact the Vatican." Lilith raised an eyebrow. "You want to contact the Vatican?" Wu Heng nodded. "Actually, if you think about it, there's no need to go to war with the Vatican. I want to ease the tension." Lilith's eyes were filled with disbelief. "Tell me first, what do you want to say?" Wu Heng pondered for a moment, then said directly, "I want to tell them that escalating the conflict will only make the situation worse, and I want to restore friendly relations with the Vatican." "Are you willing to return those rare artifacts to them?" Lilith pressed. "I can't. I melted them all. Then, but I really want to ease relations with the Vatican." Chapter 1071. Lilith stared at him, her fingertips tapping lightly on the table. Then she said, "Tell me the truth, what are you planning?" The air in the room seemed to freeze for a moment. Outside the window, the rustling sound of the fountain, where skeletons were washing, continued. Wu Heng said, "The association's support may force the Vatican to take the final step." Lilith's brows furrowed. The final step? Then, her pupils suddenly constricted. She understood what Wu Heng was saying. When the Vatican itself had no power to win, it would likely use its last trump card. "You mean?" Lilith's voice unconsciously lowered. "Did the headquarters announcement actually put you in the spotlight?" Wu Heng took a sip from his teacup. "I'm just worried. No one can predict what will happen, and Treasure Island needs time to develop." After understanding Wu Heng's intentions, Lilith stood up. "Let's go upstairs." The two of them ascended the spiral staircase. In the dimly lit room, two radios sat side by side on an oak table. Lilith picked up the receiver and said, "This is Lilith." After a brief pause, the operator's respectful response came over the speaker, "Chief Lilith, go ahead. Go get Hatterai and tell him that Chief Wu Heng wants to speak with a representative of the Vatican." "Yes, please wait." When the radio started again, Hatterai's voice was already there. "This is Hatterai. Wu Heng is at the front of the station." Wu Heng said, "Chief Hatterai, hello." This was the first time the two had spoken directly. Previously, they had communicated through Lilith. "Yes. The Vatican representative is right beside me," Hatterai continued. "You can talk about whatever you want to discuss." Lilith glanced at Wu Heng, who asked directly, "What's your name, Vatican representative?" "Fenrir." "Wu Heng, what's going on?" A cold voice came from the other end. A faint murmur emanated from the radio. "Representative Fenrir." Wu Heng's voice was natural and easygoing. "The conflict between Treasure Island and the Vatican has escalated to this point, causing unnecessary losses for both sides. I want to say that Treasure Island is not an enemy of the Vatican, nor does it want to become one." A barely audible snort came from the other end. "What do you mean, Chief Wu Heng, by saying this now? Do you think the Vatican is responsible for our conflict?" Wu Heng continued, "From the Vatican's perspective, there's nothing wrong with what we've done. Similarly, Treasure Island views the relationship between the two sides from its own perspective." After a brief pause, he continued, "From our respective standpoints, we both made the most reasonable choices, but continuing the conflict is clearly not the right thing to do." Lilith's eyelashes fluttered slightly. She glanced at the man beside her with some surprise. This was the first time she'd seen Wu Heng handle diplomacy so skillfully. It was a bit different from the usual situation of just fighting when disagreeing. Treasure Island has never considered the Holy See an enemy, and never will. After Wu Heng finished speaking, a long silence fell on the other end of the line. After a long moment, it was once again Hatterai who interrupted the silence. "I think Chief Wu Heng's proposal is sincere. Continuing the conflict will benefit neither side. What do you think, Representative Fenrir?" Fenrir replied, "I will convey this to the Holy See." "Yes." Wu Heng placed his hand on Lilith's thigh, stroking it as he spoke. "You can tell the Holy See that we are willing to provide technical support to compensate for the Church's previous losses." Fenrir continued, "I will convey this. If there's nothing else, I be leaving now. If there's a response, I contact Chief Lilith." "Okay," Wu Heng replied. The sounds of Fenrir and Hatterai saying goodbye continued to be heard from the other side, followed by footsteps that gradually faded away. Then came Hatterai's voice, "Are you really planning to reconcile with the Church?" "Of course, I had the intention to reconcile before, but Treasure Island didn't have the final say back then, so I'm bringing this up now," Wu Heng said bluntly. The implication was clear. The Church was previously in a strong position, so mentioning reconciliation would have seemed too weak. Now that the roles have reversed, Treasure Island has taken the opportunity to mention ending the conflict. Hadalai hummed, not discussing the matter further. Instead, he said, "You should have seen the decree from the association headquarters, right?" "Yes, I have." "Thank you, leaders of the association, for your approval," Wu Hung said with a smile. Hadalai continued, "The 3 elders responsible for guarding Treasure Island have been selected, and they will be heading there soon. Don't worry. Treasure Island is safe now. You can come anytime," Wu Hung said, lifting Lilith's skirt to reveal her white thighs. Lilith glared and pinched the back of his hand hard. But she still allowed him to touch her body. Hadalai continued, "Just now you said you were providing technical support to various factions. What kind of support do you mean?" Wu Hung replied, "Mainly streetlight-related technology." Hadalai paused and said, "If it's convenient, I'd like to build the streetlights you mentioned here at headquarters." "Sure. Now that Treasure Island and the association are one, of course, priority will be given to the association." Wu Hung continued, "But the cost of materials and equipment." "Don't worry." Hadalai smiled. "When you need money or merit, you can ask for it yourself. You won't lose money." "That's best," Wu Hung agreed. The two chatted for a while, and Hadalai continued, "That's it for now. I also let you know if there's any news from the Vatican." "Okay." Wu Hung agreed and hung up. Lilith grabbed the restless hand, pulled it out of her skirt, and tossed it aside. "I didn't realize you had a talent for diplomacy." Wu Hung lifted her up and placed her on his lap, wrapping his arm around her slender waist. "I sincerely want to reconcile." "What if?" Lilith placed a hand on his shoulder. "What if the Vatican is really pushed to that point?" The room was silent for 2 seconds. "Try to prevent this from happening." Wu Heng's arm tightened slightly. "But we must also be careful. Keep our relationship secret. We can't implicate you and the vampires." Lilith turned and cupped his face in her hands. "If you're truly in danger, I hang the Pope's head on the association's gate." "Don't worry," Wu Hung smiled. "I have means to protect myself. If you hear anything, don't act rashly." The two stared at each other, drawing closer. "Miss, Xiao Xiao is waiting for you downstairs." Suddenly, the old housekeeper's voice came from outside the door. Lilith stood up swiftly, straightening her disheveled dress. Wu Hung watched her straighten her crooked shoulder strap, and couldn't help but reach out to help, only to be slapped away. "There's a banquet at the Island Master's residence tonight. Are you coming?" Wu Hung asked from the side. "What kind of banquet?" Lilith asked. "To celebrate my return, and also to announce something for headquarters," Wu Hung replied from the side. "No, I don't like attending these kinds of banquets," Lilith continued. "I take Xiao Xiao for a motorcycle ride later, and she stay with me tonight." "Okay." Wu Hung agreed. In the first-floor living room, a small puppet was humming a song, swinging its legs. Seeing the two of them coming downstairs, she immediately jumped up. "Uncle." "Sister." "Let's go." Lilith smiled. "Let's go bike riding, and head to the casino tonight. Your uncle and I have already taken some time off." "Okay." Xiao Xiao smiled immediately. Wu Hung watched them leave hand in hand, Shi Xiao's chattering voice fading into the distance. Then he cast teleportation and disappeared. Dusk fell, and the dining room of the Island Master's mansion lit up with warm lights. After Zalagui and Shiryali entered the mansion, everyone gathered around the dining table. Soothing music played on the speakers, and everyone began to enjoy their delicious meal. "The association's approval is just the beginning," Wu Hung said, cutting a steak, then looking down. "Treasure Island needs to use this time to accelerate its development." Everyone's eyes turned in his direction. Chanela took a sip of her fruit wine. "Tomorrow I go prepare for the auction and trade fair. I try to finalize everything within the next 2 days." Wu Hung nodded, then turned to Annette, the white lop-eared rabbit maid. "Annette, continue expanding the new commercial street and residential areas." "Yes, master." "I arrange it tomorrow," Annette replied immediately. Then everyone discussed the development of Treasure Island. After dinner ended, they ate some pastries in the living room before moving to the theater. Wu Hung didn't go to the movie, but returned to the study. In the study, Glinda, the Empress, and Bernie were all busy with their own matters. Seeing Wu Hung enter, Glinda handed him a written letter. "Here. You owe each of us 2 puppets. I've written it for you, and will deliver it tomorrow." Wu Hung unfolded the letter and took a look. The content was simple: an order for 8 puppets from the puppet master, 2 for each ghost. This was a bet between 2 parties. Would Ledalai throw herself at him? In the end, Granda and the others did win, but originally it was Granda and Nyang Nyang. But now Xiao Xiao and Benny's share was also included. Okay. Wu Heng pulled an envelope from the drawer, put it in, and while sealing it with wax, he recounted the details of the radio incident. After listening, Granda pondered and said, "We can verbally offer them more benefits or soften their stance. The main goal is to buy time." "I see. That's what I do. If they agree, I arrange for someone to install the streetlights for them. The project will take at least 6 months, enough time for them to reach the hero level." Wu Heng expressed his thoughts. "That's fine. Remember not to mention the Vatican's artifacts. Even if they do, delay it," Granda continued. "Aside from the Holy Ark and the Scepter of Regeneration of Severed Limbs given to Zhao Yanqiu, everything else was melted down. If the Vatican learns of this, they'd likely turn hostile." "Yes." Granda nodded. Benny floated to the window and glanced out. "Will the Vatican accept the terms?" "That depends on how rational they are. I don't think they ask the gods for help unless it's absolutely necessary," said the Empress. Granda agreed. "That's true, but we're worried about unexpected events. Let's wait for news from the Vatican," Wu Heng said. Granda nodded and flew back to his seat. The Empress continued to address Wu Heng. "Continue practicing the body refining technique tomorrow and get up early." "Okay." Wu Heng agreed. For the rest of the day, the three souls discussed the island's developments. Late in the night, Wu Heng stood up and said, "You guys have fun. I'm going back to rest." "Okay. Good night." The wall lamp in the hallway had already come on, its dim glow casting mottled shadows on the dark floor. Wu Heng passed the empty audio-visual room and could faintly hear the rhythmic tapping of a machine downstairs. Going down one floor, the lights in the training room were still bright. Pushing the door open, a wave of heat mixed with the scent of sweat hit her face. Illyria was doing push-ups with perfect form, her tanned back muscles perfectly defined by her tight training suit. Sweat beads rolled down her neck, forming a small puddle on the floor. Wu Heng stood in the doorway, watching her quietly. Each push-up was as precise as a machine, the veins on her arms clearly visible in the light. She felt like a training freak from an anime. "Sir," Illyria said, her voice strained from the continued exertion. "Please wait a moment. There are still 187. You train this late every day?" She leaned forward, sweat dripping from her nose. "I'm used to it. I can't sleep without training." Her breathing became heavier, but her movements didn't slow down at all. Her training uniform was completely soaked, highlighting her powerful waistline. "Where's your sister?" "She went to bed early." Illyria finally stood up after completing her 200th push-up, wiping the sweat from her face. "I'm sorry to have embarrassed you." The two of them walked out of the training room together, Illyria flicking off the lights. "Sit in the living room for a while," Wu Heng said. Illyria sat down in the living room, her eyes curious. It was the middle of the night, and the more she thought about it, the faster her heart beat, like a drum. Wu Heng, on his part, casually produced 2 rare artifacts and placed them on the coffee table. Illyria's brows raised. The dagger was dark, its surface uneven, while the brass ruler was engraved with an intricate star map. A bell hung from one end, emitting a faint, ethereal sound. "Sir, what are you doing?" Illyria wondered. Wu Heng said, "These 2 rare artifacts are for you to use after you become heroes. I'm giving them to you now, so you can familiarize yourself with their use." Illyria's face reflected a look of astonishment. "Thank you, sir." Wu Heng nodded and pointed to the blood sacrifice knife. "This one is suitable for Sylvain." Wu Heng then explained its function. Illyria held her breath when she heard about the effect of absorbing flesh, blood, and soul to feed the user. A weapon like this, capable of damaging the target and repairing the user's own injuries in combat, is a rare and valuable item for any class. As for this, Wu Heng picked up the Tianyajichi ruler, and the bronze bell jingled. "It's for you." The ruler reflected the light, illuminating Illyria's expectant face. The weapon she gave her sister was so good, so this one would suit her as well. Wu Heng smiled and said, "It has 2 effects, shrinking the earth to 1 inch and tracking." He then continued to explain the effects and side effects. Illyria's fingertips hovered in midair, her eyes filled with surprise. This weapon would be worthy of being passed down as a racial heirloom for the Wood Elves, and now it's being given to her? "My lord." Illyria's voice choked. "It's too precious." Chapter 1072. The sisters' presence here was originally a transaction between the Wood Elves and Wu Heng. Back then, it was as if they had been sold by their tribe to the human island master. But after signing the slave contract, their status wasn't as low as one might imagine, and Wu Heng treated them well. During this time, Not only had they reached level 19, but he had also prepared unique items suitable for the sisters. He truly treated them as his own, even treating them as well as the Wood Elves. Wu Hung smiled and said, "It's perfect for you. Reaching level 20 early is the best way to express your gratitude." Illyria knelt on one knee, her right hand pressed to her left chest in a gesture of loyalty. "Thank you for your support, sir. We will work even harder." "Well, don't tire yourself out," Wu Hung said. "Yes," Illyria replied. When she looked up again, Wu Hung had already ascended the stairs. Outside the window, silvery moonlight streamed in, casting a silvery glow on the coffee table. Illyria first put away her sister's blood sacrifice knife, then carefully picked up the heaven's end. Just a step away, the bronze bell tinkling softly as she stood up. Illyria took a step forward, as if possessed by a strange force. Space distorted before her eyes for a moment. When she came to her senses, the tip of her boot had already touched the edge of the first step. What should have been 7 or 8 steps was now covered in a single step. This? Illyria turned sharply. Her unfinished tea was still on the coffee table, proving that what had just happened was no illusion. Is the effect so good? If used well, the advantage in battle would be immeasurable. Illyria felt a surge of excitement. She gripped the ruler tightly and turned towards the training room, determined to familiarize herself with this remarkable artifact. The mist from the bathroom hadn't yet dissipated when Wu Hung pushed open the bedroom door. Shannara was leaning against the headboard, flipping through a book on painting. "I thought you weren't staying home on your first night back," Shannara said, her voice tinged with jealousy. Wu Hung lifted the silk quilt and lay down. "Jealous? Who cares? If I were jealous, I'd be dead." Shannara snorted softly, closing the book and leaning into his arms. "You'd be so happy when the Wood Elf elders see the association's announcement, like those gamblers who make a small comeback. I'm glad I didn't disappoint you." Wu Hung smiled, put his arm around her shoulder, and patted her. Back then, when the Wood Elves placed their race on Wu Hung, it was also a gamble. But judging by the current situation, it seemed to have paid off. How could that be? Shannara's face was filled with tenderness. Wu Hung kissed her forehead gently and continued, "Things will get better. You should also train hard and become a hero soon." "I know. I'm working hard too," Sinella said, turning to face him. "Go to sleep. Get up early tomorrow." Wu Hung was stunned, unsure why he suddenly felt unhappy. After a moment's thought, he placed his palm on her waist, feeling the warmth of her skin through her silk nightgown. "What's wrong? Are you angry?" "No, I just wanted to rest early." "What are you doing?" Sinella tilted her head slightly. Wu Hang's fingers traced down her spine, lifting the hem of her silk nightgown, pressing his lower abdomen against her waist. "I just saw Illyria training downstairs." Wu Hung pressed his hand against the back of her neck, feeling the body in his arms tremble slightly. "She's quite serious. She's been like this since she was a child." Sinella's words grew heavier as her breathing grew heavier, her hips tilted back slightly. "Physical training is her hobby." "That's what I said." Wu Hung gently lifted her slender legs and placed them on his. Sinella slapped him backhandedly. "If you dare to think of another woman at this moment, I'd beat you to death." "How could that be?" Wu Hung said angrily. Sinella snorted softly and fell silent. Moonlight filtered through the window screen, their figures intertwining. The next day. The morning mist had not yet dissipated, and the formation pattern in the center of the West City training ground shone in the morning light. Skeleton attendants formed a long line, placing the pre-prepared materials in their designated positions within the formation. "We wasted so much time. Unless something special comes up next, don't interrupt." The Empress leaned back against a chair, her puppet's slender fingers tapping the armrest. "Success in the third stage will be a quantum leap in your physical strength." Wu Hung stared at the center of the formation pattern, where the charred marks from his previous practice remained. He wasn't opposed to practicing. But the process was certainly not pleasant. When the skeleton attendants finished preparing, Wu Hung walked toward the formation pattern, but after a few steps, he suddenly stopped. "What's wrong?" The Empress frowned. Wu Hung flipped his palm, and the rare item, the truth-carving knife, appeared in his hand. "Tell me, can you also rewrite the rules of cultivation?" The Empress's puppet suddenly leaned forward, a glint in her glassy eyes. "Give it a try. Remember, no more than 3 times." Wu Hung nodded, thinking of accelerating the efficiency of his body tempering. The tip of the knife suddenly emitted a dazzling golden light, drawing dense runes in the air. "What changed?" the Empress asked. "Cultivation efficiency," Wu Hung replied, walking directly into the formation. Seated cross-legged in the center, the Empress leaned back in her chair and said to her neighbor, Activate the formation. Whoosh! Flames rose skyward, dark clouds covered the sky above, and thunder roared down. In the center of the formation, the flames transformed into crimson blades, madly pouring into Wu Heng's body. Thunder from above also struck down intensively. Compared to the energy absorption before, this one poured in like a flood. Boom! A vortex of energy soared into the sky, pouring into the center like a tornado. The violent force toppled nearby skeletons. The Empress shielded her forehead with one hand, her robes rustling as she watched in surprise as the energy was devoured like a bottomless pit. This? The Empress narrowed her eyes slightly. At least I won't die. Elsewhere, inside Shannara's mansion. Today, Shannara, dressed in a regal gown, sat at the head of the conference table. Below them sat a group of well-dressed Chamber of Commerce representatives, whispering about the air conditioning, the chandeliers, and the music playing on the speakers. When most of the group had arrived, Shannara said with a smile, I gathered you all today to announce something. Treasure Island will be relaunching its merchandise exhibition. As soon as she finished speaking, a low murmur of exclamations echoed throughout the conference hall. The previous exhibition was truly unprecedented. Not only did it attract a large number of visitors, but it also multiplied the sales of the participating chambers of commerce, and their reputation soared. Now that it's being held again, what chamber of commerce wouldn't be tempted? Our Chamber of Commerce fully supports it. Mrs. Shannara, please consider our new products. We performed very well last time, and we're even more confident this time. The representatives rushed to recommend themselves, and the atmosphere was noisy for a moment. Shannara gently raised her hand and applied pressure, and the crowd gradually quieted. She glanced around, speaking calmly, the selection criteria will be stricter this time. Interested chambers of commerce must submit a list of exhibits and detailed descriptions to the City Hall within 3 days. We will comprehensively consider the quality of the products and the reputation of the chambers of commerce and select the best. Seeing the solemn expressions on everyone's faces, she added, in addition, to avoid the waste of resources caused by mid-exhibition withdrawals, like last time, selected chambers of commerce will be required to pay a deposit of 200 gold coins. This will, of course, be returned after the exhibition is concluded. 200 gold coins is no small sum, but for Treasure Island today, it's merely a threshold to screen for sincerity. A plump Chamber of Commerce representative asked cautiously, Mrs. Shannara, with all due respect, may Treasure Island have new products on display this time? At this remark, everyone's attention focused on her. The most eye-catching aspect of the last exhibition was Treasure Island's unprecedented merchandise. Watches, pills, pens, all of which created a sensation. If there are new products this time, they're sure to continue the previous success. Shannara's lips curled slightly, a meaningful glint in her eyes. Treasure Island never disappoints. These simple words warmed the hearts of everyone present. The meeting concluded with much anticipation, and the representatives hurriedly departed to make their own preparations. Shannara followed suit, boarding a carriage and heading to the Snake Emblem Consortium to continue discussing the auction. Harbor. A gentle sea breeze blew as the Lagui and Shiryali stood at the dock, their eyes fixed on the ship slowly approaching. Soon, several elves disembarked from the deck, looking around. Smiles instantly spread across the sisters' faces. Zalagui stood on tiptoe, waved, and called out, Mom. This way. The elven woman in the distance, her eyes brightening at the call, quickly approached with the two beside her. As she approached, she surveyed her daughters, her tone tinged with irritation. You're wrapped up so tightly, and standing so far away. Are you afraid I recognize you? Zalagui took her mother's arm, and explained with a smile, I'm the island's steward. If I show up in a big way, people might think I'm on a mission, which would easily cause unnecessary commotion. Yes, we do this every time we go out, Shiryali added, a playful glint in her eyes. Sheila's status is different now, so she really needs to be mindful of the impact, a kind-faced woman behind her said gently. Beside the woman stood a tall, blonde, blue-eyed male elf. The two sisters turned and greeted in unison Uncle Adriel and Lalanis. The couple were elves, close friends of Sheila's parents. The elf-man smiled and said, We were just about to go out, and when we heard your mother was coming, we decided to come along and see her. Sheila smiled and said, Welcome. Treasure Island has been developing very well over the past 2 years. I take Uncle and Aunt around the island and spend a few days there. Well, that's a big deal, the man continued smiling. Shiryali pointed to the roadside. The carriage is ready. Let's go home and talk later. With a few more people, the carriage seemed a bit crowded. Thankfully, elves are generally slender. The mother and daughter sat on one side, and the couple across from them sat on the other. Sure, Yali asked, "Didn't father come with you?" "He's busy, so I just came to see you," her mother said with a smile, then added eagerly, "You mentioned in your letter that you both have boyfriends. Invite them to dinner tonight." Logwe's ears blushed slightly, and she said helplessly, "Mom, you're too impatient. You should at least ask them first, right?" Her mother waved her hand, then asked them. "I try to get them to come." Her aunt took over, saying earnestly, "It's good to meet them. You're young, so any friends you make outside should always be vetted by your family to see if they're suitable." The wheels rolled over the cobblestones, and the two sisters smiled at each other, their eyes filled with sweetness and a hint of nervousness. The woman from the couple across from them took over the conversation, saying earnestly, "It's good to meet them. You're young, so any friends you make outside should always be vetted by your families to see if they're suitable." The two sisters exchanged glances, and Logwe nodded. "Let's go back to our place first. We ask if they have time, and try to get them over." "Yes," the mother replied with satisfaction. The carriage moved slowly forward, Yali acting as a guide, introducing the sights and buildings along the way. It didn't stop until it reached the deacon's residence. Entering the house, the air-conditioned coolness and exquisite decor immediately drew the elven woman's admiration. Treasure Island truly lives up to its reputation. Even the accommodations are so comfortable. I heard it's most spectacular here at night. Treasure Island is known as the Pearl of the Emerald Sea, and its lights never go out, the male elf continued. "I take a look when I get there," the woman said, continuing to casually look around the living room. Bedroom location. Mother, like a detective, inspected every room. She walked into the bathroom and stared at the 3 towels on the shelf, her brow furrowed slightly. "How many people live here?" "Why 3 towels?" "Oh, that one's for feet," Yali reacted quickly. "The foot towel and the face towel were put together?" her mother asked. "Maybe they left in a hurry and just threw them there," Yali explained immediately. Logwe helplessly held her forehead. "Mom, can you please stop acting like you're investigating a case?" Mother glanced suspiciously at the sisters and said, "I just feel like something's not right with you." "You're right. Go back and chat with Uncle Adriel and the others. It's not nice to leave them hanging out there," Logwe said immediately. Mother snorted and returned to the living room to chat with the elf couple. The woman took a sip of tea and casually asked, "I heard that Island Master Wu Hung has become quite famous lately. Logwe, you two must be familiar with each other, right?" Before Logwe could speak, her mother quickly replied, "Of course. They were once deputy deacons of Treasure Island, but Wu Hung is incredibly talented and has become a hero admired by everyone." "Oh, since we're old acquaintances, didn't you spark something back then?" The male elf smiled at Logwe. Logwe's eyes widened instantly. The woman coughed lightly and lowered her voice. "Humans and elves are vastly different after all. Besides, I heard the Island Master prefers orcs, especially those with thick hair." Puff! Yali nearly spit out a mouthful of water, and Logwe blushed. The mother glared at the two of them. "Did you ask?" "What?" Sheila was stunned. "Will your boyfriend come over tonight?" I asked. "I'm waiting for his reply," Sheila said hurriedly. "You haven't even left the house, so what are you asking?" The mother narrowed her eyes suspiciously. "Treasure Island has a communication tool, so don't worry," Sheila said firmly. Seeing she couldn't get any more out of them, the mother gave up and continued chatting with the elf couple. The two sisters hurriedly left the mansion, citing association matters as an excuse. After the footsteps faded, the woman sighed. "I think the youngest son of the Moonlight Vine Trade Guild is quite good. If the one you meet tonight isn't to your liking, why not try to persuade the child?" The mother rubbed her teacup and hesitated. They always been opinionated. The person they choose shouldn't be bad. "We can't be careless about this," the woman said, leaning closer. "Race and personality are secondary. The key is that Logwe holds a high position now. How many people are eyeing her position? If she's entrusted with the wrong person, wouldn't her future be jeopardized?" The mother was silent for a moment, then finally nodded. "We see tonight? West of the city, training ground." The flames gradually died down, and the dark clouds dispersed. Wu Hung, steaming from his body, stumbled out of the formation. The Empress leaned lazily against the chair, her skirt cascading like flowing water. She smiled and asked, "How do you feel?" Wu Hung wiped the sweat from his face and forced a smile uglier than tears. "I almost burst from the energy. It's not like I die anyway." The Empress waved her hand nonchalantly, and the skeletons immediately began clearing the area. Tapping the armrest lightly, she added, "Tomorrow, try adding another rule to reduce the pain during training by half." Why didn't you mention it just now? Wu Hung rubbed his shoulder with a grin. Didn't you think of that yourself? The Empress retorted. Let's go back first. Wu Hung said nothing more, using teleportation to lead her back. A flash of light, and the two figures appeared in the courtyard of the Island Master's mansion. As soon as they found their footing, Minnie emerged from the corridor. Master! Deacon Shiragwi called to say her mother has arrived on the island, and asked if you'd be free to have dinner together tonight. Huh? Wu Hung was stunned. The Empress suddenly smiled. Oh, are you meeting the parents? If they hear you kidnapped their daughters, they'd probably stew you into soup. Chapter 1073. Wu Hung ignored the Empress's teasing and turned to ask Minnie, what else did Salagwi say? Minnie followed him into the living room and, while helping him take off his coat, said, she told you to call back as soon as you got back. She sounded quite anxious. Okay, I call her right away, Wu Hung nodded. The cat maid, Robe, duly handed him a cup of iced tea. Wu Hung took the cup, retrieved his phone from his space ring, and dialed Zalagwi's number. The call was quickly connected, and Zalagwi's voice was a bit anxious. Where were you just now? I was practicing the body refining technique. I put my phone in my space ring, and didn't notice it. Wu Hung explained, I heard your mother is here. Zalagwi's voice suddenly became hesitant. She insisted on seeing you. If it's inconvenient for you, I say you're out at sea. No. What did you tell your mother about my job? Captain. What's wrong? What's wrong? Just tell me. She thought. That Shiryali's boyfriend and I were two different people. Zalagwi's words. The voice trailed off. So, are you coming? Shiryali interrupted from the other end of the line. Wu Hung, who do you think would be a better boyfriend? Before Wu Hung could answer, she hastily added, it's okay if you don't come. Just wait a few days until my mother gets home and everything will be fine. Wu Hung frowned, I better show up. I can't stay away forever. Really? Shilagwi said in a troubled tone. It's too much trouble. And if it gets out, it might reflect badly on you. What's the trouble? And avoiding her all the time will only make your mother more suspicious. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line. Zalagwi whispered, so what identity do you plan to come in? Just go meet normally. Wu Hung replied matter-of-factly. What about the association? What if they take the opportunity to transfer us? Tell your mother to keep it a secret. And given Treasure Island's current status, I don't think the association will interfere right now, Wu Hung analyzed. The two sisters whispered to each other on the other end of the line. After a moment, Zalagwi said, whose boyfriend are you going to appear as? Can it be both? No. The two sisters refused in unison, so loudly that even Robert, standing nearby, pricked up his ears. Zalagwi said humiliatedly, how embarrassing. And my mother definitely won't accept it. Shiryali took the phone. How about this? You appear as Zalagwi's boyfriend. I say I'm on a temporary mission out at sea. I explain everything to mother later. Come on, Zalagwi said. You and Wu Hung have known each other longer. If I suddenly tell my mother I'm with the island owner, she'd find it strange, Shiryali said. Silence fell again on the other end of the line, and finally, Shilagwi whispered, Wu Hung, what do you think? I listen to you, Wu Hung said gently. We have a lot of time left. We can take it slow. Once you both become heroes, you won't have to worry about other people's opinions. Shilagwi visibly relaxed. You're right. In the past, becoming a hero was an unattainable dream, but on Treasure Island, it's just a matter of time. As long as you reach level 18, with the added prestige of Treasure Island, becoming a hero is just around the corner. At that point, what would worldly opinions matter? Then it's settled, Wu Hung said. You can book a table at the restaurant in the entertainment city. Our place is more convenient. Okay. I arrange it shortly, Zalagwi said. After the matter was settled, they exchanged a few pleasantries before hanging up. Wu Hung put down the phone. Minnie sat beside him, her eyes curved into crescents. Master, are you going to a banquet tonight? Yes, to meet Zalagwi's mother. Minnie immediately stood up excitedly. I get you a dress. It's your first time meeting an elder, so you need to dress formally. Okay, I leave it to you. Wu Hung smiled as he watched Minnie and Robe go upstairs. The living room had just quieted for a moment when the Wood Elf sisters, finishing their body-refining exercises, returned from outside. Seeing Wu Hung, their eyes lit up. Sister Sylvain quickened her pace, bowed, and said, Sir, thank you for the gift yesterday. Then, somewhat sheepishly, she said, I fell asleep last night and wasn't able to thank you properly. Just focus on improving your strength. No need to be so polite, Wu Hung said gently. Sylvain smiled sweetly. We will work hard to live up to your expectations. Wu Hung glanced at the people who were approaching and said, in a few days, Treasure Island will assist the association's headquarters in building power generation facilities. This project will earn a great deal of merit, and we will then reward you with a batch of equipment and rare items. Everyone present was delighted upon hearing this. Okay, you all rest now. I go upstairs to shower. Wu Hung stood up and headed upstairs. After showering and changing, Wu Hung returned to the living room to find Sonara waiting. How are the arrangements going? Wu Hung asked casually. Sonara crossed her legs gracefully. The trade fair has been arranged. The various chambers of commerce are preparing the materials. Regarding the auction, Letelai will consult with the consortium headquarters. But even if they don't go ahead, with Treasure Island's current strength, we can organize one ourselves. Wu Hung smiled and put his arm around her shoulders. As expected, I'm most confident in leaving it to you. Don't try to be so tactful. Sonara snorted, but didn't move her shoulder away. The exhibition hall needs to be renovated. You should handle it. Just work with the island's design team, Wu Hung said. Sonara raised an eyebrow and glanced at the nearby Wood Elf sisters, hinting, who complained I wasn't practicing hard enough last night? Some people were still training late at night, and now they're willing to assign me so many errands. Eluria glared at him, but ultimately remained silent. I'm handing it over to you because I trust you. Wu Hung leaned close to her ear and lowered his voice. But you absolutely can't neglect your training. Sonara sighed softly. Got it. After I arrange all this, I spend every day at the training ground, okay? At dusk, Zalagwi and Shiryali brought their mother and the elf couple to the entertainment city. Crystal chandeliers illuminated the hall with a shimmering golden splendor, and elegantly dressed guests milled about. The mother looked around in amazement, her fingers unconsciously stroking the gilded handrails. This place is even more luxurious than a palace. How could a palace compare to this place? Shiryali smiled, leading the way. This is the property of the island master Wu Hung. That's quite ingenious, the elf husband nodded. The three of them, amazed, followed her upstairs and into the restaurant's private room. The elf woman lowered her voice. A meal here would probably cost over 100 gold coins, wouldn't it? Not so bad. Prices on the island aren't that high, Shiryali said with a smile. The group took their seats. The attendant brought tea, took down the dinner order, and left the room. The elf woman asked, when will your boyfriend arrive? Zairagwi's boyfriend will be here, Shiryali said with a hint of regret. My boyfriend's out at sea. What a coincidence. The woman's eyes lit up. Zairagwi, what does your boyfriend do? He's also with the association, the woman said meaningfully. Isn't he drawn to your position as a deacon? Young people these days. Zairagwi smiled. He holds a higher position in the association than I do. Even if he were a deacon from somewhere else, I don't think he'd be worthy of you. The woman continued. What race? Human. That won't work. How can humans and elves coexist? By then, you'd be in your prime, and he'd be aging. Not to mention the relationship, you'd be taking care of the elderly, the woman said immediately. Originally, she was going to ask about his occupation and the family and businesses. But after hearing he was human, she dropped all the remaining questions. This alone made it impossible for elves to coexist with humans. Children are one thing, elves are forward-thinking, and the younger generation, in particular, is less concerned with such matters. However, living alongside humans presents the problem of their short lifespans. Humans age drastically after just 80 years, while elves remain youthful. Who would want their children to be responsible for others' retirement in just a few decades? The mother's expression also grew serious. Hearing this, she was already quite dissatisfied. I've seen it. We probably part ways with him after dinner this time. The woman approached eagerly. I introduce you to someone even better. He's the youngest son of the Moonlight Vine Trade Guild. He's wealthy and handsome. If you two get together. Hillary's brows furrowed, while Shiryali's shoulders trembled from trying to hold back her laughter. Just as the atmosphere reached a stalemate, and Hillary was unsure how to respond, the door to the private room suddenly opened. A figure stepped inside. Hello, Auntie. Everyone looked over, and the room fell silent. Mom, this is Wu Hung. Hillary stepped forward quickly, taking the newcomer's arm. He's now the leader of the guild. Everyone's eyes widened at these words. It really was Wu Hung. Hillary is dating a hero? Crack. The elf husband's wine glass shattered to the ground, and the woman's mouth dropped open. Zalagwi's mother froze in her seat, speechless for a moment. Seeing the awkward pause, Zalagwi nudged Wu Hang's waist with her elbow. Wu Hung, this is my mother, and these are Uncle Adriel and Aunt Lilani's. Hello, Auntie. Wu Hung nodded to the other two elves. Good evening, both of you. Clatter. The elf couple immediately stood up and saluted. Greetings, Chief Wu Hung. The mother also stood up and performed the elven etiquette. Sit down. No need to be so polite. Wu Hung pulled two carved wooden boxes from his interspatial ring and gently pushed them towards Zalagwi's mother. Just a little gift. I hope you like them. The boxes were passed to her, and her mother instinctively opened them to take a look. Two emerald-colored potions lay quietly within the velvet lining. Wu Hung explained, these are constitutional potions produced on Treasure Island. Due to limited supply, we can only afford 2 bottles. Sure Yali, standing beside him, chimed in, it fetched over 6,000 gold coins at the last auction. The mother gasped and nearly dropped the wooden box. 6,000 gold coins, enough to buy the entire orchard in the elf forest. That's too expensive, the mother said, instinctively evading the offer. Wu Hung smiled, I should have visited a long time ago, but I just couldn't get around to it. The mother stole a glance at her daughter. Sheila Gue was beaming, her cheeks flushed. Suddenly, it occurred to her that marrying a human wasn't so bad after all. Heroes have a long lifespan, too. Okay then. I take it for now. I heard you like the golden swordfish on the island? Wu Hung suddenly asked. I have someone collect some more tomorrow, and bring it back for the whole family to try. You even know that? His mother's eyes lit up, her guard instantly dissolving. He's a hero, and yet he noticed something like that. It seems he truly loves his daughter. Zalagwi blushed and pinched his arm. I just mentioned it casually, and you actually remembered it. The atmosphere at dinner gradually warmed up. When Wu Hung mentioned planning a vacation villa on the island for the two elders, his mother burst into laughter. That kid not bad. After eating for a while, Celine said, I'm taking Mom upstairs for a massage. Do you want to come? No, I have other things to do later. Wu Hung looked at Celine's mother and said with a smile, Auntie, I already made arrangements here. Feel free to have some fun. You can even stay here tonight. I have other things to do, so I won't be with you. Well, go ahead and get busy. Business is more important, the mother said with a smile. Wu Hung nodded again to the elf couple and walked out. Zalagwi also stood up. I see you off. The two left. The woman said in surprise, Sure Yali, why didn't you tell me Zalagwi's boyfriend was Wu Hung? Sure Yali said, Wu Hung told us not to, and we can't say anything. Yes, how can we just talk about heroes? We just need to know, and don't tell anyone outside, the mother said seriously. I know. The woman nodded, then looked at Sure Yali. Sure Yali, what race is your boyfriend? Huh? In the corridor, outside the private room. Zalagwi followed him out. Wu Hung smiled and said, I did pretty well, didn't I? Zalagwi hugged him, burying her head in his arms. You're so kind. What's wrong? Wu Hung patted her on the back. You even remembered what my mom likes to eat, and prepared such an expensive gift. Zalagwi raised her face, her eyes sparkling. I can see my mom is very pleased, so you're so kind. Isn't that the norm? Wu Hung rubbed her head. I'm taking your mom house hunting tomorrow, aren't I? Zalagwi shook her head. You go get down to business first. I just show her around. If she finds something she likes, we discuss it with you. Wu Hung thought for a moment. That's fine. There's going to be a trade fair on the island soon. Let your mom stay a few days, so she can join in the fun. Okay. Zalagwi leaned into his arms, and nodded softly. I'd like to go over to your place, and keep you both company. Wu Hung put his arm around her waist. Zalagwi said unhappily, maybe in a few days. My mom's here. Put it on the books, and I pay you back with interest when the time comes, Wu Hung whispered in her ear. Got it. Zalagwi nodded, then said, I'm going home. Yes, Wu Hung nodded. Zalagwi returned to the private room, and Wu Hung cast a teleportation spell, returning to the Island Master's mansion. Island Master's mansion. The lights were all on. In the living room, Xiao Xiao peeled nuts from a red-crowned parrot, while teaching it its multiplication tables. From the training room, the soft shouts of the women practicing and the clash of weapons could be heard. Wu Hung said hello to Xiao Xiao, and went upstairs to the study. As the night wore on, he returned to his room to rest. Early morning, Commercial Street. The morning mist had not yet dissipated, but sunlight pierced through the clouds, casting a shadow on the bluestone streets. The air was filled with the aroma of freshly baked bread, and shops began to take down their shutters, welcoming a new day of business. The streets were noticeably busier than usual. Vendors, pushing wooden carts laden with goods, began shouting their wares. Merchants in elaborate attire entered taverns in groups of 3 or 5. Children were chasing and playing on the streets, some crying loudly after being kicked on the buttocks by the irritable dwarves. Suddenly, a clear, ringing sound of bells rang out from the direction of the city center. A team of newsboys on dark green bicycles arrived, their backs loaded with bundles of newspapers. Look, look! The newsboys parked their bicycles and held up the newspapers. The second Treasure Island Commodity Fair is scheduled for the 8th day of next month. The Opera House's new production of The Legend of White Snake is about to premiere. 50 copper coins per copy, first come, first served. The crowd gathered around them, drawn as if by a magnet. A scholar wearing gold-rimmed glasses grabbed a copy first and eagerly unfolded it. Several men dressed as merchants nearby urged, "Read quickly." Which guilds have been selected? The others who grabbed the newspapers were either surrounded by people, questioned, or rushed elsewhere with their papers. For a moment, the entire island was buzzing with discussion about the trade fair. Port location. The salty sea breeze, carrying the cries of seagulls, wafted across the air. More than a dozen cargo ships were neatly docked at the dock, and workers were loading boxes of packed newspapers onto the decks. These newspapers would also be shipped to various locations on the merchant ships. Lilith's mansion. Wu Hung sat in front of the radio, taking a sip from his teacup. Wu Hung! The dwarf leader's voice boomed from the other end of the line, its voice raspy and deafening. I learned everything about Deepforge. They were indeed at fault. As long as Chief Bruner understands, Wu Hung replied. The dwarf hummed, then inquired, where are they? They're fine. I just locked them up and didn't punish them, Wu Hung said. The other party visibly breathed a sigh of relief. Tell me the terms. What's the price for their release? Chapter 1074. The two dwarves taken away were both level 19, top-tier professionals in any faction. Bruno's eagerness was expected. Dwarves are known to protect their own, especially elite individuals like these. What conditions do you think are appropriate, Chief Bruno? Wu Hung threw the question back. Heavy breathing echoed from the other end of the radio. After a moment, Bruno said in a muffled voice, Treasure Island has no shortage of gold coins. We're in the wrong this time. How about this? He paused, as if making a firm decision. As chief, I promise that you will have unlimited access to the molten core from now on, free of charge. Wu Hung raised his eyebrows, and Lilith's eyes widened slightly. Each use of the molten core cost 2,500 gold coins, a pittance for Wu Hung, and even less so for the dwarves as a whole. But another meaning could also be discerned. This rare artifact did not belong to Wu Hung, but he possessed the right to unlimited use. Especially since Wu Hung can see the progress of the smelting, and after collecting materials for the curious creatures, he continued to visit frequently. This is indeed more sincere than any other compensation. Okay, Wu Hung agreed readily. Okay. Bruno replied, his tone sounding as if he hadn't expected the negotiations to go so smoothly. I send someone to deliver the leader's order to Treasure Island. From now on, you go there with the order, and the dwarves will know what to do when they see you. Wu Hung then asked, so, should I release them immediately, or wait for further arrangements? The dwarf leader said, just release them, and let them go back on their own. At this point, Lilith suddenly took the microphone and said, Treasure Island is quite far from the dwarven territory. If we release them immediately, it will be difficult to track them down along the way. After a brief pause, he continued, why not let them follow the association's ships? Every port is recorded, so everyone can rest assured. This was because he was afraid that if the two men died or went missing along the way, it would be hard to explain. The dwarf leader said nothing more. All right. Lilith, make arrangements and have them go to the association to avoid any further trouble. All right. Lilith agreed, then added, tell your people to control their tempers. The situation has just stabilized somewhat. If something else happens, you won't be able to escape responsibility. The dwarf snorted coldly, his anger evident in his words. And keep an eye on your vampires. Stop staring at others. The two exchanged a few words and hung up. Wu Hung looked at Lilith. I imprisoned those two dwarves in the mansion. Are you releasing them now? Not here. Let's go to the courtyard. I take them to the association later, Lilith said. The two of them headed for the courtyard. Wu Hung casually opened the mansion spell and commanded, bring them out. Skeletons carried the imprisoned dwarves out and dumped them on the ground like unloading cargo. The two dwarves stumbled to their feet, their hair disheveled and their once carefully braided beards tangled. The mansion spell was a living space, where Ledalai could live normally, but it definitely didn't include the prisoners. Providing them with some food was already a blessing. The two men looked like drunks pulled from a barrel, their eyes still gleaming. After adjusting to the outside environment, their pupils suddenly constricted when their eyes met Lilith's, then dilated again when they turned to Wu Hung. "Greetings, leaders." The two dwarves immediately saluted. Lilith narrowed her eyes slightly, and said in a stern tone, "Bruenor traded the use of the molten core for your lives. Now, follow me to the guild, and we take the guild ship back to the dwarven territory." "Yes, my lord leader." Cold sweat dripped from the dwarf's forehead. During his imprisonment in the mansion, he had also analyzed that the person heading to Deep Forge was Wu Hung in disguise. Saving his life now was already a good thing. Lilith gently scolded, "You must learn your lesson this time. If you dare to do anything again, you won't be so lucky next time. We won't dare to do it again." Having said this, Lilith stopped talking. After all, she wasn't a vampire, so there was no point in saying more. "Let's go!" "To the guild," she said, and walked straight out. The two dwarves saluted Wu Hung again, then turned and followed him out. Wu Hung watched the others disappear, and used teleportation to return to the Island Master's mansion. Back to the Island Master's mansion. As Wu Hung entered the hall, he saw Xiao Xiao and Benny huddled on the sofa, chatting. A burst of laughter rang out. Hearing footsteps, Xiao Xiao turned and saw Wu Hung. Xiao Xiao immediately ran over and grabbed his hand. "Uncle, you've been gone so early this morning. Where have you been?" "I went to Lilith and negotiated with the dwarf leader about exchanging those two dwarves," Wu Hung said with a smile, sitting down on the sofa. "I used the free access to Molten Core to get those two back." "That's it?" "They were so arrogant before," Xiao Xiao said dissatisfiedly. Benny followed suit. "We don't need this little money. This is different. A permanent free trial." Wu Hung smiled and explained, "Don't you feel the difference? Besides not having it in our hands, it's like we have an extra treasure, right?" Benny raised her eyebrows. "Your perspective seems to be correct," Xiao Xiao said. "Wow. Dwarves are so generous. And giving a dwarf a favor is more cost-effective than asking for a ransom." Wu Hung continued, "Where's your aunt?" "Upstairs." "Should I call her?" Xiao Xiao swung her legs. "Call her, we go practice," Wu Hung said. "Okay." Xiao Xiao agreed, her soul detaching from the puppet and flying upstairs. Soon, the Empress descended the stairs, holding onto the handrail. Xiao Xiao floated beside her, discussing the redemption of the two dwarves. "Done?" The Empress walked down the stairs. "Yes. They leave on the Association's ship. If they get lost, it won't be our fault," Wu Hung continued. "Let's go practice." The Empress walked over, her fingertips naturally resting on his arm. The teleportation light shone, and the two figures vanished. City West Training Ground. The skeletons placed materials into the formation, while the Empress finished drawing runes on his body. Once the runes were complete, Wu Hung took out his truth carving knife and silently recited the rules he wished to change. The first increased practice speed, the second minimized pain during practice. The rules took effect, and invisible energy enveloped a certain area around him. After everything was ready, Wu Hung entered the formation and sat cross-legged. The Empress leaned lazily in her chair and said casually, "Light the fire." Boom! A pillar of crimson fire shot up into the sky, and silver lightning flashed across the sky. Wu Hung sat cross-legged at the center of the formation, his pores dilated like the mouth of a glutton, greedily devouring the raging energy. Unlike before, the pain after the rule modification had dramatically decreased, allowing him to clearly sense every strand of energy coursing through his body. His bones rang with a resonant sound like jade clashing against stone, and his muscle fibers reorganized as if reborn. Concentrating his mind and calming his breath, he began to concentrate on practicing the technique, improving his efficiency. At noon, the training ended. Wu Hung emerged, steaming hot. The Empress, her fingertips tucked a strand of hair, casually asked, "How's it going?" "I have a feeling. After a few more times I get it," Wu Hung said earnestly. "Oh!" The Empress raised an eyebrow. "You're quite confident." "The carving knife has significantly improved my work efficiency," Wu Hung added immediately. "And with your company." Slippery tongue. The Empress rolled her eyes at him. Let's go back." "Well, I'm going back to the zombie world this afternoon." Wu Hung walked over and stood with her. He cast a teleportation spell and returned to the Island Master's mansion. After lunch, Wu Hung called Xiao Xiao and asked her to go home. After all the ghosts had returned, he opened the portal in the study and walked in. Zombie world. The portal closed, and Wu Hung stepped on the dusty concrete floor, stirring up a fine dust cloud. He walked to the window and opened it. A gentle breeze dispelled the stuffy heat. Outside the window, withered yellow leaves appeared on the road, and skeletons were sweeping them together with brooms. On Treasure Island, the sense of seasons wasn't as clear, but autumn had already arrived. After releasing the ghosts and distributing puppets and cell phones, everyone found their seats and began to open their phones and browse the forums. Wu Heng also took out his phone and dialed a number. Soon, Li Yahong's confident voice rang out, "Hello. Wu Heng. How's the base lately?" Wu Heng asked directly. Sister Zhao's global evangelism just ended. Li Yang spoke quickly and clearly. She visited large and medium-sized bases, helping survivors with limb disabilities recover. Now, the Lingqi Church is recognized worldwide, and the response has been quite positive. The global evangelism plan was finalized when Wu Heng handed the papal staff to Zhao Yanqiu. I had gone to the dwarven territory myself, and Zhao Yanqiu had already completed the entire circumference. The transportation here is convenient, which shortens travel time. That's pretty good, Wu Heng said, checking his faith value on the dashboard. Faith, 36510/50,000. 36,000 now. Wu Heng raised a brow at the sight of this number. At this rate, achieving the heroic decision before the end of the year is certainly possible. Are there no arrangements for small bases? There was a pause on the other end of the line. Many remote outposts are still under the threat of zombies, and the roads are difficult to reach, so there are no itineraries. Isn't the Dawn Alliance helping these small bases? Wu Heng continued to inquire. As far as he could remember, the Dawn Alliance had long ago planned to help small and medium-sized bases. Yes, but the small outposts are too scattered, and we can't cover so many places at the moment, Li Yang said. Wu Heng pondered for a moment, then said, we can arrange for some skeleton troops to conduct a rescue operation, which will also replenish the base's population. Okay. I discussed this with Qi Hankai later, and arranged this, Li Yang replied. How's Gao Rong doing? The sound of flipping through documents could be heard from the other side. Li Yang reported carefully, the military factory has produced 3 more long-range infrasonic missiles. We also conducted research and development on various types of infrasonic weapons. I send you the information later. Okay. Have the infrasonic missiles delivered as well. Wu Heng said, then continued, bring back those skeletons we sent out earlier. He was referring to the 3 Holy See officials killed last time. After being transformed into skeletons by Wu Heng, they were sent out to level up. Okay, I arrange it later, Li Yang replied. I'm free now. Remember to train more over there, Wu Heng reminded with a smile. I know. I'm training every day, Li Yang said, then suddenly thought of something. Oh, right. We almost finished investigating the Nuwa temple. I compile the information and send it to you in the next 2 days. Okay. The two chatted for a while before hanging up. She glanced behind her at the 4 puppets browsing the forum and clicked on Zhao Yanqiu's video call. The background was a magnificent church. Zhao Yanqiu, dressed in her archbishop's robes, held up her phone. What's up? Busy? No, nothing. Zhao Yanqiu smiled. Let the child see his mother. Wu Heng called behind him, Xiao Xiao, come and talk to your mother. Xiao Xiao ran over from behind and spoke into her phone. Mom, are you preaching? Ah. Have you been listening to your uncle lately? Zhao Yanqiu asked. Mom, why do you always treat me like a child? Xiao Xiao said helplessly. Wu Heng echoed, Xiao Xiao is very well behaved. That's good. Wu Heng took Xiao Xiao and chatted with Zhao Yanqiu for a while, then video chatted with Qi Hankai. They continued to talk about the base. After all, it had been a while since he visited them, so he could connect with them and avoid being accused of neglecting them. After chatting for a while, he hung up. Wu Heng and the ghosts browsed the forum together. The internet had improved, and the videos and the posts were much clearer than before, unlike in the beginning, when they only had text and blurry images. Of the 4 top posts on the forum, 1 was about the Dawn Alliance, and the other 3 were about the Lingqi cult. Wu Heng clicked on one of the videos, which showed Zhao Yanqiu using her scepter to regenerate a limb that had been lost. The survivor had a typical Western appearance, and the footage was clearly captured. The comments below were almost unanimous in their praise and support, with almost no dissent to be found. In this zombie world, the Lingqi cult had become the only orthodox religion. Wu Heng grew increasingly excited about what he would become after breaking through the hero stage. He and the ghosts scrolled through their phones until dusk. He glanced at the sky and led the ghosts back to Treasure Island. 3 days later, at the harbor. The morning mist had not yet dissipated, but a dense network of ships emerged from the horizon, their prows gleaming in the sunlight, their mast flags rustling. Drop anchor. Lower the gangway. Amid the sailors' cries, the ship slowly approached the shore, followed by merchants and dignitaries in lavish attire. He walked towards the bustling commercial street. News of the new product fair spread throughout the Emerald Sea, and coupled with the association's recognition of Treasure Island, it attracted a large crowd. Gradually, the streets began to fill with people. Diligence and nobility strolled casually, while vendors loudly hawked their wares. Island Master's Mansion. Wu Heng sat in the living room as several skeletons continuously brought in beautifully wrapped gifts from outside, gradually piling them up in a corner. Since yesterday, visitors had been arriving at the Island Master's Mansion non-stop, and today, the line was even longer. Wu Heng followed his usual routine. Minnie and Rob stood guard at the door, using their absence as an excuse to record names and accept gifts. Even so, the gifts continued to arrive. Wu Heng and Zalogui exchanged text messages, chatting about her mother's life on the island. Just then, Xiao Xiao flew back in and said, "Uncle, I spotted a level 18 professional acting suspiciously." Chapter 1075. Wu Heng looked at Xiao Xiao and asked, "Where did you see him?" It wasn't uncommon for high-level professionals to visit the island's exhibition, but Xiao Xiao noticed he was acting suspiciously, so she decided to investigate to avoid any potential problems. Perhaps some fanatic from the church had arrived on the island. When I saw him, he was at the harbor, then heading towards the Sky Fox clan. He was wrapped in a cloak and acting suspiciously, and he didn't look like a good person. Xiao Xiao floated in midair, his arms folded in thought. "Let me see," Wu Heng said. Xiao Xiao flew over and entered his body, sharing the image. Amid the bustling harbor crowd, Xiao Xiao immediately spotted an unusually bright beam of light. After flying over, he saw a figure draped in a gray-brown cloak standing alone in the crowd. With his hood pulled down low, he looked around and walked into a tavern off to the side. In the tavern, while ordering, he asked the bartender for information about the Sky Foxes, as expertly as a regular intelligence-gathering spy. After a bite to eat, the other party left the tavern and headed towards the Sky Fox settlement. Xiao Xiao also flew back, and the scene abruptly ended. "Is he a bad guy?" Xiao Xiao asked expectantly. "It's certainly suspicious, and he seems curious about the Sky Foxes," Wu Heng said. Shi Xiao's expression brightened. "Isn't it? I told you he didn't look like a good guy." The way he looked around clearly meant he came to the island for a purpose. As the two souls spoke, the Waddell sisters, who had just finished their training, walked in from outside. The heat still shone from their bodies, and beads of sweat beaded on their honey-colored skin. "Eluria, Sylvain," Wu Heng called out. The two saluted. "Sir, we spotted a suspicious level 18 professional at the harbor. Go and verify their identity. If nothing's wrong, leave it alone. If anything's wrong, capture them," Wu Heng said directly. The two sisters exchanged glances. "Yes, sir, let's get ready," and set off immediately. This was the first time he assigned them a mission in such a long time. "Okay, Xiao Xiao will lead the way," Wu Heng nodded. The sisters immediately went upstairs to prepare. A short time later, they came down. Eluria wore plate armor and a long sword at her waist, while Sylvain wore inky leather armor and daggers slung from each waist. Both were tall, with honey-colored skin, straight figures, and sharp eyes. They were as sharp as unsheathed swords. "Sir, we're leaving," Eluria said to the living room. "Go ahead, and be careful," Wu Heng instructed. The two men called Xiao Xiao and headed out. Xiao Xiao followed them, describing how they had discovered the suspect. Sky Fox Clan Settlement, Outer Street. A cloaked figure stood in the shadows of a street corner, his knuckles tapping the twin blades at his waist. His gaze fixed on the Sky Fox Clan leader, who was entertaining tourists in the distance. The four-tailed Sky Fox smiled, as he displayed the clan's secret incense. It seemed like things were even simpler than expected. What a ridiculous hero island. No defenses at all. He scoffed inwardly, and was about to move forward when two nimble figures suddenly blocked his way. "Excuse me," the cloaked figure said, lowering his voice and attempting to skirt around. Eluria held her sword and a crossbow and said, "Sir, your attire resembles that of a criminal we're pursuing. Come with me to investigate." "Treasure Island guards?" The cloaked figure retreated half a step, his right hand gliding quietly behind his waist. "You two have made a mistake. Take off your cloak, so we can verify it," Sylvain said, suddenly leaping forward, his fingers forming claws as he clawed at the man's wrist. At the attack, a glowing light shone beneath the man's feet, and vines rose, curling towards his ankles. The cloaked figure's eyes fixed, and he twisted his body like a ghost. His cloak swirled, creating a gray mist. Using it as a shield, he charged towards the crowd. "Chase!" Eluria grasped the copper ruler at her waist with her backhand and took a step. In an instant, she was at the cloaked figure's side, her kick tearing through the air. Just as he was about to strike, the cloaked figure strangely bent his waist, and a dagger slipped from his sleeve, piercing Alluria's ankle. Suddenly, the cloaked figure froze, his body unable to move, as if it had lost control. In that moment of pause, Alluria's whip kick had already changed direction and struck him in the ribs. Bang! The cloaked figure knocked over the fruit stand, sending all sorts of fruits tumbling to the ground. He stumbled to his feet, and a cold dagger was already at his neck. "Move again," Sylvain said in a cold voice, "and I slit your throat. You're both level 5 professionals, 2 of you chasing me? Treasure Island is truly passionate." Before he could finish his words, a cold glint flashed from his sleeve. Puff! The cloaked figure paused, having been stabbed directly in the back. Besides the pain of the wound, he felt his energy and blood being sucked away by a force. Tinnitus and a headache ripped through his ears, and his mind went blank. Sylvain kneed him in the spine, and the blood sacrifice knife stabbed him twice more in the arms. "If you don't want to die, then be quiet." Sluice, the battle ended, and the crowd of onlookers retreated and gathered like a tide, whispers echoing everywhere. "Get out of the way! Everyone!" The guild squad and the skeleton guards rushed into the scene, separating the crowd from the battle area. The dwarf deputy deacon waved his hand slightly, signaling the members to prepare for battle. Then, facing the front, he said coldly, "Drop your weapons. Private fighting is prohibited on Treasure Island." Alluria pulled back her hood, revealing her pointed ears and long green hair. Her voice, clear and clear, rose above the clamor, "I have been ordered to arrest the suspect." Sylvain also removed his hood with one hand, revealing his face. The crowd fell silent. Suddenly someone shouted, "Yes, Alluria! Sluice! It's really them. Didn't you say you were almost heroes? Here we go to catch the suspect." The sisters were well known on the island for their card-issuing business. Their hair color, skin tone, and body shape made them instantly recognizable. Then a cry of surprise erupted. Alluria's ears were reddened by the chatter. She coughed softly and said, "I'm sorry to bother you. I take the man back." Everyone continue. "It's all right." Sylvain deftly grasped the prisoner's arms and said to the stall owner, "Count the damage, then go to the city hall for compensation." "Okay, thank you very much." The stall owner nodded immediately, not daring to say anything more. The dwarf deacon waved his hand and ordered, "Clear the crowd." The team members began to clear the crowd, making the road passable. The two sisters escorted the prisoner onto the carriage and headed towards the island master's residence. "We're quite famous," Sylvain said, finding a car rag and stuffing it into the prisoner's mouth. Alluria smiled. "We never been so popular among the Waddells." "How's it?" "It feels respectable." Alluria raised an eyebrow. "Not bad. No wonder everyone wants to be a hero." The sisters carried the prisoner and entered the island master's residence through the back door. In the living room, several members of the family, including the queen and Glinda, sat on the sofa and chatted. Looking at the injured prisoner, they all raised their eyebrows. The two sisters threw the man to the ground. Alluria saluted and said, "Sir, during the interrogation, the man tried to escape and rush into the crowd. We were afraid he would harm nearby pedestrians, so we forcibly detained him." The people in the living room turned their eyes to the man in the middle. "Go and strip him of his equipment," Wu Hung said. The two sisters stepped forward and stripped off his cloak and protective gear, leaving only a thin linen shirt. They also removed their weapons and spatial rings and set them aside, leaving behind only a thin linen shirt, still stained with blood from his injuries. Judging from his appearance, he looked to be a man in his 40s. For humans, reaching level 18 was a rare achievement. "Tell me, what are you doing on the island?" Wu Hung asked bluntly. The rag was removed from his mouth, and the man retched twice. He forced himself to remain calm, saying, "Master Island Master, I'm just a visitor to the exhibition. I was just thinking of visiting the Sky Fox tribe, and somehow I ended up offending these two young ladies." Lies. When directly questioned, Wu Hung possessed the ability to discern truth from falsehood. And the other party's answer was clearly a lie. "You think we arrest you for no reason?" Wu Hung sneered, staring intently at the man. "Now, I give you two choices. One is to speak for yourself, and the other is for me to kill you and interrogate the corpse." The man's eyes fixed, and a chill ran down his spine under his gaze. That's right, the man opposite was a necromancer, particularly adept at conversing with the dead. But his eyes darted wildly, as he pondered a plan and a rhetoric. Seeing the man still hesitate, Wu Hung simply waved his hand. "Kill him." "No, no, no. I'm saying, The man immediately regained his composure and pleaded for mercy. Wu Heng looked at him. Tell me even a single lie, and I kill you. Yes, yes. The man pondered for a moment, then spoke. I'm a protector of the 12 Heavens Sacred Sect. I come here to confirm the situation regarding Treasure Island and the Skyfox clan. Wu Heng's eyes narrowed, glancing at the Empress, who was lazily leaning against the side, seemingly indifferent. She had come downstairs purely to watch the fun, unaware it involved matters concerning the Skyfox clan. But considering the 12 Heavens Sacred Sect, she had a rough idea of what was going on. The last time she followed the Empress to the Skyfox clan village, she had killed a protector of the sect at the entrance. How did you find this place? The Empress asked, looking up. The newspapers carried news about the Skyfox clan. The man stammered. The leader got the news and asked me to confirm it. Treasure Island did indeed promote the Skyfox clan in some ways, both in newspapers and through films. The Skyfox tribe settlement has now become a local tourist attraction. Well? The man's eyes flickered. I was only responsible for investigating. Sylvain snorted coldly. You were clearly planning to go there. No, no. The other man shook his head immediately. Wu Heng took over, asking, will your leader also come to the island? No such plans. The other man replied immediately. Do you have any other plans for Treasure Island? No, really. I'm just here to investigate, the man said cautiously, his eyes glancing inwards. Besides Wu Heng, he also spotted Viola, the witch from the first set of cards. She was also a hero. Offending two heroes at once, if he managed to escape alive, he'd probably be able to brag about it for the rest of his life. Wu Heng pondered for a moment. Where is the leader you're talking about? The man was stunned, then lowered his head and remained silent. Wu Heng smiled and glanced at the Empress. Anything else? No, don't kill him yet. He might be useful later, the Empress said. Thank you, madam. The other person immediately thanked the Empress. Although he didn't know who the man before him was, he looked high-ranking. Wu Heng said, all right, lock him up in the guild dungeon and have skeletons guard him. If he dares to escape, kill him immediately. Yes. The two Waddell sisters replied, dragging him out again. After the men were led away, Xiao Xiao puffed out his chest. I'm amazing, aren't I? I could tell right away that he wasn't a good person. Minnie, standing nearby, praised enthusiastically, Xiao Xiao, you're amazing. Xiao Xiao chuckled, his face beaming with joy. Wu Heng stood by the window, watching the man being led away. He turned back to the Empress, who was reclining on the couch, and asked, what are your thoughts? The Empress looked up at him and said, insincerely, have I caused you any trouble? That's not what I meant. Wu Heng rolled his eyes at her. I'm asking what to do next. Oh! The Empress raised an eyebrow, a hint of mischief flashing in her eyes. I thought you were blaming me. After saying that, he sat up straight and said, my priority is to protect the safety of the Skyfox clan. I'm not worried about the 12 celestial saints. Wu Heng thought for a moment and said, I interrogate him again in the next couple of days. Ideally, we can find the 12 saints and resolve this issue once and for all. Viola stood by, arms folded. Just kill him and interrogate the corpse. Why go to all this trouble? Wu Heng said, let's see what happens first. If we really can't get anything out of him, we interrogate the corpse. Interrogating the corpse directly would be a waste. If we can, this level 18 professional could be sent to a prison in the zombie world for training. It had been a while since any new professionals had been sent. It's not hard to get some information, the Empress smiled confidently. Just wait for my news. The few of them chatted for a while, and Wu Heng called Zalagui, asking him to send more patrols, to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. As dusk approached, the crowd of gift-givers finally dispersed, leaving only a few skeleton guards sweeping the streets outside. Xiao Xiao wore modern sportswear, her ponytail swinging as she jumped. Uncle! Sister Lilith and I have an appointment to play the dance machine. She peeked through the doorframe. You won't be back tonight. Wu Heng instructed, don't fight. We won't fight. Xiao Xiao quickly agreed, turning and bounding away. Wu Heng practiced spearmanship in the training room for a while, then went upstairs to the bathroom to wash up. Bathroom. Amidst the lingering steam, Wu Heng leaned against the edge of the tub, pondering the affairs of the 12 sacred sects. The 12 sacred sects were quite reputable. They possessed heroes, yet were still labeled a cult, a testament to their evil deeds. If there was a chance, he could try to deal with this cult. One option was to increase his level 20 skeletons, which would be considered a way to eliminate harm for the people. After a moment of contemplation, Minnie's gentle voice rang from outside the door, Master, "We're coming in." The bathroom door opened, and amidst the steaming mist, Minnie, Annette, Robert, and Philippa entered, wrapped in towels. Wu Hung raised a brow. "Wash together?" "Yes." Philippa chuckled, stepping into the tub as the towel slipped off. "Sanel is letting you out today, so accept your fate." Amidst the splashing water, Wu Hung grabbed her slender waist. "I should be the one saying this." Minnie and Rob also stepped in, the water overflowing the tub. Annette, holding a fruit plate, had just picked up a piece and was about to offer it to Wu Hung when Philippa pulled her in. They frolicked in the tub. Luckily, the island owner's mansion was designed with the tub as a small circular swimming pool, otherwise it wouldn't have been able to accommodate so many people. They bathed for a while, then walked together to the bedroom. Association Prison. In the dark cell, a man's eyes suddenly opened and he looked forward, his eyes fixed. Two skeleton guards outside the iron cage were staring at him, with dark blue soul fire dancing in their empty eye sockets, as if watching his every move. "Damn it!" the man cursed, closing his eyes again and forcing himself to calm down. But just as he was contemplating a way to escape, an overwhelming wave of fatigue washed over him like a tide, his eyelids feeling heavy, as if they were filled with lead. The man suddenly opened his eyes, and found himself standing on a swaying wooden boat. A cold sea breeze, mingled with a salty smell, lashed his face, and behind him, Treasure Island was gradually receding. I escaped?" The man stared at his hands in disbelief. Then a surge of ecstasy washed over him. It must be the leader's divine blessing. In a trance, he docked at a human port, boarded a caravan, and headed towards the distant church's location. 2 weeks passed in a flash, and he returned to a familiar village. I'm finally back." The man stumbled back into the village, cheering loudly. "Kneel!" A hoarse voice came from the front. The man looked up. A figure stood in the shadows, blurry and indistinct, its voice strangely unfamiliar. "Who are you?" "Protector." "Mission failed, and you're still so happy." The voice was icy. "Now who am I?" The man shuddered and immediately fell to his knees. "Greetings, master." As he spoke, the face of the man opposite him became clearer and clearer, becoming identical to the bishop he remembered. Chapter 1076. The man knelt on the cold stone slab, forehead pressed to the ground, his voice trembling. "Please punish me, master." The torch cast a flickering shadow, and the master's figure loomed large in the flames. He spoke slowly, his voice commanding, "Let's put the punishment aside for now. Tell me what Treasure Island looks like now." The man straightened up slightly and recalled, Treasure Island is incredibly prosperous, with wealthy merchants and nobles everywhere on the streets. It truly deserves the title Pearl of the Emerald Sea. The master continued, "With the power of our holy church, if we confront Treasure Island head-on, what are our chances of victory?" The man's Adam's apple rolled, his eyes wandering. After a moment's hesitation, he replied, "Of course, the holy church will win. How many heroes are there on the island?" "I seen two, the Necromancer Wu Hung and the witch Viola. But I heard that Lilith of the Blood Clan is also on the island," the man replied in a deep voice. "Oh!" The leader's voice tinged with danger. "With 3 heroes stationed on the island, you still think the Holy Church can win?" "Viola is just a new hero, not a concern," the man explained hastily. "The only ones we really need to watch out for are Wu Hung and Lilith. With your strength, you and the Holy Saint, we easily win." "Holy Saint?" The leader paused, then smiled. "You're quite clever. Although we didn't succeed this time, the intelligence you brought back is certainly valuable." With a wave of his hand, a pen and paper appeared, hovering in front of the man. "Draw a detailed map of your route to Treasure Island. We make follow-up plans." The man took the pen and paper with both hands, knelt, and began to draw. The pen traced the paper crookedly, occasionally pausing to think before adding details. Soon, the map was complete. The leader took the complete map and glanced at it. While the route was crude, the key points were clearly marked. "Go down and rest." The leader put away the map, his voice unusually calm. "We discuss the rest tomorrow." "Yes, leader." The man kowtowed deeply and backed away. Walking along the village path, the man felt something was off. The familiar buildings were jumbled, and the faces of the passing believers were blurry. He rubbed his eyes, but the scene gradually became clearer as he reflected on it. Perhaps he was too exhausted. Returning to his quarters, he washed up and laid down, the leader's words still echoing in his mind. Although the mission had failed, the intelligence he brought back might further elevate his standing within the cult. With anticipation in his heart, he closed his eyes and fell asleep. "Whoa!" The man suddenly jumped up from the hard bed, gasping for air like a drowning man. His eyes widened, his pupils constricting in the darkness, his fingertips clutching the moldy straw mat. Outside the iron cage, 2 skeletal guards remained motionless, their eyes gleaming with a faint blue soulfire as they stared intently. No. Impossible. The man rasped, glancing around. He had clearly escaped the cage, even kneeling before the leader to report. Damn it! The man cursed, punching the wall beside him. Wu Hung, what the hell did you do? It dawned on him, then, that someone must have done something to him. He had practically revealed all the information he had. Not only had this revealed the church's information, but more importantly, he had lost his bargaining chip. He was going to die. The next morning, Shannara held a stack of documents stamped with the City Hall seal and casually handed them to Wu Hung, saying, "The first batch of participating chambers of commerce have been selected. They are all reputable, established chambers of commerce, and the newly added ones have also undergone rigorous vetting." Wu Hung took the list and quickly scanned the names of several established chambers of commerce, followed by the names of several newer ones. The Jade Merchants Association and the Moonlight Vine Trade Association. You can handle it. I'm not as expert in this area as you are. Wu Hung handed the list back. The rest is up to you to choose. Shannara snorted and continued, "What about the Treasure Island products? I can arrange booths and promotions based on product types. I give you samples tomorrow." So secretive. Shannara rolled her eyes at him. As they spoke, soft footsteps echoed down the stairs. The Empress, clad in a red dress, descended gracefully, looking over. "Let's go practice after this conversation," she said. Wu Hung stood up and ruffled Sanella's hair. She glared and slapped his hand away. "You deserve a beating. I leave this to you." Wu Hung smiled, walked over to the Empress, and cast a teleportation spell. The two of them vanished. West of the city, the training ground. Under the scorching sun, skeletons lined up in a long queue, placing materials into the formation. Wu Hung stood outside the formation as the Empress, brush in hand, drew dark red runes on his skin. Information on the 12 Heavens Holy Cult has been confirmed. In addition to the leader, there's another saint, whose status is likely comparable to that of the Holy See. 2 heroes? Wu Hung raised an eyebrow. No wonder the association has been unable to completely eradicate this cult. A desperate counterattack by the 2 heroes would be dangerous enough. Even more troublesome, if they abandoned their base and wandered off, they'd likely attack local association branches. That would indeed be a troubling situation. Can you pinpoint their location? Wu Hung asked. The Empress finished drawing the runes and said, "Yes. I draw a map for you when we get back." Wu Hung nodded, then asked, "Is that saint also with the leader?" The Empress pondered for a moment, then shook her head and said, "I don't know for now, but if we really come to it, we know." That's right. Not far away, the skeletons had also arranged all their materials within the formation. Wu Hung took out his truth-carving knife, altered the rules, and then walked directly into the formation, sitting cross-legged. The next second, flames shot up into the sky, dark clouds rolled in, and a massive lightning serpent struck down. At noon, as the last flash of lightning dissipated, Wu Hung emerged from the charred formation. White mist rose from his body, and his ulcerated skin regrew. Did it succeed? The Empress asked lazily, leaning back on the recliner. Wu Hung stretched his muscles. No. The Empress raised an eyebrow. Didn't you say it was imminent? I can feel it. It's almost there, probably within these 2 attempts, Wu Hung said seriously. All right. I hope what you feel is true. The Empress chuckled, stood up, and took his arm. The light of the teleportation spell shone, and the 2 figures vanished from the spot. Island Master's Mansion. After washing up, Wu Hung returned to his study. The Empress manipulated a hand-drawn map to float over. According to the map drawn by the intelligence, the base of the 12 Heavenly Sacred Sect is north of Sky Fox Village. Wu Hung took the map, which detailed the names of the cities along the way. Finding the location shouldn't be difficult. Glinda and Benny also looked over. Benny asked, "Are we going to deal with them?" "I do have that idea. There's been nothing going on lately, and the Vatican is quiet too," Wu Hung said, then looked at the Empress. "What do you think?" "It's rare to have some free time lately, and there's been no news." "Let's get this matter resolved first," Wu Hung replied. The Empress said, "The Sky Foxes are protected by Treasure Island, so their safety is not a problem. The important thing is to avoid delaying your plans. Leave the development of the island to Shannara and the others." "I reached the threshold of the 3rd stage of cultivation," Wu Hung said. "Now that you made up your mind, let's set off as soon as possible," Glinda said. "Okay, Let's go to the zombie world first and bring the Treasure Island exhibits back before we leave, Wu Hung said, pulling out his phone and dialing Xixia's number. After 2 rings, the call connected. Hello. Uncle. Xiao, you've been playing all night, and you're not going home. Wu Hung said. I'm with Sister Lilith. Come back first, we need to go out for a while. Oh, okay. I tell Sister and I'd be back soon, Xiao said, then hung up. A short while later, Xiao returned in ghost form, and glanced at the 3 souls in the study. Where are we going? To the zombie world. Xixiu's excitement quickly faded. I thought we were going somewhere far away. Benny smiled and said, after we finish things here, we go somewhere far away. Really? Come back first, we talk over there, Wu Hung called out. For ghosts entered his body, and Wu Hung opened the portal and walked directly inside. On the other side, it was still the prison monitoring room. As soon as he stepped out of the portal, Wu Hang's eyes caught sight of 3 skeletons in the corner of the monitoring room. One was clad in iron armor and wielded a great sword, while the other 2 wore ornate robes. They stood upright, their eyes flickering with a faint blue soul fire. After releasing the ghosts, Benny fixed her gaze on the skeletons and asked, Are these the 3 saints we sent out for leveling last time? I asked Li Yang to bring them back. Let's see what level they are. Wu Hung asked. Benny replied, They all reached level 20. They're leveling up pretty fast. Xiao floated aside, rubbing her chin, her tone uncertain. Did I give the names? Why can't I remember? Glinda said, The one with the sword is called Egg Yolk Knight, the second one is called Pumpkin General, and the third one is called Corn Sword Master number 3. Xiao hammered her palm. Yes. I remember now. Benny asked curiously, Why did you name him Pumpkin General last time? His skills. Xiao gestured excitedly. That energy shield protecting him looked so much like the pumpkin ring in the game. Wu Hung raised an eyebrow. Why don't I remember that? That wasn't how I explained it last time. Really? Xiao paused, then said, Inspiration is as fleeting as lightning. The souls couldn't help but laugh. Wu Hung took out new equipment from his space ring, and had the 3 skeletons change into it. He took out his phone, and dialed Li Yahung's number. After 3 rings, the call connected, and Li Yahung's voice came over. The skeleton and the missiles have been delivered to you. Did you see them? I saw the skeleton, but I didn't have time to see the missiles. Wu Hung glanced at the skeleton not far away. Li Yang said, The missile truck is parked over there in the garage. There are also some infrasonic grenades produced by the military factory, which can be fired from a grenade launcher. I put them in the prison armory for you. I go check later, Wu Hung continued. Are the ballpoint pens and compass watches I mentioned last time also among them? They're also in the armory. If you need a large quantity, I arrange for a vehicle to deliver them, Li Yang replied directly. Wu Hung nodded subconsciously. Li Yang was very efficient. Everything she was told to do was carried out promptly. Okay, I go check it out now. Li Yang coughed lightly and said, Do you have someone outside? What do you mean by someone? Wu Hung was stunned. Li Yang said unhappily, You haven't been here for a while. I told you to go back and rest for a few days, but you really think you're retired? I've been a bit busy lately. Wu Hung said somewhat awkwardly. Li Yang said unhappily, I know you're busy. Next time you have time, call me, and I drive over with Sister Zhao. Wu Hung smiled and said, Okay. I spend some time with you guys after this. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Wu Hung stood up and said, Let's go. Let's go downstairs and check on the missile vehicle. For ghosts followed him, and Xiao said, Another missile vehicle. Yeah, it's the infrasound type, Wu Hung said as he walked. Infrasound is pretty good, it can knock heroes unconscious. If it's the explosive type, the hero's body will recover, but it's not as good as this, Glinda analyzed from the other side. That makes sense. Arriving in the parking lot, they saw 3 military green missile vehicles parked in the garage, identical to the previous ones. 1 person and 4 souls took a look and continued towards the armory. The armory door was guarded by skeletons. Entering the room, they saw neatly arranged boxes of ammunition. Opening one of the boxes, they found grenades neatly arranged inside. The words infrasound were written on the side of each grenade, suggesting they were launched with grenades. Uncle, there's another box here. It's filled with a lot of stuff, Xiao shouted from the side. Wu Hung walked over. The box in front of him was a cardboard box. Opening it, he saw several sets of ballpoint pens in various colors, as well as watches, pills, and a microscope. I had Li Yang send these over for Treasure Island exhibits, Wu Hung said. Xiao thought for a moment and asked, Why not get a drone? That would be so cool and would definitely cause a sensation. It needs to be charged, right? Electricity isn't widely available there yet. Wu Heng explained. Oh, that's right. Wu Heng stored all the items in his space ring, then went to the garage, adjusted the position of the boundary gate, and transported the missile vehicle to the other world. After everything was completed, he returned to Treasure Island. Island Master's mansion. It was dim outside, but bright inside. In the living room, Wu Heng sat on one side, surrounded by Sanera and the other women. Several exquisite items were neatly arranged on the coffee table. Shannara picked up a deep blue ballpoint pen and twirled it around between her fingers, her brows furrowed slightly. Another pen and watch? What's the difference between this and the last exhibit? The others also looked over curiously. While these items were still valuable, another exhibition wouldn't have the same impact as the first time. Wu Heng smiled faintly and took the pen. It's called a ballpoint pen. He casually opened the cap and drew a smooth line on the paper. No need to dip it in ink, and no need to worry about leaks. It dries instantly after writing. Best of all, it's more portable than a fountain pen. Shannara's eyes suddenly lit up. Is this designed for ordinary people without interspatial rings? Wu Heng had designed the pills for ordinary people without interspatial rings before. This time, Shannara's thoughts naturally went to this point. Wu Heng was stunned, then smiled and said, "We can promote it that way too." Sanera nodded, then continued to look at the rest. "What about the others?" Wu Heng picked up the watch. "This is an improved version. Besides accurate timekeeping, it also has a compass, making it suitable for sailing." Sanara's eyes widened, immediately understanding what Wu Heng meant. This watch was custom-made for the Emerald Sea. Chapter 1077. Under the chandelier, Shannara's slender fingers stroked her watch. To the side of the original timepiece was a compass dial, slightly smaller, yet the direction it pointed was remarkably clear. Watches have become a hot commodity in the current market, but their primary buyers, besides the powerful who use them to display their status, are more often civilians using them for daily work. For example, alchemists use them to precisely calculate the time required to purify potions, or for other specialized purposes requiring precise timing. However, when a watch incorporates a compass function, its value reaches new heights. Near the Emerald Sea, sailors need clear direction, and compass watches have become indispensable tools. Even when not sailing, combat professionals can use this multifunctional watch invaluable when adventuring in the wild or traveling long distances. After all, a traditional compass is far less compact and delicate than this watch, making it extremely inconvenient to carry. What's the price? How will it be determined? Shannara quickly calmed down from her surprise and asked the crucial question. Wu Heng smiled and said, "I think the price can remain the same, or even be lowered. You can decide based on market demand." "Remain the same or lower?" Shannara raised an eyebrow, her tone tinged with doubt. Wouldn't previous customers feel they'd been shortchanged? Adding new features, and then lowering the price would inevitably make existing customers feel unbalanced. Wu Heng calmly explained, "Ordinary dignitaries don't need the compass's power, but professionals who need to venture out might struggle financially, so the price can't be set too high." "I understand," Shannara nodded. "I research it and set a price." Wu Heng then introduced new products, like pills for psychiatric remedies and microscopes. Shannara listened attentively and commented, "These are all very practical items. Ballpoint pens, watches, and pills can reach a wider audience." After a brief pause, he continued, "However, it will be difficult to achieve the same level of excitement at this exhibition. I'm considering including a radio as an exhibit. It would definitely cause a sensation. Besides, the major factions are already using the radio, so it's no secret. Even if it's not sold publicly for the time being, it can at least create buzz and increase attention to Treasure Island and the exhibition." Wu Heng raised an eyebrow at Shannara's suggestion. Now that Treasure Island has switched to satellite phones for communication, the radio is no longer necessary. Such strict secrecy is unnecessary. As Shannara said, all the major races are aware of the radio's existence. He nodded in agreement. "That's a good idea. If the response is enthusiastic, we can consider selling it in the future, but the price will be higher. After all, at the association, we always emphasized its preciousness." Sanera smiled and said, "With the radio station's participation, this exhibition will be even more successful. Go for it. We all support you," Wu Heng encouraged. The rest of the family echoed his agreement, and the atmosphere gradually relaxed. After the exhibition was finalized, Wu Heng changed the subject. "I'm going out tomorrow." Everyone looked up at him, and Sanera asked, Is it about the 12 heavenly saints? Well, I found some clues. I plan to take the initiative and resolve the situation before they take action. Wu Heng took a sip from his teacup. So you won't be able to attend the exhibition, right? Sanella asked softly. No one was worried about Wu Heng's safety. With his strength, even the Vatican was crippled by Wu Heng, let alone a cult wanted by the association. Wu Heng smiled calmly. I can't help much with the exhibition. Viola is in charge of Treasure Island. Just handle island affairs as usual. Keep my absence a secret. It'd be fine. Okay, Sanella asked. When are you leaving? Tomorrow morning, after training, Wu Heng confirmed the plan. Be careful, everyone urged in unison. Then the conversation turned to lighter matters. Wu Heng led a few people to the training room for training, then returned to their rooms to rest. The next day, at the training ground in the West District, a blazing column of fire shot up into the sky, illuminating the surroundings in a crimson glow. Wu Heng sat cross-legged at the center of the storm, a massive vortex of energy forming around him, surging madly into his body. His skin burned as red as a branding iron, and mysterious runes emerged from his form, flickering and pulsing like a living being. As the runes grew more pronounced, his form gradually ebbed away, transforming into a blazing, infernal flame. Even after previously altering the rules with a chisel, he still felt the pain of his soul being torn apart. While gritting his teeth, Wu Heng persevered, his heart brimming with joy. This was the moment of a breakthrough. The key to a complete transformation. Suddenly, the surrounding flames froze, then, as if compressed by an invisible force, madly collapsed inward. In the blink of an eye, the sea of flames completely engulfed his body, leaving not even a spark. Heaven and earth fell silent, with only Wu Heng still sitting cross-legged at the center of the formation, a faint crimson gold glow swirling around him. Outside, the Empress stood still, her eyes still filled with solemn shock. He actually succeeded. He's quite talented in this area. Wu Heng sat cross-legged at the center of the formation. As the flames vanished, a system notification rang out in his ears. Unlocked trait, Heavenly Destiny Golden Body, born from fire. Success. Wu Heng was overjoyed, eagerly opening the panel to check the trait. Heavenly Destiny Golden Body, skin as hard as bronze, immense strength, constitution plus 70, strength plus 50. Born from fire. In addition to being penetrated by heavenly destiny, limbs can be reborn through sacrificial fire, and the ability to condense a blackbird fire egg allows for resurrection with the aid of a fire spirit. Seeing the trait's effects, Wu Heng raised a brow. Needless to say, the effects of Destiny Golden Body combine the properties of Blackbird Burning Mark and Bone Tempering. It increases skin defense, while also granting immense strength. This time, the increase directly applies to the stats, unlike Blackbird Burning Mark, which only takes effect when cast. Constance increased by 70 points. Heroic melee classes don't even reach 70 points in Constitution. This body-refining technique is truly formidable. Successfully mastered, one possesses heroic level combat power. Accordingly, I looked at my stats. Attributes: Strength 117, Agility 55, Constitution 129, Intelligence 63, Perception 55, Charisma 52. Holy crap, Strength and Constitution have changed so much. As a mage, I'm really making great strides in improving my strength and constitution. His gaze focused on the second characteristic, Rise from the Ashes of Fire, which was the characteristic the Empress had previously emphasized. The first characteristic was that, in addition to being penetrated by heaven's will, limbs could be reborn through sacrificial fire. This wasn't of much use to him, as heroes were already capable of rebirth. Even if their heads and entire bodies were lost, they could still be regenerated. Condensing the Blackbird Fire Egg allowed for rebirth through the Fire Spirit, which also coincided with the hero's physique. In fact, Rise from the Ashes of Fire was the third stage's greatest benefit, but compared to heroes, it was of little use. What are you staring at in there? Come out! The Empress's voice rang from outside the formation. Wu Heng stood up, dusted himself off, and strode out. Success? The Empress looked him over, casually accepting the towel offered by the skeleton, and gently brushing the dust off his back. Yes, the third stage is complete. Wu Heng nodded, then asked, which part of the body does destiny refer to? The Empress smiled and said, Doesn't Xiao Xiao always praise you for being a college student? You don't even know this? They don't teach that in college. Destiny refers to the heart, the Empress explained, then asked, How does it feel? Wu Heng took the towel, and wiped the sweat off his face as he replied, I haven't had time to experience it yet, but my defense and strength have definitely increased significantly. He flexed his arms, his muscles clearly visible in the sunlight, a powerful presence. Strength 117. Among heroes, his strength was probably the highest. Now, even if he returned the sacred artifact Holy Ark to the Vatican, Wu Heng had no concerns about any danger. Aside from the other side's gods. No rush. The Empress smiled, tossing a towel to a nearby skeleton. Aren't we going to deal with the 12 heavenly saints? It's a good time to give it a try. Let's go. We should get back and prepare. Wu Heng dressed. The Empress placed a finger on his arm, unleashed teleportation, and the two of them vanished. Inside the Island Master's mansion, the women of the household, along with Zalagui and Shiryali, were sitting in the living room chatting. Seeing Wu Heng and the Empress enter, they immediately stood up to greet them. When are we leaving? Shannara spoke first, her eyes gleaming with concern. I take a shower and leave. Wu Heng looked at Zalagui. Where's your mother? She's still staying at my house. She said she won't be leaving until the exhibition is over. Zalagui looked up, a hint of helplessness in her eyes. Ever since their mother arrived on the island, Wu Heng hadn't been alone with the two sisters for a long time. How's the house selection going? Wu Heng continued. I found one I like, but I haven't finalized it yet. Zalagui said. Shiryali said, there's no need to buy it. She won't live there for more than 2 days. We try to convince her when we get back. Wu Heng smiled. Tell Annette if you like it, and we just make the deal. It's all family property. If you don't like it, we can change it later. Annette smiled and replied, Yes, master. Thank you. Zalagui said shyly. Shiryali also gave him a gentle look. Why are we talking all this as a family? Wu Heng continued. I'm going out soon. I leave the island to you. Don't worry. Zalagui nodded. Okay, I go take a shower and leave after lunch, Wu Heng said, turning and going upstairs. The warm water washed over my body, washing away the fatigue from my training. By the time I changed and went downstairs, the aroma of fragrance was already wafting from the dining room. Everyone sat around a long table, casually chatting about the exhibition. After dinner, Wu Heng put his prepared luggage into his interspatial ring and went to the courtyard to say goodbye. Be careful, Shannara said, straightening his collar. Wu Heng donned his conductor's hat. With a whistle, the ghost train appeared out of thin air. He waved goodbye to everyone, boarded the train, and vanished. A few days later, at the exhibition. In front of the magnificent exhibition hall, colorful advertising banners swayed gently in the breeze. In front of the building, a huge screen played promotional videos for various products on a loop. The modern decor, the surroundings, and the local clothing made it stand out. A throng of people surged at the entrance, a clamor rising and falling. Guild guards and skeleton soldiers stood guard, maintaining order. Inside the exhibition hall, gleaming silverware, exquisite carpets, and jade-like porcelain shone brightly. Visitors peered around, their curiosity overflowing. But the most eye-catching area was the central exhibition area on each floor. First floor central exhibition area. This is called a ballpoint pen, newly improved by the Island Master. The Wood Elf guide wiped the sweat from his forehead, his voice trembling slightly with excitement. He uncapped the pen, drew a smooth line on the paper, and then explained, no ink required, it's ready to use right out of the box, and you won't smudge the paper. A curious dwarf reached out and touched the freshly written words, his eyes widening. It's really done. Immediately, the crowd began to discuss. The fountain pen has been eliminated just like that? Oh my god, our Chamber of Commerce hasn't even managed to replicate a fountain pen. Letters can be written directly into envelopes. The Wu Heng Island Master is really going to drive the other chambers of commerce into extinction. The tour guide seized the opportunity, saying, there's a watch with a new compass function. What? The watch has been upgraded too? Damn! I have to buy this. Second floor exhibition area. Alchemists gathered around new pills and microscopes, discussing various instruments. Even psychiatric pills are now in mass production. Look at the design of this distiller. It's so ingenious. Other guilds can make them, but the quality and price can't compare to Treasure Island. Many people took out pens and paper and began drawing the various instruments, recording their appearance and functions. Third floor exhibition area. This is a radio. It allows real-time communication over long distances. For example, if you're in the elf tribe and want to contact your dwarf friends, just pick up the phone and you can talk directly. As the guide finished speaking, the room erupted in excitement. Everyone's eyes widened. There's such a thing. If it were any other chamber of commerce, they might still be skeptical, but since it was displayed by Treasure Island at the exhibition, it had to be real. I know about it. Our race is won, and it's used to contact the association's headquarters. No wonder the news spread so quickly lately. Is this a rare item? What are the side effects? It's not a rare item. Both the elves and the dwarves have it. How could it be a rare item? When will it be released? We want to pre-order one at any price. Yes, our Chamber of Commerce wants one too. No too. The entire third floor erupted in an unusual clamor. Outside the venue, a wood elf reporter extended the microphone to a dwarf who was hurriedly leaving. Sir, could you share your impressions of the exhibition? The dwarf was about to explode when he caught sight of his own image projected on the giant screen and forced a bright smile. Excellent. With that, he ran out without looking back, determined to write back a report on what happened at the exhibition as soon as possible. Chapter 1078. The wood elf host watched the dwarf hurried away, a professional smile plastered on his face. He turned gracefully and handed the microphone to a well-dressed dwarf couple. Sir, madam, could you please share your impressions of this exhibition? The wood elf's voice was clear and melodious. The dwarf looked up at the large screen broadcasting the live broadcast, adjusted his tie, and replied in a clear and articulate voice, I have to say, Chief Wu Hung has demonstrated an astonishing talent for innovative machinery, especially the radio on the third floor, which can transmit sound over thousands of miles. This is truly a groundbreaking innovation. The wood elf's eyes lit up, and he pressed on, compared to the first exhibition, which do you think was more exciting? They are completely different in meaning. The dwarf straightened his back, as if giving a speech. The first exhibition allowed us to witness new technology, while this one showcases the integration of technological innovation and fashion. A generation of progress. After a pause, he added solemnly, if I had to choose, I vote for this year's edition. They have both product upgrades and a major radio launch. Thank you for your excellent comments. The wood elf turned the microphone to the dwarf lady. What do you think, ma'am? The dwarf lady elegantly smoothed her temples. Under the guidance of the island owner, Treasure Island has embarked on a unique development path. This exhibition is more a testament to the island owner's foresight than a success. The dwarf husband beside him nodded frequently, his eyes full of approval. The wood elf asked curiously, you two have such unique insights. What are your professions? Well, the dwarf smiled apologetically. I'm afraid I can't tell you. The wood elf continued, you two speak so highly of Chief Wu Hung. Are you personally acquainted? The dwarf smiled and said, I visited the island master's residence when I came to the island, but unfortunately the master is busy with official duties, so I haven't had the chance to meet him yet. The island master is indeed busy, the wood elf nodded knowingly. Thank you for sharing your thoughts. I wish you a pleasant stay on the island. After watching the dwarf couple leave, the wood elf, microphone in hand, walked briskly deeper into the exhibition hall. Outside, more viewers gazed up at the live broadcast on the large screen, gasping from time to time. Island Master's residence, living room. Sanera lazily leaned back on the sofa, her fingertips flicking through photos sent back from the exhibition. At that moment, the wood elf sisters walked in, dusty and tired, removing their hoods to reveal their signature pointed ears and delicate features. There are so many people at the expo. Sylvain plopped down in her chair, her cheeks flushed with excitement. I never seen so many people crammed together in my life. Sanera looked up and chuckled. The first expo was even more outrageous. The crowds completely surrounded the exhibition hall. Eluria, her older sister, gracefully smoothed her wind-twisted hair and asked curiously, can you really make money holding an expo like this? I imagine the investment is quite substantial. For Treasure Island, profit isn't the primary goal. Sanera turned her phone screen towards the sisters, showing the bustling crowds at the expo. Expanding our influence and establishing our position in the business world are far more important than immediate profits. You're right, Eluria nodded thoughtfully. However, she also knew that without the powerful backing of Wu Hung, even the most sophisticated business plan would be nothing more than a wedding dress for others. In the unique environment of Treasure Island, the power of commercial promotion even surpassed the threat of military force. Lilith's mansion. The sound of a video game console echoed throughout the spacious living room. Lilith sat cross-legged on the leather sofa, her fingers rapidly pressing the buttons on the controller, her gaze fixed intently on the battle screen. The old butler knocked gently on the door, then slowly entered and stood respectfully by, waiting. After the game was over he spoke, Miss, the exhibition features 5 categories of merchandise: inkless ballpoint pens, compass watches, new pills, and alchemical instruments. There's also a radio on the 3rd floor. Radio? Lilith raised her eyebrows. Is he planning to sell this? Yes, but the price isn't listed, so it's unclear whether it's available for sale. The butler bowed slightly. Lilith nodded. I understand. You go ahead and get busy. After the old butler left, Lilith set the controller aside and headed upstairs to the radio room. Treasure Island plans to sell the radio. If there's an opportunity to buy it, we like to be the first to purchase it. The ghost train stopped and the doors opened. Wu Hung stepped off the train, his boots treading softly on fallen leaves. A dense forest surrounded him, and a gentle breeze rustled through the branches. He stretched his muscles and relieved his bladder against a tree. After getting dressed, he released the 4 ghosts. The ghosts glanced around, then lowered their heads and soared into the sky, surveying their surroundings. Xiao Xiao immediately flew down. Uncle, there's a village over there. I can see people coming in and out. The Empress said, that's the original Sky Fox village. It seems someone found it vacant and took Playak over. No wonder it looks familiar. Xiao Xiao nodded in sudden realization. Wu Hung pulled out his hand-drawn map and carefully checked the direction in the dappled sunlight through the forest. We should continue north. It's not far. If we move quickly, we can reach the 12 Heavenly Holy Sects base before dark, the Empress said. Wu Hung nodded and asked, which way is the road? This way. Benny pointed in a direction. Wu Hung passed through some brush and a dirt road, trodden by countless travelers, appeared before him. He retrieved his motorcycle from his space ring, saddled it, started the engine, and sped along the dirt road, raising a trail of dust. In the northern wasteland, an unassuming village stood quietly. The houses were low, but the city walls were exceptionally tall. Heavily armed guards patrolled the thick stone walls, their cold armor emblazoned with religious motifs, their crossbows perpetually at the ready. This village looked more like a fortress than anything else. As night fell, a bonfire burned brightly in the village's central square. Hundreds of believers prostrated themselves on the ground, venerating before the 3-meter-tall gilded statue, their murmuring prayers filling the square. When the ceremony concluded, the robed bishop slowly ascended the dais and continued to lead the congregation in reciting the creed. Inside the grandest building adjacent to the square, beneath a crystal chandelier, a sumptuous dinner lay spread across a long table. The leader of the 12 Heavens Holy Church, dressed casually as if at home, enjoyed the feast alone. 2 young women in white nun robes stood respectfully on either side, their eyes as blank as those of unpossessed puppets. Dinner was over, and the nuns began to clear the plates. The leader suddenly clamped a grip on a young nun's wrist, examining her with the same gaze as if she were examining a commodity. Suddenly, she reached out and pinched her cheek, gradually increasing the pressure. Pain crossed the nun's face, but she remained motionless. What a good child, the leader smiled, her grip suddenly increasing. With a subtle sound of skin tearing, a streak of blood snaked down the girl's cheek, dripping onto her snow-white robe. It's stained, the leader said in disgust, releasing her hand and waving it away like a broken doll. The nun stepped back, catching the dripping blood on her skirt to prevent it from staining the carpet beneath her feet. The leader glanced away, then averted her gaze. There were many nuns like this. They were merely living porcelain objects in the leader's collection, young and beautiful, pleasing to the eye, adding a touch of joy to life. Similarly, they were merely utensils subject to constant replacement, discarded at the slightest flaw. Thankfully, there was never a shortage of fresh collectibles among the believers. Becoming a nun here wasn't for just anyone. Master, a priest bowed, entering. News has come from Cracked Helm Castle. The association is conducting a population census, and our business is suffering. The leader slowly wiped his fingers. Is that so? It seems the new deacon is a bit clueless. We can just make him disappear when the time comes. Any news from the Sky Fox clan? The priest continued, no news has come back yet. Treasure Island is too far away, and it takes time for information to travel. The leader's eyes narrowed. Those foxes, who should have become new collectibles, had vanished before his very eyes. Gently stroking his wine glass, he suddenly asked, any news on Wu Hung? I purchased some intelligence from the Snake Emblem Consortium. I heard Wu Hung is very powerful, and has killed several Vatican heroes in succession. He paused briefly. If we send people to Treasure Island, will he notice us? What's there to worry about? The leader sneered. The association has turned a blind eye to us. Will he start a war over a few ordinary residents? Standing up and straightening his robes, when he became a hero, he already distanced himself from ordinary people. I'm overthinking it. The priest bowed deeply. I heard someone's getting married. The leader suddenly changed the subject. It's all arranged. It will be delivered to your room. The leader nodded with satisfaction and walked towards the bedroom. Behind him, The priest had the nuns clean up and hurried away. In the square, the sound of chanting grew louder and louder, filling the entire village. Inside a house. The house was empty and silent. The former owner was reciting the teachings in the square. Wu Hung sat on a creaking wooden chair, his phone in hand, flipping through the photos of the exhibition that Shannara had sent him. After a moment's observation, four shadowy figures flew back in succession and materialized beside him. We found the leader, Glinda said first. Level 20, class undetermined at this time. The one leading the recitation in the square is level 19. Wu Hung simply ignored the level 19er and continued, didn't they say there was another hero-level leader? Granda shook his head. I haven't found anything here. I spotted a level 18 professional near the city wall, Benny added. Xiao Xiao and Yang Yang also said they hadn't found anything else. It seems the saint isn't in the village, Wu Hung analyzed. Ghosts can directly see levels, so a quick reconnaissance flight should be enough. Since none of the four have been found, they're probably not here. Yang Yang thought for a moment and said, judging from the prisoner's dream, they might have deliberately separated to avoid being caught all at once. That makes sense, Wu Hung nodded. Let me see the situation. Glinda slipped into his body and shared everything he had just seen. The scene ended quickly, and after Granda was released, Wu Hung said, he's managed this place into a small kingdom disguised as a religion. Glinda chuckled. He's a hero, after all. If he weren't wanted by the association, his status would be even higher. Yeah, that's true. Uncle, what are you going to do? Xiao Xiao asked curiously. Wu Hung glanced out the window. With our strength, we should have no problem dealing with him. We just start right away. Glinda said, if you don't intend to massacre the entire village, you must act quickly. If these fanatics riot, it will be very troublesome. Killing civilians indiscriminately will also damage your reputation. If a riot breaks out, your majesty will be responsible for putting those people to sleep. Wu Hung looked at the Empress. I do my best, but it's difficult for so many people to sleep at once. You should be mentally prepared, the Empress reminded him. Wu Hung nodded and quickly assigned the tasks. He walked to the door, drew a gilded longbow from his interspatial ring, drew the bow, and pointed the sharp tip at the towering building in the center of the village. In the leader's bedroom, a dim glow cast by the lightstones. The leader, draped in a dark red robe, lazily leaned against the bed. In the open space before him, two young girls stood with their heads bowed, their youthful curves faintly visible beneath their thin gauze garments. The girls' fingers trembled slightly, but their eyes held anticipation and reverence. Take them off, the leader said calmly. Offer your pure bodies to the gods. I obey the leader's command, the girls replied in unison, their garments slipping off, revealing their fair bodies. The leader admired them, his expression remaining calm. With a casual wave of his hand, the girls approached like puppets. His thick fingers caressed delicate skin, brushing back and forth across their collarbones. Just as he leaned in to kiss them, he suddenly stiffened and turned to look out the window. Clang! The moment an iron shield appeared out of thin air, the arrow collided with it, sparks flying. Under the gaze of the watchful eye, the shield gradually melted into red-hot molten iron, sizzling on the carpet. Protect the leader. The girl screamed, leaping towards the window, using her body as a human shield. The leader took the opportunity to retreat, his ring flashing as a dark blue one-handed sword appeared in his hand. Damn it! Who are you? Hiding your head and showing your tail. The leader shouted fiercely, but before he finished his words, a magic circle flashed across the room. The leader lunged forward. Clang! Another metallic collision, and the azure sword in his hand shattered into pieces. This? The leader's eyes narrowed, and he looked back at the figure in front of him, black-haired, young, clad in silver-white scale armor, wielding a bronze spear. A pair of dark eyes stared at him coldly. Ah! The two girls cried out, rushing towards them again. Two balls of water enveloped their heads. As they screamed, the water seeped into their bodies, instantly causing them to faint. The leader's pupils suddenly constricted, and he trembled slightly. It's you. Chapter 1079. Wu Hung is incredibly famous. His distinctive black hair and black eyes, along with the various news and rumors surrounding him, make him easily recognizable. He simply appeared in the bedroom, his silver-white scales gleaming in the light. The leader gradually calmed down from his initial panic. You're truly confident. To dare to come here. Once he knew who his enemy was, his worries eased. Killing you shouldn't be difficult, Wu Hung said calmly. Just because I sent someone to your treasure island? The leader narrowed his eyes and spoke tentatively. Wu Hung raised his eyebrows and said, half-jokingly, I'm the leader of the association. Isn't it natural for me to arrest a wanted criminal like you? Hypocrisy. The leader scoffed, and another long sword appeared in his hand. Strange patterns shimmered on the blade, making it look like a rare object or a special tool. Boom, boom, boom. As he spoke, the village alarm bell suddenly rang, shattering the quiet night. The street was filled with a chaotic cacophony of footsteps. Fanatical believers surged in like a tide, shouting and roaring. The leader glanced out the window, a smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. You never seen anything like this, have you? Then he continued, you don't call yourself the leader of the association. Are you going to arrest a wanted criminal? Now, there are only ordinary villagers out there, many without professions. What will you do next? If word gets out that a necromancer is slaughtering villagers, how will they judge you? Idiot, Wu Heng scoffed. Necromancers are still mages, their intelligence far superior to yours. Do you think I'm unprepared? As soon as he finished speaking, the followers who had rushed in from the window suddenly collapsed like wheat being cut. It was as if they had entered some kind of barrier, and they lay in layers, scattered across the street. The leader's pupils shrank. You? I already said hello? Let's talk about your story. Wu Heng suppressed his smile. Surrender? I slain more heroes than you ever seen. Stop struggling. Arrogant! The leader roared, his figure suddenly transforming into a shadow. His long sword, shimmering with a cloud of light, aimed straight for Wu Heng's throat. Wu Heng narrowed his eyes, and was about to meet his attack with his spear, when several short swords and daggers suddenly pierced out from the shadows. It was as if the surrounding shadows were attacking him. The trickster swordsman, Wu Heng subconsciously thought of this class. A class whose primary weapon is a sword, but whose moves tend to be bizarre and strange. Wu Heng's figure vanished in an instant, reappearing behind the leader. The leader twisted his waist, rolled over, and lunged. Clang! Spear and sword collided, sparks flying. As the two men drew back their weapons, the leader's seemingly dangerous sword shattered like glass. The leader's eyes flashed with surprise, and he flicked his sleeves, sending fragments flying like arrows. A water curtain gathered between the two men, blocking the incoming debris. At the same time, two dark arms emerged from the shadows behind them, wielding short swords and stabbing at Wu Heng's back. Without turning his head, Wu Heng swung his spear back. The short sword behind him snapped with a clang. The leader drew his battle axe again, leaped up, and struck down on his head. Clang! The axe shattered, and Wu Heng's kick landed on the opponent's abdomen. The leader's eyes widened, feeling the immense force that struck his internal organs. The figure, flung backward, forcibly righted itself in midair, a strange gray light emanating from its surroundings. At this moment, the shadows within the room seemed to come alive, countless black arms wielding various weapons piercing from the floor, walls, and ceiling, like a strange cage. I don't believe you can survive. The leader roared fiercely. Wu Heng's eyes narrowed slightly, and countless shimmering water droplets appeared around him, shooting out in all directions. Puff, 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 the water arrows collided with the shadow weapons, erupting with a dense, muffled sound. The furniture and floorboards were reduced to sawdust in the collision, scattering everywhere. The leader produced a candlestick, its flames enveloping him. The water droplets he shot forth emitted a hissing sound and vanished. When the candlestick was used up, a violent ring of fire emanated from the leader's position. Wu Heng was forced back 2 steps by a scorching force, but the scorching flames did not cause any damage. The body-refining techniques cultivated within the flames would only enhance his condition, not harm him. Wu Heng was unharmed, but the flames ignited the curtains, silk, and already tattered furniture. The fire spread rapidly, and thick smoke began to fill the room. The two men tapped their feet and charged at each other again, their figures weaving and clashing in flames and shadows, each collision further damaging the already crumbling building. As the battle progressed, the leader gradually realized something was amiss. Amidst the flames, Wu Heng's fighting power grew stronger. The more intense the fire grew around him, the more he fought, like a tonic, his attacks intensifying and his attacks becoming more aggressive. Furthermore, his opponent had abandoned all magic, relying solely on close combat. This kid is indeed problematic. The leader suddenly leaped back, pulled out a silver mirror half his height, and shouted sharply, "Wu Heng!" Wu Heng instinctively glanced at the mirror, his eyes meeting his own. Instantly, he felt a dizzying sensation, as if his soul had been pulled from his body. When his vision returned, he saw his own body, frozen in place, through the mirror's direction. From the surrounding shadows, countless black arms, wielding sharp weapons, thrust at it. Now that your body is dead, I wonder what else you can do. The leader laughed wildly. Amidst the others' laughter, The frozen form suddenly moved, lashing out with its spear. The movements were completely different from the previous ones, more like the instinctive swing of a woman's weapon. Most of the attacks were blocked, and the few that managed to penetrate the body's defenses were blocked by a layer of energy shield, leaving only faint white marks on the skin. Looking away, Wu Heng regained consciousness instantly, his eyes blazing with anger. Dense drops of water appeared again, shooting towards the leader like a torrential downpour. The leader dodged hastily, but the drops still pierced his shoulders and chest, staining his robes red with blood. Gritting his teeth, he crushed a talisman stone and transformed into a dark shadow, escaping through the window. Over there. Glenda pointed in a direction. Chase! Wu Heng's flesh wings spread out, breaking through the burning window frame and giving chase. Under the night sky, two figures flew over the village, one in front and one behind. The leader emerged from the shadows, glanced back at Wu Heng's relentless pursuit, and a vicious look flashed in his eyes. He abruptly turned and fled towards the dense forest outside the village, trying to use the complex terrain to escape pursuit. However, he had barely left the village when he heard the sound of bones rubbing against each other. 6 figures gathered around him. In the darkness, the flickering blue light of hollow eye sockets was strikingly terrifying. Before he could even consider, 6 skeletons attacked simultaneously. Sword energy surged, blood blades danced, and everything around them was instantly ripped apart by the violent energy. Trees were severed in half, and fell to the ground with a crashing thud. The ground was furrowed by the sword energy, and boulders, struck by the sword energy, exploded into countless fragments. The leader struggled awkwardly, his body quickly suffering from several wounds. Even more terrifyingly, his wounds were enveloped in a foul gray-white energy, preventing his heroic physique from healing freely. The leader was even more terrified. These skeletons possessed the power to kill heroes. Damn it, their strength was unbelievable. He had dealt with the association for many years, and with Wu Heng's strength, he feared that a single person could rival the entire association. He tilted his head slightly. Wu Heng, the pursuer, was getting closer and closer. The more he tried to break free, the more wounds he would incur. 6 skeletons. Far more than he could handle. Wu Heng descended from the sky, approaching step by step. Wu Heng! The leader gestured to stop, shouting, "We can talk! I can join Treasure Island!" Wu Heng raised his eyebrows, pointing his spear at the ground. "You're a wanted criminal. The association won't agree." "Bullshit!" The leader's face grimaced. "Viola was a wanted criminal too, and you saved her and helped her become a hero? Let me go, and I follow your lead from now on." "You're different," Wu Heng shook his head. "She's just a level 18 character, and you're the cult leader." Before he could finish his words, Wu Heng flashed, his spear thrusting out like lightning. Clang! The leader hastily blocked, his long sword shattering again. A kick struck him in the chest. This time, he felt as if he were struck by a ferocious beast, his bones broken and his internal organs shattered. The immense force sent him flying backward, crashing into a tree before tumbling to a stop. Blood gushed from his mouth. He struggled to stand, only to find 6 skeletons surrounding him. "It's over," Wu Heng whispered. No. Let's talk more." The Yoke Knight, wielding his long sword, raised it, and with a whoosh, severed the head. The headless body slowly fell, its head rolling twice on the ground, its eyes still filled with fear and resentment. A hero! He had reached the level of a hero, yet he died here with such an end. At that moment, a translucent ghost escaped from the corpse, drifting off in panic. "Glenda," Wu Heng called out. "Devour him, and see if we can find the whereabouts of that saint." "Understood." Glenda's voice echoed through the air, and he gave chase. A shrill wail echoed in the distance, then silence returned. The night wind blew, carrying away the last trace of the bloody scent. Wu Heng sheathed his spear and looked around. The village's outskirts had become a ruin, broken trees, shattered rocks, and crisscrossing ravines. "There's no one else nearby." Benny appeared from the side. The original plan was for Glenda and Benny to assist Wu Heng, while Nyang Nyang and Xiao Xiao would be responsible for the villagers and the remaining high-level professionals. "Yes," Wu Heng nodded, walking toward the corpse. "Retrieve the head." He removed the interspatial ring from the corpse's hand, then took out a straw mat and tossed it on the ground. The skeleton also retrieved the head by the hair and rolled it up along with the corpse into the mat. Wu Heng put it into the interspatial ring. Not far away, Grinda flew back. "I devoured it, but the memories are too fragmented. I need time to sort them out." "Let me see," Wu Heng said. Grinda entered the body and shared all the fragmented memories she had obtained from devouring the leader's ghost. The young leader knelt on one knee on the bright red carpet, the Celtic royal crest gleaming in the candlelight. The king, holding his scepter, tapped him on the shoulder, bestowing upon him the title of knight. Then the scene shifted to a bride in her lavish attire, smiling at the altar. Beneath her pearly veil were features resembling his own. It wasn't his wedding, but a family wedding. And, moreover, she was marrying into the royal family. Later, it was a late-night cemetery. Trembling hands dug open a fresh grave, revealing a hideous, mummified face. The final scene froze in a secret room. A brown-haired man reclined on a throne, his broad chin slightly raised. His crimson eyes, like blood, brimming with wine. A vampire? The shared image ended, and Wu Hung released Glinda. Standing nearby, Benny's eyes held a hint of anticipation, waiting for the two to share what was in their memories. After sharing it with Wu Hung, Glinda seemed to have grasped some clues. She said the deceased woman was his sister. The condition of her body closely resembles the effects of the Celtic royal family's tumor artifact. Wu Hung continued, I thought of that too. Analyzing from this perspective, he must have discovered the cause of his relatives' deaths, then committed acts that harmed the royal family, resulting in his being put on a wanted list and fleeing the kingdom. Otherwise, given his background and status, it's impossible for him to become a hero through a cult. That's a very likely scenario, Glinda nodded in agreement. It's fine to speculate. The events of the Celtic kingdom aren't important. What did you discover about that cult leader? I don't remember his name, or where he was hiding. Wu Hung pondered for a moment and said, I have some suspicions that the cult leader was a vampire, but I never heard of Lilith mentioning a third hero among the vampires. Are you going to ask Lilith? Glinda asked. Wu Hung nodded. Our only clue right now is the other person's appearance. It's probably a good idea to ask Lilith. Even if they're not vampires, the Whisperer might have information and intelligence on them. Yeah, that makes sense. Benny, who was nearby, also understood and said with a smile, that's good. At least we have a clue. Right. It's not too bad luck. As they were talking, Xiao Xiao flew over. Mayat asked me to ask if you guys are done here? It's done. Wu Hung looked up at the village. How about you? Xiao Xiao spun around proudly. They're all asleep. That level 19 guy tried to resist, but I possessed him and slammed him against the wall, and then I fell asleep too. Benny and Glinda were speechless. Wu Hung gave a thumbs up. Beautiful. That's right. Wu Hung walked back to the village with the ghost and the skeleton. The central building had been reduced to scorched earth. The two girls had been thrown out by Wu Heng's magic. Although their clothes were scorched, they were alive. The roads throughout the village were littered with sleeping believers, their snoring echoing. The queen emerged from the moonlight, her form graceful. Solved? Yes, easier than expected, Wu Hung replied. The queen then asked, what do you plan to do with these believers? Wu Hung glanced at them, and casually opened mansion technique. Pick out all those above level 15 and imprison them. Chapter 1080. The skeleton silently carried out the order, following a slight instruction as it dragged the unconscious high-level professional into the space of the mansion technique. Someone awoke during the rough transport, but before they could comprehend the situation, they were knocked unconscious again by the skeleton's fist. The thud of hammering was particularly clear in the night. Wu Hung stepped into the fire and searched among the ruins, finding a silver mirror half a man's height. Sure enough, it was still there. Silver mirror of eternal silence, rare item. Effect, soul depravity. Side effect, soul echo. Description, deep as a black hole, the peeper will be trapped within the abyss. Soul depravity. Gazing into the pupil in the mirror will cause the soul to be torn from the body and fall into the abyss of the dark pupil within. Soul echo. The holder will gradually hear the whispers of the imprisoned person within the mirror, at first like a gentle whisper, then morphing into a piercing scream. It was indeed a rare item that imprisoned the soul. At that moment, Wu Hung only had to glance at it before he felt his soul being pulled in. This kind of magical object, capable of forcibly pulling souls, is truly rare on the market. Now that it's his, it's a considerable gain. He put it into his interspatial ring, picked up any fragments of the magical object he could see, and then walked out. What do we do with the remaining believers? Benny floated to the side, observing the remaining people curiously. Just leave them alone? Glinda folded his arms. Given the influence of the 12 Heavens Holy Church, the surrounding villages are likely full of their believers. If word spreads, it's likely to cause unrest. It's best to notify the nearest association to handle it. The believers are indeed a thorny issue. Wu Hung frowned as he looked at the scattered figures in the square. It was impossible to kill so many people. If he left them alone, Who knew what crazy actions these brainwashed followers would take upon learning of their leader's death? He thought of the two women last night. Faced with a powerful being capable of killing heroes, they should have retreated in fear, but they rushed forward like mad. It gave him the feeling of watching a suicide bomber on TV. If he wanted to take them away, the mansion wouldn't be able to accommodate so many people. Especially, a large portion of the space was still occupied by the electromagnetic cannon. He couldn't dismantle the electromagnetic cannon to accommodate these people. Although the electromagnetic cannon's structure was designed according to the blueprint, it would be extremely complicated. Let's go to a nearby city, and let the local association handle it. We can still take so many people back with us, Wu Heng decided. The Empress raised an eyebrow. Haven't you found the whereabouts of that saint? I only seen some memory fragments, no specific location. Wu Heng shook his head. We investigate after we dealt with this. That's fine. The Empress glanced at the gradually paling sky. If I leave, I'm afraid they wake up before the association arrives. Xiao Xiao said, how about tying them up? It's a bit laborious, but it's definitely effective. Glinda nodded in agreement. This is the standard approach for almost all forces facing such situations. Wu Heng pondered for a moment, then pulled out the truth-carving knife from his bosom. I tried to alter the local rules and prolong their slumber. He silently recited the request. The carving knife traced a mysterious path through the air, and golden runes poured out like water, slowly dissipating into the air. The invisible force of rules enveloped the square, causing even Wu Heng to yawn, but his powerful mental strength immediately brought him back to consciousness. It should last a day without a problem. Wu Heng put away his carving knife, unfolded the map, and pointed to a marked city. Let's go! Let's go here first, Crackhelm Castle. The ghosts nodded in agreement. Use teleport to leave the village. Outside the village, don the conductor's hat. A ghost train appears. Board it and disappear. Crackhelm Castle, Local Association. Morning sunlight streamed into the meeting room. At the head of the long conference table sat a middle-aged man, with a full beard, his thick mustache almost covering half his face. His thick fingers tapped the table unconsciously. On either side of the table sat several armored vice deacons and team leaders, their expressions grim and gloomy. It's confirmed. A stern-faced deputy deacon reported gravely. The Stone Shield Chamber of Commerce's leadership was replaced long ago. They're now merely using the chamber's cover to provide cover for the 12 Heavens Holy Church's activities within the city. A female captain in a high ponytail in the back row added, the Stone Shield Chamber of Commerce is behind the recent drug smuggling and missing persons incidents. As the two spoke, the atmosphere in the room grew even more oppressive. The bearded deacon pulled a wrinkled letter from his interspatial ring and slowly pushed it to the center of the table. Take a look, everyone. The voice was filled with suppressed anger. The paper passed from hand to hand, and with each person it passed, the temperature in the meeting room seemed to drop a degree. The handwriting on the paper was sloppy, yet brimming with arrogance. Do your part. Otherwise, we won't mind replacing the people in the Crackhelm Association again. There was no signature at the end, but the threat was clear. No need to guess. The deacon sneered, his beard twitching at the corners of his mouth. It's from the Stone Shield Chamber of Commerce. Of course, it now appears to be a greeting from the 12 Heavens Holy Church. The conference room fell into a dead silence. Everyone understood that facing a cult that even gave headquarters a headache, their local staff were completely powerless. If they acted too drastically, the warning might become a reality. Those cult members were even more reckless than one might imagine. It was even possible that, besides the transferees in the room, there were no spies among the local staff. The room was silent for a long time. Deacon! The female captain broke the silence. How should we respond? The bearded deacon sighed and rubbed his temple. With our current strength, a head-on confrontation would be suicidal. I ask for help from headquarters and wait. Before he finished speaking, a light flared in the corner of the conference room. Before anyone could react, two figures stepped out. One wore silver-white scale armor, the other a skeleton clad in heavy armor and holding a long sword. How dare you? You dare to trespass on the association. The deacon leaped up in anger, his chair scraping against the floor. The owner of the silver-white scale armor raised his hand, displaying a badge and saying, Wu Heng, leader of the association headquarters. Sit down. The bearded deacon's scowl froze instantly. Staring intently at the emblem, then at the other man's signature black hair and dark eyes, the anger on his face gradually gave way to shock. Sit down, Wu Heng said again, retracting the emblem. The deacon's knees slammed back onto the chair, as if uncontrollably. The air in the conference room seemed to freeze, everyone's eyes fixed on Wu Heng. They were surprised by his sudden appearance, and were also sizing up this prominent leader of the association. When no one spoke, Wu Heng spoke first. Have forces from the 12 Heavens sacred cult infiltrated Citadel? Before teleporting in, the ghost had conducted a reconnaissance. It also overheard some of the information being discussed. The team leaders all turned their attention to the bearded deacon. The deacon carefully examined Wu Heng again, before cautiously answering, yes. We discovered that the Stone Shield Chamber of Commerce in the city is under the control of the 12 Heavens sacred cult, and we're working on their behalf there. Didn't they have such channels before? Wu Heng frowned slightly. The 12 Heavens sacred cult was established quite a while ago. It's impossible that they suddenly need the Chamber of Commerce's assistance now. The deacon's rough fingers rubbed his beard. We don't know the situation before, but ever since the incident with the Celtic royal family, chaos has plagued the border region. While investigating several cases, we stumbled upon this Chamber of Commerce's hidden agenda. Wu Heng instantly understood what he meant. The Celtic royal family had been purged by the association due to the unusual pregnancy incident, and the chaos caused by the change of government had indeed given the cult an opportunity to exploit. I'm here to deal with the 12 Heavens holy cult. Wu Heng glanced at everyone. First, resolve the threat in the city, then follow me. The deacon's face flickered with joy, but it was quickly replaced by worry. Captain, while the high-level professionals in the city are dangerous, the real trouble lies with the 12 Heavens holy cult. Kill one, and they send more. Since I'm here, I help you resolve this problem, Wu Heng interrupted. Immediately organize forces, and arrest those involved in the Chamber of Commerce. The deacon hesitated for a moment, then nodded firmly. Order. Turning to the team leaders present, his voice suddenly raised. With our leader in charge, we can proceed with full force. All teams move out together. Target the Stone Shield Merchant Guild. Arrest all personnel, seal off all shops, and collect evidence according to standard procedures. Yes. With a chorus of responses, the team leaders quickly stood up and left. Wu Heng turned to the Yoke Knight beside him, and said, follow them. If you encounter resistance, suppress it directly. The Skeleton Knight nodded in acceptance, leaving with the team amidst the clinking of armor. Wu Heng then spoke into the air. You follow suit. If the skeletons can't react, give them direction. No one answered, but Xiao Xiao and Benny flew off with them. Having the ghosts follow wasn't really necessary for command. High-level skeletons are just as intelligent as living beings. Having the ghosts follow allows them to share footage and report back any events. The bearded deacon at the head table was about to follow when Wu Heng called him back. You don't have to go. They're more than capable of handling the situation. I have something to ask you. Yes. The deacon gave a few more instructions to the door before resuming his seat. How many heroes are there in the 12 Heavens holy sect? He asked directly. The deacon replied cautiously. There's only one publicly known leader, the leader of the northern village. Then, lowering his voice, he added, rumors say the previous leader is not dead. I suspect there are actually 2 heroes, but they're just keeping it a secret. Any leads on a second hero? The deacon shook his head helplessly. My level of expertise doesn't allow me to access this level of intelligence. Wu Heng nodded. Outside the window came the call to assemble, and the guild's teams departed together. In front of the Stone Shield Merchant Guild in Cracked Helm Castle, the once bustling street suddenly emptied. Over 20 guild members formed a fan-shaped formation, surrounding the 3-story stone building. The clinking of armor and the clashing of swords echoed incessantly. The guild is investigating. Everyone laid down your weapons. The leading deputy deacon kicked open the door, completely losing the composure he had shown in the meeting room. The merchants trading in the guild hall suddenly fell into chaos. Several guards instinctively reached for their weapons and confronted the guild members. Seeing all the captains marching together, someone immediately ran upstairs. It seemed they were going to report a message. You are not from the Stone Shield Merchant Guild. Leave now, the deputy deacon shouted, clearing a path to the side. The outsiders in the shop glanced at the 2 sides at the tense situation. They left without looking back. It seems you made your choice. Suddenly, a scoffing voice rang out from the second-floor railing. A robed man, looking down at the group, toyed with a space ring between his fingers. Today, none of you will return alive. Shoot! The deputy deacon said even more decisively. Swoosh, 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 3 crossbow bolts whizzed out. A gray figure flashed beside the robed man, blocking him. His longsword danced like a silver screen. With 3 crisp clangs, each arrow was blocked. This was a one-eyed man in leather armor, his face crisscrossed by a hideous scar. Is that all you're capable of? The faces of the members of the association sank. As expected, a high-level professional was in charge here. The deputy deacon, with a fierce heart, said, "Attack." In an instant, over 10 weapons were unsheathed, and the guild's guards also charged forward, a fierce battle erupting in the hall. Porcelain shelves were shattered, with chips flying everywhere from the chopping. A terrifying pressure suddenly erupted from the second floor. The one-eyed swordsman leaped down, his long sword whistling with a piercing screech, striking the deputy deacon's head. If the strike had connected, the man, armor and all, would have been severed in two. Bang! A figure arrived first. The yoked knight had somehow positioned himself in front of the squad leader, his long sword blocking the incoming blow. The one-eyed swordsman's gaze fixed, meeting the empty eye sockets and the azure will-o'-the-wisp, his eyes widening even further. Undead? Skeletons in the guild? Is the guild colluding with other forces? You? The one-eyed swordsman's eye widened. The yoked knight's movements were so swift that they left a shadow. After blocking a strike, the scabbard slammed into the opponent's abdomen, the sound of ribs cracking audibly audible. The one-eyed swordsman was sent flying backward like a sack, collapsing an entire wall of shells. The one-eyed swordsman spat out blood and was about to stand when two sword energies slashed his arms. He fell to the ground, blood gushing out like a fountain, instantly losing his fighting ability. Ah! The one-eyed swordsman's wailing silenced the entire chamber of commerce. The bald man, who had been so arrogant just moments before, felt his legs weaken and collapsed against the railing. The resisting guards also ceased their counterattacks, their weapons falling to the ground. Take everyone back to the association. Seize all the account books and goods. The deputy deacon, regaining his composure, shouted an order. The members of the association immediately sprang into action, tying up all the prisoners and escorting them back to the association. By the time the captives left the association, a crowd of onlookers had already filled the long street, whispering and discussing. In the conference room, the local deacon had gone out to attend to matters, and Wu Hung sat alone in a chair, waiting. Wu Hung took a photo of the portrait he had just drawn and sent it directly to Lilith, asking, "Do you know this person? He looks like a vampire." 2 or 3 minutes later, Lilith's message came back. "I know him." Wu Hang's eyes narrowed. Glinda and the Empress, leaning on either side of his shoulders and following the screen, also raised their brows. Chapter 1081. Wu Hung continued typing. "Who is he?" As soon as the message was sent, Glinda said, thoughtfully, "Lilith is in charge of the association's intelligence network. It's not surprising that she has information about the former cult leader." She just said knowing him. The Empress frowned. "I feel like it's more than just a passing acquaintance." The phone beeped again, and both the person and the two souls looked down. Toledo Caston. The former Archbishop of the Grey Saint Church, one of the first sinners I permanently exiled. "How do you know him? Did you find the place of exile?" Wu Hung and the two souls exchanged glances, each seeing surprise in the other's eyes. This was completely different from the information they had expected about the 12 Heavens Saint Church. This saint was actually the former leader of the core religious organization of the vampires. That was a lot of information. Archbishop of the Grey Saint Church. Glinda murmured softly. The room fell into a brief silence. So this Toledo. Wu Hung slowly sorted out the clues. As one of the first exiles to escape, he chose not to return to the vampires for revenge, but instead founded the 12 Heavens Holy Church. Glinda said he must have realized that under the association's rule, returning would simply be a way to vent his anger, and he would then be constantly hunted. Establishing his own church was indeed the right choice. Specialties with long lifespans always have more ways to improve themselves, the Empress sighed. If the vampires reformed society, their number of heroes would probably rival the elves. None of the races would want them to change. Drinking blood everywhere would be a real hassle, Glinda said. Wu Hung continued typing on his phone. I killed the current leader during the crackdown on the 12 Heavens Holy Cult. From his memories, I confirmed that this is their first leader. A deep silence fell on the other end, and then a message popped up. Confirm? Wu Hung replied, if he didn't have twins, it would have been him. With his appearance and the ability to establish the 12 Heavens Holy Cult, he'd be the Archbishop of the Grey Holy Church, truly the most suitable. It wouldn't be easy for anyone else to establish a church. Lilith's next message was filled with obvious confusion. That shouldn't be the case. After escaping, the most important thing he should have done was rescue the others. Wu Hung continued sending messages. That's how clever he was. He's been able to hide from the Whisperer, survive to this day, and even build such a large church. After another long wait, Lilith finally replied, I understand. I update the 12 Heavens Holy Cult files, and conduct an investigation. You need to submit a detailed action report. I write it when I get back. Stop running around outside. Come back soon. Oh! She ended the call and put her phone away. Grenda floated over to the table. Now it depends on whether the Whisperers can track him down. It's actually irrelevant now, the Empress said from the other side. His absence in decades suggests he's long lost interest in the church. Given his foresight and forbearance, he wouldn't rashly seek revenge. Wu Heng nodded in agreement. In this age of information blockade, as long as Toledo doesn't reveal himself, this feud might never reoccur. Based on the numerous intelligence reports we gathered so far, it's likely that even if he knew, he wouldn't easily seek revenge. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door, and the bearded butler strode in with the egg yolk knight. The skeleton knight's armor was pristine, as if new. It looked like the battle hadn't been intense. Captain! The deacon saluted. All members of the Stone Shield Merchant Guild have been apprehended, and the incumbent, level 17 professional, One-Eyed Gary, has been subdued by your skeleton knight. Wu Heng remained calm. Imprison the prisoners. Those who participated in the operation, prepare to depart with me immediately. Leave Fort Cracked Helm? The deacon's beard twitched, his face hesitant. Captain, the guild has regulations. Local guild members cannot leave without permission. Then transfer half of the force, and use them to reinforce the local guards. Say it was my offer, and if the locals won't give it, I go talk to them. Wu Heng interrupted. We depart in an hour. The deacon's gaze paused, and he nodded in response. As ordered. He hurried out of the meeting room, his gruff voice echoing through the hallway. Teams 1 and 3, assemble. Logistics team, prepare 2 weeks' worth of supplies. As the footsteps faded, Xiao Xiao and Benny emerged. There aren't any experts in the Chamber of Commerce. Egg Yolk can handle it all by himself. A small, transparent hand patted the skeleton's shoulder, then continued, These people in the association are so scared. How pathetic. The Queen smiled and said, Level 17 is already top-tier combat power on the border. Besides, they're afraid of the cult's subsequent retaliation. Humph. Little One put her hands on her hips. My uncle, and I dared to challenge the Pope single-handedly before we even reached level 20. Who, a normal person, could compare to you two? Personal attacks are prohibited, Wu Heng interrupted unhappily. After a while, a team leader announced that the troops had assembled. Wu Heng followed him out. Behind the association building, 50 carefully selected personnel formed a neat line. Some were association members, some were local guards. They watched Wu Heng unleash his mansion spell, and a mansion appeared within the cracks. Go in first, and I let you out once you're there, Wu Heng said. None of them had ever seen the mansion spell, but under the steward's guidance, they bravely entered. Wu Heng deactivated his magic, then exited the city, summoning the ghost train, and heading for the 12 Heavens Holy Cult Village. 12 Heavens Holy Cult Village. Standing outside the square's rules, everyone gasped at the scene before them. Hundreds of villagers lay sprawled across the square and streets, snoring echoing. A few skeletons stood silently on the perimeter, their soul fire flickering in their eyes. This is the headquarters of the 12 Heavens Holy Cult, Wu Heng's voice broke the silence. I killed the leader and the high-ranking professionals. The rest are low-ranking believers. You take them back for registration and reporting. You mean? The deacon's hand unconsciously touched the hilt of his sword, his Adam's apple rolling. The leader of the 12 Heavens Holy Cult is dead? Wu Heng nodded slightly. Begin the arrests. With that, he took out a carving knife and slashed it through the air. The rules of the square ahead vanished. The deacon took a deep breath, turned, and shouted at his stunned subordinates, What are you still standing there for? Follow standard procedures. Group 1, guard the area. Group 2, register the personnel, and Group 3, prepare the transport vehicles. Everyone sprang into action. Some believers, barely regaining consciousness, howled like wild beasts, still screaming slogans of divine punishment or the leader's eternal immortality even as they were pinned to the ground and bound. A young teammate, while tying up the believers, sighed, The cult the association has been unable to deal with for so many years has just been dealt with like this? Shut up. Get to work. The team leader kicked him in the butt, but couldn't help but look off into the distance. Wu Heng stood to one side, watching the busy crowd ahead, and the believers, who had woken up and were cursing loudly and frantically. The deacon approached. Sir, the situation is under control. I leave the rest to you. Wu Heng's gaze swept over the tightly bound believers. The deacon thought for a moment and said, If you pass by Fort Rift on your way, please inform the deputy deacons who stayed behind so they can arrange for personnel to meet you along the way to avoid any problems. Yes, I let them know. Wu Heng glanced at the scene and continued, report everything according to the procedures, and you receive a share of the subsequent merit. The words were like a drop of water in a frying pan. The nearby members of the association paused, and several team members tying up the prisoners almost let go of their handcuffs. Merits for participating in the encirclement and suppression of heroes. This is something I wouldn't even dare dream of. Even with a hero leading the team, the merit assessment would be slightly lower, but it would still be enough to earn them a promotion. What a blessing. I guarantee with my life that I will never betray the leader's trust. The deacon's voice suddenly rose, and the team members behind him saluted and shouted in unison. The accompanying guards looked on, their eyes filled with envy. After all this trouble, everyone's getting benefits, and they're the only ones here to help, right? Wu Heng nodded, his figure disappearing with the light of teleportation. The suppressed chatter finally erupted. What a hero! He single-handedly wiped out a cult's lair. I heard he dared to confront the Vatican even before he became a hero. Nonsense! How else could he have become the leader of the association? Outdoors, Wu Heng donned the conductor's hat, and a ghost train appeared. Wu Heng boarded and returned. Church. Several figures stood silently in the dimly lit bedroom. Moonlight streamed through the window, casting a shadow across the floor. Two bodies lay on the bed. The man had a silver dagger lodged in his chest, and the woman's neck was twisted unnaturally. Both of their eyes were wide with terror. Found it. A black-robed figure pointed to the interspatial ring in his hand. There's a radio inside. It must be him. Search again, leaving no trace. The leading dark figure stood in the shadows. Take the body with you. A black-clad figure wrapped the body in a blood-stained sheet and placed it in the interspatial ring. He then continued to rummage through the drawers, prying open secret compartments and even carefully sifting through the ashes in the fireplace. Nothing special. After a moment, the dark figures exchanged a glance, then departed through the window, disappearing into the night. In the temple, in the innermost prayer room, a chandelier of illuminated stone cast a blanket of light across the floor. The Pope sat upright on an ivory throne, his jewel-encrusted scepter resting on his knees, his fingertips stroking the emblem on its crown. The room was so quiet that only the sound of his own heartbeat and breathing could be heard. Knock, knock, knock. 3 restrained knocks on the door broke the silence. Come in. The Pope's voice seemed to come from far away. The man in the priest's robes knelt on one knee, his collar stretched open by the movement, revealing the gleaming metallic armor. Your Majesty, 7 spies have been eliminated. One of the association members was carrying a radio, and it's been confirmed that he was the one who leaked the information. The Pope slowly opened his eyes. Was it passed to Wu Heng or Lilith? I didn't dare test it, for fear of alerting the enemy. The priest lowered his head even lower. Forget it. The Pope grasped his scepter. It doesn't matter who it was. Where is this person? The body has been brought back. We can interrogate it. No need for an interrogation, the Pope continued. Is the city clear? Even if someone slipped through the net, there's no way the radio station would reach Treasure Island. It would take at least 2 weeks for the news to reach Treasure Island, the priest replied quickly. The Pope suddenly stood up, slamming his scepter against the ground. The chandelier swayed gently, casting a distorted shadow on the wall, then prepared to invite the priest to descend to the mortal world. It's time to remind those usurpers of God's majesty. I will obey the oracle. The priest's voice was filled with unconcealed excitement. The heavy oak door closed again, and the Pope gazed at the painted mural on the wall, depicting a god descending into the mortal world. The ghost train stopped on the beach of Treasure Island. The doors opened, and Wu Heng stepped down. He released the 4 ghosts and looked around. Xiao came over and said, Uncle, we're going to the shopping street. Do you want to come? You guys go ahead. Wu Heng smiled and shook his head. Remember to let me know if you have fun. Got it. Xiao spun happily around, calling the other 3 ghosts, and flew off into the distance. When they left, it was just before the island's exhibition, so they missed the bustle. It wasn't surprising that they wanted to see the excitement right after returning. After the ghosts left, Wu Heng glanced at the distant sea. Treasure Island was still the best. The scenery was beautiful, and the construction was well maintained. Teleportation was released beneath his feet, and his figure vanished. When he reappeared, he had already returned to the island master's residence. Master Robe, who was directing the skeleton servants to trim the shrubs, brightened his eyes. He trotted over and threw himself into Wu Heng's arms. Wu Heng patted her head. You haven't been away for a few days, have you? I missed you so much. Robe nuzzled his chest, her tone full of coquettishness. Okay. Let's talk in the living room. Wu Heng put his arm around her shoulders and walked into the room. In the living room, Minnie was walking out of the kitchen with tea and snacks. Shannara and Viola were checking accounts at the coffee table. The Waddell sisters were leaning against the window, looking at their phones. Seeing Wu Heng enter, everyone immediately gathered around, asking about their trip. After Wu Heng recounted his recent campaign to eliminate the 12 Heavens holy cult, he turned to the Wood Elf, Shannara. How was the exhibition? It was a great success. Not only are there a lot of visitors, but they also started asking about selling the radio. Shannara glanced at him, a hint of boasting in her eyes. If you spread the word about the sale, we could fill a book with orders. So exaggerated? Wu Heng raised an eyebrow. Shannara said angrily, you don't understand what radios mean to this world. Whether it's a chamber of commerce or a country, as long as the price isn't sky high, they buy. Wu Heng nodded, pondered for a moment, and said, I look into production. We can start taking orders for ballpoint pens, compass watches, and pills. We can keep up. Okay, I arrange it tomorrow, Shannara continued. By the way, there's news from the Snake Emblem Consortium. The annual auction has been confirmed. It's scheduled for the beginning of next month. The Opera House has stopped performing and is undergoing renovations for the auction. Such a tight schedule? Wu Heng was a bit surprised. Shannara smiled and said, now is the peak of Treasure Island's fame, so naturally, we have to schedule things a bit tighter. Also, the Great Elder will come visit you personally on his way here. The 3 resident elders from the association's headquarters have also arrived. They came to the Island Master's mansion earlier, but you weren't there, so Viola received them. Shannara murmured softly. A lot had happened on the island during her absence. But all of it was good. Treasure Island has finally reached its glorious moment, Wu Heng sighed. Seeing that Shannara had nothing else to say, he glanced at the sky outside. I go take a shower first. We talk at dinner. Minnie smiled and asked, what would you like to eat, master? Anything normal is fine, Wu Heng said, heading upstairs. In the bathroom. Wu Heng leaned back in the tub, letting the steam blur his vision. Just then, a message alert rang out, and his phone lit up blue amidst the pile of clothes. With a flick of her finger, the phone flew towards her. Lilith's message was concise and clear. You're back. It seems Xiao Xiao has already gone to report the news. Wu Heng replied with a smile. You're back. Come to the Island Master's mansion for dinner tonight? Take Xiao Xiao to the night market. Tomorrow, I find time to have the 3 elders who came to the island visit you. It put their minds at ease. Lilith continued to send messages. Okay, tomorrow then. Seeing that Lilith hadn't replied, Wu Heng continued editing. Has there been any news from the Vatican? It's been a while since we last heard. Last time, I tried to ease relations with the Vatican through Lilith and the association's radio station. It's been a while too. It's like there's been no news. Lilith replied, no news. I asked the association tomorrow. Looking at the message Lilith sent, Wu Heng's brows furrowed slightly. No news yet. Vatican, what does this mean? Chapter 1082. Calculating the time, it's been almost a month since the last communication with the Vatican. There are only 2 options: reconciliation and peaceful coexistence. After all, we have the greater advantage, and we're the ones who initiated the reconciliation, so it would be wise for the Vatican to take advantage of the situation and back down. Or we can refuse, but at least there should be a clear statement. This strange silence is rather puzzling. They haven't sent back any information? Wu Heng checked again. Lilith's reply popped up quickly. No. Either they can't swallow this, or they feel reconciliation now would be tantamount to surrendering. Then I go there tomorrow and contact headquarters to ask. Okay. After concluding the conversation, Wu Heng tapped his knuckles lightly on the edge of the bathtub, lost in thought. Judging from the situation, he already made concessions. If the situations were reversed, the Vatican would never have offered reconciliation the way he did. Of course, if Wu Heng wasn't worried about the gods behind it, he wouldn't have mentioned this matter. What conspiracy is going on? If there were any action, Lilith's spies would have reported back some information, right? Just out of spite, that's impossible. After all this time, how could they make the wrong choice out of spite? In the mist, he recalled his previous discussions with Glinda and the Empress. There are several possible scenarios regarding the arrival of the gods. First, when the core of a religion is threatened, the gods intervene. It's for this reason that when they stormed the temple, they only took the Ark and didn't kill anyone inside. Second, the believers are unable to resolve the crisis, and they may have a way to actively summon the gods. Is he planning some big move? Wu Hung muttered to himself, then shook his head. Logically, if he'd given in, things wouldn't have progressed to the final stage. Master? Robe's knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. Dinner's ready. You get dizzy if you soak too long. I'd be right there. Wu Hung stood up, changed into clean clothes, and walked out. After dinner, in the living room, the family sat in the living room and chatted for a while. Wu Hung took out a test crystal from his space ring and placed it on the coffee table. Everyone, come and test your level. Wu Hung glanced around. I want to see who's been slacking off lately. The smiles on the maids' faces froze instantly. Start with Minnie, Wu Hung said. Minnie came over hesitantly and took the crystal. The crystal gradually glowed with a pale blue light, finally stopping at the 10 mark. Level 10? Wu Hung raised an eyebrow, raised his hand, and slapped her hip. The crisp slap was unusually loud in the living room. Why are you so slow? Master. Minnie rubbed her butt in grievance. The deacons in Rentam City are only level 12. I'm already fast. When Wu Hung bought Minnie, she didn't have a class yet. It was he who bought her a scroll at the association, changing her class to boxer. She wasn't really slow. But the enemy's Treasure Island faces won't wait for you to prepare. You still have to urge them to speed up. You dare to talk back? Wu Hung made a move to raise his hand again, but Minnie immediately bent down and covered her back. Wu Hung continued, reach level 15 in 6 months. I don't have your talent, Master, Minnie pouted. Wu Hung pulled her hand away from her back and slapped her twice more. If you can't reach it, beat her every day. Minnie grinned and walked aside. Catwoman Robert came up, nervously grasping the crystal. They also stopped at level 10. Wu Hung raised a brow, and Robert's face fell. He then held onto the coffee table. Master, I tried my best too, really. You have a career in Rentam City, just like Minnie, and you still say you tried your best. He then struck her twice forcefully, causing her to leap aside with a grimace in pain. Annette was level 7, and Wu Hung also struck her twice. The little maid's eyes welled up, but she bit her lip and dared not speak. When it was Philippa's turn, the crystal lit up with 11 scales. Level 12 in 2 weeks. Wu Hung also struck her twice, and the parrot watching the fun also got a blow to the head. Finally, it was Shannara's turn. The crystal also showed level 11. Wu Hung gave her a meaningful look and only verbally urged her to speed up. After all, he was now in charge of all commercial development on the island, so he had to maintain some dignity. The maids protested, accusing Wu Hung of bias. After everyone finished the test, Wu Hung gave a few more instructions. As the night deepened outside the window, everyone returned to their rooms to rest. In the bedroom, the bedside lamp cast a soft glow. Shannara braced herself on the edge of the bed, her silk nightgown lifted to her waist. Wu Hung returned the punishment he had inflicted in the living room. Enough, enough! Shannara bit her lip and groaned, her ears red as if blood were dripping. How could you have such a habit? Wu Hung chuckled and brought down another palm, watching the skin grow even redder. Minnie is almost at your level, and you still have the nerve to call for a halt? How can I be the same? Shannara lowered her skirt and glared at him angrily. You're so busy all day long, they can't even focus on training like them. Let others handle the appropriate tasks. Wu Hung pulled her into his arms, rubbing her with his warm hands. Focus on leveling up, become a hero quickly, and we'd be together forever. Don't try that, Shannara said with disdain, but she leaned obediently against his chest. I know, who doesn't want to be a hero? Gently. You were so rough just now. Just rub it away. Wu Hung changed the subject. What's the matter with your great elder's sudden visit? Shannara adjusted her stance. With such a close partnership, it's natural to deepen our relationship. How could the leader of the association be afraid of seeing people? Shy. Wu Hung laughed. What are you pretending to be? Shannara scolded him, then punched him. Suddenly, she said seriously, let the Illyria sister serve you for the next 2 days. Wu Hung paused. Choosing wood elves to train heroes was originally intended to prevent the slave contract from influencing his orientation. You're all I need. They haven't mentioned this yet. The Great Elder is coming soon, so naturally we need to finalize this matter to prevent him from thinking there's room for maneuver. Shannara continued. From their perspective, they might consider a marriage alliance, tilting the sisters towards the wood elves. Then ask their opinions. I'm fine with anything. Okay, I ask tomorrow. Shannara nodded. Wu Hung rolled over and pinned her down, his fingertips tracing her blushing cheeks. Start early, rest early? Annoying. Shannara cursed, her legs naturally wrapping around his waist. Why weren't you gentle when you hit me just now? Before he could finish his words, his lips were sealed shut. The next day morning, Lilith's residence, radio room. The voice of justice between Hadalai came over the radio. The Vatican seems to still have concerns. I asked religious representatives yesterday, and they only said that the top leaders are still discussing it and will give a reply in a few days. Wu Heng exchanged a glance with Lilith, then said, "Stability and peace are the cornerstones of long-term development. I hope the association will continue to persuade the Vatican to promote friendly coexistence between the two sides." "I will continue to discuss this matter with the Vatican," Hadalai said, changing the subject. "I heard that Treasure Island is planning to sell the radio station." Wu Heng wanted to continue discussing the Vatican, but the other party steered the conversation straight into business. He said, "We do have plans in that regard, but our current production capacity is limited, so we won't be selling on a large scale for now." Hadalai's laughter carried over the radio. "If we sell it later, I hope the first batch will be given priority to the association. Since you asked, it's naturally not a problem." After a slight pause, he continued, "The commercial department will determine the price, and it may be slightly different from what I gave the association." Hadalai pondered for a moment and said, "Associations across the country use the radio, which also serves as publicity for your Treasure Island. Shouldn't we give them an internal price?" "I go back and discuss it with the pricing department, and I definitely give the association a more favorable price," Wu Heng said with a smile, bringing the subject back. "The Vatican's affairs require more attention, Chief. Continued conflict is not beneficial to either side. I have the religious representatives come over shortly," Hadalai promised. The call ended, and silence fell in the radio room. Lilith sensed a worry in his brow and said, "Are you worried about the Vatican's next move?" Somewhat suspicious, Wu Heng asked. "Has your spy received any news?" "No, it's been quiet lately. If the Holy Church makes any move, they notify me immediately," Lilith said. Wu Heng thought for a moment and said, "Can you contact him and ask?" Lilith shook her head. "Usually, he's the one who contacts me when there's news. After all, lurking there can be dangers. The Vatican's actions can sometimes be more extreme than you might imagine." Lilith observed his expression and continued, "Wait a few days. If there's still no news, I find a way to ask." "Okay." Wu Heng nodded. The two chatted for a while before the old housekeeper's voice came from outside the door. "Miss, Chief Wu Heng, the three elders have arrived and are downstairs in the living room." "Yes," Lilith agreed, rising and leading Wu Heng outside. The two went downstairs together. Around the corner of the staircase, the entire living room was in full view. The three elders of the association waited silently. The elf man's blonde hair flowed like a waterfall, the dwarf elder's beard was braided with metal rings, and the most eye-catching was the woman with countless fine braids, her bronze skin painted with mysterious patterns. Half-spider, Wu Heng had encountered half-spiders before. The woman's clothing and the markings on her body were identical to those of the half-spider he had killed last time. This was a race capable of transforming into giant spiders. Among the races of the association, they were considered rare. To put it bluntly, without protection, they would become extinct. It's truly not easy to reach the level of elder. Chief Wu Heng, Chief Lilith, the three of them saluted in unison. "No need for formalities. Please take a seat," Lilith said, and she and Wu Heng sat down on the sofa. The three of them also took their seats. Meeting the three elders wasn't actually anything important. It was more of a courtesy visit. As representatives of the association stationed on Treasure Island, the three elders came to pay a visit to the island master, Wu Heng, both to show respect and to establish future communication channels. From the three elders' perspective, rumors outside said Wu Heng had a bad temper, and they wouldn't feel at ease living on the island without a visit. They chatted for a while, discussing the island's future development. At noon, the three of them said goodbye and left. Wu Heng, taking Lilith with him, used teleportation to return to the island master's residence. Lilith went to practice the body refining technique, while Wu Heng went upstairs and headed for the study. Inside the study, four ghosts floated in the air, excitedly discussing matters on the island. Even though the exhibition had been over for several days, the island was still bustling with people, the streets packed with business travelers and tourists from all over. Not to mention the sales of goods after the exhibition, just the expenses of these people on the island would make the islanders a sure profit. The entertainment city, in particular, was only just now achieving the results it had originally anticipated. The restaurant and guest rooms were packed daily. I heard reservations were booked all the way through next week. Seeing Wu Heng enter, Xiao Xiao immediately flew over. "Uncle, where's Sister Lilith?" "She's gone to practice the body refining technique," Wu Heng continued. "Let's go," Let's go to the zombie world and take a look. Okay. Xiao Xiao replied cheerfully. The remaining ghosts also ended their conversation and entered the body. Wu Heng opened the portal and stepped inside. Zombie world, monitoring room. Wu Heng emerged from the portal and released the ghosts. First, they worked together to transport the corpse of the leader of the 12 Heavens Holy Sect to the skeleton coroner's room for an autopsy. Then they went to the prison cells and assigned the captured high-level professionals to different cells, serving as new material for zombie cultivation. By the time they finished this and returned to the autopsy room, the autopsy was complete. Wu Heng transformed the corpse into a skeleton and stored the organ jars in his space ring. After returning to the monitoring room, Wu Heng said, "Xiao Xiao, give it a name." Xiao Xiao circled the newly transformed skeleton twice, rubbed his chin, and pondered for a moment. Then, with Conan's signature move, he pointed at the skeleton and said, "From now on, you be called Noodle Warrior." He then looked at Wu Heng and said, "Uncle, is that okay?" "Sure. I call it whatever my daughter says." Wu Heng agreed enthusiastically. "Hey, Uncle. That's so kind of you," Xiao Xiao said happily as he flew over. The three ghosts beside him were speechless. Then Wu Heng took out his weapons and armor and had the skeleton don them. Then he sat down in a chair, opened his dashboard, and checked his faith. Faith. 39758/50,000. Wu Heng's eyes narrowed. It was almost 40,000. As long as he continued to negotiate with the church, he would successfully break through to the hero stage. Regardless of whether the next stage is deification or not, a higher level represents greater strength and combat effectiveness. Furthermore, the recent silence of the Holy See has already stirred suspicion and unease within him. I need to accelerate my faith gathering once again. He pondered for a moment. He pulled out his cell phone from his interspatial ring. As soon as he did so, a notification chimed. It was a message from Liang. The location of a Nuwa temple has been confirmed, more reliable than the previous one. The address is being sent to you. The second message was a satellite-based electronic map, clearly marking the exact location of the Nuwa temple. The information regarding Nuwa has been passed down for some time. Now, we have a clear answer. As a deity from two worlds, whether he can obtain any useful intelligence or any remaining rare artifacts depends on his luck this time. After a brief moment of thought, he dialed Liu Heng's number. After 2 rings, the call was connected. Wu Heng said directly, "Prepare the plane. I'm going to check out the Nuwa temple." Chapter 1083. "Okay, I get ready now," Liang replied promptly, then pressed, "Anything else you need to bring?" Wu Heng paused for a moment before replying, "No, the plane will be enough." "Understood. I arrange it right away, just come over." After hanging up, Wu Heng tucked his phone into his pocket and glanced back. For ghosts, controlling their puppets, were each holding their phones, intently browsing the forum. From time to time, they would gather together to whisper a few words or ask Xiao Xiao for the meaning of some modern term. After this period of adaptation, the Empress had basically mastered the language of this world, and could at least browse the forum on her own. "It's time to leave. We continue reading on the way," Wu Heng said, turning around. For pairs of eyes turned to him, and Xiao Xiao spoke first. "Are you going to see Mom?" Wu Heng put on his coat, adjusting his collar as he replied. Liang said they found a Nuwa temple. It might be a relic of ancient worship. Let's go take a look there first, and then go see your mom when we get back. "Oh, we're going on an adventure." "That's great," Xiao Xiao said happily. The other 3 ghosts nodded in agreement. The group descended the stairs, boarded the SUV, and drove to Xinfu Airport. Upon arrival, the skeleton pilot was already waiting. Wu Heng and the ghosts boarded the plane and continued on to their destination. The plane slowly landed at the destination airport. As he stepped off the gangway, several staff members came to greet him. The middle-aged man in the lead extended his hand to shake Wu Heng's, saying respectfully, "Chong Bin, the airport manager. Welcome, King Yama." Wu Heng smiled faintly. "You're welcome. Just call me by my name. Would you like to rest for a moment, or leave immediately?" "The convoy is ready." Chong Bin remained humble. Wu Heng's current position is more than just Yama Palace. He is now the leader of humanity, and the Lingqiu sect is the only orthodox religion recognized by the Dawn Alliance. He's no ordinary base leader. "I can go there on my own," Wu Heng said, heading for the door. Changbin followed, politely saying, "The terrain in this area is complex, and it's difficult to navigate without a local guide." Wu Heng raised a brow. It looked like the road might be difficult. "Thank you then. Let's go now. Please follow me." Changbin stepped aside to lead the way, and the two of them walked side by side out of the airport. The convoy slowly started, heading towards the vast mountains in the distance. After getting off the car, they saw an area that had been developed into a tourist attraction. The bluestone path wound along, flanked by towering ancient trees and weeds more than half a man tall. Changbin led the way, explaining to Wu Heng, according to local legends passed down from generation to generation, Niwa was born here. Before the end of the world, thousands of tourists and believers made pilgrimages every year, creating a vibrant and bustling scene. Wu Heng nodded slightly and listened quietly. Unlike other tourist areas, the people here firmly believe in Niwa's existence and continue to hold grand annual sacrificial ceremonies, upholding certain religious traditions. I used to see some of these videos when I was watching videos. For them, this temple was more than just a tourist attraction. It was a sacred place of worship. They walked towards the main hall, a magnificent classical building with carved beams and painted rafters. Changbin paused in front of the hall and said respectfully, "Please come in. We won't be accompanying you. If you need anything, please feel free to contact us." Okay. Wu Heng nodded and entered the hall alone. The hall was surrounded by vibrant murals depicting Niwa mending the heavens and creating humanity. In the center stood a statue of Niwa, majestic in appearance and elegant in dress, yet unlike the ancient deity Wu Heng had imagined. The Empress floated beside him and whispered, "The Niwa statues of your time are very different from the ones from ours." Wu Heng pondered, "Thousands of years have passed. It's a blessing that they've been passed down." "You're right." The Empress nodded slightly. Wu Heng was the first to bow to the statue, followed by the four ghosts behind him. The Empress performed the ancient Sky Fox tribe's ritual of worship. Glinda gave an elegant noblewoman salute, Benny bowed deeply, and Xiao Xiao gave a dignified young pioneer salute. One person, for souls, 5 different rituals. It seemed a bit chaotic. After the ceremony, Wu Heng whispered, "Check carefully around for any unusual objects, hidden chambers, ancient records, or the like." Okay. The ghosts dispersed, searching separately. Wu Heng also paced, carefully examining the murals and pillars, trying to grasp any clues that might connect the two worlds. However, the hall before him was truly a tourist attraction. It focused more on splendor and beauty, preserving no information he needed. Soon, the 4 shadows gathered around him again. Glinda spoke first. "The side halls on both sides were also tourist attractions, and nothing has been preserved." Benny continued, "I checked the secret room you mentioned. If it's not the lounge with the clutter, then there shouldn't be any hidden space here." Xiao Xiao and the Empress then shared their findings. In short, they hadn't found anything significant. Wu Heng frowned slightly. Xiao Xiao whispered, "Did we come here for nothing?" "Not really," Benny consoled with a smile. "Just think of it as a stroll. The atmosphere here is quite pleasant." Wu Heng, still a little unwilling to give up, frowned at the painted dome and walls. Glinda floated over and whispered, "It's okay. Just think of it as taking Xiao Xiao out for fun. Didn't they say there are a few more temples? Perhaps we find something in the next one," the Empress consoled with a smile. Wu Heng was silent for a moment, then suddenly an idea struck him. This place has undergone numerous renovations, and it no longer resembles its original appearance. If I could see what it looked like before, would I get the clue I'm looking for? Wait a moment. Wu Heng took out the truth-carving knife. 4 ghosts simultaneously glanced at him. They seemed to have guessed what he was about to do. Wu Heng concentrated, holding his breath, trying to mentally recite his thoughts. As the thought arose, the carving knife began to move, carving intricate runes that hovered in the air. With the final stroke, the runes silently seeped into the air. In an instant, the entire hall began to transform. Silently, beams and pillars twisted and deformed, and the painted patterns faded and then revived, as if time were rapidly flowing backwards. Light flickered, and in the blink of an eye, they seemed to be transported to another era, another reality. Outside the door, Changbin and his group chatted while waiting, smoking cigarettes. "Is that King Yama? He looks so young." "Young? Look at his skin, it's even finer than a woman's. I guess it's the physical transformation brought on by his awakening superpower. Someone on the forum has already dug up his abilities. They're just scraps, but they're probably accurate, summoning skeletons, resurrecting the dead, teleporting, and some say he can control fire and lightning. He's definitely a reborn. I'm all too familiar with him. He was reborn before the apocalypse, seized various resources, and then rose to power after the apocalypse to start a harem. Why haven't I heard of any scandals involving him? Doesn't Liang count? They say they live together. That's nothing. Haven't you heard about the leaders of those big bases in the north? They're just so extravagant." The crowd was chuckling and discussing, when they suddenly sensed something was amiss. The Nuwa temple ahead twisted without warning. The once magnificently renovated and vibrantly painted hall began to transform before everyone's eyes. Glazed tiles faded to a bluish-gray, vermilion columns returned to their original wood, eaves and brackets shrank, and the architectural form continued to regress. Qing dynasty style, Ming dynasty style, Tang dynasty style. As if time had been swiftly reversed by an invisible hand. In just a few breaths, the entire temple had been completely transformed. An ancient, rugged, primitive building, covered in animal bones and pottery symbols, stood before them, desolate and silent. Holy crap, what's going on? Did we travel across time together? King Yama must have done something. Oh my god, it's a miracle. The Lingqi cult claims he's a god, and it's true. Everyone's eyes widened, their faces filled with horror and disbelief. They all took several steps back, as if ready to evacuate at the first sign of danger. Inside the Nuwa temple, the scene before them had completely changed. The once newly renovated hall had vanished, replaced by an extremely ancient, even shabby, ancestral hall. Earth walls and wooden beams, the floor a rough stone slab, and the air thick with fine dust. It seemed that what Chongbin had said on the way was true. This temple had existed a long time ago. It had simply undergone numerous restorations, and its appearance had long since changed. Wu Hong and the four ghosts looked around in amazement. The Empress drifted closer, glancing at the carving knife in his hand, her tone filled with disbelief. You can carve with this knife, and use it like this? I just thought about what I needed. I'm not sure exactly what rules it changed, but the effect looks pretty good. Wu Hong glanced around. Xiao Xiao flew over, perched on his shoulder, and said cautiously, "This place looks strange. Is it haunted?" "It's just a restoration of the original building. Even if there are strange things, they can't follow us here," Wu Hong said softly. Then, the four souls continued to survey their surroundings. The place where the statue stood was empty, seemingly unrestored. However, the murals on the walls were clearly visible. They were no longer the colorful paintings of the past, but rather long, narrative scrolls crudely painted with mineral pigments, yet the meaning was still clear. Wu Hong and the four souls leaned over, intently observing. The mural unfolded from left to right, beginning with a deity surrounded by the sun and moon, seated on a throne. It looked as if she were seated atop a cloud. This was the Nuwa temple, and the depiction must be of Nuwa herself. Below, worshippers bowed in worship. Their figures were depicted very small, the largest barely reaching the height of the deity's calf, highlighting the difference between deities and humans. Then came a scene depicting mortals farming, weaving, building houses, hunting, and harvesting, a scene of ancient vitality. Then, Nuwa and the other deities appeared in the painting. Nuwa stood in the background, and in front of her were several smaller figures, but still far taller than the ordinary worshippers. They also looked like deities, or perhaps heroes of their time. Wu Heng's gaze fell on the depictions of two deities, one with a human face and a snake body, his palms brimming with water, the other with a human face and the body of a beast, his body covered in red lines. These two? Wu Hong raised his eyebrows. Then he said at the same time, "Are they depicting the two techniques you practice?" With this, everyone's eyes turned to the goddess. The Zhe Yinshu skill book was retrieved from Shang Dynasty ruins, while the Tian Ti Ju was written down by the Empress from memory. She should know something. The Empress frowned, scrutinizing it, then pondered, "I can't say for sure. But if it's related to them, it's highly likely." There were rumors that the gods created the professional paths, granting mortals the opportunity to transcend themselves. I think it was Uncle who learned it. Xiao Xiao nodded affirmatively. Wu Hong also smiled. No wonder it's so powerful, it must be related to the gods. Glinda continued thoughtfully, "I've been wondering why, while your world's technology is advancing ever more, allowing you to soar into the sky and into the sea, the worlds that have preserved magic and skills are becoming increasingly weaker with each generation's development." After a brief pause, she continued, "Now that you put it that way, it makes more sense. Power comes from divine transmission. The longer it's been since the divine transmission, the less it retains, and so its power diminishes." "That makes sense," the Empress agreed. Wu Hong said, "Let's see how long the rules last." The four spirits continued to look at the next mural. Nuwa held a scroll in one hand, while with the other she reached into the air to grasp a radiating net. Across from her, a lion-like beast prostrated itself on the ground, as if in submission. Although it was a beast, its size was based on the proportions of divine paintings, suggesting it must be some formidable divine or demonic beast. "That scroll, is it a slave scroll?" Xiao Xiao leaned in for a closer look. Her suggestion stirred a thought in Wu Heng and the other spirits. Although the mural was simple, the scroll's form bore a striking resemblance to the slave scrolls they knew. It's very likely, Glinda analyzed, that the goddess Niwa is making a pact with this divine beast. But what does taking away the web rays mean? Xiao Xiao questioned. Perhaps it's stripping it of some ability, Benny speculated. The queen pondered. I never heard of a scroll that can take away abilities. Perhaps it restricts them. If it uses any of them, it will suffer a backlash. After a pause, she continued, it seems this beast has made a mistake. Wu Heng's gaze narrowed slightly, and he looked at the scroll again. He had thought about the slave scroll before. After signing a slave contract, the subjective consciousness will not harbor thoughts that harm the master. This is like a loophole in the rules. Furthermore, it's a loophole that anyone can exploit. Now, if the scroll's effects are related to the gods, it seems much more reasonable. It's even possible that the slave scroll is an abridged version, and the original version is even more terrifying. The murals reached their final chapter. Disaster struck, the sky ripped open into a terrifying maw, the earth cracked, floods raged, and believers fled in panic. Then, Niwa returned alone, mended the sky, controlled the floods, and restored order. The story seemed to end here, as the mural shifted to depicting the tribe's daily battles, farming and hunting. No more. Xiao Xiao pointed. It seems there's no record of this point. Wu Heng nodded. Xiao Xiao raised an eyebrow and asked, Uncle, is this helpful to us? I think so. Wu Heng thought for a moment and said, at least it helps us understand history better. After their previous experience at the scenic spot, seeing the murals depicting the gods was a significant gain. Oh! Xiao Xiao nodded. Wu Heng continued, spread out and take a look. Are there any records of cultivation techniques or something? The ghosts dispersed again and began searching together. Chapter 1084. The 4 souls of one person immediately dispersed, meticulously searching every corner of the temple. Although the entire building had been briefly transported back to ancient time by the power of the truth carving knife, only the temple itself had been altered. The space was small to begin with, making the search easy. Wu Heng glanced around. The walls were mottled, the ground bare, and he could get a general idea of the situation at a glance. There was nothing there, perhaps a rare object or a prop. No matter how powerful the carving knife was, it couldn't bring a lost artifact back to the present. Just when they thought they were going to find nothing, Xiao Xiao suddenly emerged from the gap beneath the statue's base, excitedly shouting, Uncle! There are so many words engraved here. I don't recognize any of them. Wu Heng perked up and immediately looked in the direction of the voice. Shishia's location was the statue's base. The carving knife had twisted space back to the past, but the statue hadn't been restored. Now the statue had vanished, leaving only a solid square stone pillar. Wu Heng couldn't tell how long the carving knife could hold. He quickly stepped forward, placed his hands on either side of the stone pillar, and exerted force. Holy crap! The stone pillar didn't budge at all. Wu Heng couldn't help but frown. Given the size of the stone pillar, an ordinary professional could move it bit by bit. With over 100 points of strength, it didn't budge at all? Perhaps it's a limitation of the rules, the Empress speculated, floating closer. While everything here can be seen, it can't be changed. You're seeing the past. Can you change the past? Wu Heng thought that made sense, so he gave up trying and said, go in and take a look. Write down what's on it. The 4 ghosts nodded and followed Xiao Xiao into the darkness beneath the pedestal. About another 20 minutes passed. The effect of the chisel began to fade rapidly. The surroundings crumbled like a shattered mirror, painted paintings, electric lights, and smooth floor tiles. In the blink of an eye, the magnificent and vibrant appearance of the modern temple returned. The 4 ghosts also flew back from under the pedestal. How is it? Wu Heng asked immediately. It looks like a complete account, but the text type is unrecognizable, Glinda said, looking at the Empress. The Empress also shook her head. I don't recognize it. It might be an even more ancient chronology. Share it with me, Wu Heng said. The panel allowed him to understand all types of text, and it was this fact that allowed him to quickly assimilate into the environment when he entered the other world. Glinda quickly entered the body, and a picture suddenly emerged in Wu Heng's mind. In the dark and narrow space, the rough stone slab was engraved with dense, ancient characters. The 3 characters at the top were particularly eye-catching. Creation Sutra. Wu Heng's heart skipped a beat. A skill book. I actually found something. The shared image quickly ended, and before he could examine the contents in detail, he had time to do so. Glinda flew out again and eagerly asked, what does it say? Creation Sutra. I haven't looked closely yet, but it's likely a technique. Wu Heng said, smiling. The ghost's faces lit up, and the atmosphere suddenly became lively. Wow! Uncle has another skill. A technique passed down by the goddess Nuwa? If it's truly a technique, wouldn't it be even more powerful? Judging from the status depicted in the mural, Nuwa is undoubtedly the highest-ranking deity, and Zhe Yinshu and Tian Lianju are already top-tier techniques in the other world. The value of this legacy she left behind is unimaginable. Wu Heng looked at the excited ghosts and smiled. Let's go back first. Once I copied down the entire text, I carefully study it, and see if it's suitable for cultivation. With that, he led the ghosts, bowed to the statue once more, and then turned and exited the temple. Exiting the main hall, Wu Heng saw Changbin and the others retreat to an open area at the foot of the mountain. Everyone's expression was tense, their weapons tightly gripped, pointed toward the temple as if facing a formidable enemy. Only when Wu Heng led the ghosts down the stone steps at a leisurely pace did they relax slightly, though their eyes still held a lingering sense of wonder. Captain Wu Heng? Changbin called out tentatively, his tone tinged with uncertainty. He waved his hand for his men to lower their guns, and he quickly stepped forward. Wu Heng glanced at their weapons. Why are they even showing off their weapons? Changbin coughed lightly and asked curiously, didn't you notice anything unusual while you were inside? Unusual? Just now, the entire temple suddenly changed. Changbin gestured, trying to describe the unimaginable scene. It was like those Thai horror movies. Without any warning, it suddenly transformed back into an extremely ancient, extremely simple temple. We thought something was about to happen again. Wu Heng immediately understood. It turned out that the truth carving knife's effect extended beyond the interior. Even the external structure had been reversed in time. Is there anything special about that ancient temple you saw? Wu Heng continued. Changbin shook his head. Aside from being extremely ancient and primitive, there wasn't any other movement. But it was so terrifying, we didn't dare approach rashly. After saying that, he added, I'm so glad you're okay. Wu Heng nodded, saying calmly without further explanation, let's go back to the airport. As they boarded the motorcade, Changbin inquired several times, asking if the changes to the temple were Wu Heng's doing. But seeing that Wu Heng had no intention of speaking, he didn't press the issue. The rest of the journey was silent. After arriving at the airport, Wu Heng didn't stop and boarded the return plane. On the plane, Wu Heng sat by the window. Outside, the earth was plunged into a silent darkness. Only a few scattered lights remained on at the airport they had just left, but as the plane climbed higher, those glimmers were quickly swallowed by the endless night. For most survivor bases, electricity is still an extremely scarce resource. He retracted his gaze, leaned back in his chair, and sorted out his findings from this trip to Nuwa Temple. The power of the truth carving knife far exceeded his expectations. Before, I never imagined it could be used in this way, restoring a building to its state thousands of years ago in a short period of time, allowing me to see those murals that were obscured by renovations. If used effectively, perhaps it could also restore other buildings, or even some damaged skill books and ancient texts. After all, besides living things, even inanimate objects could be restored. Thinking about it, the possibilities seem very high. Of course, today's biggest gain was finding the Creation Sutra. I see if I can study it when I get back. The temple murals also offer a lot of information. The deities depicted by mortals are majestic and grand, towering above the starry sky. And the aura of the heavens and earth upon reaching the hero stage is the falling of stars. Becoming a hero breaks free from the shackles of rules. Normal attacks can't kill a hero. Does the presence of gods above the starry sky represent a more powerful being surpassing heroes, transcending a certain level of life? Or does it simply mean that they reside in the sky? Living in the sky seems unlikely, considering their own satellites have already been launched. And Nuwa's disappearance from the mural after mending the sky suggests that the gods will also fall. Since they can die, there must be a way to kill them. Still thinking about the temple? Glenda's voice whispered from the side. Well, this trip was quite fruitful, Wu Heng said with a smile. Glenda drifted closer, analyzing rationally. The text is most likely a technique passed down by the goddess Nuwa. Since I learned the body refining technique, I can focus on studying this. Wu Heng smiled bitterly. I never seen anyone become a hero and still be constantly learning skills. Who told you to stir up trouble? The Vatican would rather you do nothing, just sit around and wait for death, Glenda said angrily. Where did you learn that phrase? Never mind. The plane landed smoothly at Xinfu City Airport. As soon as he stepped out of the cabin, he saw Li Yong leaning against an SUV, waving at him. This way. Wu Heng smiled, opened the door, and climbed into the passenger seat. Li Yong started the car with a swift movement, heading toward the city center. Did you gain anything from this trip? Li Yong asked casually as they drove. Something, but not as significant as I expected. Wu Heng smiled. The base has been developing very well lately. I help you find anything you need, Li Yong said with a smile. Although she wasn't sure exactly what Wu Heng was looking for, the situation was definitely improving. She felt there was no need to rush. Yeah. Wu Heng nodded. Even if the other world truly was dangerous, as long as she protected the secrets of this world, she had a way out. At worst, she could just hide here and wait for her hero breakthrough. Thinking this way, she didn't mind the lack of substantial gains this time. No matter how she looked at it, she could still reach the hero level smoothly. It's so late, going back to the prison? Li Yong glanced at him. Go to your place, and come back tomorrow. Li Yong raised an eyebrow, a smile on her face. Then send a message to Sister Zhao, asking her not to go to bed too early. It also gives Xiao Xiao a chance to see her mother. Okay. Wu Heng took out his phone and sent a message to Zhao Yanqiu. Almost immediately, she received an OK sign in return. The SUV stopped in front of the central shopping mall. Li Yong made him a bowl of instant noodles. After a quick meal, they washed up and rested. About half an hour later, the door quietly opened, and Zhao Yanqiu, who had just finished spending time with the little girl, quietly entered. She quickly tidied herself and joined the warm bed. The next morning, sunlight filtered through thin clouds onto the base. Wu Heng followed Li Yong to the base's storage area. With a series of metallic clatters, heavy roller shutters swung open, revealing the neatly stacked and clearly categorized goods within. The first few warehouses are full of ballpoint pens, sorted by color and size. We have enough in stock to last for several years, Li Yong explained, her tone efficient as she walked. The back few rooms are for pills, as well as the microscopes and labware you mentioned. They all been treated to be moisture-proof and shock-proof. The last row contains directional radios. We prepared 50 sets and have all been debugged. If needed, the production line can increase capacity at any time. Wu Heng glanced at the tightly packed boxes of supplies and nodded with satisfaction. Continue production. Especially stock up on radios and experimental supplies. Understood, Li Yong agreed swiftly. The two of them made their way through the warehouse area and carefully took inventory. Wu Heng asked Li Yong to return to the central area first, leaving the rest to him. After Li Yong left, Wu Heng opened the gate and began having the skeletons move the goods. The skeletons formed long lines, moving boxes in a perpetual motion. The entire area was filled with the sound of footsteps and boxes moving. By the afternoon, all the goods had been moved. Wu Heng reboarded the SUV and drove back to the prison base in the early twilight. Treasure Island. Exiting the gate, Wu Heng released the ghost. Xiao Xiao immediately possessed the puppet and scurried out of the display case. Uncle, I'm going to play with Sister Lilith. Remember not to mention the temple to Lilith, Wu Heng instructed. Got it, Xiao Xiao replied, skipping through the door and heading downstairs. The other three spirits also possessed their own puppets and headed downstairs. Wu Heng followed them downstairs and saw the women of the family emerging from the training room. Each one was lightly sweating, but their eyes were brighter and sharper than usual. It seemed the inspections from the previous 2 days had paid off. Master, dinner is ready, Minnie greeted with a smile as she saw him coming downstairs. Wu Heng nodded and followed them to the dining room. After a quick meal, Wu Heng said to Sinella, the first batch of goods is ready. We can start arranging the sale. Shannara nodded. Okay, I take care of it. After a brief pause, she added, the Great Elder will arrive on the island tomorrow. Do you want to meet him in person? The Great Elder's arrival had been mentioned earlier. He arrived quite quickly. Since the Great Elder is coming personally, we naturally should give him a formal welcome, Wu Heng replied with a smile. Turning to Minnie, he said, have the Entertainment City restaurant prepare a welcoming banquet tomorrow to properly entertain the Great Elder. Yes, Master, Minnie replied softly. After dinner, Wu Heng chatted with the others for a while. As the sky darkened, they returned to their rooms to rest. The next morning, the atmosphere in the Island Master's mansion was relaxed. Wu Heng was chatting with Minnie and the others when steady, rhythmic footsteps sounded outside the door. Sonara led a wood elf elder, dressed in elaborate attire, holding a scepter and sporting a neatly trimmed goatee, into the hall. This is Bonifar, the Great Elder of our wood elf clan, Shannara introduced solemnly. The elder stepped forward, placed his right hand on his chest, and bowed slightly. Greetings, Chief Wu Heng, Lady Viola. No need for formalities. Please take a seat. Wu Heng smiled and raised his hand. Bonifar waved his hand, and a carved wooden box silently appeared in the empty space in the hall. A little specialty of our clan. It's not a token of respect, but I hope you will accept it. Wu Heng gestured, and Robe, standing nearby, immediately directed the skeletons to lower the box. Bonifar then took a seat at the guest table. The maids quietly served refreshments, and then stood on either side. After all, with outsiders present, they had to behave as expected. Sonara and the Wood Elf sisters did not sit either. Only the witch Viola sat slightly behind Wu Heng, her expression indifferent. Has the journey been smooth? Wu Heng asked. Thanks to you, the Wood Elves' fleet is relatively safe in the Emerald Sea, and their journey is smooth, Bonifar replied with a smile. After a few pleasantries, Wu Heng said, Great Elder, are you here to discuss something important? First, I prepared a banquet for tonight. Bonifar's expression straightened slightly, and he got down to business. Chief, I come to discuss further matters between our two tribes. Please, there's no need to be so formal about the relationship between Treasure Island and the Wood Elves. Bonifar glanced at Shannara and her sisters, and said slowly, First, after several deliberations, the Council of Elders has decided to build large-scale spiritual enlightenment churches throughout the land, with plans to cover every Wood Elf city. Wu Heng's eyebrows twitched slightly, and he exchanged a glance with Shannara. Before, this was undoubtedly a goal he was determined to promote. He tried every possible means to win the Wood Elves over to his side, but for now, to avoid overly provoking the church, he had to be more cautious. This is naturally a good thing, Wu Heng mused, but the association is currently easing relations with the church. Large-scale church construction at this time might cause unnecessary conflict. A hint of surprise flashed across Bonifar's eyes. His previous attitude toward the church had been quite aggressive. Unexpectedly, even in this advantageous position, Wu Heng chose restraint. The leader is magnanimous, and still wishes to maintain balance. The Great Elder seemed to understand this, then said firmly, But rest assured, the Wood Elves will always stand by the Lingqi Church. Wu Heng pondered for a moment. However, you can first develop a detailed plan, and then proceed with construction once the situation eases. As you wish. Bonifar took a sip of tea and changed the subject. Chief, what do you think of the Wood Elves? Aren't we always working closely together? Wu Heng smiled. Grand Elder, please speak frankly. I'm old now. The position of Grand Elder will eventually require a successor. Bonifar's expression was solemn. Who do you think is more suitable? Wu Heng also took a sip from his teacup, not quite realizing what he meant. He questioned the meaning of this statement. He knew there were several elders in the Council of Elders, but he didn't know who they were. Occasionally, Shannara mentioned something, but he didn't pay much attention. The Grand Elder must have been chosen. Bonifar observed his expression seriously, then tentatively said, What do you think of Shannara taking over as the next Grand Elder? At his words, Wu Heng raised an eyebrow. Shannara's eyes widened in astonishment, and the two Wood Elves' mouths dropped open. 2 days ago, Shannara had just reached level 11 in the assessment, definitely near the bottom among the Wood Elves. She was well known in the outside world for her business acumen and her striking appearance. She was able to join the Elders' Council because of Wu Heng's connections. In any case, she shouldn't have been the Grand Elder. But Bonifar's words were clear. His intention was to tell Wu Heng to completely and end his race with him. This is your internal affair, and I cannot interfere. Wu Heng paused. But as an ally, what kind of support can Treasure Island provide? I dare not ask for too much. I simply hope that more of our people will come to Treasure Island to study and learn in the future. The Grand Elder smiled, but he observed his expression.